June 1st, 2017. Zhongzhou City. Afternoon. 3 o'clock. The clear sky is just one word. Water. Yinan Road. Street. Tang Qing carried a black backpack and ran between the vehicles parked on the roadside, inserting the card on the car's wiper with great skill. White shirt. Blue tie. All wet. Hot. It was extremely uncomfortable to stick to his skin. He didn't want to wear a tie on such a hot day, but the company made it mandatory to wear it no matter how hot it was. Daizhong. Wear it tightly. It can't be baggy. In short, it is said that it is to maintain the corporate image and give people a professional feeling. Regarding this completely inhumane regulation, frontline salesmen complain a lot. Every sentence of MMP was donated to the company leaders free of charge. Tang Qing's backpack. There are 4 words printed on it. Loan every day, that's right. Tang Qing is a salesperson of a small loan company. Every day, he looked for people who are in urgent need of loans through various channels. If there are no customers, one of his jobs is to hand out business cards on the street. Secondly, it's just telemarketing. Hot day. I originally wanted to make calls and blow the air conditioner at the company, but the phone numbers I bought a few days ago were scammed. I have been fucked by my peers many times. Apparently, the number is invalid. Or, many of them were invalid numbers. In response, last night, he threatened the seller with negative reviews to replace them with new ones. The seller promised to give him another batch of numbers tonight. Today is Children's Day. Street. One by one, the children held their parents' hands and walked past him with happy smiles. Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his childhood, with a look of reminiscence on his face. Thoughts are flying. Suddenly, there was a roar in my ears. Get out of here, you messed up my car, or I'll beat you to death. It turned out, when I was distracted, I inserted my business card without noticing anyone in the car. Look up. I saw. A big man with an unkind expression stuck his head out of the car window, gestured with his fists, and shouted at him. Fortunately, he was not walking on the side of the cab. Otherwise, he might get punched. I'm sorry, brother. I'll leave right away. Tang Qing quickly laughed. Cold stare. Cold words. Cursed. Despise. Having been in the industry for more than a year, he has already become accustomed to it. At first, he was still a bit young and energetic, but later he was beaten up by society several times and learned to behave. Get lost. When the big man saw that Tang Qing had a good attitude, he stopped scolding him and just replied with one word. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he said in his heart, "Broken sails." See this? Tang Qing smiled faintly. Forward. Next car. Get up. This was related to his job. Just like this, after walking 5 or 6 streets, the thick stack of business cards in Tang Qing's hand was handed out, the last stack. Morning. I only took 500 when I went out. Bought in bulk online. The material was poor. There were 100 pieces in each stack, tied with low-quality rubber bands. They were very random. 10,000 pieces only cost him 200. After sending, Tang Qing was also very thirsty. I had already finished the large bottle of cold white tea that I brought with me, and most of it became sweat and seeped into my clothes, so I bought a bottle of iced black tea at a roadside store. Unified. Without it, he felt that Master Kong's black tea was not uniformly delicious. Outside the store. Curb. It doesn't matter if it's dirty or not. Tang Qing sat down and took a swig. Although there was shade from the trees, the weather was of little use as a rolling heat wave hit his face. Drink it all in one gulp. Huh. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It's cool. My heart felt cold, and the heat was a little less intense. But the heat on his skin still lingered, and sticky sweat clung to his body. Tang Qing opened his backpack, took out a plastic fan, and fanned it. This plastic fan. It was sent by a young girl who was selling a house that I met before. It had real estate information printed on it. She often ran out and had a dozen of them at home. Andrology, dentistry, gynecology. The most common one is the fan. Very durable. To date, he hasn't even worn out one of them, and he feels that the dozen or so ones at home can be used for a lifetime and can even be passed down as family heirlooms to future generations. Alas, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Roadside. The hurried pedestrians in this so-called prosperous city feel a deep sense of strangeness. As a foreigner, it is almost difficult to integrate. Car, house, tickets. That's the pass. Tang Qing graduated from a 211 college in his hometown in the provincial capital. The reality is, even Tsinghua University and Peking University have some majors that are difficult to find a job. Therefore, major is very important, and what he studied is a one-size-fits-all major. Business management. The employment situation can be imagined. Then, graduate school. Wanting to gain extra points based on his academic qualifications. After graduating from graduate school, he entered a private company, engaged in foreign trade of agricultural products, and worked there for 2 years as a deputy manager. Pity. It's only a little over 5,000 per month. Neither death nor life. Being provoked by those relatives of the emperor again, he was disheartened, so he resolutely resigned and wanted to make a career. Unexpectedly, he was still beaten severely. At present, we still share a house with a college classmate. Miserable. What a miserable word. Close your eyes. Tang Qing felt a progress bar stuck in his mind for a long time and fell helpless. He thought it was the fate of the protagonist, but he was still playing a supporting role. Half an hour later, finished with emotion. Go home. After taking the subway once and taking the bus twice, it took Tang Qing nearly an hour to return to his residence, located in the urban-rural fringe area on the east side of the city. I bought some food, by the way. At this time, Wang Chong, the classmate who shared the same house, hasn't come back yet, but it's almost time. Wash rice. Wash vegetables. Cook. After several years of independent living, Tang Qing also developed some skills. More than 20 minutes later, the sound of the door unlocking sounded. Old Tang, I'm exhausted. Today our boss actually poured coffee on. Huh? Pickled fish? What day is it today? I'm going to make this dish. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Chong was about to gossip about the company boss. A familiar smell came. Pickled fish. A very ordinary dish, but behind it is a heavy story. Wang Chong sympathizes with Tang Qing's experience. He is nearly 30 years old and alone. Everything, all stemmed from that car accident. The beauty is gone. In short, it's a sad story. No, not one, but two. Nothing. Wang Yin is getting married today. Tang Qing smiled a little reluctantly, and it took many years to come out and start to accept another girl. But she was pushed away by herself, and now she wants to become an adult wife. Sour? Depressed? Regret? Maybe both. Last week, Wang Yin sent a wedding invitation in her circle of friends. The location is in Magic City. Only, he was not ready to go. He hesitated for a while when he went out this morning. Finally, he sent a message on WeChat saying, "Happy wedding," and a gift of 3,000 yuan. I haven't seen Wang Yin show until now. Maybe the other person is very busy today. Oh, that's it. Wang Chong didn't say anything more because he didn't know what to say. The girl wants to get married. The groom is not him. Replace who? It will all be a bit congested. Finished eating. Do the washing up. Clean up the kitchen. Tang Qing carried 2 bottles of cold beer and a folding deck chair to the roof of the rental house. Very few people came here, and it was very quiet. Last week, when I received the news, I thought I could accept it calmly, but obviously, when it actually happened, I couldn't deceive my heart. I want to wish her happiness. But he found that there was still a gloomy atmosphere in his heart that could not be dissipated for a long time. Was he unwilling to do so? Are you reluctant? Still can't let go? Still, maybe this is life. Only, so bitter. On the lounge chair, looking at the city lights, Tang Qing suddenly felt like riding the wind back. Thinking of this, kind of funny. Do you think that a commoner who has a big but wants to become an immortal? Even the head. Well, after so many years of disappointment, can't expect too much. Take out the lighter. Light a cigarette. Suck. Take a deep breath. He had quit smoking for 5 years, and he took this from Wang Chong. He only felt a strong, burning sensation reaching his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. After adapting, he lay on his back and looked at the dark night. His eyes blurred, and his thoughts traveled through time and space. Back when I was a teenager, after graduating from high school, Tang Qing originally thought that life would be more brilliant and beautiful. However, A car accident shattered his dream. In June 2005, after filling out his application form, he and his childhood sweetheart Lin Jiaxue returned to his hometown in the county. The next day, because Lin Jiaxue's grandma has a birthday, Tang's father and mother decided to close the shop and rest for 2 days. An old and overloaded large truck suddenly lost control while turning and hit the passenger bus they were riding in. Boom! All seats on the village bus are casual. The parents sitting in the front and Lin Jiaxue died on the spot, while Tang Qing, the back, only suffered concussion and a few fractures and skin injuries. For a moment, relatives, spouse, both lost. He fainted on the spot, and when he woke up, it was already the next day. Next 2 days, no one paid attention, just staring at the ceiling stupidly. It was not until the 4th day that he recovered and was discharged from hospital. He seemed to have suddenly grown up and felt that he had to live a good life. Live for them who have passed away. Certainly, the driver and the passenger transport company who caused the accident also gave some money in the end. But he didn't touch a penny of the money. It was kept in the bank. He felt his heart ached even if he spent a penny of this money. That's all. A puff of smoke. A sip of wine. Tang Qing recalled the first half of his life bit by bit. The joy of childhood. The confusion of middle school. The decadence of college. The unsatisfactory work. The expectations of parents. The regrets of the past. The past flashed through my mind one by one like movie scenes. The naivety and youthfulness of the past. When he thought about it now, the corners of his mouth raised slightly from time to time, and sometimes he couldn't help laughing, but slowly tears filled his face. Heartache. There are definitely not many people who have truly experienced it. But that kind of feeling is unforgettable, that kind of heart is cut by a knife, and that kind of regret is deeply hurtful. Gradually, he fell asleep. What he didn't notice was that the scale in his mind suddenly filled up, and the whole world was stagnant. This night, Tang Qing had a dream, a very long dream. It smells good. She was confused. A strange, yet familiar smell came over. The brain instinctively and immediately automatically mobilizes all memories for comparison and discrimination. It is obvious that this taste is very familiar and is deeply imprinted in the memory. It can be biased. I couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, this is the smell of scallion pancakes made by my aunt. It only took half a second. The brain determines the source of the flavor. High school. He has been staying at his uncle's house in the city. This is his aunt's specialty. It is very delicious, but why does it smell like this at home? Open your eyes. The focus of the eyes slowly focused on the front. This time, only then did he notice the change in the environment he was in. It was a small room of less than 10 square meters with a desk, wardrobe, fan, desk lamp, and posters. Familiar, but strange. Oh, I'm sure I haven't woken up yet. Tang Qing smiled bitterly, tilted his head, and saw a book on the bedside. He took it out and saw that it was a high school mathematics book, and he flipped through it a few times. It's quite real. Formula. Number. Looks very logical. Bang! He was flipping through it casually, but he didn't hold it firmly, and the book hit his face. The feeling at that moment made Tang Qing suddenly realize something, and he sat up in shock. For a moment. Tang Qing didn't even let his brother go, and tortured him before he was sure that this was not a dream. Something came to mind. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. Yes, wasn't this the uncle's house where he lived in high school? Grandma Tang Qing has 2 children, his mother and uncle. Throughout high school, Tang Qing lived in his Uncle Qin Yugong's house. After changing jobs, my uncle became a policeman. At present, served as deputy director of Chengnan Police Station. He has inherited the military style of being vigorous and resolute, and because he is upright, he doesn't bother to get along with others. Before Tang Qing was reborn, he only held the position of deputy director of a municipal bureau. If there were no opportunities, his career would probably end here. At last, it would be nice to be able to retire at half a level. My aunt teaches Chinese in a primary school. Very kind. After giving birth to 2 daughters, she always wanted to have a son, but she didn't want to have a son anymore when she got older. She treated Tang Qing very well and treated her as her own son. Later, the house was demolished and 3 sweets were lost. His uncle also wanted to give him a sweet for his wedding, but Tang Qing didn't want it. Reborn. Soon, Tang Qing finally confirmed this fact. I have a winter gun, Maria, roasted chestnuts with sugar. Tang Qing said something unclear. He was truly reborn. Behind the door, saw the hand-torn wall calendar. Tang Qing completely believed it. Lin Jiaxue gave it to him. According to her, it was from the seasoning manufacturer. She gave him a lot, so she gave him one. The red text on the white background shows, October 1st, 2004, National Day. 2004? This year, Tang Qing happened to be 17 years old. A long time. Calm down. Gurgling. My stomach started to protest. Get up. Go out. Pushing open the door to the room, what comes into view is the very familiar living room, the old sofa, the old color TV, and the old dining table and chairs. Previous life. Having lived here for 3 years, everything is so familiar. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. They bought it 4 years ago. It turned out that the 2-bedroom apartment with 1 living room couldn't accommodate them at all. In addition, the 2 daughters were also grown, so it was not suitable to squeeze them together. Later, Tang Qing moved in, and the 2 sisters crowded into the same room again. Today, National Day. He remembers. Today in my previous life, my uncle and his family were going to my aunt's house in the county below. They set off very early and would not return until October 5th, 4 days later. Yeah, delicious. Eating scallion pancakes. Drink warm milk. Thinking that his relatives and lovers were still there, and that he would even be able to see Lin Jiaxue later. Tang Qing felt at ease like never before, and a sense of happiness arose spontaneously. Finished eating, Tang Qing began to clean the room. Previous life. When he was at his uncle's house, he rarely cleaned it. Even his own room is usually cleaned by his aunt and cousins. And often even his 2 cousins help wash his clothes. Now that he thinks about it, Tang Qing felt speechless and guilty. You pig, you're so lazy, forget it. Tang Qing said to himself. Half an hour later, finished cleaning, Tang Qing lay back on the bed. Days. I was wondering, did I smash it and be reborn? Goldfinger is coming. Lying down, thinking. Moment. He thought about that scale. If the strangest thing he has encountered in these years is that scale, he can no longer see it with his eyes closed. Could it be? Is that really that thing? Forehead. If it were true, he had made a lot of money. Even if there were no other benefits, Tang Qing would be very satisfied just going back to the past. He had lost everything. Not lost. It's already happiness. As for more, it's called an extra surprise. Gradually, Tang Qing thought about the future. It's tragic. Next year, he will have to go through the college entrance examination again. He does not have an extraordinary IQ. The questions recognize him, but he does not know the questions. When they meet, he can only stare. Good thing. There are still 8 months until the college entrance examination. Gotta work hard. Going to the same university as Lin Jiaxue. Let's spend this period of youth together that has left regrets and realize our youthful dreams. Certainly, making money is a must. The Tang family is not a wealthy family. My parents used to be workers in a textile factory. After the factory closed down, they were laid off. After that, I rented a shop on the street in my hometown county, selling off-brand clothing. Get out early, return late, just to make a little more money. It's been like one day for more than 10 years. Throughout the year, except for 2 days off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, there's almost no free time. I pay my aunt 500 yuan for living expenses regularly every month. There is also 50 as his pocket money. This money, compared with the living standard at his uncle's house, is obviously not enough. His aunt often buys him clothes and supplies, and also gives him some extra pocket money. Don't let him talk to his parents. Therefore, all the time, Tang Qing was very grateful to his uncle's family. In fact, the old couple had been tired for more than 10 years, so they saved some money and planned to give it to Tang Qing to marry. Pity. Do the math. It's too much to count. 2 years ago, my grandfather fainted while farming and was taken to the hospital where he was diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. As the only son in the family at that time, of course he had to bear all the expenses. Actually, My father also has a younger brother. It's just that he seemed to have committed something when he was young and fled to another place without a trace. Tang Qing didn't know the specific matter, and Tang's father also kept silent. After, Grandpa's illness almost depleted the family savings, and he died within a few months. Same year, Grandma passed away. A family grieves. Next April, he had just met his father's brother, his second uncle Tang Qing, for the first time, but at that time his second uncle seemed to be hiding something. I met them hurriedly, had dinner and left. From now on, no more news. Tang Qing couldn't help but feel sad when he thought that his parents had been tired and never enjoyed any blessings in their life. This life, he must make a lot of money so that the people he loves and the people who love him can live a good life. Tang Qing silently made a vow in his heart. Immediately, I started thinking about how to make money again. Forehead, headache. I am just an ordinary person who goes to school, works hard, and occasionally plays games. I don't have any special talents. Programming, no. Song, I don't remember. Stocks, no impression. Lottery, what is that? Looking back, it seems that apart from the various experiences of being beaten by society, there seems to be nothing that can allow him to make money in a short period of time. Wrong. There's a chance for stocks. But that was half a year later. And with just those 2 or 3 dark horses, we are still far away from the bull market of 2007. I don't have any startup capital to buy a house, but I'm a great investor. Cut. The bosses are all up. Ollie, Penguin. One by one, they have survived the most difficult years. Scratching her head, Tang Qing suddenly realized that for a while, he really couldn't think of any way to make money quickly, and he didn't have any projects for White Wolf. Have no choice. Really, ordinary people will be beaten by society even if they are reborn. It doesn't matter whether you are reborn or not. Even if you're an ordinary person who travels through time, you will still be beaten until you cry for your father and mother. Yelling. Pick out your pocket. Exactly the same. Take out a handful of money, some odd and some round, 11 yuan and 3 cents. Huh. Tang Qing laughed. Really, this is the reality of the reborn. Looking at the crumpled pieces of money, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. It's so difficult to make money. It would be great if I could print money. Suddenly, banking system at your service. Instantly, Tang Qing took a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. These days in this world, it is not allowed to become a spirit. Then, he tried to communicate with the voice and gradually accepted the newly arrived account. The golden finger is still warm. The banking system, in short, it is related to banks, but it is not about Shinhao spending money and thinking beautifully, but it is similar to running banking business and training him to become a banker. Loan, collection, you can gain experience. Certainly, the money is provided by the system. The loan limit can only be borrowed and cannot be consumed. For each loan, the system charges an ultra-low interest rate of 0.5% monthly interest. Do the math. 6% annual interest. Someone asked, 6? So high. The interest rate is higher than my mortgage interest rate. If you ask this question, there is a high probability that it has not been beaten by society. This interest rate is simply conscience. And there is no stipulation that the annual interest rate can only be 6%. If the loan is exceeded, the money earned will be Tang Qing's own. Thinking of this, Tang Qing beamed. In the system, the loan is divided into 2 parts. First, foreign. Tang Qing couldn't use this part of the money and could only lend it out with an interest rate of 6% a year. Second, to him, no interest is charged, but every year on today, October 1st, the annual liquidation requires all personal loans for the year to be paid off at once. Not in advance. Cannot be in arrears. If it is not clear, the system will say goodbye to him. Immediately, Tang Qing closed his eyes and called up personal information. Name, Tang Qing. Account level, level 1. Experience, 0/100 loan amount this month. 0/500, 000 personal limit this month. 0/100, 000 assets that can be withdrawn. 100,000 spirit. 51 plus 10, human body limit 100 physique. 49 plus 10. Human body limit 100. Source chi value 10. Apparently, a loan of 500,000 renminbi will be made this month. Every 10,000 renminbi completed will be converted into 1 point of experience points. As for him, he can borrow 100,000 from the system every month. Consumption, invest, burned, throw coins. All are possible, no restrictions. At last, the source energy value is a bit powerful. It is said that it can improve various functions of the human body. For a science fiction system, it suddenly becomes a bit fantasy. All right, besides accepting, what else can Tang Qing do? The very last, it is an extractable asset. The 100,000 yuan that has been lying around was not borrowed by Tang Qing, but given as a gift. It is considered a gift package for newbies. He can spend it as he likes. No need to pay it back. After every upgrade, the system will reward you with 1 month's personal quota for the current level. In other words, if you upgrade to level 2, the system will give you another 200,000 yuan to spend as you wish. Be good. Looking at the reward of 100,000 yuan, Tang Qing was speechless for a while. There's a system, just hanging, before rebirth. Except for the compensation from his parents' car accident, his savings were less than half of this. As soon as the system came on the scene, he almost blinded his 24K eyes. 100,000. Pocket money. Depend on. This is still 2004, and the purchasing power of 100,000 yuan is quite strong. Happiness should not come too suddenly. Subsequently, Tang Qing studied the system again and confirmed that there was no misreading. When it comes to loans, he does not need to look for them everywhere by himself. The system will provide them. Early days. To reduce difficulty. Per month, a customer with a capital requirement that accounts for about 40 to 60% of the current month's external loan limit will be provided. It cannot be refreshed, but it cannot be loaned. But it's best not to, because system recommendation. The credibility is good, but the risk is too high if he finds it himself. If he fails to pay, the consequences will be serious. At level 1, he can only sign a contract within 1 month. No long-term loans are available. And only by systematically lending money can you gain experience. Personal loans and cell phone funds will not give you experience if you lend the money. You want to gain experience by relying on other people's money. No way. Also, there is no point in returning it in advance. It is only considered completed on the day when the contract expires. If the other party does not repay it yet, the system will not care. It is best if he repays it. If he does not repay it, it will be blamed on him. On the first day of each month, 24 o'clock, system assessment. In the last assessment month, for all expired contracts during the period, if the default funds reached 20% of the total limit in the month in which the contract was signed, deemed unqualified. Every level, if you fail twice in a row, or if you fail 3 times in total, the system will have to say goodbye. For example, this month's external loan quota is 500,000 yuan. During the monthly assessment, if the total contract amount exceeds 100,000 yuan and has not been repaid, the loan will be directly judged as unqualified that month. But think of ways to control risks. For example, the 2nd of this month, take out a 1-month loan. The contract will not expire until the 2nd of next month. There will definitely not be an assessment on the 1st, but the assessment will be on the 1st day of the next month. If the operation is done well, the risk is not considered high. Period. You can find a way to solve it. At last, Tang Qing concluded 2 points. First, customers recommended by the system must not be turned away. These people have extremely high willingness and ability to repay, and they will not easily have bad debts and let them take the blame. Second, control loan risks for non-recommended customers. Careful. Don't waste time. The future is bright. This setting is not all. Some issues will be gradually mentioned in later use. On the bed, Tang Qing's thoughts were flying, and he thought a lot. Sports car? A mansion? Beauty? No. After all, he is a reborn person, so let's pursue it a little bit. After all, the former can be easily obtained as long as he follows the steps. As for the beautiful woman, he has a fiancée, Lin Jiaxue, childhood sweethearts. Only the beauty in the previous life passed away, and then Wang Yin came into being. It took a long time to slowly accept it, but she was still no match for the hammer of reality. He, a poor boy, Wang Yin, his family is very rich. Before his rebirth, Wang Yin's family had assets worth tens of billions of yuan. She was perfectly white and rich. She was very nice to him, but was pushed away by him. Well, it seems that this fate really shouldn't happen. Thinking, Tang Qing thought about the system and wondered if there were any loopholes that could be exploited. These days, digging into the system should be a routine operation. Only, the next moment, you were warned. Please note that this system has some loopholes. If you exploit the rules too much, your 10th level overall rating will be extremely low. Then, there was nothing more. The system did not tell him clearly what loophole rules there were. But think about it. Quite a few indeed. For example, advance funds to borrowers who cannot pay, or lend money to familiar people in order to control risks, or use external loans for personal gain. Transfer it to yourself. A lot of. Even during the annual liquidation, if you have no money, you can still borrow money to repay the system. Certainly, he was just thinking about it. After all, a broad road lies in front of you. The foreseeable bright future is not far away. It is simply ridiculous to take this risk and bet that the system will not detect it or ignore it. Say it again. The system says not to use it too much. That means it can be used, and it can be used to save lives in critical situations. After running the business for a year, he quickly understood that this was the first lesson this system taught him. It is also the most important lesson. Be respectful of unknown risks. Immediately, Tang Qing followed the system prompts and silently recited the inspection task. Moment. Rows of words appeared in front of my eyes. 1. Complete the loan task for customers recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value +5. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete one loan business for non-system recommended customers this month, with an amount of no less than 100,000. Reward content. Experience +5. Completion level 0/1. 3. Complete all external loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value +5. Completion level 0/50. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value +5. Completion level 0/10. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of the system's external loans reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source power value +5. Experience value +10. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source force value +5. Experience value +10. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system reaches 100,000, and the reward content is source power +5. Experience value +10. 8. Achievement task 4. Own assets reach 100,000. Personal loans and reward from the system are not included. Reward content. Source power +5. Experience value +10. 8 tasks. 2 categories. Thought for a moment. It seems that task 4 and achievement task 3 can be completed now, as long as the loan is enough for 100,000. So I silently said to the system, personal loan 100,000. The next moment, you want to apply for a personal loan of 100,000 renminbi from the system. Please confirm. The system's emotionless but pleasant voice sounded. Confirm. Tang Qing muttered silently. A personal loan of 100,000 yuan has been disbursed to your account. Your personal loan limit for this month has been used up. Is it an overdraft? The system voice sounded again. No overdraft. Tang Qing replied. Personal loans can be overdrafted and accumulated. If the loan is not fully used in the current month, it can be accumulated to the next month, and it can be overdrafted according to the current month's limit for up to 6 months. That is to say, now, Tang Qing can lend another 600,000 yuan. But, considering that the system will be upgraded and the limit will increase, it is not worthwhile to overdraft too much. The voice just fell. I saw. The extractable assets of personal information have changed from 100,000 to 200,000. The fonts of Task 4 and Achievement Task 3 have turned gray and added, completed. The experience becomes 15/100. Completing Task 4 adds 5 points. Completing Achievement Task 3 adds 10 points. At the same time, a warm feeling spread throughout the whole body, which was very comfortable. After this feeling lasted for 5 seconds, both mental and physical attributes became plus 15. Clear mind. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I gradually remembered many things that I had forgotten about in my previous life. Although it was not much, it was better than having no impression at all before. At the same time, Tang Qing felt like he had endless strength all over his body. Pick up the clothes. Hua. Long-lost abs. Arrive. He was so excited that he almost jumped. Although he was not fat in high school and exercised regularly, he still didn't have six-pack abs. In front of the mirror. A little bit more handsome. White. Skin is delicate and tender. System. How can you give me my withdrawable funds? After admiring the 90% body, Tang Qing calmed down and thought about money. Cash transfer, 2 methods. If you have personal funds, you need to apply for a bank card as a carrier, and you can entrust the system to manage it for free. No bank card is required for loan funds. In short, the system can directly transfer loan funds to others. He added, at the same time, any cash you touch can be withdrawn into your personal account. First-level accounts can only withdraw domestic legal currency, and it must be an integral multiple of 100 yuan. After listening, Tang Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Cash. How to give it? Give a try. Withdraw 10,000 yuan in cash from me. Withdraw 10,000 yuan in cash from your personal account. Please confirm. The system said, confirm. Please choose the withdrawal location in your mind. He was stunned for a second. Moment. Tang Qing seemed to understand how the system wanted to give cash. His eyes immediately stopped on the bed, as if he understood what he meant and saw a flash in front of his eyes. Moment. A pile of red appeared on the bed in front of him. Hiss. A breath of cold air. Cold to the lungs. Really? The system boss is the system boss. Pick it up. Count it. A full 10,000 yuan was not something he had never seen before, but his ability to conjure up banknotes out of thin air made him realize that the system was definitely not something from this earth. Space technology. Sky. This kind of high-end technology is beyond the ordinary. For a while, Tang Qing accepted this setting calmly. After calming down, Mom, a phone call was made to his home. In 2004, mobile phones were too expensive, so he could only call the store next to his family's store, and then he heard his mother's voice. Yeah. Okay. I know, I just miss you. How is business lately? Pay attention to your health. Don't be too tired. After hanging up the phone for a while, Tang Qing took a deep breath. If he had been reborn 2 years earlier, maybe his grandparents would have survived, but there was no way. This matter. But it's not him who has the final say. Stay at home for a while. Wash up. Go out. I'm going to meet Lin Jiaxue. She is an extremely quiet girl, beautiful and gentle. She is a neighbor in the village, and the relationship between the two families is very good. Outside the community. Looking at the city in 2004, Tang Qing sighed for a while. Although he was very familiar with this place in the past, the strangeness of traveling through time lingered. It will be better after a while. Westgate of Hongqi Market hailed a taxi. Tang Qing had a huge amount of money in his pocket that was unimaginable before. Of course, he had to enjoy it. He could now squander 200,000. The family has a surplus of food. I don't feel panic. Rich. Very nice. 10 minutes later. To the ground. It's past 10 o'clock in the morning, and the Lin family shop is usually busier at this time. At this time, there's a lot of people and various hawking sounds coming and going. Because the largest agricultural product wholesale market in the city is opposite the West Gate, the flow of people can be imagined. The Hongqi market was only built last year. Government investment. Not selling, only renting. It occupies a large area. The entire market is in the shape of a field, but the field is stretched a bit long. There are shops inside and outside. Hundreds of shops, large and small, are concentrated here. The shop Lin Joshua's family rented was in a very good location, just 10 meters to the left outside the west gate. Previously, the Lin family rented a shop in the farmer's market opposite, but because the farmer's market was built more than 10 years ago, the planning was chaotic and it was in disrepair. In addition, since we were doing wholesale business, we had many stable customers, so it was not impossible to survive without it. At this time, the Hongqi market was built opposite. Father Lin wanted to move there. At last, it was Tang Qing's uncle who helped to get this shop facing the farmer's market. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lin's father to rent such a good location. Well run. A good person. Therefore, the Lin family can earn between 50,000 and 60,000 yuan a year, which is better than his clothing store. Got out of the car. One glance. Tang Qing saw the shop front, Jia Seasoning Wholesale. After all, it was him who came up with it. It was catchy and had one character in Lin Joshua's name. Then, as soon as it was proposed, it was accepted on the spot. At this time, there are two people in the shop. One, she's a customer aunt. Second, it was as if she was Lin Joshua, who could only live in his dreams. A pure white t-shirt, an apron given by a soy sauce manufacturer, and light blue shorts. Appearance. Figure. Of course, there is nothing to say. Although he is only 1.63 meters tall, he is still at the age of development. He may grow up in a few years. It is a pity that he did not see it in his previous life. In memory, some fragments are vivid in my mind. Brother Tang, my mother said I will be your bride in the future. I don't want it. I want it. No. Then I'll give you some sweets, okay? Well, that's okay. Back and forth. Changing the tricks, I don't know how many sweets I cheated. Every time I think of this, Tang Qing will laugh out loud unconsciously. This is a memory that is imprinted in his life. Here we come. Just as Tang Qing was remembering, a soft voice came from his ears. Lin Joshua saw off the ant just now and saw him at a glance. Someone said, "Women are the most beautiful when they smile." Tang Qing agreed. Lin Joshua does not confuse the appearance of all living beings, but she is no worse than those celebrities. If she gets makeup skills in the future, she will definitely be at the level of a goddess. Pity. He had no chance to see it in his previous life. This look, fixed at the age of 18. I originally had a lot to say, but at this moment, I didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to look at her quietly. Lin Joshua was a girl with a quiet personality, although smaller than Tang Qing. But she has always taken care of him like a sister. As a child, when she was bullied, she always tried to regain her position. Only at such times could she feel her feminine side. The rest of the time, she was a lady. Well, here we come. Tang Qing replied softly. Only, his voice was trembling a little. He didn't know that his tear ducts were so weak today, and he was becoming sentimental like a woman. Tang Tang is here. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in quickly. At this time, Mother Lin came down from upstairs. When she saw Tang Qing, she had a smile on her face. It was like a real mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Although her appearance was not impressive, she knew that she was just such a daughter. I don't want to marry far away either. Next to each other. Good. As for family conditions, I don't care about it. It's not like I'm so poor that I don't have a house. When I graduate from college, the two families will spend money together to buy an apartment and get married. Perfect. Subsequently, Tang Qing helped out in the store. The business in the morning was good, with customers coming one after another. Because he was not familiar with the prices, he was in a hurry. Good thing. Enhanced brain, good memory, and fast learning. Here you go. When there were no guests, Lin Joshua saw the sweat on Tang Qing's forehead, picked up the glass cup with cartoon patterns on the table, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to him. You're welcome. Take it. Tang Qing took a few sips. This cup, it was the gift he gave her last time on her birthday. A cup a lifetime. Today, when cups are not yet popular, this is a good choice. However, this was also his last birthday gift to Lin Joshua. Later, always treasure it and take it with you wherever you move. Not useful. I just look at it in a daze sometimes. You drink too. Tang Qing handed the cup back to Lin Joshua. Lin Jiaxue took the cup and took 2 small sips, regardless of whether it was Tang Qing's mouth-to-mouth drink. Beside, looking at the girl's face, Tang Qing had a lingering smile on her face. You are very nice. As noon approached, there were far fewer guests. Lin Jiaxue took out her homework and started writing. Tang Qing was on the side, staring at her in a daze. Although in the same city. But the two were not in the same high school. They were quite far apart. Lin Jiaxue was a top student, like Tsinghua University and Peking University, while he was just above average. Previous life. After the college entrance examination, Lin Jiaxue enrolled in a university in the same provincial capital as him. The teacher's advice was in vain. Thinking of this, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a knot in his heart. This girl, this life, he must make her the happiest woman. Look up. Lin Jiaxue's pretty face turned red when she met Tang Qing's burning eyes. This idiot. What happened today? What are you looking at? Look at you. I have nothing good to see. Everywhere is good to see. Helpless. Lin Jiaxue had no choice but to immerse herself in the questions and ignore Tang Qing, but her heart beat a little faster. Today, Tang Qing was much bolder than usual. At least, I never dared to be so presumptuous in front of my parents. That's all. Tang Qing stared at Lin Jiaxue for half an hour. In his previous life, he could only look at photos and recall them night after night. He wanted to see back everything he had lost over the years. Noon. They eat directly in the store and prepare in the morning. It's delicious. It's so delicious. While eating, Tang Qing admired it. The taste was just like his aunt's scallion pancake, which made him miss it so much. With just one bite, he knew it was made by Lin Jiaxue. Strengthening his physique has greatly increased his appetite. That's all. Tang Qing spent a busy and fulfilling day. Evening. Lin's father pushed the tricycle into the store and closed the door. Tang Qing also took the bus and arrived at Lin Jiaxue's house, preparing to leave after dinner. Lin Jiaxue cooked, and Tang Qing ate ravenously again. Pity. His appetite was greatly increased. After finishing the meal, he only felt half full. Looking at his unsatisfactory stomach, Tang Qing knew that he would have to eat more when he went back. After meal, sit for a while. After digesting it, Tang Qing said goodbye and left. Next, he took advantage of the holiday to complete the task, otherwise he would not have so much free time after school. At this time, it's not dark yet. There are still buses. Lin Jiaxue didn't give him a gift. They had known each other for so many years and were not so pretentious. In addition, Lin Jiaxue had a quiet temperament and didn't like NIYY. Took a taxi. Returned to Uncle's house. After a simple wash, Tang Qing lay on the bed, recalling everything that happened today, feeling like a dream. System, can I give you a name? Sorry, no. Can you change your voice? Sorry, no. Who made you? Sorry. Insufficient permissions to view. Can you chat? Sorry, no. What are the functions of level 2? Sorry. Insufficient permissions to view. Do you have a second uncle? Sorry, no. That's it. Tang Qing was chatting nonsense with the system. Some have asked and some have not. What made Tang Qing angry was that this guy really didn't know anything about it. Either he couldn't do it or he didn't have enough authority. But it was nice to have a voice when he was bored. Slowly, after a tiring day, he fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tang Qing was woken up by the rooster next door. Take a look. It's only 6:30. Sleep. 8 o'clock. Tang Qing was awakened by his belly this time. He sat up, shook his head, gradually regained his consciousness, and, after a cold face, he went out to look for food. Steamed stuffed bun, fritters, soy milk. Tang Qing was sitting in the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, eating leisurely and adding more meals. He ate 5 times the usual amount before feeling full. Pick up, check out. 49 in total, the boss said. One listen. Tang Qing couldn't help but mutter. It's so cheap. Prices in 2004 were really good. He dug into his pocket and saw a 50. No need to look for it. Yeah, it feels good. Thank you. The boss smiled. $1's money. After breakfast, Tang Qing was ready to start the task. Time is running out. Try to get the customers recommended by the system today. But before that, let's buy a mobile phone first. Although his uncle's family has a landline, he is accustomed to the information age and always feels inconvenient without a mobile phone. 15 minutes later, city center, pedestrian mall. Tang Qing strolled around slowly. In his previous life, he rarely came here because his family sold clothes. Lin Jiaxue mostly bought clothes at the Hongxi market. Father Lin is familiar with some of the bosses. Cheap, affordable, really high quality and low price. You will never be cheated. As he was walking, suddenly, an old man in front of him on the left fell to the ground for some unknown reason. Seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but take a step back. Ahem. Conditioned reflexes. No way. Sign of the times. Lingering. At this time, before Tang Qing could help him, he saw a girl, trotted over, helped the old man up, received a few words of thanks, and trotted away. In the words, I could vaguely hear rushing to work. Alas, Tang Qing sighed. Really, there are still a lot of good people these days. On the issue of whether to support or not, the mainstream thinking is still good, unlike 10 years later when it was so angry that people had toothaches. Keep shopping. Soon, Tang Qing saw a store selling mobile phones. The store is not small. The speaker at the door plays discount information and various new product introductions. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. It has not been long since the door opened, and the store clerks are chatting. At this time, when he saw a customer come into the door, he raised his but slightly, but after seeing the person clearly, he sat back down. When Tang Qing saw this, he didn't think anything of it. Contempt? No, that's how people survive. After all, time also has a cost. Just like when he is a small loan salesperson, some invalid customers with a high probability will naturally receive less attention. And it was not that no one received him. Welcome. How can I help you? As soon as I entered the store, a beautiful girl with a delicate face came up to her. Looking at the girl, Tang Qing had a smile on her face. The world is so small, it was the girl just now. I want to buy a better mobile phone. Do you have any recommendations? Tang Qing said with a smile, still thinking about whether to buy one for Lin Jiaxue. But this idea was quickly abandoned. After all, he is still a poor student. What price range do you want? Mid to high end. Logically speaking, of course you have to buy the best. But looking at those so-called magic phones in 2004 on the counter, my facial muscles twitched, and I felt a little embarrassed when I went out with such a mobile phone. Flip lid, slide cover, straight board. Each of them has a strong sense of history, a bit like hearing the current internet buzzwords 10 years later. It will make people tremble with embarrassment. All right, after returning to the capital, you have to learn to adapt to the environment. If you take out these mobile phones and walk on the street in 2004, you will already be the most beautiful boy. Okay, please come with me. The girl's beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be Tang Qing really knows how to buy it? Subsequently, she brought Tang Qing to an innermost counter. These are world brands. Although they are relatively expensive, they have complete functions, excellent performance, exquisite design, and are very well known. The girl continued to introduce, but Tang Qing's mouth twitched. Inside, most of them are from Nokia. There are also a few models from Motorola and Ericsson, and a Mitsubishi model, which represents advanced, trendy, and latest technology. It seems. Manufacturing mobile phones will be a good business in the future, but the threshold is not low, so take your time. The so-called short person stands out. Look around. Tang Qing pointed at the Motorola V3. Take this out and let me take a look. The price is $65,000, but at least it's a flip phone, which is much better than other flip phones like PHS straight-top phones and another flip phone with an extra antenna. It doesn't feel so silly to use. Okay, it just came on the market last month. There aren't many in the store. Because of the high price, no one bought it after it was put away for almost a week. Out of professional ethics, the pretty girl enthusiastically took out her mobile phone from the counter. This mobile phone is the latest to arrive in our store. It has not yet been launched in other stores in the city. It uses an aircraft-grade aluminum alloy body. It has a built-in 300,000 pixel camera and 5 M of memory. It can shoot videos, short videos, listen to songs, and watch videos. It even supports Bluetooth. Did you know Bluetooth? That's it. The girl gushed. Only Tang Qing didn't listen. The configuration of mobile phones in this era was really too low. With 300,000 pixels and 5 megabytes of memory, the functions were just a little better than nothing. That's how he sees it, anyway. Pick it up. Touched. Tang Qing felt quite satisfied. The black body design is full of technology in this era and has impressive functions. Even though it is 5 megabytes, it does not support memory cards. Have no choice. But there is no other choice. At this time, a few salesmen who had nothing to do gathered together, started laughing. Not only Tang Qing heard it clearly, but also the beautiful saleswoman. Suddenly, Tang Qing frowned slightly. Angry? No. It was only from the words of these people that he discovered that girls were excluded from that small group. As for the reason, it was not difficult to imagine. Sorry, the girl apologized. There was a touch of bitterness and helplessness on the corner of his lips. He was good-looking and popular everywhere. Many customers come to her frequently to buy mobile phones. Nature. The other old store clerks were a little jealous. Union isolates her. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Most of the outstanding people are not gregarious. Sister, you're a very kind person. Their lives are already destined, but you are full of unknowns and hopes. Wen Yan. The girl smiled brightly, as warm as the spring breeze. Thank you, my little classmate is really good at talking. I want this. Let's make a ticket. Tang Qing decided to buy it. Although it is far beyond the previous budget, it is also worth the money. Now, the girl was preparing to take trial, and thought that Tang Qing would leave after reading it. After all, this phone was too expensive, and Tang Qing was just a high school student. One listen. She instinctively thought she said no. Reach out. I want my phone back. He suddenly stopped halfway, and a look of surprise flashed across his pretty face. You want to know. This mobile phone costs up to 6,500 yuan, which is equivalent to 2 months' salary of an average person. Tang Qing does not look like a rich kid. Of course, he said. Tang Qing took out the money he had withdrawn yesterday from his trouser pocket. Shake. It's a bit like a brain-dead, rich second generation. Take a look. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands. The girl finally felt relieved, but whose naughty child was this? Going out with such a large amount of cash, wasn't she afraid of being stolen? All right, this isn't her thing to worry about. The mobile phone is 6,500. I can give you a 9.3% discount. If you add the fraction, it will be 6,300. Do you want to make an account? The girl said happily. This time, 300 commissions, that's it. Hear the words. Tang Qing nodded. Yes. Here are 7,000. Give me the rest to make a phone number, and use the rest as phone bills. Any number will do, as long as there is no 4 in the number. Tang Qing counted 30 cards and handed over the rest. Okay. The girl took the money and happily ran to the cashier at the door. Soon. Done. A brand new mobile phone was handed over to Tang Qing. Before leaving, Tang Qing also received a girl's business card. In 2004, this was new. Certainly. It doesn't mean anything dirty. It's just a normal number. If you have any questions, you can contact me. After all, this is high technology, and I'm afraid he won't be able to use it. All right. Being underestimated. Lower your head. A simple name is engraved on it, Zhang Jing. After buying a mobile phone, Tang Qing was about to start the task and called out this task. Name, Zhang Dongqing. Age, 42. Occupation, individual. Contact information, tel, 233xxxx credit rating, 5 stars, 93. Task goal, complete Zhang Dongqing's loan within 3 days. The loan amount shall not exceed 70% of this month's amount, and the agreed repayment time shall not exceed 1 month. Completion conditions. 1. Both parties have signed the standard loan contract provided by the system. 2. Complete the project risk assessment report according to the template provided by the system. Detailed. Clear. A 5-star customer means that the other person is very trustworthy. saving him the need to investigate personal information, and the system can also help him investigate other people's credit. Just a bit expensive. Once, 10,000. At this price, you can only get one rating. If you want detailed information, the price is 1 million per person, and it can only be commercial information. Content is limited. Therefore, if you investigate the average person, they will definitely lose their blood. But for awesome people, this is a bargain price, and can even be used to find evidence of the other party's commercial crimes. The effect is very powerful, but the early stage is completely useless. Can't afford it. Even, he also thought about doing credit checks for others. 2 million at a time, and make 1 million. However, after thinking about it, forget it. It's okay if you know about this kind of thing. If you do it like that, it would be weird if the other party doesn't retaliate against you if they find out. Check the contact information. Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Dongqing's number. Try to finalize the contract at noon, to avoid long nights and many dreams. Qingyan City. Development Zone. Qingdong Machinery Processing Factory. Although it was National Day, the processing plant with a large business volume did not stop work. General Manager's office. Zhang Dongqing walked around in his office with a sad look on his face. A comrade called to introduce a big order and told him that the order was very reliable. The other party is an auto parts manufacturing factory. Once done, the business will increase. But you must have a certain level of strength. Therefore, a deposit of 300,000 is required. In later generations, ordinary people who hear this model and rhetoric will definitely say that it is probably a scam, but in reality this model is indeed very common. At first, Zhang Dongqing was still a little hesitant. But when I think about the fateful relationship between myself and my comrades, I feel relieved. Think of it as a unique opportunity. Only, I bought several new pieces of equipment with my own money, and after paying the workers' wages in the past 2 days, there were tens of thousands of dollars left in the account, which was far from enough for the deposit. Some orders I'm making now. The next accounting period is at the end of this month. It's basically useless. There are only 3 days until the payment date, and the day after tomorrow is the 3rd. The other party has to pay before getting off work, and it must be in cash. You can borrow money, but 3 days is too tight. Last night, I was having dinner with some bosses. Then, I mentioned that I wanted to borrow some money. His reputation has always been good. He has never cheated anyone, and he is very down-to-earth in business. He rarely asks people to borrow money. But it doesn't seem to be a coincidence. They're all quite tight on money. I can't even get it together. To this, he could only think of another way. Only, made a few phone calls. I don't know why I'm so nervous. He didn't know whether they didn't want to borrow it or were really short money. One of them, the owner of a clothing factory, promised to borrow it, but he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. It will be 1 day late. Definitely not. Just when Zhang Dongqing was thinking about borrowing money from a loan shark, the phone on the table rang. When he went over to see it, it was an unfamiliar number, but he didn't think much about it. Pick it up and pick it up. I am Zhang Dongqing. Who are you? Zhang Dongqing greeted in a formal manner. Hello, Boss Zhang. I heard that you have encountered financial difficulties recently. I am an unsecured loan. The monthly interest is only 1%. I can only borrow for 1 month. I don't know if you're interested. Tang Qing said nervously what he had already prepared. Although this is not my first time doing sales. When I was working in small loans in my previous life, I called people every day. At most, I called hundreds of people a day. Most of them were rejected with curses. Already used to it. This time it involved a system task, so he had no choice but to be careless. There was even some drumming in my heart. If the other party refused outright, the atmosphere would be awkward. This is the recommended customer of the system. Tang Qing didn't hide it, and directly showed the bottom line. 1% monthly interest is simply impossible in private lending these days. It is completely angel interest, and it is impossible for Zhang Dongqing to counteroffer. Of course I'm interested. I don't know how much you can borrow. Zhang Dongqing was stunned. To know, private loans are basically 1.5% or above 2%. If it is a loan shark, there is no certainty. He is a little suspicious of a liar. But the idea was immediately thrown out the window. What's the lie? Money? He is a lender, So if he wants to be deceived, he is also deceived by the lender. Besides, he is not a soft persimmon. Several of his comrades are in the law enforcement system. At least, in this land, can't suffer a big loss. As for how the other party knew that he needed money, he didn't think much about it. He just thought that the boss who drank last night revealed it. Think of this. Zhang Dongqing felt that there was something interesting. At this time, then I heard the other person say, "It depends on how much you want to borrow, Boss Zhang, but it can't exceed 500,000. It could be cash or transfer." Tang Qing said slowly. The system said it was no more than 70%, which is 350,000. But you have to show some strength. Although the strength of these hundreds of thousands seems a bit ridiculous to him. Okay, I want to borrow 300,000 in cash. I don't know where we will meet. By the way, what's your surname? Zhang Dongqing was relieved when he heard that he could borrow 500,000 or in cash. Big holiday. Bank break. It's best to have cash. Tang from the Tang dynasty. Let's meet at the Sichuan and Chongqing restaurant opposite the main entrance of People's Park at noon. Just bring your ID card and copy. Tang Qing said. No problem. See you then. Zhang Dongqing promised with a smile. See you at noon. He finished. Tang Qing hung up the phone. Having put on the party posture, at this time, you still need to put on some airs. Being friendly and polite is not suitable for all occasions. This time, in order to quickly complete this first task, Tang Qing did not increase the interest rate to make a difference. Because he has no interest in making money from interest in the future. As a reborn person, making money by lending money is simply a shame in his opinion. There are many businesses that can be done with starting capital. With foresight, how come there is no money to be made? If you focus on making money from interest, wouldn't you become a loan shark? This is not what he wants. And the people the system can recommend are people with excellent credit. This kind of person, if you encounter difficulties, you can help if you can. Anyway, he does not have to bear any liability for breach of contract for the customers recommended by the system. You can make friends with these people with excellent credit, and you can also do business together in the future. You don't have to worry about the other party cheating you. This kind of business partner. I can't even find it even with a lantern. No people, no faces, but don't know hearts. He has seen or heard of a lot of intrigues in business. Finding a reliable partner is easy. There is no cost to making friends with them. If there is any cost, it is probably just a few meals, a little phone bill, and time. It was a huge profit. Hey, wrong. Tang Qing suddenly reacted. Could it be that the system did it on purpose? Or rather, this is the purpose of the system to recommend customers. Let him pass the mission. Make friends with some people with good credit to provide support for his future career development, and then use the remaining external loans to exercise his risk control capabilities. There may be other considerations. It's just that he couldn't think of it for a while. Think about it too. This kind of thing, which is completely risk-free, does not serve the purpose of training people. So how can the system lack that little interest? It seems now, the system has a different meaning. After all, such a stunning system will not do boring things or issue boring tasks. There must be a reason for every step. Making friends may be one of the reasons. As for whether there are other purposes, it is unknown. Anyway, he just knows that the system will not harm him. Next, Tang Qing started walking on the pedestrian street. After listening to the sales assistants talking about it just now, he noticed that his appearance was indeed a bit shabby, especially since he had to meet customers next. If it goes by like this, then his previous life would have been in vain. For the first customer, Tang Qing attaches great importance to it. He bought a set of clothes and shoes on the pedestrian street, which cost him more than 2,000 yuan. Do the math. I've spent more than 9,000 since I left home today. I had never been so luxurious in my previous life, but the money was so easy to come by, and since it was not wasted, I didn't feel too bad about it. It's still early. After buying clothes, Tang Qing took a taxi back to his uncle's house. I washed the dirty clothes, by the way. Although he was rich, he was not so luxurious as to throw away his dirty clothes. In his opinion, those shoes were just a little worn and faded. Can still be worn. At a little after 11 o'clock, Tang Qing took a taxi and came to this restaurant. Welcome. A male waiter came up and smiled. Tang Qing remembered that the person who came to receive them at the beginning of the year was a pretty little girl, but the memory was a little old, and she had long forgotten what she looked like. "Are there any private rooms?" Tang Qing said. "If there is no private room, you'll have to find another hotel. This is not illegal. No need to be secretive, but cash transactions are definitely not suitable for discussions in the lobby." "Yes, I wonder how many guests there are," the waiter said enthusiastically. 2 to 3 or more. Tang Qing was a little unsure. "I don't know if the other party will bring someone to drink, or someone like a driver or a secretary or a finance person could come. Customers like this who can't even afford 300,000 yuan should not be assigned a driver or secretary. But it is a large cash transaction after all. Again, with people I don't know well. The other party shouldn't be bold enough to come alone." But this also gave him a wake-up call. It would be best to find a bodyguard in the future. The customers recommended by the system are okay, but it is quite dangerous to rashly trade with the customers you find yourself. Tang Qing took note of the matter of finding a bodyguard. "This way, please." The male waiter led Tang Qing to the private room with the Mingyue Hall on the second floor. There was a TV on the wall, and an unknown Hong Kong martial arts movie disc was playing. Anyway, he hasn't seen it. Tang Qing randomly ordered a few special dishes and a few bottles of beer. Not much in total, just over 400 yuan. Standing in front of the restaurant window, Tang Qing looked at the hurried pedestrians on the roadside and fell into deep thought. The first task. It also means that I have completely said goodbye to my previous ordinary life, and my life will go on a journey of unknown direction. It is unclear whether the future will be dangerous or smooth. This is a different life. He wants to win. He must win for the sake of the people he loves and to fight back against the almost fucked up life in his previous life. This may be his mission in this life. Hope he can live up to this life. Slowly, Tang Qing's thoughts didn't know where they were going. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, the ringing of the mobile phone placed on the windowsill brought Tang Qing back to reality. This old-fashioned telephone booth-like ringing tone was specially chosen by him. Know why? I just feel this rapid and sharp sound. It can remind people to answer the phone quickly and get into work mode immediately. It's like doing sales exercises and shouting slogans in the morning. Remind your body and mind to get ready for work. "Hey, Brother Tang, I'm at the door of the restaurant. Where are you?" Zhang Dongxing's voice came from the phone. "I'm in the Mingyue Hall on the second floor. You could just come up." "Okay." Soon, 2 people came in. The middle-aged man in front looks like a boss. He is not fat, but even a little thin. He looks very energetic and capable, carrying a black leather bag. Later, then he was followed by a sturdy man. His eyes were shining brightly. It's not simple at first glance, but he looks upright and doesn't look like a bad person. I just don't know if it's a bodyguard or a driver, but considering that Zhang Dongxing can't even afford 300,000 yuan, he probably hasn't hired a bodyguard yet. Tang Qing gave a conclusion that made Zhang Dongxing heartbroken. Maybe they are friends. Zhang Dongxing entered the private room. He saw a young man who was younger than his son. In an instant, he realized that this was the other person, but he didn't think he was Tang Qing yet. "Hello, I'm Zhang Dongxing." Zhang Dongxing said hurriedly. "Tang Qing." Tang Qing replied with a smile. "You are Tang Qing. Where are your adults?" Zhang Dongxing said in surprise. "It's just me, Boss Zhang, sit down." Tang Qing made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Dongxing looked and saw that there was indeed no one else in the room. There was inevitably a murmur in my heart. The mouth is hairless, not doing things well. He had no doubts about Tang Qing's financial resources, but he was not sure about his motives. "Who is this?" Tang Qing glanced at the big man behind Zhang Dongxing. "This is a friend of mine. I'm worried about such a big deal. I have to find someone to advise me. I hope my brother won't take offense." Zhang Dongxing introduced. "It's okay." Then, the two sat down. Not much pleasantries were exchanged. Get to the point. I won't beat around the bush, and let's get down to business first. I brought 300,000 in cash. The interest is 1% per month, and the loan is only for 1 month. Today is 1 month from now. With interest, you have to repay a total of 303,000. It must not be overdue. An additional 5,000 will be added for each day overdue. You can also pay back in advance without reducing interest. Tang Qing laid out all the conditions as soon as he came up. Contract. There will definitely be measures to deal with breach of contract. The system has no regulations. He added it himself. He didn't care about the liquidated damages of 5,000 yuan per day. It was just a number to remind Zhang Dongxing not to overdo, otherwise there would be no punishment. That's what makes people suspicious. Zhang Dongxing did not answer directly, but I thought about it carefully, no collateral and other conditions. The interest rate is simply not too low. Unlike other private loans, many require a guarantor, and sometimes valuables such as real estate certificates and cars are required as collateral. Although the default clause is a bit different from a general loan contract. As far as he knew, general loans were charged based on percentage or compound interest. But that's okay. Anyway, he wasn't prepared to pay it back, so it would be different. Taken together, Tang Qing's conditions are simply pie in the sky. It's just that he didn't understand how such a good thing could come to him. So he directly asked his doubts. Tang Qing smiled slightly, said, Haha, I knew Boss Zhang would ask this. First of all, my money has been able to generate profits with you, so it's not nothing. Secondly, Boss Zhang's character is well known in the industry. Brag. Always right. One listen. Zhang Dongqing couldn't help but feel weird. For a young man who was as old as his son, praising him like this was a little different from exchanging business praise with other friends. All right, the reason is quite appropriate. Okay, then wish us a happy life. Zhang Dongqing laughed. Okay, he said. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he took out the contract given by the system. Take a look. If there's no problem, just fill in your identity information and sign. Make it in duplicate. In the contract, Tang Qing is the creditor. There was nothing wrong with the system. He had filled in everything he was supposed to do, but Zhang Dongqing needed to fill in his name, ID number, home address, loan purpose, etc. Since it is a cash transaction, no transfer voucher is required. Even the receipt is included in the contract by the system, which save a lot of trouble. Zhang Dongqing looked at the contract in his hand. I was also surprised. Produced by the system. How could it be bad? The entire contract showed the loan relationship between the two people in the most concise and uncontroversial terms. With his eyes that had been looking at the contract for many years, he could not find any controversial or fishy aspects. Read the entire contract terms and conditions. Found no problem at all. Zhang Dongqing immediately started filling in the information and signing. After a few minutes, the loan contract was finally signed. Tang Qing took the money he had just withdrawn from the chair next to him and handed it to Zhang Dongqing. The money was packed in a black plastic bag brought from home. 300,000 is actually not too much, and it's not like Zhang Dongqing has never seen it before. After confirming it is correct, Zhang Dongqing signed his name on the receipt part of the contract. Tang Qing had a smile on his face. The entire process is now complete. It's just that I still have a report I haven't written yet. The content of the report is mainly an investigation and risk analysis of the specific use of the money. This is what he needs to inquire about in the subsequent conversation. Let the waiter serve the food. After a few minutes, the dishes were all served. By the way, Mr. Zhang, what are you using the money for? Tang Qing asked seemingly unintentionally. Although the purpose is stated in the contract, but not entirely. You need to understand the whole ins and outs. It's like this, a comrade of mine. It turns out that Mr. Zhang is still a veteran. How did you save him? How was that car factory's ability to close orders? How was the business of Mr. Zhang's factory this year? That's it. Tang Qing slowly figured out the specific uses of the money and most of the risks that the money might face. He interspersed these questions in a large number of chat topics. It seems very natural and casual. He also made many such reports in his previous life. As long as the information is sufficient, it's actually quite easy to write. Several major risk points have been controlled, and the basic problems are not major. They are also faced with customers recommended by the system. Otherwise, it would not be just these problems. If he finds clients himself, including the other party's family situation, job, industry status, industry prospects, personal or corporate debt management status, etc. Many influencing factors must be asked clearly. That's the real worry. The workload is huge. Even after the investigation is completed, the other party may not necessarily be telling the truth. Tang Qing has seen too many falsehoods. Hard to guard against. An hour later. Finished eating. Enjoy your stay. One solved the funding problem, and the other basically completed the task. Because I have something to do in the afternoon. Therefore, each person only drank 2 bottles of beer. Period. Tang Qing knew that Zheng Xiu was also Zhang Dongqing's comrade-in-arms. A few years younger than Zhang Dongqing, he retired from the army a few years later than him, and now works in the next county bureau. He is on the same level as his uncle and is studying at the party school in the city these days. There may be a promotion next. As for the position, Zheng Xiu himself didn't know. The moment he knew the other party's information, Tang Qing was even a little scared instinctively, but he suppressed it in an instant. He was not breaking the law, so what was he afraid of? There was no usury. I'm just worried that the other party will check me, and I can't explain many things clearly. He didn't dare to talk about his uncle, lest they get to know each other. If he called him, he would be dumbfounded, but now that he had come this far, what else could be done? Bite the bullet and keep walking. After lunch, after leaving each other's mobile phone numbers, Zhang Dongqing left in a hurry with Zheng Xiu. He plans to pay the money this afternoon to avoid long nights and nightmares. As for repayment, he wasn't worried, not to mention the profit of this order. Just this month, more than this amount of other orders have been credited. After deducting salary, more than 400,000 yuan is left. So he didn't worry about not paying the money at all. This is why he agreed to the liquidated damages of 5,000 a day without even bargaining. Leave the hotel. Tang Qing did not go home. Instead, take a walk in the People's Park opposite. The weather was quite hot, so Tang Qing bought an ice cream cone and ate it while walking. The system task is half completed. The contract is recycled and archived by the system. This is one of the small functions of the system. As long as it is a contract related to system loans, it can be transferred to the system for safekeeping. If needed later, it can be withdrawn at any time. Very convenient. As for the risk assessment report, the system requires paper. He planned to go home and write again in the evening. Anyway, even if he completed this task, he would not be able to level up, so he was not in a hurry. As he walked, he thought about the remaining loan and how he could make money. The first thing to think about is doing business. Just what business? He never thought about internet cafes, supermarkets, and the like. It was possible to do this 5 years ago, but now, the rate of return is too low. The most important thing is that he has to go to school, has no time to take care of it, and can't find anyone he can trust to help him. Went around the park several times. Tang Qing didn't even think of a way. Just when he was about to go home first, he suddenly stopped when he looked at the Sichuan and Chongqing restaurant for lunch. Yes, you can open a restaurant. Not myself, but someone does. He thought of his good friend in his previous life, Li Kai. His family started out as a catering business. He clearly remembered that Li Kai's father would open a Sichuan restaurant on Qingshui Road in the south of the city in a month. It is the largest gathering place for migrant workers in the city. There are many factories and residential buildings nearby. In addition, Li Kai's father was good at craftsmanship and in a good location. The business was so good that he paid back his capital within half a year. This was after buying the shop, so you can imagine how much money he made. At last, 9 years, during the expansion and demolition of Qingyan City, the hotel was demolished and a few more houses were lost. Later, 10 years, Li Kai's father sold all the houses he had hoarded. I cashed out more than 10 million and bought a large shop in a newly built building next to Hongqi Market, with 3 floors and nearly 1,000 square meters. I opened a seafood restaurant. The business is getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it even became a chain. Before Rebirth, Li Kai's family already has assets of nearly 1 billion yuan. Later, Li Kai's father also joined the CPPCC in Qingyan City. His only son, Li Kai, was a rich second generation. Every time he went back, he invited Tang Qing to eat and drink, but after work, Tang Qing rarely went back. Li Kai is a very good person. The two have always been good friends. Li Kai invited Tang Qing to their company several times, but Tang Qing understood that friends would become sour if they got involved in a superior-subordinate relationship, and he didn't believe that he could not get along well. He refused every time. This is not the point. The point is that he heard that Li Kai's family was short of funds at this time. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the more he felt it could be done. Not only can he complete the task, but he can also find a place to appreciate his own money, which he just doesn't have time for. In fact, it's not that he really wants to make much money, he just doesn't want the money to sit idle. And it doesn't take up your own time. Just do it if you want to do it. Time is really running out. Immediately, Tang Qing hurriedly took a taxi home. Looked through the textbook to find the phone number. Finally, I found Li Kai's home phone number on the last page of the high school Chinese textbook. Li Kai's family. Li Jianguo smoked cigarettes one by one in his bedroom with a sad face. Since his wife fell ill and died last year, he has been taking care of his son at home. He had some savings from running a restaurant in another province, so he was not in a hurry to go out and make money to support his family. But I can't just keep doing nothing. There's also a son to take care of. I was ready to return to my old job and open a restaurant. After investigating for more than half a month, he faced a difficult choice. One location was good, but too expensive, and the money was not enough. The other one was enough money, but he was very greedy when looking at the previous one. Hey, what were you looking for? Li Kai, who was watching TV, picked up the phone on the coffee table next to him. Li Kai, that's me. Who are you? Li Kai asked. He had never seen this unfamiliar number before. The key is the mobile phone number. Although mobile phones have become more popular now, they're not cheap. There are usually only a few people looking for him, and they all use the landline at home. I heard that this is indeed Li Kai's home. Tang Qing was also relieved. Just don't change the phone number. I'm Tang Qing. Is your dad at home? It turns out it's you, old Tang. You're celebrating the holidays. Why did you come to me if you didn't find your childhood sweetheart? By the way, my dad is at home. What's the matter? Li Kai joked. The whole class knew that Tang Qing had a childhood sweetheart. Often tease him. The teacher even specially called Uncle Tang Qing to go to school and asked him to urge Tang Qing to learn not to fall in love prematurely. Just be at home. Just be at home. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tell your dad that I have something to do with him. We'll talk about it later. You tell me your home address first. I don't know where you live yet. Seeing that Tang Qing was obviously in a hurry, Li Kai then told his home address. Put down the phone. Right now. Li Jianguo came out of the bedroom. Kaizi, who's calling? It's from one of my classmates, Tang Qing. He said he has something to ask you and asked you to wait for him at home, but he didn't say what it was. Li Kai replied. Already in his third year of high school, he dislikes the title Kaizi very much. But who calls the other person his father? Just call. Did you do something wrong? Li Jianguo asked. Find a parent. In his opinion, it is usually a complaint. How is it possible that if I did something wrong, I would let him come to my house? Li Kai looked at his father innocently. When he was a child, classmates who were bullied by him often came to visit him. As he grew older, he no longer had any interest in bullying others. As long as you didn't commit any crime. Li Jianguo nodded. Then suddenly I remembered something. Tang Qing? Is that the classmate you mentioned who has a baby daddy? Li Jianguo also heard that his son's classmate had a baby daddy, which is why he had an impression of Tang Qing. Yes, he looks very anxious and nagging. Li Kai nodded. It didn't take long. A taxi stopped in the alley outside Li Kai's house. Tang Qing glanced at Li Kai's slightly dilapidated old house, stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. It was Li Kai who greeted Tang Qing. Li Kai was not tall, only 1.6 meters tall. Tang Qing, who was familiar with the development of later generations, knew that this guy would continue to grow in the next few years, and finally grew to almost 1.9 meters, and he became much more handsome, young and wealthy, tall and handsome Li Kai. I don't know how many romantic debts I incurred later. Since he didn't go out today, and the weather was hot, Li Kai just put on shorts and a pair of slippers and came out shirtless. He glanced at Tang Qing in surprise. He was very surprised. After seeing him for just a few days, this guy seemed to have turned white. He was wearing expensive-looking clothes, which was a bit different from Tang Qing, who who was wearing school uniform before. However, it can still be confirmed that this guy is Tang Qing. So he stepped forward and patted Tang Qing on the shoulder and said, "Holy shit, old Tang. He's getting more and more handsome as he gets older. He's getting a little whiter. You can't tell, but he still looks like a demon dog dressed like this. Yeah, he's just a little bit more handsome than someone else, a little bit whiter, a little bit taller, and just a little bit better at studying." Tang Qing, who was familiar with Li Kai's character, immediately countered. "Okay, coming quickly, it's so hot outside." Li Kai scolded with a smile. He didn't answer Tang Qing's words. Who told the other party to tell the truth? In the end, it's hard to compete with the younger brothers. If it gets to that point, it's really shameless. Enter the courtyard. Li Kai's family is not big, but the yard is not small. There's also a plot of land inside that grows some seasonal vegetables, which look pretty good. Entered the room. Tang Qing met Li Jiangguo. "You are Tang Qing. Come and sit down and eat fruit. I heard Li Kai say that you were a good friend before. Did Li Kai say that you were looking for me?" Li Jiangguo waved to Tang Qing and said with a smile, "Yes, I heard Li Kai say before that my uncle wants to open a restaurant, right?" Tang Qing said straight to the point. "Yes, I have this plan. What's wrong?" Li Jiangguo asked. "He's such an uncle. I wonder if he needs investment?" Tang Qing said after taking a sip of the tea made by Li Kai. "Why aren't your adults here?" Li Jiangguo was immediately happy when he heard about the investment. "This is my own business. I'm going to train. I wonder how much my uncle is short of." Tang Qing said seriously. "Yourself." Li Jiangguo said in shock. What a wealthy family this is. Only then can he give his children, who are still in their third year of high school, so much money to exercise. He couldn't be lying to him. But looking at the way Tang Qing was dressed and the fact that he was his son's classmate, it was impossible for him to trick him on such a thing. "Yes, I can completely make the decision, and my family will not intervene. Let's talk about your plan first." Li Jiangguo looked at Tang Qing. After making sure he wasn't joking, taking a deep breath, he started talking. "I have my eye on a shop in the west part of the city. The original owner's child got into trouble and killed someone with his car. He needed to compensate the family of the other party hundreds of thousands, so he wanted to sublet it. He signed a 5-year contract and has paid 2 years of rent, totaling 360,000 yuan, including the first decoration, transfer fees, etc. He wants 850,000 yuan. I want to see it. The decoration and layout are very good. After taking the inventory, we can tidy up and recruit some people. If we can quickly open it, it can be opened in 2 weeks at most. If we have a good talk, we may be able to negotiate for 800,000 yuan. Li Jiangguo took a sip of water and continued. "But uncle currently only has 300,000 yuan, which is far from enough. There's another house opposite it that only costs 500,000 yuan. The location is good, but it is only a 2-story self-built house. It is not rented but sold. Uncle can probably raise 200,000 yuan by himself, so there is no need for a partner. But based on my many years of experience, I am very optimistic about the 850,000 yuan house, so I have been having a headache these days." After finishing speaking, Li Jiangguo took a sip of water. Looking at Tang Qing, he had also asked a few good friends before if they were interested in forming a partnership, but none of them were interested. I think the risk is relatively high. In addition, hundreds of thousands at this time is not a small amount, and ordinary families cannot afford it. As for borrowing, he tried that too. It's just that although he is a good person, his taste in looking at friends is obviously no better than others, and he finds various excuses for each one. In other words, Tang Qing is his last straw. Now, the key is to see if the other party has the capital. What you lack is not just a little bit. Tang Qing was also thinking about what Li Jiangguo just said. Pretty much what he thought. It's just that in his previous life, Li Jiangguo probably didn't have enough money, so he chose the place with 500,000 yuan. He also had some impression of the one with 850,000 yuan. After all, it was right across the street. It seemed that it was a hot pot restaurant later, and the business was booming. He even went there with his uncle and his family several times to eat. But now that it's here, judging from Li Jiangguo's tone, although it would be difficult to come up with 500,000 yuan, it is not impossible. Think about it too. In the end, Li Jiangguo bought the store. At this time, Tang Qing was of course leaning towards the 850,000 yuan store. Otherwise, he would really have nothing to do with it. I think otherwise, we will need the one with 850,000 yuan. I will pay 500,000 yuan, of which 200,000 yuan will be lent to you. It can only be used for 1 month. After 1 month, I will use the money for other purposes. The interest will be 1%. I will charge a penalty of 500 yuan for every day overdue. The remaining 300,000 yuan will be considered as my shareholding. It means that my uncle will pay 500,000 yuan and I will pay 300,000 yuan, and we can pay in cash immediately. If we can't negotiate the 800,000 yuan, I will pay the extra. This plan not only completes the task, but also allows you to invest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of which, Tang Qing was still a little distressed, because I have already withdrawn 10,000 yuan to buy an outfit, and I only have 190,000 yuan in my account. Calculating my experience, I will be able to upgrade next month. In the next month, that is December, I will have a monthly personal loan limit of 200,000 yuan, because the quota will not be increased immediately after the system upgrade. It will be issued the following month, once the current month's limit is overdraft. Even $1 will be calculated as overdraft. Overall, taking out 300,000 yuan by yourself is equivalent to an overdraft of 10,000 yuan in December, which will result in a loss of 100,000 yuan in personal loans by then. But I can't control that much now. Besides, I may still have some use for it in the future. So let's take it as little as possible and solve the immediate matter first. I'd like to ask, can your family really agree to such a big project? Li Jianguo asked. In his opinion, those terms were nothing. The interest was low and the liquidated damages were not high. It was only 500 a day. It seemed relatively high, but compared to the future income of this hotel, it was not high, and he didn't intend to overdo it. Then the business will start. With such a big hotel there, even if he asked others to borrow it, he could borrow 200,000 yuan. But how can this kid decide with such a huge amount of funds? Uncle Lee, it's only a few 100,000. I can make the decision, so don't worry. As long as we negotiate over there, you can get the money at any time. Tang Qing said confidently that you have to pretend when it's time to pretend. Then I won't be pretentious. I wish us a happy cooperation. You and I will go look at the shop together later. Otherwise, it will be bad if he sells it. Li Jianguo said with a smile. Although my heart is still a little drumming. But since Tang Qing dares to be so blatant, there should be no problem. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Once the negotiation is completed, the funds from my side will be available soon. Tang Qing said. Then I'll contact the boss first. He shouldn't have sublet it out yet. After all, it's only been a few days since the news was announced. After solving the financial problem, Li Jianguo felt that the big stone in his heart was finally relieved. The whole body is full of energy. Yes, Tang Qing was also anxious to avoid a long night and many dreams. There isn't much free time left. As for the later management and benefit distribution issues, don't worry. We will talk about it later. At this time, Li Kai on the side was already dumbfounded. Why are my classmates so rich? When he asked for hundreds of thousands, he said it as easily as tens of dollars, which frightened him who never had more than $100 in his pocket. He knew that Tang Qing's parents were selling clothes, but he didn't know how big they were. He only heard Tang Qing mention it and didn't ask too many questions, otherwise he would definitely find the loopholes in Tang Qing's words. But Li Kai was also very happy. I saw my father frowning a few days ago. He later asked if he knew what was going on, but what solution could he come up with? Seeing that Tang Qing helped his father solve his troubles today, he was extremely happy. But at this moment, what I was thinking about was not gratitude, but I must kill this kid severely. 1 meal, no, 10 barbecue meals, hot pot, and cheating. At this time, Li Kai's heart had already drifted into the distance. Soon, the 3 of them took a ride to the location of the store. From the outside, the location and decoration here are quite good. Through the large glass, you can see that the decoration inside is very good, but it is empty without tables, chairs, and benches. There is no store sign either. Fortunately, it didn't die. Otherwise, it will have to be dismantled next. Many shops around are also being renovated, and some have even opened. Directly opposite the store is a large number of small buildings with uneven levels. There's a road in the middle. There's a distinct sense of city and town. Due to the large number of migrant workers and the concentration of factories, there's a lot of foot traffic. From the door, he also saw the place opposite where Li Jiangguo, a later generation, opened a restaurant. It is also a restaurant now, but it is just a Hunan cuisine restaurant, which looks like it has few restaurants. At this time, Tang Qing also noticed a fat middle-aged man standing at the door of the store, wearing glasses. When the other party saw Li Jiangguo and his party, he came over immediately. "Jiangguo, here you are. What have you been up to recently?" The middle-aged man greeted warmly. He and Li Jiangguo have known each other for more than 10 years and are very familiar with each other. Although Li Jiangguo only opened a small restaurant before, his craftsmanship cannot be measured by the size of the restaurant. After all, everyone always has a special dish that they are extremely good at. Therefore, every New Year, when Li Jiangguo comes back, he will set aside a day to pay New Year greetings. As usual, I've been taking care of the children at home since I came back, growing vegetables and raising flowers. Li Jiangguo said with a smile. He didn't ask about the children, which would be too disrespectful. If you want to help a friend, the real thing is to take the store next. Xiao Kai, you're here too. Jube Gruntayer. How are you studying? The middle-aged man turned to Li Kai again. Hello, uncle. My grades are not bad. It shouldn't be a problem to get into college. Li Kai said helplessly. He hates people asking him about his grades. But he also knew that at his age, why would others ask if they didn't ask about his grades? I can only complain secretly in my heart. This is Yang Chengjun, Boss Yang, and this is Tang Qing, my partner. Li Jiangguo introduced Tang Qing to Yang Chengjun. Yang Chengjun also noticed Tang Qing, who came with Li Jiangguo before. He thought it was a junior coming to see the world. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a partner. Hello. You started helping your family with the business at such a young age. You are so sensible. Unlike that boy in our family who always knows how to cause trouble. Yang Chengjun praised. People are more likely to die than others. You have to throw it away when comparing things. His son caused him trouble all the time. He just hoped that the court would give him a lighter sentence so that his son would not be too old when he was released. Boss Yang, you're welcome. I'm just relying on the shadow of my father's generation to make a small fuss. Tang Qing said modestly. When I was your age, I was far behind you. Yang Chengjun sighed. At this time, he couldn't help but think of his son in the detention center, but he did not forget today's theme and said, Okay, let me show you around here first. I am here. Then, Tang Qing and his party followed Yang Chengjun to visit the store. This was originally intended to be a hot pot restaurant, and the decoration is very nice. According to Yang Chengjun, he personally visited some large hotels in the capital to inspect and learn from the interior design, and decided on this decoration style based on his own abilities and costs. Yang Chengjun was originally full of confidence to make a lot of money. He was so deceived by his own unlucky child. Everything is made into a wedding dress for others. Although the other party paid the bill for this, it was not for free. But compared to the possible profits in the future, it almost made his heart bleed. But, all for the children. Tang Qing looked at it carefully. Very satisfied. It will not be out of date for at least 5 years. Looking at the decoration effect and materials, it seems that the decoration cost of hundreds of thousands is not false. If rented, just make some simple modifications and it's ready for business. Fortunately, the other party hasn't bought tables and chairs yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use those hot pot tables. With the preliminary preparations, material procurement, licenses, personnel recruitment, and publicity, it can be done in more than 2 weeks. How's it going? Are you satisfied? Yang Chengjun said to Li Jiangguo after taking the three of them upstairs and downstairs for a careful walk. Li Jiangguo looked at Tang Qing. Although he is the largest shareholder, Tang Qing is the largest investor. The most important thing is that he is not greedy to control the controlling stake, but lends money to himself. This attitude of knowing how to advance and retreat at this age makes Li Jiangguo somewhat admired. so he must consider Tang Qing's opinion. Boss Yang, what do you say about the price? Tang Qing saw a change in the way Yang Chengjun looked at him, but he didn't care and asked him the question he was most concerned about. Although I knew it before, but still have to confirm. The fixed price is 850,000, not a penny less. Yang Chengjun said firmly. To be honest, the entire store cost me nearly 750,000 yuan, and I still had to earn 100,000 yuan from the price of 850,000 yuan. That's quite a lot. But compared to the fact that he was busy and renovated for more than a month without generating any income, he didn't think he made much money. Manpower was also a cost. He was still the boss, so it was normal for the cost to be higher. There were a few friends who wanted to take over before. It's just that the bids were too low. The highest was only 750,000. He even made a counteroffer to 810,000, but he probably calculated that he needed the money urgently and was unwilling to add a penny more. So, in the end, he failed to negotiate. Been in business for so many years. Of course, Yang Chengjun knew that the other party wanted to give him a try and lower the price, but the price was really unacceptable to him. Tang Qing glanced at Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo immediately understood and said, "This asking price is a bit high. Although the location is good and the decoration is okay, we don't like this style. We will continue to decorate many places in the future, which is another expense. 750,000 is about the same. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. This money is not all my own. Due to emotions and reasons, he must also show an attitude of trying to lower the price in front of Tang Qing. I won't sell it for less than 850,000 yuan. Yang Chengjun said firmly. Boss Yang, we don't want to pay you back by asking for high prices. I really want this store. I don't want to say anything like 750,000 or 760,000. Don't insist on your 850,000. The fixed price is 800,000. We won't pay even 1 cent more. As long as you agree, the money will be in your hands after signing the contract, and it will be in cash. How about it? Tang Qing immediately stood up and said. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Yang Chengjun said no more. Instead, think about your own gains and losses. 800,000, no loss, just 50,000 suddenly lost. He was still very unwilling to accept it. Looking at Tang Qing's firm face, as if it was really the last condition, Yang Chengjun was also shaken. That's it. Why do you care so much? Thinking about his son who only knew how to spend money, and Tang Qing who was experienced in dealing with things across the street. He envied Tang Qing's parents very much. Let's make a good relationship. Yang Chengjun sighed and said, I agree, but the money must arrive in the afternoon. I'll call the landlord later and we'll sign the contract directly. No problem. Let's prepare the money first, and we'll sign the contract here in an hour. How about it? Tang Qing said. Okay, I'll prepare the contract and contact the landlord. The store is rented out. Yang Chengjun suddenly felt Rela said, no matter what, let's deal with our son's affairs first. Just after paying the compensation, although it can't be said that it cost him his life, it can still be regarded as a serious injury. His son lost nearly half of his fortune in one mistake. He can only make money slowly. What else can he do? Immediately, the three of them left the store. Yang Chengjun went to prepare materials and contact the landlord. Tang Qing, on the other hand, is preparing to complete the loan agreement with Li Jiangguo first. Arriving at Uncle Tang Qing's house, Tang Qing went up to get the money and contract. Li Jiangguo and his son were waiting for him in a taxi outside the community. Soon, Li Jiangguo saw Tang Qing carrying a wine box, covered with black plastic bag. He immediately realized that it contained 500,000 cash. Think of this. Li Jiangguo's heart could not help but beat rapidly. It wasn't that I had any bad thoughts. I was just shocked when I saw a high school student take out 500,000 in cash from his uncle's house. Tang Qing revealed his uncle's identity before, which also made Li Jiangguo relieved. Otherwise, a business without a grown-up presence. Everyone can't help but murmur in their hearts. Li Jiangguo thought he understood something. It seems like this. Although Tang Qing is not a second-generation official, The public security is, after all, a very powerful law enforcement department and has huge power for a common person. And a deputy director is definitely a big official for Li Jiangguo. Subsequently, Tang Qing and Li Jiangguo, father and son, went to his home to sign the contract. Get money, by the way. The moment he signed the contract, Tang Qing looked at his personal information. Host name, Tang Qing level. Level 1 experience. 25/100 this month's loan limit. 50/500 000 personal limit this month. 30/100 000 assets that can be withdrawn. 80,000 spirit. 51 plus 15 physique. 49 plus 15 origin chi value. 15 next month. Wait for Zhang Dongqing and Li Jiangguo to pay back the money. You can get 50 experience points. After finishing the report tonight, plus the 5 experience points from completing task 1, you'll have 80 experience points, and you can upgrade with another 20 points. I just don't know what the task will be next month. After all, the system's tasks will only be updated after the assessment on the 1st of every month. Half an hour later, after signing the contract and verifying that the funds are correct, Tang Qing and his party returned to the shop. At this time, Yang Changjun was chatting with a rich middle-aged woman who looked unusually dressed and had several rings of necklaces of unknown material. After a few simple greetings, come to the point. With capital verification included, the contract was signed in just half an hour. Yang Changjun said he would like to invite him to dinner next time and left in a hurry with 800,000 in cash. He had to quickly get a letter of understanding from the other party's family to avoid a long night of nightmares. According to traffic accidents resulting in death, as long as there is no escape, the punishment is generally less than 3 years. If the family members understand, the punishment can be lighter. The key is that his son was so frightened that he hit someone and ran away. He hated this son who failed to live up to his expectations. This would have resulted in at least 3 years in prison. Fortunately, it was not for escaping and causing death. In that case, he would have been sentenced to more than 7 years. The landlord signs the contract. After praising Tang Qing for a few words, he left. Tang Qing heard that he was going to play cards, and he had lost a lot of money recently due to bad luck. Otherwise, Yang Qingjun would not be allowed to pay 2 years' rent in advance. If Yang Qingjun wasn't really optimistic about this store, and he also had some money, and the landlord made big concessions on the contract period and rent increase, how could he have agreed to this kind of contract? Finally got the store. Tang Qing and Li Jiangguo both breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, Tang Qing and Li Jiangguo discussed the issue of shareholding. Although this shop has been renovated, it does not have kitchen utensils, tableware, or merchandise, and the kitchen needs to be slightly renovated. After all, it was a hot pot restaurant before, which is obviously different from a stir-fry restaurant. Later there is the recruitment, accommodation, clothing, training, etc. of employees. At last, the two discussed that Tang Qing would contribute another 70,000 yuan, and Li Jiangguo would contribute 30,000 yuan, for a total of 100,000 yuan to be used as preparation and operating fund for the store. In total, Tang Qing invested 370,000, and Li Jiangguo invested 530,000, totaling 900,000. At the same time, Li Jiangguo's technology was not counted as shares, but was converted into wages. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to make a price. To put it bluntly, Li Jiangguo has both salary income and equity dividends. So the share structure of this hotel is Tang Qing holds 30 shares. Li Jiangguo is 70. Although Tang Qing's investment ratio should be more than 40%, Li Jiangguo still wanted to manage the store. So he calculated the management share to be 10% and finally took the whole amount, 70% to 30%. Li Jiangguo also took the initiative to suggest that Tang Qing find a trustworthy person to manage the finances. Of course, he is not a full-time financial person, but a person who collects money at the front desk. Li Jiangguo is not stupid. Of course, it is best to bring this kind of thing up proactively. Many things are not hello, meet everyone. The previous trust between the two was based on the fact that their son and the other person were classmates. But that was a personal relationship. After doing business, the foundation of trust between the two became financial transparency. If Tang Qing really didn't arrange for anyone to come over, that would make him uneasy. Tang Qing also knew that the two of them really needed a foundation of trust in business. So he agreed to find a front desk by himself and another by Li Jianguo so that they could supervise each other and take shifts. The next step is to recruit employees. Time was running out, so Li Jianguo bought a large piece of red paper and a brush and ink, wrote down the recruitment conditions and benefits, and pasted it on the large floor-to-ceiling glass at the door, noting that he would be interviewed tomorrow morning. Opposite is a large area of residential buildings. Large population. It's not difficult to recruit people. They have many things to do today. After the impatient, Li Jianguo posted the recruitment information. So he took Tang Qing and hurried to order tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans, and some kitchen utensils. Li Kai was looking after the store and answering questions for people who might have seen the recruitment information and came to inquire. Li Jianguo plans to order all the things he needs today. In the next few days, he will have to negotiate with the suppliers of various goods. He will also contact and start work on plaques and other items. Otherwise, want to open in 2 weeks. It's simply delusional. Li Jianguo planned to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a license as soon as he got to work after the National Day holiday, spend some money, and try to get out within a week. As a native of Qingyan City, although he doesn't have many friends who can borrow money, he still has a few friends who can do things. Even if they are just fair-weather friends, they are still friends. It's not a shame to have friends who can help you with your benefits. On the contrary, those who don't even have such friends should reflect on it. Li Jianguo is also planning to contact some of his former apprentices. After all, they know the basics and have been trained by themselves. They're very easy to use. There are also some staff recruitment for the kitchen. It's not like a waiter can run errands. Various skills still have certain requirements, and there are a lot of things to do. As for Tang Qing, a phone call was given directly to the agency in the community to help find a dormitory. Finally, I chose a house just upstairs and rented it. There are 2 apartments, not in the same unit. Men and women live separately to avoid trouble. As for the contract, of course Li Jianguo will sign it tomorrow. The money now belongs to Li Jianguo. He is in charge of all the money. Tang Qing does not want to get involved. Of course, it's not completely uninvolved. Li Jianguo had previously asked him to find someone he trusted to do the cashiering. Tang Qing, who has met many small bosses in his previous life, also knows the tricks of procurement in the catering industry. If the procurement is not managed well, the business will not make money, and everything will be lost by the procurement. Especially Li Jianguo is the chef. Tang Qing couldn't prevent it even if he wanted to use some tricks. Certainly, even if Li Jianguo is playing some tricks in it, Tang Qing is not interested in fussing about it, as long as the general direction is not running. For example, if a business can earn 100 million, it is not unacceptable to use 10 to 20 million for public relations. I'm going to be a big business person in the future. This time I just wanted to find a personal loan and use my money to find a small business. It was just for fun. I never thought about making big money through this. He thinks this is good. He doesn't have to worry about anything and gets money. He also believes in Li Jianguo's character. After all, the 5-star rating of the system is not cheap. This is why Tang Qing checked Li Jianguo's information before signing the loan contract. Name, Li Jianguo. Age, 38. Occupation, individual customer historical credit rating, 5 stars, 92. Sure enough, as Tang Qing thought before, the contact information was gone. But just have a name. This is still useful for getting to know or investigate a person in the future. After deducting the additional investment of 70,000 yuan, he only had about 10,000 yuan left, which was like returning to before liberation. The system is really dark, but compared to what it does, 10,000 yuan is well spent. It reduced a lot of worries in his mind. Tang Qing feels that systematic evaluation cannot be used as an absolute reference. After all, money touches people's hearts. Just like when a person has nothing, he will not take care of a mistress or embezzle national assets. Because there is no chance, the credit rating may be very high, But once there is an opportunity, what will happen to people's hearts? Tang Qing didn't dare to guarantee it. It was too unpredictable. Think of this. It also gave him a wake-up call. That is, if the other party does not commit a crime, it does not mean that the other party does not want to commit a crime. It does not mean that the other party will have greater interests in the future and still stick to the original intention. If it really counts, the bigger the business gets, the authenticity of the credit evaluation will be higher. After all, there are a lot of opportunities to participate in various commercial transactions. In this case, there are more chances of default. It is not easy to maintain such a high score, and the business is smaller. The smaller the volume and frequency of business transactions involved, and the fewer chances of default, the higher the credit rating may be and the lower the reference, so you must be more cautious. But this is not what Tang Qing should think about now. Why do you think so much about a small business? Now Tang Qing's headache is the selection of the front desk. Tang Qing is also a bit undecided about this choice. After all, there are few people in Qingyan City who are trustworthy, familiar, and able to do this job. Thinking about it, suddenly, a figure appeared in Tang Qing's mind. Zhang Jing, a very impressive beauty. Tang Qing admired her conscientious and serious attitude. Even if the other party was just trying to sell products, in Tang Qing's opinion, a person only needed to have a correct attitude and find his own position. It's worth using. As for Zhang Jing's ability, he had also inquired about it in previous chats. After graduating from high school, her family was in trouble and she did not continue her studies. She had been working for 2 years, and her academic qualifications were not high. But settling accounts should not be a problem. Such a beautiful girl has been in society for 2 years without falling. This was the reason why he decided to recruit Zhang Jing. Today, Zhang Jing feels that she is very lucky. I sold the most expensive mobile phone in the store in one morning. The commission is nearly 300 yuan, which is a good start. After all, this month's rent, water, and electricity bills have been paid. As long as I sell more, this month's salary should not be less. During the college entrance examination, although she did well in the exam, but her father died, leaving her, her sister, and her mother. After losing the main workforce, it became extremely difficult for the family. Her younger sister was in the 3rd grade of junior high school at the time, and her mother's money from farming was simply not enough to pay for the 2 sisters' schooling. In order to allow her younger sister to continue going to school, Zhang Jing did not continue going to college, didn't even sign up to volunteer. She left school and started working early to support her family and send her younger sister to school. I had been working in a shoe factory before. The salary is also relatively stable. Only, last month, the son of the shoe factory owner who had just graduated from junior college came to work in the factory, preparing to exercise and take over from his father. He took a fancy to her at first sight and then began a crazy pursuit. In the eyes of outsiders, this was considered a good home, but she hated the boss's son very much because she had accidentally seen the boss's son doing that with a female colleague in the warehouse of the factory. Although she was born in poverty, but she is not a frivolous woman. I didn't even think about climbing up the branches. She believes that she can create a better life with her hands. Sometimes in the dead of night, she also wonders if she can just find a rich man to marry so that her mother won't have to work so hard. But it's just a thought. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do this. At last, after being harassed many times, she resigned from her job while the other party was on a business trip. Fortunately, the boss didn't know that his son liked him, otherwise he would have been unable to leave. Thinking that the hardworking and honest boss before had such a son, I really felt that God was unfair. Early last month, after resigning, I wandered the streets looking for work. Maybe because of her good image, she found this job quickly. The boss was pretty good and he was a strict wife. She didn't dare to think anything wrong, otherwise she wouldn't stay here. Facing sarcastic comments from colleagues. Even Zhang Jing misses his old days in the shoe factory. Although he is very tired and often works overtime, if there is no boss son who harasses him, he would actually like that kind of life. Tired, but fulfilling. The current salary is definitely incomparable to that before. The basic salary plus commission is paid at the end of the month. I only paid 600 yuan a few days ago, which is pitiful. I can only hope to get a little more this month. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. This brought Zhang Jing's thoughts back to reality. She was very surprised. Not many people knew her phone number. Those who knew her phone number knew that she was at work, and they usually wouldn't call her at this time. Zhang Jing saw that the boss was not here. There were no customers, so he walked out of the store. It was almost time to get off work at this time, and the sun was not so poisonous, leaving only a slight residual heat. Take a closer look. The number seems familiar. Within a second, she was sure that this was the number she had sold that morning. But what was the other party calling her for? Date yourself? Or preparing to return it? Chat with yourself? Zhang Jing pressed the answer button. Tang Qing. Zhang Jing asked uncertainly. Although she knew it was Tang Qing's number, she was not sure who it was. She even thought about the possibility that the other party would call her home to ask if she could return the goods. It's me. You still remember me. A familiar voice sounded in my ears. Of course I have some impression of the mobile phone. I sold you this morning. Is there anything wrong? Zhang Jing asked. Are you interested in changing jobs? Tang Qing directly stated his purpose. What? Change jobs? What job? Zhang Jing said in surprise. She didn't expect that Tang Qing would introduce a job to her. Wouldn't it be an irregular job? They are neither relatives nor friends. It was the first time they met, and they introduced themselves to the job not long after. This is suspicious no matter how you think about it. Don't worry. I'm not a liar nor a pimp. I open a restaurant in partnership with someone, and I need a cashier to help me manage the money. I thought of you immediately. The monthly salary is $2,000–$5,000, including food and accommodation and bonuses. The daily working hours are a bit longer, but there is overtime pay. Tang Qing could hear Zhang Jing's distrust. I didn't think it was anything. As for the salary, although it is not low compared to this era, after all, there are bonuses and so on, but as one's own supervisor and representative, the basic salary of $2,000–$5,000 is not too high. Really? Why are you looking for me? Zhang Jing asked suspiciously. The other person looked for her, and she was still in charge of finances. She didn't dare to do it if she didn't understand the reason. And he was still a person who only had a one-time relationship. Of course it's true. As for looking for you, it's because today I took a fancy to your seriousness and diligence, and of course your ability to do the job. Tang Qing said slowly. Zhang Jing thought for a moment. To be honest, she didn't want to do this job now. No one would like such a working environment when faced with colleagues who target her all day long. The salary in Tang Qing's job was not low, and the basic salary was more than what he earned in a month at the previous shoe factory. Plus there were bonuses, so the treatment was definitely very good. Zhang Jing quickly made her choice. I'll do it. Oh, what did you say? Tang Qing said, in surprise. When he first heard it, he subconsciously thought it was a curse, but he soon realized that the other party had agreed, but it always felt weird. I want to do this job. Zhang Jing blushed and explained hurriedly. She also immediately realized the problem in her words, and immediately felt really embarrassed. It was like swearing in front of a boy, which had never happened before. Certainly, Zhang Jing did not quit her job immediately. Instead, I was going to check it out after get off work. After all, she had to understand the working environment. As long as it was not too bad, she would be ready to go. Although Zhang Jing is a bit suspicious of riding a donkey to find a horse, Tang Qing also understands that prudence is one of the characteristics of a qualified financial person, isn't it? Zhang Jing is also a smart person. She also knows how to seize opportunities. The other party gives her such good treatment. She also needs a stable job. Although the sales industry is training, it is not the first choice for her who likes stability. After get off work in the afternoon, Zhang Jing came to the store and saw that such a big store had it. At the same time, she was also surprised how much money Tang Qing invested in it, but it was definitely not a small amount. Is this the store? It's so big. Zhang Jing praised. I own 30% of the shares, a small shareholder. I usually don't have time to go to school, so I need someone to help look after it. Your task is to be the cashier and cashier. You only have the authority to record, not to make suggestions. No matter how Li Jianguo and the others use it, you're not allowed to talk to them if you have any questions. You can only talk to me, you know? Tang Qing said. Zhang Jing. It's just the bond of trust between him and Li Jianguo, so he can't express his opinions on his own behalf. Otherwise, if you can't find your location, one day Li Jianguo bought something a little too much or a little more expensive. At that time, even if Zhang Jing accidentally asked why, there were so many things today, or why they were a little more expensive today, or something. Then Li Jianguo was embarrassed. Although nothing would happen to Li Jianguo, even if Zhang Jing said this, thoughts would inevitably arise in his heart, and it was impossible for Li Jianguo to sue him and replace Zhang Jing for this kind of thing. In other words, even if Zhang Jing did this, it's impossible for him, Tang Qing, to know. But Tang Qing took the blame, and Li Jianguo thought it was his own instructions. As time went by, the relationship between the two was likely to crack. Therefore, Tang Qing still wanted to prevent avoidable conflicts in advance. This is a lesson of blood and tears in the previous life. I understand very well that the people below may not be able to accomplish anything, but it is very easy to do bad things. They may even trick you to the point that your superiors cannot even find out where the problem is, and in the end they can only break their teeth and swallow it. Zhang Jing also understood her position. That is to just do things and not talk, and you can make reports. Of course there is no problem, but she can't help being shocked. She didn't expect that Tang Qing was not only rich at such a young age, but also so experienced in dealing with things. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate. You can resign tomorrow morning and come here after you are done. I should be there by then. As for the place to live, it will be settled tomorrow. Tang Qing said. The rented house only needs to be furnished with a bed and table before it can be occupied. Li Jianguo has ordered the bed this afternoon from the place where he bought tables, chairs, and benches. The goods will arrive tomorrow. With the cleaning included, everything can be done by tomorrow afternoon at most. Employees can also stay. Okay, I'll come tomorrow. Zhang Jing said happily. She is very satisfied with this job. The working environment is good and not tiring. You only need to do cashiering and other things. The boss knows you personally, which is perfect. I wish I were a few years younger. Maybe. Zhang Jing's face couldn't help but blush when she thought of this. I won't keep you for dinner. If something happens later, you can go back first. Tang Qing said. Okay, boss, I'm leaving first. Goodbye. Zhang Jing agreed quickly. See Zhang Jing leaving. Li Kai, who had been working as a telegraph pole for a long time, immediately stood in front of Tang Qing and stared at him angrily. Old Tang, you beast, did you know this beautiful woman when you were young? Are you worthy of your childhood sweetheart? Li Kai asked him with his hands on his waist. Why are people treated so well? TCH, this is called character and charm. As for you, you can't be promoted. Tang Qing glanced at Li Kai with feigned disdain. It had been a long time since he had quarreled with these good brothers, and he couldn't help but get excited. You're not very good at character. Do you want to be in two different situations? Li Kai immediately quit, questioning his character, and firmly refused to agree. Yes, you don't even have a boat, so you can only swim naked. Give me a drink of water. I'm going to file a complaint. Li Kai opened the water Tang Qing handed over and didn't know what to say. These words were too harsh. If the boat is gone and the water is submerged, don't you have to drink water? There is no way to hit people like this. I want to file a complaint too. What are you suing for? You have been secretly in love with your desk mate for a long time. You are cruel. Night. They had a delicious roast lamb meal. Tang Qing invites guests. Anyway, he was not short of money, so he ate as much as he could, and in the end it cost him a full 1,100 yuan. This was a luxury life that he had never dared to imagine before. The amount of food shocked both Li Kai and his son. After eating, everyone goes back to their homes. I will continue to be busy tomorrow. After a quick wash, Tang Qing was lying on his bed, recalling this busy day. It only took one day to complete all the loan tasks. They were waiting for the two of them to pay back the money and gain experience. Moreover, their first investment was considered a success. All that was left was to wait for the money to be collected. There was something that Tang Qing felt was a bit ill-considered today. That is, the customer recommended by the system should complete the payment on the first day in the future, or the repayment date of signing the contract should be the first day. After all, this is a risk-free thing and there is no penalty. Just miss the assessment on the first. Rewards will be distributed normally. However, whether it is external loans, personal loans, or the opening of auxiliary functions, they will not be given to you until the first of the next month after the assessment, which is equivalent to wasting a month's time. Very uneconomical. As for the clients I find myself, it's best to sign and repay on the second, lest the other party doesn't come up to him and directly cheats himself. Then he will be ready to cry without tears. But there are two more important things now. The first thing is the issue of homework. He has a habit of finding a special homework book to memorize the homework assigned by the teacher and ticking or crossing out every item he completes. He looked at it last night and saw that there were so many. It was still acceptable to him before, but it is simply impossible for him now. What to do? What else can I do if I just copy it? He planned to copy some difficult and simple ones. After his uncle came back, he wouldn't be able to go out casually. After all, he was in his third year of high school. Then he would slowly pick it up and try it on his own. Another thing is to find a reason for your phone and your clothes. You can't hide something. I am now busy with business and must carry it with me. And with his uncle's care and love for him, it cannot be covered up by simply winning a lottery. The inquiring and keen perspective of a veteran and career police officer. Tang Qing felt like he had to sacrifice his knees just thinking about it. Very scary. With his uncle's observation ability and questioning skills, without special training, even if he is reborn, he only needs to look at his uncle for a while, and based on his uncle's understanding of him, he will be able to tell the truth. After all, Tang Qing was also an ordinary person in his previous life, not an agent. How can you beat the police uncle in terms of scheming? Never underestimate the ability of an old policeman. Forever. Then you will die miserably, very miserably, and inhumanely. Tang Qing was a little depressed. Do you want to live on campus? But he forgot about it in just a second. It was really not worth it, and he couldn't bear to move away from this warm and happy family just for this little thing. His brain was not yet filled with mud. Think about it for a while. Tang Qing still couldn't think of a good way. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He still had an unfinished task, which was the risk assessment report. At the same time, he thought of another thing. Does Li Jiangwo's loan require a risk assessment report to be provided to the system? It doesn't seem to be mentioned. He had gained experience at that time, but it seemed that he didn't want it, but he didn't know why. So I immediately asked the system, why don't I need a risk assessment report for the clients I found myself? This is your own business. The system will recycle it, but it is not mandatory. However, it is recommended that you develop a habit. At level 10, high-quality risk assessment reports from customers not recommended by the system are one of the bonus points. The system revealed the only bonus point condition for level 10. Tang Qing heard this. Sit up immediately. Before, he didn't know what the 10th level assessment would be. Now that the system clearly proposed a bonus point, Tang Qing determined that one of the 10th level assessment contents was the risk assessment report. So that is to say, the risk assessment report recommended by the system is the assessment content. Customers you find yourself are a bonus. Thinking about this, Tang Qing felt excited and finally knew the content of an assessment. It seemed that as long as he met the conditions and took the initiative to trigger it, he could still slowly know the content of the assessment. Think about it too. Any investment is not just about throwing money out. It must also be as safe as possible. The role of a risk assessment report was crucial, and he could understand it even though the system had no mandatory requirements. This also taught him the second important lesson taught by the system. Responsible. Take responsibility for all risks. Tang Qing began to write a report. Zhang Dongqing's report is relatively easy to write, but Li Jiangwo was in trouble. Because his own capital was also involved, things became complicated, and even he himself was a risk point, but it was not difficult for him. It was just a little troublesome. Just explain everything clearly. He even wrote down the development of Li Jiangwo's family in his previous life. thinking that there would be nothing wrong with being as detailed as possible. As for the matters involving his own rebirth, Tang Qing didn't care. The system existed. His own rebirth was nothing. It was even possible that his rebirth was caused by the system. Two incredible things happened to me at the same time. If you say it doesn't matter, only a ghost would believe it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Although the system doesn't say it, as long as a person has a positive IQ, he can infer that the two things are definitely connected. Now that we all know, the system will also recycle the report, so other people won't have a chance to see it, so he doesn't have to worry. Watching the two reports disappear before your eyes, Tang Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. What he thought would take 10 minutes took more than 2 and nearly 3 hours, totaling more than 10,000 words. His writing hand was a little sore. It would be nice if the system could provide typing. Even write it with your own thoughts. With the speed of the brain, it can be done in 10 to 20 minutes or even less. But obviously the system does not provide this service. It only provides report templates and paper. Joutan vrita Wort by Hand. If you didn't feel that your mind is clearer, it would take more than an hour to finish writing. After completing task 1, Tang Qing gained another 5 points of experience. Although it was of no use, a little added up to a lot. Tang Qing called up his own information again. Host name, Tang Qing level. Level 1 experience. 30/100 this month's loan limit. 50/500 000 personal limit this month. 30/100 000 assets that can be withdrawn. 10,000 spirit. 51 plus 15 physique. 49 plus 15 source chi value. 15 looking at himself. He only has 10,000 yuan left. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that the money came quickly and was spent even faster, and was almost bottoming out in 2 days. He was still a little disappointed in his heart. He had already overdrawn and wasted 100,000 personal loans and said he would never waste another 100,000. Tang Qing's heart was bleeding when he thought about how the 100,000 was gone, completely ignoring that this was not a gift, but the fact that we still have to pay it back. Alas, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's past 11 o'clock. I need to go to bed. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Early morning on October 3rd. I don't know if it's because my physique has strengthened or something else, but I've been sleeping very soundly these past 2 nights, and even my sleep time has been reduced. After breakfast, came to the store in a hurry. There are a lot of things to do today, including recruiting employees, setting up tables, chairs, and dormitories. Suppliers will also come to negotiate today, especially drinks, disposable tableware, etc., all of which need to be negotiated first. Li Jianguo basically ordered everything yesterday. I'm not planning to go out again today. Although Tang Qing is one of the bosses, he can't just watch the boss put on airs. He should help when it's time to help. Li Kai was also caught as a young man, and he kept busy all morning. With the help of several newly recruited employees and goods merchants, the tables, chairs, and benches were finally set up, and the kitchen utensils and dormitory beds arrived in the afternoon. Zhang Jing also resigned early and came here to help. More and more people are being recruited in the afternoon, and all progress is accelerating. But there are many details, such as hanging paintings on the walls, decorations, and even TVs and DVD players in luxury boxes. Tang Qing told Li Jianguo all the problems and publicity ideas he could think of, because he won't be ready to come starting tomorrow. I still have a lot of things to do at home. As for the later employee training and the first business trial, he was not going to come. He would come on the opening day. Anyway, with Zhang Jing watching and Li Jianguo, a familiar person in charge, nothing would happen. He can also be blatantly lazy. Li Kai looked at Tang Qing resentfully. It was not because his father asked him to help with the work, but because he asked him to learn from Tang Qing and do his homework well and watch him do it in the store. This is nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Wish yourself luck. Before Tang Qing left, he gloated and whispered in Li Kai's ear. The next day, Tang Qing, who had nothing to do, was ready to start a great cause. Copy homework. No, it should be said to be information sharing. Otherwise, when my uncle and aunt came back and saw that I had not done any homework for 4 days, I would definitely tell him that the most important thing was not this. After all, my aunt and others said that they represented love. The most terrifying thing is his eldest cousin Qin Shichi. She will definitely do her homework by herself, even sitting next to him and watching him write. And he doesn't know how. When the time comes, it won't just be an embarrassing problem, but he will have to take advantage of others. Who should I copy my homework from? The first choice is, of course, to find top students in the class. Although number 8 middle school is not the best middle school in the city and can only be regarded as average, it is inevitable that there will be people who work hard later. After all, no matter how bad the class is, there must be someone at the top. This top student lives in the same neighborhood as his uncle, and he can see his uncle's window from the living room window. Very close. Immediately, Tang Qing walked out of the community. I bought some fruit and brought it home. Although they are classmates, the top student belongs to a different species and has relatively few interactions. It is obviously not good to ask him to copy homework rashly. Get some fruit as a bribe, try to make friends, and eat people with short tongues. Everything fell into place. Then, eat and drink. Tang Qing had a pleasant day copying homework. He didn't finish copying it. After all, how can you copy a composition? Tang Qing didn't copy any simple questions. After his uncle came back, it was not easy for him to go out. He might as well read a book at home. At last, he also forced the top student to go out for a big meal together. They were all in the same class. He might have a troubled this top student in the future. It was just a meal, and it didn't cost much. The parents of the top student are in business. I opened a dumpling shop near the school. It tastes pretty good, and Tang Qing is going to take care of business a few times. The top student who can't cook at noon usually just eats dumplings at home. A great meal. The impression of Tang Qing, a scholar who rarely spoke, changed drastically. It also shortened the distance a lot. October 5th, near noon, Uncle Qin Yugong and his family finally came back. Once inside, a scent hits your nostrils. Looking around, I saw several dishes placed on my dining table, covered with covers, because flies were very rampant this day. Qin Yugong was very surprised. Who cooks at home? As for Tang Qing, he was ignored directly. As Tang Qing's uncle, it's not clear how much Tang Qing weighs. The food at home was cooked by his wife and daughters, and Tang Qing didn't even wash the dishes a few times. It's just that who else is Tang Qing? He doesn't know how to cook at home if he is robbed. It smells so good, Dad. Who is cooking? My eldest cousin Qin Shichi also smelled the aroma as soon as she entered the door. I don't know, Tang. Just when Qin Yu was about to say that I was also surprised, Tang Qing came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Qin Yugong looked surprised. Tang Qing cooked? He might as well believe that sows can come out of trees. Wow, brother, when will you know how to cook? No, Sister Joshua must be here. I'm not talking about you. What are you doing out with a spoon? Why don't you go back and help? I'm telling you, you still look good like this. Sister Joshua used to cook for us, so you know how to eat. Fortunately, Sister Joshua is so considerate, otherwise you would have been single all your life. By the way, you have practiced virtue for many lives in your previous life. If you meet Sister Joshua in this life, if you're sorry for her in the future, I want you to look good. What are you looking at? Am I right? You are such a lazy idiot. You don't do housework or wash clothes. Qin Shichi couldn't stop talking and kept scolding Tang Qing. Her uncle, aunt, and second cousin also looked at Tang Qing with sympathy. These two cousins are simply natural enemies. Usually Qin Shichi doesn't talk about others. But for this cousin, it was simply impossible to stop. Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry. Can't get a word in at all. He was also helpless about the character of this cousin. She chattered all day long, but she was very kind-hearted. She was even used to it, and would still feel very uncomfortable without her voice. Maybe it's just a shame. He could only attribute it to one of the great traits of this human being. Only when you lose it do you know how to cherish it. Tang Qing hadn't heard these words for a long time. Although they were all hurting him, Tang Qing sounded very pleasant after his rebirth. Previous life, Qin Shichi often called him to talk to him, but not as much as now. After all, she was older, and because of Lin Joshua's incident, Qin Shichi rarely talked about him like this after the car accident. Very missed. Okay, cheer, don't talk about your brother. I'll make your face turn red. Try to be more like your sister. The aunt immediately stopped her daughter's nagging. If she doesn't stop her, she doesn't know how long she will continue to talk. But the family is so happy. She was also very happy. Well, since you haven't been too lazy today, I'll let you go. No wonder you called this morning to ask when we would arrive. It turns out there was this drama. Qin Shiqi snorted. It seems like a great favor. Anyway, scolding her cousin is her greatest pleasure. Tang Qing was very excited. The deep relationship between him and his uncle's family is difficult for outsiders to understand. From the time when his uncle offered him a house to get married and even bought a car together, he knew that he still had real relatives. It's just that I haven't been able to get over that hurdle. Failed to live up to their expectations. Tang, is Joshua here? Qin Yugong asked. He is a policeman and has a quick mind, but he is not like his carefree daughter. If Lin Joshua comes, there is no way she will not come out to say hello, and there is no sound of cooking inside. Apparently no one was cooking in it. Not even a reply. There are no shoes at the door. The number of my own slippers is also great. Standing in the living room, you can see that the toilet and Tang Qing's room doors are open. It was clear that there was no one inside. There were dishes and chopsticks on the table. There were 5 people in it, which was obviously the wrong number. This information appeared in his mind in just a second, so he had questions. Joshua didn't come today. One of my classmates owns a restaurant. I learned about it when I was doing my homework 2 days ago and thought about cooking it for you. Tang Qing said half-truthfully, Hey, brother, you know how to cook. It's not easy. It smells good and looks good. I have to try it. Qin Shiqi put the dish in her hand on the chair next to the dining table. A look of surprise. She knew her cousin very well. I have never cooked before, and I have never washed dishes a few times. I do all the washing by myself, my sister, and my mother. Suddenly, I can cook one day. It's like a magic trick. It's really unacceptable. Old girl, it's all done. The soup is still in the pot. Uncle and aunt, you just have to put it on the table and eat it. I'll serve the soup. Tang Qing went out early in the morning and started to prepare, calculating the time. Finished. Turn around and get ready to serve the soup. Okay, I'll give you a chance to bribe my stomach, Qin Shiqi said unforgivingly. She sat on the table and took out her chopsticks to taste. This is so delicious. Sister, come and eat. Qin Shiqi just took a bite. His eyes lit up. Qin Shiyu is 1 year younger than her and is in the 2nd grade of junior high school. She has a quiet personality, similar to Lin Jiaxue. She rarely talks or participates in family discussions. It's like she hasn't said a word since she entered the house. But my heart is very good. Every time there is something good, I will leave it to my sister and Tang Qing. October 8th. Tang Qing is carrying a school bag, standing at the door of the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. Seeing classmates with familiar faces but forgetting each other's names walking by, he did not go in. Many of his classmates also greeted him, and he responded politely. Why not go in? Because Tang Qing couldn't remember where his seat was. 3 years of high school. The class teacher, Shun Mei, changed seats several times based on her grades. It has been more than 10 years, and he really can't remember them. As for those classmates, he has almost forgotten their names, so he has the nerve to ask. Although I can't remember where I am. But he clearly remembered that he had been sitting at the same table with Wang Yin for the entire senior year of high school. As long as Wang Yin came, he would never go wrong. Old Tang, what are you doing standing here stupidly? Li Kai's voice came from behind, and a big hand was on Tang Qing's shoulder. Only then did Tang Qing remember that there were 2 stairs in the school, one at the main entrance and one at the toilet. This guy had probably just finished using the restroom, as high school boys rarely wash their hands when going to the restroom. Thinking of this, Tang Qing immediately shook off the hands on his shoulders, turned around, and said smoothly, I'm waiting for someone. However, after saying this, he regretted it, because this was the excuse he used to deal with other students. If he used it to deal with Li Kai, it would be like handing him a rotten egg to smash. Really, Li Kai became restless again. Who are you waiting for? Wang Yin? There is something wrong with you. You still refuse to admit it. Li Kai couldn't help but joked. For some reason, he especially likes to scold Tang Qing recently to find a balance. Who knows that this guy has hidden so deeply that he has deceived himself for so long? A living rich man is right in front of you. If there is a network, you want to capture one and take it home to raise. You guessed it, I have something urgent to do with her. Look, your desk mate is looking at you. Come in quickly. Tang Qing told a little lie and diverted Li Kai's attention. At this time, only his desk mate could restrain him. Sure enough, as soon as he heard his desk mate looking at him, Li Kai immediately turned his attention to the classroom. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the two people actually made eye contact. Li Kai felt his heart beat faster instantly, lowered his head nervously, and walked in stupidly, completely ignoring Tang Qing. Tang Qing remembered Li Kai's position. That's because Li Kai changed seats several times and was always in the second row. Later, Tang Qing gave him the nickname 10,000 years old second, and he often used it to make fun of Li Kai at every party. In addition, Li Kai's crush on his deskmate Chu Lan was also pretty, so Tang Qing recognized him at a glance. Tang Qing knows. Li Kai never confessed to Chu Lan from beginning to end, not even after he got rich. Later, Tang Qing couldn't help but curiously asked, since he liked the other person and his conditions were good, why didn't he pursue the other person? Li Kai's answer at that time simply blinded Tang Qing. Li Kai's original words at that time were as follows. I used to be timid, but later I realized that it is enough to have a secret crush in my heart, and keep it in my heart for the purest beauty until I grow old. I don't want to destroy this memory, so I won't try to get her. This is the reason Li Kai told him at that time. It simply subverted his outlook on life. Playboy actually has such an innocent side. TCH, fight me. Tang Qing whispered proudly. Tang Qing, who pinched Li Kai's life gate, felt great when using it. Tang Qing, what are you doing standing at the door? At this time, a familiar voice remembered in Tang Qing's ears. Tang Qing was shocked and turned around slowly, a little stiffly, to see Wang Yin in school uniform standing behind her and smiling sweetly at her. Wang Yin is only 17 years old, but it's hard to hide that. Moving face. She hasn't gone to college yet, and Wang Yin doesn't wear any makeup. She's completely barefaced. Her skin is as fair and rosy as a pinch of water. She simply tied her hair together and draped it behind her back, looking simple and refreshing. Wang Yin started putting on makeup when she was in college. Wang Yin, who is naturally beautiful, was extremely beautiful and had many suitors, but she always cared about Tang Qing and ignored those suitors at all, and kept hanging around Tang Qing. Wang Yin's father is still a big boss, but it's not big yet. I heard that I was still running a decoration company when I was in high school, and I will start to get involved in real estate next year. Since then, I have been out of control, and my assets have expanded rapidly. Before Tang Qing was reborn, I was worth tens of billions. The richest man in Qingyan City. As an only daughter, Wang Yin is perfectly white and rich. I just chatted with Li Kai. Tang Qing stuttered a little when he saw Wang Yin again, and found a reason that didn't seem so abrupt. I can't say I'm waiting for you. Come in quickly and hand in your homework. Class is about to start. Wang Yin didn't notice the problem in Tang Qing's words and walked straight into the classroom. Okay. Tang Qing followed Wang Yin to his seat. At a glance, I saw 3 big characters on my desk. Tang Wang Wang. Tang Qing was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that this guy Li Kai carved it while he was away. Wang Yin was also an accomplice, and she continued to laugh at him for many years. Looking at the 3 crooked characters carved with a knife on it, as well as a vaguely recognizable pattern of a puppy at the back, Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little emotional. What a wonderful memory. Next, just a normal class session. After only 1 day of class, Tang Qing couldn't stand it anymore. He stared at the faces of several teachers with unkind expressions all day long. After a class of 45 minutes, it felt like his days seemed like years. This day is not allowed to pass. That's not all. Next, there was news that struck him even more like a thunderbolt. The exam will be taken in February next week. That's right. The February exam is next week. There are only 4 days until the exam. Tang Qing was confused when he heard the news. Isn't this a way to force yourself to death? If you don't do well in the exam, your secret will be revealed. When the time comes, you have to call the parents properly and kneel down properly. That's right. Kneel. Depend on. Just do it. You absolutely cannot allow yourself to take the exam normally. He believes that in just 1 month, he should be able to pick up most of the previous knowledge. After all, the foundation is still there, and he has a foundation from university and graduate school, and his brain is much smarter than before. It can be seen from the review situation in the past few days. Both his understanding and memory abilities have been significantly enhanced, but there is still a long way to go compared to the level in his previous life. Even if he performs exceptionally well, he will still fail the monthly exam this time. Moreover, the monthly exams of their school are not taken in their own classrooms, but mixed with the junior high school students who are preparing for the high school entrance examination. The children on the left and right are all junior high school students, and they cannot copy. When the time comes, all he needs to do is have an accident. It's okay if you can't take the exam. As for the accident, Tang Qing looked at his right hand and silently said sorry. He originally wanted to have a stomachache, but stomachache couldn't escape the subject for 2 full days, and the hospital was not for free food. Plus, there is the level of uncle. Need to be more cautious. There was no real harm, and there was no way he could hide it from his uncle. He planned to injure his right hand. This plan not only deceived the teacher, but most. Importantly, he passed the test of his uncle. That's all. Tang Qing spent 4 hellish days. Teacher, my hand is injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to take the test today. Tang Qing called the head teacher at the hospital and said, pretending to be uncomfortable. After all this suffering and numbness, am I still the protagonist? Tang Qing punched a concrete telephone pole on the way to the exam. With experience, he controlled the angle. Didn't hurt my finger. It was my wrist. I had done this once before. This kind of minor injury healed within half a month. It was quite painful at first. When I got to the hospital, it only hurt when I moved the joint. After the doctor sets the bones, fixes them, and puts on a cast. Basically, there's only a little swelling and pain left, but I have to take care of myself for a while. By the way, you can also escape from homework for half a month. It's quite a bargain when you think about it. It's just that life is inconvenient, and I can't even eat, but it's okay. We have a sister. Let my second cousin feed her when we get back. With her temperament, she will never refuse, Tang Qing said with a beautiful plan. What's wrong with you? Is it serious? Shen Mei, the head teacher, asked anxiously. I was hit by someone riding a horse this morning. The person ran away. My wrist was slightly injured, and I'm getting a plaster in the hospital. The doctor said it will take half a month to heal. It's not a serious problem. Tang Qing explained. It's fine. It's nothing serious. Do your family members know? Shen Mei breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Just fine. It's not a permanent injury. I don't know yet. They're at work now. I don't want to trouble them. Tang Qing hurriedly dissuaded him. His uncle and the others were at work, and he didn't want them to be distracted by their work. He would talk about it when he went back at noon. Do you have any money with you? There is no teacher to send it to you. She also knows the work of Tang Qing's uncle and aunt. A policeman and a teacher have a lot of things to do in a day. It's better not to have trouble. Besides, the doctor said everything is fine, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Almost. Thank you, teacher. Tang Qing did not refuse. Immediately, Shen Mei came to the hospital in person, seeing that Tang Qing was indeed injured, and the doctor also said that he needed to rest for a while. He no longer doubted it, but just said to be careful in the future. In the end, Shen Mei sent Tang Qing downstairs before going back. It's still early. No one is home. Her uncle and aunt were at work, and her cousins were also in school. Qin Shiqi was not in the same middle school as Tang Qing, but in number 7 middle school, the same school as Qin Shiyu. When leaving the community, she had to turn left and right. Otherwise, it would be all the way. Then there was really nothing he could do. Tang Qing, who came back early, didn't play anymore and just read the book honestly. Although he escaped the exam this time, he felt aggrieved. He could only avoid the exam through self-mutilation, which was the only one he could do. Shameful. Noon. My uncle and aunt were also shocked when they came back. I can only tell you to be careful in the future. Anyway, the results in the last monthly exam were pretty good, and there was no chance of a serious decline. During this period, Tang Qing's hard study was seen by the whole family. One exam couldn't prove anything, so they didn't care too much. That's all. Tang Qing successfully escaped the exam and solved the problem on his mind. The next step was to study hard. If this kind of thing happened again, he would really be embarrassed to see his parents and fellow villagers. Fruit. However, the injured Tang Qing received unimaginable treatment. He didn't do his homework and was fed when he was eating. The reason was that he couldn't pick up vegetables with his left hand. However, Tang Qing was a little surprised that Qin Shiqi, who was so careless, also fed him. It's a little strange, but it feels very warm. Only, if he knew that he was just treated like a pet by Qin Shiqi, fed and played with, he wouldn't think so. That's all. Tang Qing began his tragic senior year of high school life. October 17th, Sunday. Today is the opening day of Baiwei Restaurant. Li Jianguo had seen the so-called auspicious days of the zodiac and said they were very suitable for opening a business. Although Tang Qing didn't believe this, he didn't say anything in the face of the stubbornness of the older generation. Just think of it as a blessing. To put it bluntly, it is psychological comfort, like a kind of spiritual sustenance. It is undeniable that this kind of psychological suggestion is very effective. For example, picking up money as soon as you go out can make people happy all day long. Baiwei Restaurant. Tang Qing still got this name. There are all kinds of people, and there are all kinds of dishes. Then, this name won unanimous praise from everyone. The plaque was installed just the day before yesterday. It cost more than 5,000 yuan. Li Jianguo specially asked his relatives to make it. It used a lot of materials. The shape is also very fashionable. This day, Tang Qing got up very early. After a quick breakfast, I rushed to the hotel with my school bag on my back to help check if there were any other problems. Although I have checked it many times. But there's always a feeling of worrying about gains and losses. He knows. This is another episode of his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Just like sometimes when he goes out and closes the door, but when he walks downstairs, he always feels like it's not closed. He has to come back to take a look. Although it's not a disease, it can be quite annoying sometimes. Heart itches, a disease that is difficult to cure, may sometimes be cured without treatment. Quite magical. Li Jianguo was preparing ingredients in the kitchen early in the morning. Li Kai was also roped in to help. As for Tang Qing, he was a shareholder and was injured again. Li Jianguo was embarrassed to ask him to help. Although he had his subordinates, Li Kai was decisively captured with the understanding that more people could contribute more. From time to time, she would come out and give Tang Qing looks like a resentful woman. Tang Qing could only spread his hands to show his innocence. He also waved his hand in a sultry manner, making Li Kai's teeth itchy with anger. Tang Qing was very excited to enjoy the treatment of a boss for the first time. In his previous life, he was commanded by others. As for that foreign trade company, he could only say that they were all bosses. Asking for work has to be negotiated. If the tone is not good, he will not quit directly. The other party is not stupid. If he doesn't work, he will cause trouble for himself. Since he is a foreign trade company, he needs to be efficient in some parts. They don't dare to play tricks here. But give him a look in the daily business management. An hour's work took 3 hours to complete. He also kept looking for Tang Qing to emphasize the difficulties. It was really annoying to keep looking for him. He couldn't just turn against him. Others didn't say or do anything, but just procrastinated. This kind of thing was the most troublesome and disgusting. Check the tableware again. No problem later. Tang Qing sat at the cashier and looked at the passers-by outside. In my previous life, I wanted to open a store, but I didn't have the opportunity and I didn't know what kind of store to open. This may be the reason why most people stop here. They want to do it, but don't know what to do. It bothers countless people. The last impulse was slowly worn away by time. Only memories and the so-called thinking about the past are left. Little boss, come and eat an apple. Zhang Jing peeled an apple and handed it to Tang Qing. She cherishes this job very much. The work is easy, the salary is good, and she has a relatively small status. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, she is Tang Qing's representative and eyes. Therefore, all the employees were extremely enthusiastic towards her, which she had never enjoyed before. This was different from other people's kindness, but was brought about by their real status, rather than appearance. Tang Qing was injured again after a rare visit. Motherly love suddenly overflowed, and she poured desserts and water in various ways. This was a treatment only Tang Qing had. Only Tang Qing wanted to eat, so she had the nerve to go to the kitchen to get some desserts. At this time, there were 3 people at the cashier: Tang Qing, Zhang Jing, and a relative found by Li Jianguo. She is also a woman. After graduating from high school and working in a factory, she was called over by Li Jianguo. She is Li Kai's cousin. The trial opening is today, so they all came. The shift schedule will not start until tomorrow. Do you know that this is called bribing the boss? Tang Qing took it unceremoniously, took a big bite, and joked vaguely, saying that working with a man and a woman is not tiring, but it feels different when a beautiful woman is beside you. I just saw that you were injured, so I brought 2 more apples, so I'll share one with you. Zhang Jing explained quickly. I don't know why. Although she knew Tang Qing was joking, she couldn't help but feel nervous. As for the reason, she could only blame it on her respect for her boss. I won't tease you anymore. Tang Qing, who was always joking, looked at Zhang Jing's serious answer. He couldn't bear to tease her either. I know she is thin-faced, and recently, Zhang Jing looked at him a little strangely. Every time they looked at each other unintentionally, it felt like she was avoiding something, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was just a little awe of the boss from his subordinates. Several waiters have already cleaned the shop. The tableware is neatly arranged. Tea and water are also ready. After the busy waiters, Tang Qing did not let them stand at the door. Instead, he sat at the door and watched TV. It was still early, and it was not open to the public at noon. It was just to celebrate the opening. Don't be so restrained. 11 o'clock in the morning. Guests arrived one after another. These are basically friends and relatives of Li Jianguo. Tang Qing is the only one here. Crack, crack. The sound of firecrackers sounded. As customers slowly arrived, the waiters became busy. Tang Qing was still sitting at the cashier and did not go to entertain the guests. After all, he didn't know anyone here. Li Jianguo would come to greet them during the meal later, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Tang Qing at the cashier was not playing, but reading a book. Although the teacher assigned a lot of homework over the weekend, it had nothing to do with the sick patient Tang Qing. He was just picking up knowledge. I saw Tang Qing reading at the cashier. The guests who came and went did not take it seriously. Only a few friends who participated in the preparations knew him. They knew that he was one of the owners of the hotel and had invested hundreds of thousands of cash in it. They did not dare to look down upon him. But those who know it feel a sense of violation no matter how they look at it. A rich second-generation man actually sat there scratching his head from time to time while reading the book and solving the problems. What a role model. The family had so much money and was still reading and studying so hard. So their impression of Tang Qing's previous impression of the second generation immediately changed, and he was ready to take it back to educate his own children. He had already thought about the content. Even Tang Qing, who is most qualified to eat and wait for death, works so hard. With the conditions in your family, what reason do you have to waste your life doing meaningless things? Zhang Jing smiled on the side. The identities of the boss and the student changed repeatedly in her mind. She looked at Tang Qing with a frown on his face as he worked on the questions, and he also looked like he was insulting the person who asked the questions from time to time. It was completely different from his usual impression of being very independent. Just looking at it makes me want to laugh. WTF? Who asked this question? Stand up for me. I promise. Not to beat him to death in front of him. Is there any point in going around the old man? Tang Qing couldn't help complaining when he encountered a huge question. She heard this complaint that she had never heard before. Zhang Jing finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, how can I beat him to death without face-to-face? It's illegal to hit someone, so I just wanted to scold him in person. Tang Qing rolled his eyes and immediately said sophistry. Congratulations, Boss Li, the business is booming. Brother Li, Your business is booming. Brother-in-law, good luck with the business. Brother Yang is here. Come in quickly. After Li Jiangguo finished cooking a few specialty dishes, he went out to receive these friends who were in attendance. His apprentices cooked the rest of the simple dishes. Because he had to do business in the afternoon, Li Jiangguo just drank some beer. As for Tang Qing, still being an ostrich, except for Yang Qingjun who came to congratulate him, and a few relatives of Li Jiangguo, he didn't know anyone. Judging from Yang Qingjun's face, it should be that his son's matter had a good outcome. As for what the final verdict will be, Tang Qing was not interested in asking. Xiao Tang, thank you for your help. I'd like to toast you. Li Jiangguo took his turn to sit at Tang Qing's table, poured a full bottle of beer, and said to Tang Qing sincerely. He didn't reveal that Tang Qing was a shareholder. Since Tang Qing wants to keep a low profile, how could he come to cause trouble? No, it's me you should thank, Uncle Li. After all, what I can do is limited, and you are the main force. We all help each other and get what we need. I hope Li Jiangguo will support me more in the future, Tang Qing said with a sophisticated smile. Okay, let's help each other. I'll do it. Li Jiangguo laughed. He drank the beer in his glass in one gulp. Most of the people at this table were members of his own family. They knew that Tang Qing was one of the bosses, so he didn't feel any displeasure when he saw Li Jiangguo's extra enthusiasm for Tang Qing. Tang Qing also drank up the beer in his glass. Finished lunch at noon. Friends are leaving one after another. The waiters started to get busy. After cleaning up, Zhang Jing also joined the cleaning team. After all, no one was eating now. She couldn't be like the lazy little boss who watched them eat melon seeds at the bar. Afternoon. Guests are arriving one after another. After all, there are always many people who miss meals for various reasons. The first official guests were a group of decoration workers. Oh, it tastes good. It's spicy and refreshing. The key is that the chili sauce is authentic. The boss took a bite of the spicy fish and immediately praised it. Although he is not from Sichuan province, he has traveled all over the country and has never tasted anything. Such an authentic taste is rare. At night, the leaflet sent out a few days ago played a key role. It is human nature to take advantage. It doesn't matter whether you're noble or not, and it doesn't matter your class. You can get an instant discount of 50 if you take the flyer. Plus, it's Saturday again, so it's good to take this opportunity to go out for a meal with your family. You can't eat anywhere else, otherwise the flyer will expire next Friday. Hotel flyers. Tang Qing emphasized that it should be installed on the door handles of every household in the community. Just moved into the community. Property management is not that strict. Otherwise, if you try to do this in the future, you will get into trouble. The residential area opposite is also a key publicity area. After all, there are too many people there, and the potential consumption power is huge. This can be seen from the popular scene of Li Jiangguo opening a restaurant opposite in later generations. At this time, there is no room left in the store. Fortunately, restaurants like this have prepared a lot of extra tables, so they added 6 more tables outside the door. As for adding a few more tables, the road would be blocked, which would be causing trouble, and I didn't want to get over it. As for our protagonist, he is also busy. I couldn't serve the food. My hand was injured and I couldn't carry it with one hand. The waiter who just poured water or couldn't help tidy the table, swept the floor, put on new tableware, and so on. The guests were surprised to see Tang Qing coming to serve tea and water while wearing a plaster. But I thought that this might be the boss's son. Fortunately, the internet is not as developed as it will be in later generations. Otherwise, Jubi will become a hot topic, and Tang Qing can even think of the title. What is it like for a disabled person to serve tea and water? Is it forced by life, or is there something hidden? Hands can be broken, tears can be shed, and jobs cannot be lost. Exposing a shady boss, there are pictures to prove it. Along with the picture, Tang Qing felt that if that happened, he would just die. P.S. Zhang Jing is not the heroine, let alone having an emotional scene with the male protagonist, but she is an important supporting role. Spent a day in the shop. Tang Qing's novelty gradually faded. The rest. It was just that the 3 brothers boring, and boring were accompanying him, making him even more bored. In order not to cause trouble for himself, Tang Qing decided to come to the restaurant less in the future. At most, he would come and have a meal or just go shopping, but not at noon and night, which were simply noisy, crowded, and boring. Kindness. It was such a happy decision. 11 p.m. Sent away the last wave of guests. The waiters began to clean up the store. Zhang Jing was busy calculating today's turnover. Every purchase was invoiced, one at the front desk and one in the kitchen, and checked separately so that everyone would be less suspicious. Zhang Jing is responsible for checking the front desk. Li Jiangwo's relatives are responsible for checking the kitchen, independent of each other. In the end, just check the total amount and get it right. All tickets have serial numbers and will be recorded in a small book during the check. Any discrepancies can be quickly checked out. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jing finally calculated today's turnover. Li Jiangwo also stood nervously aside. Naturally, Li Jiangwo did not need to do the cleaning of the kitchen himself. After frying the last dish, he and Tang Qing were sitting in the hall eating melon seeds, chatting and watching TV. As for Li Kai, this guy was still being stared at while doing his homework by his father. From time to time, he raised his head and looked at Tang Qing resentfully. At this moment, he actually had the urge to be hurt too. Pity. The thought hurts. He quickly suppressed this evil thought. We figured it out. The total is 9,560 yuan. After Zhang Jing and Zhao Ping checked it was correct, they excitedly walked over with the statistical bill. Tang Qing didn't look at Zhang Jing's piece of paper. He believed Zhang Jing, and she calculated it twice without looking at it. Seeing that Tang Qing had no reaction, Li Jiangguo was too embarrassed to take it over and look at it, but he was very excited and finally had a good start. He knows it too. Most of this is due to the young man opposite. It's true that he has skills, but in the past, I could only do it in a small way. The starting point was too low and it was too tiring to work alone. If I had followed the previous plan and opened a store by myself, I would have done everything myself. Now, the starting point is high. The venue is large. This also gave him a deep understanding of how necessary it is to have a strong partner. This also made him understand why those big guys like to do business together. What they can do alone, they prefer to bring in a few people together. It's all about resource sharing and risk sharing. Certainly, he also knew that this was only suitable for larger businesses. It is better to open a small shop with a few people on a small scale or to be alone. This sales. Tang Qing was quite satisfied. There are a total of 30 tables in the living room, large and small. Since the entrance of the store is quite spacious, 6 tables were later added. There are 9 private rooms upstairs, including an extra-large private room of more than 20 square meters. 45 tables in total. Afternoon plus dinner. Judging from the average table turnover rate of more than 2 times, plus the 50-50 discount for everyone due to the event, the price per customer is a little over 100. As for those customers who took orders and ordered dishes that cost 60 or 70, after all, they were in the minority. Calculated, this income is not low in this era. But today is Saturday. There are a lot of people going out to eat, and what really matters is the next week. Tang Qing is looking forward to it. They're looking forward to what their return rate will be at the end of the month. Since it does not involve business expansion, they adopt a monthly dividend model, leaving only a part of the purchasing funds in their accounts. As for money, except for a few that would be kept in the store at night, it was agreed that Li Jiangguo would take them home and keep them at night. As for whether they should be kept in Li Jiangguo's home or deposited in the bank, Li Jiangguo decided by himself. Anyway, I signed it when I took the money. Anyway, everything is on track. Uncle Li, I'm leaving now. I'll come back next weekend. If you have anything, send me a text message and I will reply as soon as possible. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, Tang Qing got up and prepared to go home. I just stayed until this time to wait for the turnover. It's past 7 o'clock. He called his uncle. He said he would go back later, but he didn't expect it to be so late. His aunt called him several times, urging him to go back quickly. After all, he had never gone back so late before, which made his aunt and uncle very worried. Okay, I'll see you off. When Li Jiangguo heard this, he stood up and was about to see him off. Tang Qing didn't refuse. It was so late, and Li Jianguo wouldn't be relieved if he didn't send a sick man to the car. Sister Jing, Sister Zhao, work hard, and I will reward you based on the situation when your wages are paid at the end of the month. Tang Qing stood up and said to Zhang Jing with a smile, "There is still some encouragement that should be given. Otherwise, how can one reflect the value of a boss?" Li Jianguo put Tang Qing into a taxi. Sitting in a taxi, Tang Qing was filled with emotions. This is my first career, and my life finally seems to be on the right track. I can make up for the regrets of my previous life, complete my unfinished dreams in my previous life, and protect the people I love. Arrived downstairs at Uncle's house. Looking at the lights that were still on at his uncle's house and the vague figure by the window of the living room, he knew that it was his uncle. He usually had a busy day and would not come back unless he had a mission. Otherwise, I would have gone to bed by this time. Tang Qing's eyes were moist. It's good to have relatives, and it's even better to have relatives who love you. Tang, you are finally back. Your uncle didn't sleep until you came back. When he got to the door opened before he took out the key. His aunt opened the door from the inside and said with a smile, "Regarding my nephew coming back so late." She was also very worried, so she waited with her husband. "Today is a special situation. My classmate's shop is open and the business is very good, so I went to help collect the money. This should not happen again in the future." Tang Qing explained the reason he just explained on the phone again. Concern for loved ones. Never get bored. That's good. Go get some sleep quickly. Your sister and the others have just been asleep for a while, and we are ready to go to sleep too. When my aunt saw Tang Qing coming back, she was also ready to go to bed. "Uncle, I have made you worry," Tang Qing said apologetically to his uncle who was sitting on the sofa and smoking. "It's good to come back. As for helping, I don't object. Next time, just help at noon. Forget it at night. It's so late after all." The uncle took a puff of cigarette and educated Tang Qing. "Okay, uncle, I've been reading all day today. I'm going to wash up and go to bed first." "Tang Qing not that. Go." Qin Yugong took one last puff and put out the cigarette. After washing up, Tang Qing turned off the light. Lying on the bed and looking at the weatherboard, the night light filtering into the room, and the chirping of insects from time to time made Tang Qing feel at peace, and everything was moving in a good direction. After a while, Tang Qing fell into a deep sleep. The following week, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief at the popularity of the hotel. He was afraid that there would be some changes if he changed the location. Now it seems that everything is the same. The larger and more luxurious hotel, coupled with Li Jianguo's superb craftsmanship, has made the hotel's business extremely booming. It's okay downstairs. The private room upstairs has accumulated customers. After several days, it was already necessary to book a day in advance to get a seat, and later a minimum consumption was added, which did not stop the enthusiasm. And Li Jianguo is both painful and happy. Compared to the previous small restaurant, this place is undoubtedly much busier. The largest restaurant that I opened before was only about 100 square meters, but now it has increased several times. Fortunately, he cooks the complicated dishes and leaves all the simple dishes to his apprentices. Relatively speaking, I'm only a little bit more tired than before, but the craftsmanship is slowly improving. The more focused and professional you become. A week later, that is the 24th, when Tang Qing went to the store again, due to the end of the discount period and the surge in customer volume. The sales volume the previous day had exceeded 33,000 yuan, which shocked Tang Qing. 45 tables. Each table generates an average of 730 yuan in sales, and the tables are turned over twice on average at noon and twice in the evening, and even guests who missed meals during the period are included. The price per customer is only about 180. Certainly, this is the average price of all. After all, 123 on the first floor is pretty good. The private rooms on the second floor are the focus of profit. In the private rooms, people can spend 400 to 500 or even thousands. And that's excluding alcohol sales. If you include drinks, a meal on the second floor costs at least 100 or even 1,000. The profit of wine is not high, especially the more famous the wine, the lower the terminal sales profit, so it is not included in the sales. After all, the profit is not more than double that of food. How much can you earn this month? Tang Qing is looking forward to it. But we can only know until next Sunday, the 31st. Let Zhang Jing get off work at that time. By the way, his salary was also paid on that day, and his total income was also calculated. Tang Qing did not take the approach of reducing his salary for half a month in the first month. A good start should have the benefits of a good start. It is not easy for everyone to make money. The restaurant is thriving again, and we are not worried about anyone changing jobs. Next month, the store will start to lower wages. The main purpose is to prevent someone from getting paid and not coming the next day. From an employee's point of view, this system is of course abhorrent, but as a boss, you have to guard against it. He had heard of many examples in his previous life. The employee took the money and was nowhere to be found the next day. There were many weird stories of people even stealing company things and running away, which made the bosses so angry that they had to tell them in advance that they had to attack suddenly and be caught off guard. Certainly, except for those bosses who make unconscionable money and default on their debts. This kind of boss should be dealt with severely. There are also collective strikes to force wage increases. Those people don't even think about it. It's not easy for you. Isn't it possible that the boss's money is just picked up? There are always many people who think that if they don't have enough, the boss should give them more. Especially the previous foreign trade company. Tang Qing felt it the most. Those relatives always thought it was easy for the boss to make money. I tried every means to take advantage of the company. Anyway, I felt that my boss was rich and I should give him more. I often asked my boss to borrow money, but these relatives never thought of paying it back and took it for granted. How do they know? How does my boss pretend to be a grandson outside? Beg grandpa to sue grandma, make excuses and play with her, and do everything possible to please people. Dignity. Sometimes. Truly a luxury item. Tang Qing followed them to socialize several times, and Zinzender saw how difficult it was for the bosses of these small and medium-sized enterprises, how insecure they were, how low their social status was, and how misunderstood they were by society. Especially later when I started doing small loans. Met more people like this. As a bystander, Tang Qing sometimes felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In order to survive, and to pay employees in full, they had to pay far more than others imagined. Yes, many of those bosses are treacherous and evil-hearted, but most of them are honest, simple, and hard-working businessmen. The bosses of small, medium, and micro enterprises basically cannot get loans from banks. Banks only like to lend to large, state-owned enterprises. Even if the other party has suffered losses for many years, they still have to borrow money. As a result, those who needed money could not borrow it, and those who did not need it had to stuff it hard, and finally they got it easily. Regardless of whether they needed it or not, they had to dig into the bowl first. Of course, many of them were political tasks, which Tang Qing could understand. Small, medium, and micro enterprises. That's like being a stepmother. Banks don't pay attention at all. Basically, for more than 90% of enterprises, banks do not grant loans at all. I don't know how many potential enterprises have been strangled in the cradle and died because of the exhaustion of funds. Causes bad money to drive out good money. There is a saying in later generations that if it were not for the blood transfusion of private lending, more than half of small and medium-sized enterprises would have died. This is definitely not an exaggeration. At the same time, it also reflects the prevalence of domestic private lending. In coastal areas, basically, more than 90% of enterprises have used private loans. If various enterprises and individuals had not borrowed and supported each other, a large number of enterprises in coastal areas would have died. Actually, Tang Qing can also understand the bank's approach. After all, the procedure for a loan of 100 million is the same as that of a loan of 1 million. Find a big customer to borrow 100 million and loan 100 small customers a total of 100 million. How to choose this multiple choice question can be figured out with your buttocks. Banks will not do this. It's okay to do it. The number of bank loan reviewers has increased. Dozens of times. This kind of requirement. How is it possible to get approval in today's time when agencies and personnel are being streamlined? Tang Qing had nothing to do about this situation. After all, the big bosses had so many experts to help with ideas, but they could not find a fundamental solution to this problem. The only method the big guys take. It means opening up private finance. Various loan companies, even major internet companies are participating in the competition. The big guy strategy is simple. That is, major banks basically maintain their positions and continue to serve the country's important economic entities, while small, medium, and micro enterprises are left to private finance, local banks, and credit cooperatives. Otherwise, think of those dozens of times more staff requests. Everyone has a headache. As for the methods for major banks to improve loan efficiency by simplifying processes, it sounds nice though, but to be honest, Tang Qing is not optimistic about anything, especially money-related matters. Once it is liberalized, the first to enjoy the benefits will not be ordinary people, but the privileged class. At home, once this kind of hole is opened, flies, mosquitoes, tigers, and elephants will all come in, walk through the same main entrance as you, jump in line or substitute to seize your spot. Within the rules, you can't kick him out. Over the years, the country has spent great efforts to deepen and emphasize certain aspects of the process in order to reduce the influence of rights or increase costs and try to avoid abuse of rights. All of a sudden, I want to cut down all the processes that I have worked so hard to establish. That would be so much fun. The person who gets the cake in the end is definitely not the one who shouts the most joyfully. Maybe in the end, he will be extremely happy and sad, stupidly watching others take a lot of money from the bank to make wedding dresses for others. This is not anecdotal. Never mind. Don't think about it anymore. No use even thinking about it. Anyway, the country will find a solution. The rise of various financial platforms in later generations has made the use of social funds more and more convenient and flexible, and it is developing in a better and better direction, so he does not need to worry about it. It is estimated that the country already has such a plan. As for now, it has nothing to do with myself. Even if the banking system will give you a bank in the future, then he will definitely be involved in loans to small, medium, and micro enterprises. It is still early, and it will only add to the worries. October 31st, Sunday. Today, it was the day to check the results of the hotel in the past half-month dividends. Tang Qing was so excited that he was looking forward to the arrival of his first dividend every day for the past few days. I can't help but feel a little excited. Tang Qing did not go to the restaurant early that day, but went there after dinner at home. After all, if he went there, he would have to help or watch, which would be very boring. Morning. He went to Lin Jiashue's house early and came back after doing homework for a day. There was no touching, or kissing. He also knew that Lin Jiashue was thin-skinned and couldn't stand teasing. When the time comes, you'll have to coax yourself when you are angry. How to say it? When someone truly lives in your heart. It's hard to feel blasphemous. Tang Qing didn't know what others thought, but he did think so himself. The purpose of tampering and ambiguity was to deepen the relationship, but this obviously didn't apply to Tang Qing. The relationship between the two has always been like this, with a feeling of respect and hospitality. Tang Qing also likes to get along like this. Tang Qing feels at ease and fulfilled by Lin Jiashue, who is as gentle as water. Evil thoughts sometimes arise, but won't do it. In the eyes of outsiders, I may be disabled, maybe there are all kinds of people, just like Byway Restaurant, there are always people who are different from others. Why should you follow the crowd when it comes to your own love? The plaster was removed. It also means saying goodbye to the privilege of not doing homework. The teacher assigned a lot of homework this week. Tang Qing, who did not copy the homework, could only do it by himself. Through this period of study, Tang Qing has basically picked up the level of his previous life. Needless to say, English. I will definitely blind him next time. There is also biology, which is the easiest. It is all rote memorization. I was particularly good at biology in my previous life. Basically, I got close to perfect scores every time. After Rebirth, it is extremely easy to learn with my good memory. Chemistry too. It's all rote learning. The more difficult ones are Chinese, mathematics, and physics. Chinese has the most things to memorize. There's a lot of content, such as appreciation of various ancient poems and texts, and I have not finished memorizing it until now. The composition is okay. I have written a lot of copywriting and planning in my 2 lives, and I can't even write an argumentative essay, so I might as well just die. In order not to do this abominable homework next semester. He's going to study hard next month. Prepare for the monthly exams in December. His goal is to be #1 in the school, and then he can confidently stop doing homework. For yourself, repeating all kinds of things you know is simply a waste of time. As for confidence, of course the system is about to be upgraded. Based on the degree of development of his brain based on the source energy value rewarded after the system upgrade. His soaring memory and understanding ability will rank first in the grade. In fact, it is also difficult. I can only say that I try my best. After dinner, Tang Qing hurried to the hotel. Because it's the weekend. Of course, the business was very good, and the seats were all packed. The waiters were all busy, and they all said hello respectfully when they saw Tang Qing. Tang Qing couldn't put on airs, but would give a few words of encouragement. Walked straight to the cashier. See Zhang Jing busy. Tang Qing didn't bother her either. I went straight to the freezer and grabbed a bottle of mineral water to quench my thirst. Maybe it was the sound of the freezer closing that made Zhang Jing hear it, and she immediately turned around. But thinking about it, this is a hotel asset, and not just anyone can take it, and they don't even say hello. Boss, you're here. Your hand is finally healed. Zhang Jing looked up and saw Tang Qing and said in surprise, "You go about your business and give me some melon seeds to eat." Tang Qing said with a smile, "Okay." The melon seeds were given to me in the private room upstairs before the food was served. There is no one in the lobby below. As a representative of the small boss, you will naturally enjoy some privileges. There are some snacks, such as melon seeds and peanuts at the cashier, and drinks for 2 people can be drunk for free. Just not too much. The total price per day should not exceed 20 yuan, and the total price per month should not exceed 600 yuan. From time to time, Li Jianguo would wholesale some fruits when he was buying vegetables. Zhang Jing felt that the treatment here was extremely good, all thanks to the small boss in front of him. Therefore, the gaze he looked at Tang Qing was particularly soft. Tang Qing watched silently as the customers filled the door. In the hall, those who toasted, those who fist-pumped, those who greeted each other as brothers, the couples who showed their affection, and the naughty children who ran around noisily. He smiled happily because these are all money. Sister Jing, has anything happened these days? Except financial matters. Tang Qing asked casually. Zhang Jing rarely calls him. Only weekly reports will be given. Hence this question. There is one thing. The day before yesterday, when there were no customers, 3 men came to ask for protection money. They threatened to come to the door to cause trouble if they didn't pay. They looked quite vicious. Thinking that it was a waste of money and disaster relief, Boss Lee gave him 3,000 yuan. The gangster also said that he would collect it every month. Boss Lee planned for you to come and tell you in person this time. I didn't mention it just now. Zhang Jing was a little nervous. She was afraid that Tang Qing would think she was incompetent for not telling him such a big thing. And Zhang Jing couldn't help but beat her heart. Bastard? Protection money, Tang Qing said solemnly. It was beyond his expectation to encounter such a situation in his hotel. He had never encountered such a thing in his previous life. After all, the government cracked down hard on such behaviors that disrupted economic order. Later generations, under strong government repression, it is generally impossible to collect protection fees on a large scale. Coupled with the rapid development of the country's economy, there are many profitable businesses. There is no need to do such things that will cause anger and will eventually be regarded as a target. Occasionally, I read the news about someone being caught collecting protection money. Tang Qing could only send them one word: stupid. Their predecessors are all in transition. Many of them monopolize the business of a certain local industry, which is safe and easy. The gangs and factions in the novel simply cannot exist in China and have no room for survival. At most, there are gangs involved in gray matter. When others give up something they don't want to touch or dare not touch, if you foolishly pick it up, how could it end well? At this point, Tang Qing couldn't help but complain about young and dangerous. That kind of thing. What would mentally retarded teenagers think? I don't know how many people I have mistaken for being bullied by this kind of person in school, by forming gangs in school, copying society, and worshiping my big brother. Discuss the matter. But now it's 2004. I don't dare to guarantee that there is no such organization, and I don't know whether it is local in nature or a wandering wild type. Have you paid it to other stores? Tang Qing asked. I don't think I've heard of it. Uncle Li asked several companies and found none. Zhang Jing answered honestly. Hear this. Tang Qing immediately understood that this was a wild path. He went around to commit crimes and threatened the bigger hotels to pay the money. If he thought about it, if he had committed crimes on a large scale, he would have been suppressed by the police and turned into a scumbag. How could he be so arrogant? Thinking of this, Tang Qing didn't say anything. He would discuss it with Li Jianguo later. Li Jianguo didn't tell him, and Tang Qing didn't blame him. After all, as a businessman, it's better to do less than to do more. Even if he knew that his uncle was a police officer, he was the deputy director. But that was also in the south of the city, not in the same jurisdiction. Li Jianguo probably didn't want to trouble his uncle, or he didn't dare threaten those gangsters in his uncle's name without his own consent. Tang Qing's first reaction was actually thinking of solving this problem through his uncle. But there's a problem. The land here is not under my uncle's control. There is even some grudge between the director here and his uncle. Even if it is operated through his uncle, it will be quite complicated. He doesn't know how many things will happen in the future, so he doesn't want to trouble his uncle. Only, Li Jianguo couldn't swallow this breath. How could he possibly swallow it? Once, twice, or 3 times, my money. It's not that easy to get. Tang Qing clenched his fists. Immediately, Tang Qing comforted Zhang Jing and told her not to think too much. He praised her for doing the right thing. After all, it was not a big deal and it did not harm his core interests. He did not blame her. Is there anything else? Tang Qing asked again. One more thing is that several people from relevant departments came a few days ago, and Uncle Li counted a total of 6,000 yuan. Zhang Jing said truthfully, feeling relieved when she heard that Tang Qing did not blame her. Tang Qing had no idea what to do when he heard this. After all, they're all law enforcement agencies. I am just a commoner, and I am the first to take care of my fault. Setting a table at the door will definitely occupy the road. Secondly, the customers are not very good, so it is normal to throw things away. Catering industry. Want to perfectly meet hygiene requirements. One word, difficult. As long as you are willing, there is always a reason to find fault. You haven't said anything yet, after all customers have left. Second floor. In the big box. Zhang Jing and the others were settling accounts nervously, while Tang Qing and the others were drinking tea. The employees didn't leave even after cleaning. They were watching TV in the hall, waiting for their half-month salary and bonuses to be paid. The dormitory was upstairs, very close, and they were in no rush to go back. Because a general ledger is calculated every day. And check. There's not a lot of work today. It is nothing more than calculating what is today and adding what was in the past. Soon, the two checked it out. Boss, in the past half month, excluding drinks, our total sales are 412,000 yuan. After deducting employee wages, material costs, and accounts payable, the profit is 88,500 yuan. Zhang Jing announced this amount with a trembling tone. What she earns from a meal for half a month is equivalent to several years of her salary. However, considering such a big hotel and so many people, it is not an exaggeration to earn this kind of money, and it will even be more next month. Hear about this sales. Tang Qing was very satisfied. This still has the problem of reducing the opening fee by 50 in the initial stage. After getting on the right track, the monthly profit will be at least more than 100,000 or even more than 200,000. According to the proportion, it will not be long before the original investment is recovered. Just don't get too high. Li Jianguo was also very excited. According to the proportion, he will get about 60,000. The annual income from his previous restaurant was almost the same. He was so happy that he looked at Tang Qing beside him, his eyes full of gratitude. Without Tang Qing, he could only buy the house opposite. I still don't know what will happen in the end. Not like now. Really made money. I can make my money back in less than a year, not to mention how happy I am. Uncle Lee, I suggest you stop dividing the money and equip the store with some good things, such as a few vertical air conditioners in the lobby for cooling in the summer and heating in the winter, and an air conditioner for each private room. Also, buy a washing machine for each dormitory, and also equip the store with a car. Just buy a van or a pickup truck. You can decide what to do. I happen to know how to drive it, Uncle Lee. What do you think of Uncle Lee? The money will be left in the store for now. Uncle Lee can withdraw part of it if he wants. We will distribute the dividends at the end of next month. After the excitement, Tang Qing said slowly. Tang Qing wanted to share the money before, but I just walked around the store and came up with a new idea. I didn't have much money before, so all I thought about was saving money. Only the largest private room has air conditioning, and the private rooms all have large vertical fans. Very unsightly and classy. So I wanted to do a big change. After all, I have nothing to spend money on. When I reach the second level, I will be rewarded another 200,000 yuan. I will not be sure of these tens of thousands of yuan. By then, it will be cold in winter, and there is no heating here like in the north. Everyone will be much more comfortable after buying air conditioners. As for the car, of course, I was considering purchasing goods. In the past, Uncle Lee rode a three-wheeler to buy groceries. He didn't look like a boss at all in the wind and rain. Considering that in the future, buying a car will be more convenient. I agree with this. It's time to replace the gun with the cannon. Li Jianguo also agreed. With money, his mentality has changed. He will be considered a rich man in the future. What is it like to ride a tricycle? Although he has a car, it is only for delivery. But there's also something about saving face. Is there anything else Uncle Lee wants to buy? Tang Qing asked again. No, I just want to tell you something. A few gangsters came here a few days ago to ask for protection money. I gave it because I didn't want to get into trouble. Li Jianguo finally told the matter. He also did not shy away from his son Li Kai. My son has grown up. It's also time to understand the dark side of society and the helplessness of trying to make some money. Uncle Lee is right. I will find a way. A few gangsters can't make big waves. Next time they come, you can find a way to take a photo, and I'll take a look. I'll find someone to check them out and find out the details. Tang Qing said disdainfully. Tang Qing looked confident. Li Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qing originally wanted to give them more, which would constitute a crime of extortion, and send them in. Many people did this in later generations, and many greedy people were tricked by rich people in this way. The outcome can be imagined. Always remember, greedy money is not so easy to get. It is hot. But think about it and forget it. After all, the amount is not huge, and they don't dare to take more. The sentence won't last long. They may be fine in the end, but the hotel and Li Jianguo will be in danger. Do the math. It is still necessary to use deterrence or avoid future troubles. The risk of simply taking it for granted is too high, and there will be many troubles. In Tang Qing's opinion, one of the ways to avoid future troubles is to dare not, and the other is to be unable. Not daring means being afraid, and not being able means letting the other party disappear forever. The latter method is not available yet. Only the former one can be used. P.S. Thank you to reader Sanjin Gaktang for the recommendation vote. Uncle Lee, is there any way to pay back the loan when it's due? Tang Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, it is indeed unspeakable to ask for money to collect debts. But it had to be said that he couldn't just put it off because he wanted to save face and suffer. He was just waiting for Li Jianguo to pay back the money and gain experience. That's no problem. I'll just ask my friends to borrow it when the time comes. Before, I wasn't sure about anything and my friends didn't dare to borrow. But now that we have such a big hotel and the business is so good, it's no problem to borrow 200,000 yuan. Li Jianguo said with a smile. Tang Qing didn't say anything. Li Jianguo is also planning to talk to Tang Qing about this matter tonight. After all, the contract is about to expire, and he has overcome the difficulty. Although he has no money in his pocket, he has a chicken that lays golden eggs in his hand. There's a hotel here. At this time, it is relatively simple to ask anyone to borrow money. The icing on the cake. There will definitely be many people who are willing to do it, and maybe even in order to befriend him, if the loan time is not long, the interest may not be required. Of course, Li Jianguo cannot be shameless. He really doesn't want to give people interest. Tang Qing asked him directly about paying back the money. Li Jianguo didn't feel any discomfort. Over the years, he has learned a little about the treachery of businessmen, but he has also learned the spirit of business contracts. Once you have a contract, you must execute it. Otherwise, who will dare to cooperate with him in the future? In no time, his reputation was ruined. The gain outweighs the loss. Even though things were written into the contract, he still tried every means to procrastinate. For Li Jianguo, who was also a little ambitious and wanted to do big things, he simply did not allow himself to be such a person. Especially Tang Qing said it has other uses. That means that the 200,000 yuan may have been lent to him by Tang Qing in an emergency, or even misappropriated by him. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo couldn't help but feel a little moved. That's good. The main reason is that I really need it urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in a hurry to ask. I hope Uncle Li will take offense. Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, it's okay. I, Li Jianguo, am not a person who does not keep his word. Since I signed the contract, I will not breach the contract, and I have not thought about overdue. I have already been thinking about how to pay back the money. I have already contacted my friends, and I can get the money together tomorrow. Li Jianguo laughed. Thank you for understanding. I can't help it. I'll pick it up at noon the day after tomorrow. In order to upgrade quickly, he had to ask Li Jianguo to pay back the money quickly. As for Zhang Dongqing, he also called at noon today, and Zhang Dongqing also said that there was no problem at all and that he could return it to him in person the day after tomorrow. Zhang Dongqing originally planned to treat him to a meal at the previous Sichuan and Chongqing restaurant, but as the saying goes, the money should not go to outsiders, so Tang Qing invited him here, and then the two payments were repaid together. Certainly, the whole process did not avoid Zhang Jing and others. As financiers, they of course knew the contract between the two of them. Even Li Kai was still thinking about how to kill Tang Qing, a wealthy man, in a few days. What should he eat? Li Kai fell into difficulty in choosing. Okay, then Uncle Li, I'll leave as it's getting late. The salary and bonus will be paid out according to the previous plan. My uncle is probably waiting for me to stay awake again. Don't forget to take pictures next time those bastards come. Tang Qing got up and prepared to leave. It was getting late. If he doesn't go back, his uncle will call again. Understand. I will give you the money at noon the day after tomorrow. Li Jianguo stood up and said, No problem. By the way, Uncle Li, I'm going to treat a friend to dinner at noon the day after tomorrow. You can leave me a private room. It doesn't have to be the biggest one, just an ordinary one. Tang Qing said again. Then let's stay at Qingfeng, Shaozhong. Remember to save the Qingfeng box at noon the day after tomorrow. Li Jian turned to Zhang Jing and ordered. The name of the hotel box does not include any hall or pavilion. It is just two words: breeze, small bridge, flowing water, floating clouds, rising sun, and bright moon. These were all taken by Tang Qing. As for the largest box, Tang Qing's name is Songhai. The sea has changed, things have changed, and people have changed. Although it didn't quite suit the occasion, the word seemed to have a special magic that made him like it very much. Okay, Zhang Jing agreed quickly. After returning home, really, my uncle was still awake and was sitting on the sofa watching the replay of the news broadcast. Annie has already gone to bed, and she has to go to work tomorrow. As for Uncle, the biological clock of so many years has caused him to wake up early no matter how late he goes to bed, and he is very energetic all day long. After all, he is only in his 30s, and he is still in the prime of life. Si Tang Qing came back safely. Qin Yugong was also relieved. Her sister had left her only child to stay with her, and she couldn't let him be in danger under any circumstances. Tang Qing has changed a lot during this period, as if he has suddenly grown up. He can cook again and actively cleans the room and washes clothes. His tone of voice and method of doing things are much more mature than before. But Qin Yugong didn't think much about it. It is a good thing that my nephew has grown up and matured. The next day is Monday. It's time to go to class again. Tang Qing got up early in the morning and checked to see if there were any changes in the system. He found that the assessment day was not a big deal, except that the system interface changed. All the words that originally looked like blue and white, transparent, turned into crimson, which looked very urgent. Other than that, there are no changes. The system tasks will not be refreshed until after the assessment at 12 o'clock tonight. Tang Qing looked at his information again. Hostname, Tang Qing level. Level 1 experience. 30/100 this month's loan amount. 50/500 000 personal amount this month. 30/100 000 assets that can be withdrawn. 00000 spirit. 51 plus 15 physique. 49 plus 15 origin chi value. 15 there is no change in the information. Among the withdrawable assets, the system is very proud and has a strong rounding ability. If it is not over 10,000 yuan, it will be rounded down. If it is 19,999 yuan, it will directly display 10,000 yuan, as if displaying thousands is a shameful thing. But Tang Qing can also understand. By the time I reach level 9, my monthly external loans will be in hundreds of millions, and the amount of money in the thousands is really negligible. Because of this setting, Tang Qing's personal account directly showed 0. Tang Qing was speechless when he saw it. This number was obviously mocking his poverty, but he couldn't be angry with a dead thing. Night. It's almost 12 o'clock. Tang Qing lay on the bed and looked at his personal information over and over again. The system did not provide a time reporting function, and his alarm clock was not the standard time, and it might even be a few minutes off. That's all. Tang Qing kept thinking silently about checking personal information. Sudden, the system's voice sounded, and he quickly sat up. October assessment result passed. Then there's no more. This is too casual. Why don't you make a list to evaluate your situation this month? After seeing that this system was completely operated behind the scenes, Tang Qing didn't know what to say, and it seemed that there was no qualifying reward. Tang Qing silently thought about checking the system information again. For a moment, his personal information was refreshed as follows. Hostname, Tang Qing. Level 1 experience. 45/100 this month's loan limit. 0/500 000 this month's personal limit. 20/100 000 overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets. 00000 spirit. 51 plus 20 physique. 49 plus 20 origin chi value. 20 compare the previous information. He found that he had completed the task of owning 100,000 yuan in assets, adding 5 points of source energy and 10 points of experience. It seemed that although the money he invested was considered systematic, it could not be included in his own assets. But the hotel will increase in value. The added value is included in own assets. In addition, due to the overdraft last month, this month's personal loan limit was completed, adding another 5 points of experience. Now he has 45 experience points. After the two pay back the money tomorrow and add 50 more experience points, he will have 95 points. As long as he gets 5 more points, he can upgrade. Tang Qing is very much looking forward to the reward after the upgrade. Tang Qing then brought up the task interface. 1. Complete the loan task for customers recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete 1 loan business for non-system recommended customers this month, with an amount of no less than 100,000. Reward content. Experience plus 5. Completion level 0/1. 3. Complete all external loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion level 0/50. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion level 10 out of 10. Completed 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion level 50/1 million. 6. Achievement Task 2. The cumulative principal recovery of the system's external loans reaches 1 million, and the reward content is source power value plus 5, experience value plus 10. Completion degree 0/1 million. 7. Achievement Task 3. The total amount of the system's personal loans reaches 500,000, and the reward content is source power value plus 5, experience value plus 20, and completion degree 30/500, 000. 8. Achievement Task 4. The host's own assets reach 500,000. The system's personal loans and rewards are not included. Reward content: source power plus 5, experience value plus 20. Most tasks remain unchanged. It's just that the personal loan turned gray that month. Achievement Tasks 3 and 4 have been completed, and the task target has been refreshed to a total of 500,000. I believe it will not take long to complete. Even a personal loan totaling 500,000 is an achievement task. It can be done now. It only needs to be overdraft. But in line with the principle of wasting as little as possible, Tang Qing is not planning to overdraft anymore now, and will save it for when it is particularly needed. Assessment completed. Task refresh. Tang Qing was also a little sleepy. Soon he fell asleep. November 2nd. Noon. Byway restaurant. In a breeze box. There were 3 people sitting in the box: Tang Qing, Zhang Dongqing, and Zheng Xiao, whom they met last time. The 3 of them did not sit next to each other. Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiao were sitting in the upper seats, while Tang Qing was sitting at the door facing them. After all, the theme of today's dinner was to pay back the money, and they had to appear to be negotiating. Tang Qing discovered there was a little melancholy between Zhang Dongqing's brows. Apparently business has been good recently. Zheng Xiao is still in plain clothes. Zheng Xiao graduated from the party school last weekend. As for his new position, I heard reliable information that he is likely to be transferred to Qingshui County, his hometown, as the director of the Public Security Department. Formal level. It's a level higher than his uncle. Previous life. He did know the names of his parents in his hometown county. But the leaders of the agencies below were not impressed. However, Zheng Xiao's promotion speed was much better than that of his uncle. Either he was very good, or I was very good, or my wife is very awesome. Just started. Tang Qing couldn't help but become a little nervous when he heard that the other party was transferred to his home county. However, he calmed down in just a moment. Firstly, he had not broken any laws. Secondly, he was still considered a friend. Thirdly, he had helped Zhang Dongqing. It was impossible for him to be unfavorable both emotionally and rationally. Nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Dongqing opened a bottle of beer. He poured a glass each for Zheng Xiao and himself, and said, "You have classes in the afternoon, so you won't drink wine, just drinks. We have something to do in the afternoon, so we will drink some beer." Okay, I didn't plan to drink in the first place. Tang Qing shook the sour plum soup in his hand and smiled. This sour plum soup was made by Li Jiangguo himself. It is sour and sweet, and has become a signature drink in the store. It costs 30 yuan per pot, and the pot is not big, so it is quite expensive. A few people didn't start eating directly. Of course, we have to get down to business before we start dinner. This is 303,000, please count. Zhang Dongqing handed over a black bag he brought. He did not just pick up a bag with hundreds of thousands like Tang Qing. No need to order it. I believe in Uncle Zhang's character. Besides, there's a policeman nearby. Do you dare to give me counterfeit money? Ha! Tang Qing smiled and put the bag next to him. He didn't believe that Zhang Dongqing dared to give him counterfeit money. Say it again. Even if Zhang Dongqing doesn't pay back the money, the system will not punish him, let alone the counterfeit currency. As long as the system recommends the customer to take out a loan, he has no worries and just completes the contract. Of course, he would not stupidly tell the other party that he could not pay it back, or that he could delay such things indefinitely, otherwise not to mention that the system would not let him go, and many people would not let him go. Tang Qing took out the receipt from his pocket and handed it over. Looking at the receipt he wrote last time in his hand, Zhang Dongqing was stunned. He didn't expect that Tang Qing gave him the receipt without even reading it. Zhang Dongqing was a little touched by this trust. Haha, You have courage and courage. Zhang Dongqing praised Tang Qing greatly. Uncle Zhang, thank you. I believe in Uncle Zhang's character, just like the reason I lent you the money in the first place. It's just a small amount. We will be big business people in the future. Hundreds of thousands, it's nothing. Tang Qing replied humbly. However, within a second, he started pretending again. But obviously, this is more fashionable than pretending. If you have anything to do in the future, you can come to me. I may not be able to handle big things, but don't you still have your Uncle Zhang, right? Old Zhang. Zhang Dongqing waved her chest and pulled Zheng Xiu in again. I can't help. Tang Qing's uncle is also the deputy director of your Changnan police station. How can I take care of him despite the high mountains and the long distance, haha? Zheng Xiu responded with a smile. Certainly. He had told Zhang Dongqing this before, but he wanted to see how Tang Qing would react now that he knew he was investigating him, to see if he could tell anything, and to trick him by the way. Really? Your uncle is the deputy director? Zhang Dongqing also immediately understood what his comrade meant. Yes, but don't tell my uncle these things. I don't want him to worry. As for the source of the money, it's completely legal. As he spoke, Tang Qing couldn't help but tremble in his heart, feeling like his secret was being spied on. He immediately responded quickly and wisely. As a man of two lives, he could also see that there was something wrong with the dialogue inside. After all, if it weren't for Zhang Dongqing's instructions, how could Zheng Xiu be bored enough to investigate his family? Since Zhang Dongqing knew about it, he deliberately asked him, obviously to find out his background. He even thought about it. Just now Zheng Xiu deliberately revealed that he might be transferred to Qingshui County just to put some psychological pressure on himself. Otherwise, how could Zheng Xiu casually mention a transfer that he was not sure about? It's really a chain of links. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that no one in the officialdom could be simple, especially the police. They are all psychology experts. Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu looked at each other and nodded, without asking further questions. They could also hear that Tang Qing didn't want to talk about this topic, but that was expected. Of course, there is no evidence that your money comes from improper sources, and I have no interest in taking care of it. I just hope that you will stick to your heart and never make mistakes that will embarrass your uncle. Zheng Xiu said solemnly. He really has no interest in it. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I won't embarrass my uncle and family. Tang Qing also said seriously. Let's have a drink. Don't talk about these work matters. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Zhang Dongqing hurriedly ended the previous topic. It was none of his business anyway. Okay, cheers. Tang Qing raised the sour plum soup. During meal, Zhang Dongqing is extremely enthusiastic about Tang Qing. Frequent pickup of vegetables shows goodwill. At first, Tang Qing thought he was apologizing for the temptation just now, and didn't think anything of it. As for Zheng Xiu, he just ate his own food and talked about interesting things about the army and training from time to time. But later seeing Zhang Dongqing being so enthusiastic and hesitant to speak, Tang Qing couldn't help but ask, Uncle Zhang, do you have something to tell me? To be honest, Uncle Zhang, I really have something to ask for today. Zhang Dongqing couldn't help but admire Tang Qing's observation skills. Zhang Dongqing's words made Tang Qing very confused. He really didn't know what happened to Zhang Dongqing. He needed help from a student. Could it be money? Think about it for a moment. Tang Qing put down his chopsticks and said slowly, Uncle Zhang, let's talk about it first. If I can help, I will definitely help. If it's too difficult and my abilities are limited and I can't help, don't mind. Zhang Dongqing paused for a moment and organized his words. To be honest, I have a friend who runs a clothing factory who is short of cash flow recently. He's engaged in OEM clothing processing. This time, it is mainly used to pay the due accounts of downstream raw material manufacturers. As long as the upstream brand company pays the money by the 30th of the month, it can be repaid. He asked me to borrow money a few days ago. I am buying machines and recruiting people for expansion due to the last big order. I don't have much cash. I also mentioned to you inadvertently that the interest rate is low, the loan is fast, and there are no additional conditions. So I want to see if you can help my friend. Don't worry, I believe in his character. He has been an old friend of mine for many years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for him. Secondly, I will be the guarantor this time, and he won't be able to pay me back. After that, Zhang Dongqing stared at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. When Tang Qing heard this, he thought it was a big deal. Why not just borrow money? The key is how much to borrow. How much money does he want to borrow this time? Tang Qing asked. 400,000. Zhang Dongqing said. Tang Qing fell in a deep thought. He is penniless now. The big zero in the account is particularly ironic. But when the system is upgraded, there will be rewards, plus the balance of external loans. He should be able to collect 400,000. As for the system tasks, he has also looked at it, and 300,000 will be enough. If not enough, I can only overdraft my personal loan again. Think about it for a while. Tang Qing made a decision. No problem. Wait for my call. It will be ready at noon the day after tomorrow at the latest. It's still a cash transaction. He still has 5 points of experience to upgrade, so he plans to complete the task as soon as possible tomorrow. Move the level up. As for the customers recommended by the contact system, he will contact them after school today and make an appointment to talk until noon tomorrow. If everything goes well, he can complete the loan for Zhang Dongqing's friend tomorrow night. Seeing Tang Qing agree, okay, then I'll thank you on behalf of my friend first. As for the contract, after saying that, he looked at Tang Qing. I'll prepare. Next, the guests and hosts were of course having a good time after having solved one of their worries. But Tang Qing had to hurry up and get the system recommended customers before upgrading, otherwise everything else would be stuck. The meal didn't end until nearly 1:30. Of course, it was Zhang Dongqing who settled the bill in the end, and Tang Qing didn't rob him. When it comes to transactions, everyone knows who should settle the bill, and don't overstep it, otherwise everyone will feel uncomfortable. After sending Zhang Dongqing away, Tang Qing immediately returned to the box. Money is given back to the system. The system took away 300,000 yuan plus 1,500 yuan in interest. In total, I made a profit of 1,500 yuan. But Tang Qing has long been dissatisfied with this little money, so I threw it directly into the personal account of the system. There is no more secure wallet than this, and the system has the ability to exchange old money for new. The old money deposited in it can be converted into new money immediately after being exchanged. The number on the money has also changed, and it's still a serial number. It seems that the collection and distribution of cash within the system are not one channel. I'm just a little worried about the source of the serial number money. It shouldn't be possible to create it out of thin air. After all, the system is so shaky, there shouldn't be such loopholes. There's no need to dig such a big hole for yourself. How did the system get this money? He asked too. The system still responded with the same rigid tone, saying, I don't have the right to view it. It's okay if the system doesn't tell him. It's useless to think about it. It will only increase worries. The system will definitely solve the legality of the money. Otherwise, it will be a piece of shit and it will go to jail. Tang Qing found Li Jiangguo again. Get his money. I also returned the receipt to him. There is no need to give a contract. After all, the evidence of the loan fact has been given to the other party, which means that the previous contract is of no use. Keep the file. After exchanging Li Jiangguo's money to the system, Tang Qing checked his personal information again. Level 1 experience. 95/100 loan limit this month. 0/500 000 personal limit this month. 20/100 000 overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets 10,000 spirit. 51 plus 20 physique. 49 plus 20 origin chi value. 20 including the two people's interest, the total was 2,000 5,000, and his personal account finally exceeded 10,000. Tang Qing felt a little better after being criticized by the system again. The 0 eggs were really an eyesore. You can level up with 5 more experience points. Try to get it done tomorrow. Just when Tang Qing was about to leave the box and return to school for class, Li Kai hurriedly opened the box door. Old Tang, the 3 gangsters my dad mentioned before are here again. They're eating in the hall now. I just pretended to take a few photos accidentally. The camera belonged to Li Kai's own home. After Tang Qing asked them to take pictures, it was kept at the front desk. I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Tang Qing stood up immediately. Take me to have a look. He finished. Li Kai took Tang Qing to the lobby on the first floor. Certainly, he didn't directly point at those people and say it was them. Since each table had a table number, as soon as Li Kai reported the table number, Tang Qing knew where it was. After all, everything was in order. In addition, I still arranged the numbers myself. How could I not remember? Looking along the table number reported by Li Kai, Tang Qing saw 3 young people in their 20s sitting there, dressed in ordinary clothes. If it weren't for the ruffian look on their faces, it would be hard to tell that they were gangsters. At this time, there were 2 gangsters facing Tang Qing. One of them had his back turned, and his face could not be seen clearly. Just then, the gangster with his back to them suddenly turned his head and looked at where Tang Qing was. A familiar memory jumped out of his mind. Within 3 seconds, Tang Qing remembered who this person was. Tang Qing was shocked. He didn't expect to meet each other here. But at this time, it was obvious that the target of the other party was not him, but Zhang Jing. The man stared at Zhang Jing unscrupulously, and the other 2 gangsters also cast their eyes over, saying something and laughing from time to time. Tang Qing's face was cold, and he dared to take advantage of his own employees. Although his face was frosty, his heartbeat could not slow down at all. He was obviously excited. At this time, Tang Qing only had 3 sentences in his mind. God help me. If you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Here comes the one who gives away the head. Tang Qing began to recall the information about these 3 people he knew in his previous life. September 11th last year. A murder occurred in the back alley of a bar in the provincial capital. The victim was stabbed 3 times, fatally, and all his belongings were robbed. He was discovered early the next morning by an aunt doing morning exercises and called the police. At this time, the body was already cold. Those who died were not ordinary people. The other party's father is the mayor and acting secretary of the provincial capital city, and is about to become a provincial official. As a result, it immediately became a top-notch case. However, the place where the crime occurred was a mixed bag, and it was in a deserted alley late at night. There was a large floating population. After several months of investigation, there were no clues. A reward was even launched. However, there were many calls to the police due to greed for money, but the real culprit made no progress at all, as if he had evaporated out of thin air. This directly led to the early retirement of the branch leader in that district. After all, someone had to take the blame. Who called it happened in your jurisdiction? They don't dare to just find a scapegoat. That is definitely asking for death. That's all. The case has been dragging on, and there has been no progress for several years. In this era of underdeveloped surveillance, it is simply impossible to recruit surveillance investigators. This is also the reason why there is so much surveillance in later generations, and the detection rate of various cases has also skyrocketed. Although the establishment of large-scale surveillance has problems with citizen privacy. But how to say it? Generally speaking, the pros outweigh the cons. That is to say, in June of the next year, several people committed a major incident in a neighboring province. They fought and fought, resulting in 3 deaths and 5 injuries. One of them was caught, while the other 2 escaped. I know that if I don't provide some conditions for commutation of my sentence, it was impossible for him to get out of prison, and he was even very angry that the 2 people left him and ran away. Based on the principle that if I die, you will not be able to live well, so he also told what happened back then. As for the evidence, it was obtained from the dead person he carried with him, a tiger-shaped jade pendant. In the end, of course, the murder case 8 years ago was solved. At this time, the father happened to be the second-in-command here. It can be imagined how much benefit the investigators and participants gained at the time. And the person who was arrested was the person with the birthmark on his face. He remembered the birthmark clearly. The faces of the 3 looked more and more familiar. As for why he knew these things, Li Kai told him during a chat. Later, Li Kai got involved in the upper-class circles and occasionally heard some secrets. He mentioned this incident in a casual chat. This was because the leader was already the second-in-command in the neighboring province at that time. High position and authority. Naturally, there are many things about him that raise eyebrows. He also found out that the leader had 2 sons, and the second son was the one who was killed. He took a day off from work to hang out in bars and other entertainment venues. As for the boss, I still know Li Kai. When this incident was mentioned, the other party was already serving as the Secretary General of the Qingyan City Municipal Government. He also searched the incident on the internet and found photos of the 3 of them. The birthmark in memory and the faintly visible red rope around his neck. Tang Qing was even more certain. Before Rebirth, that leader is already the top. Leader of a province in central China. Look at these gangsters. Tang Qing's eyes became softer and brighter. This great political achievement was simply the best gift for his uncle. The key was not this, but the relationship with the leader. It is enough to guarantee that my uncle will be promoted at an extremely fast speed within the scope of the rules. At least one of the top positions has not escaped. If the other party is more generous, or the uncle works harder, it is not impossible to become deputy director or even above. TSK. Today is a good day. I found a treasure when I went out. At this time, the 3 gangsters were so cute in Tang Qing's eyes. Just like when you defeat a boss and get a magical item. This is like a magical item falling from the sky. How to do it? Tang Qing still has to make some plans. At this time, he remembered the advantages of this place and the conflict between him and his uncle. He remembered it clearly. A promotion from my uncle. This man made some small moves inside and became his uncle's boss. That's all. After becoming a boss, he kept bullying his uncle. Finally, he was transferred to a different place, and a person with lower qualifications and abilities than his uncle was promoted to take his place. In the end, it was that person who was corrupt, and my uncle had the opportunity to take over his position as director of the development zone and deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This made Tang Qing unbearable. This also let him know how deeply this person resented his uncle and how much he held a grudge. At the same time, he became more confident about his next plan. Just hold a grudge, haha, the deeper the better. Since the other party still has a desire for revenge, and it is still so strong, then I can't help it. I can only dig a hole and put you in it. Who told you to punish my uncle in the future? How to dig this hole and put the opponent in it? Tang Qing already has a way. Although it is not a good idea. The success rate is not 100%, but at least it is a method. Tang Qing is also gambling. Isn't life just a gamble if you bet that the other party will follow your own plan? I haven't reached the point where I am as wise as a monster and can calculate all the plans. There are also many loopholes in this scene, but it's not a bad idea to give it a try. After making a decision, Tang Qing walked to the kitchen and called Li Jianguo aside. Uncle Li, I want to ask you a favor. I have a way to deal with those gangsters outside and avoid future troubles. You find a smart guy to let them take the opportunity to cause trouble. In the end, the guy has to get hurt. After the incident is completed, I can privately reward him with 10,000 yuan, and all the losses to the hotel today will be charged to my account. As soon as the action starts, call the police immediately and try to catch them. Then I will need to trouble you to go to the police station. Once you get to the police station, you will do this. Tang Qing explained his plan to Li Jianguo in detail. Would this be possible? Li Jianguo said anxiously. He really couldn't understand why Tang Qing did this. There was no benefit at all, and he paid a lot of money. Even if they had a fight, they couldn't keep these people away forever, and it would also affect the business of the store. Don't worry, Uncle Li. You just need to do as you do. All the losses will be mine. Remember to look for their director and claim my uncle's name. Don't look for anyone else. Tang Qing warned again and again. Li Jianguo thought about the pros and cons. Do this. It will definitely have an impact on business, and there are risks. After all, it will be troublesome if it affects customers. However, he also believes that Tang Qing will never be aimless and must have his reasons. Just a moment. Li Jianguo made a decision. He chose to believe Tang Qing. Okay, I'll find someone to do it, and there happens to be a young man who is suitable. Li Jianguo said solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your trust. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tang Qing said, looking at Tang Qing's confident expression. Li Jianguo felt a little anxious and settled down. After all, it was his first time to do something like this, so he was really nervous. Even Li Jianguo felt that he had become a villain. Li Jianguo is also a decisive person. Now that you have decided, you must do it and do it well. Immediately, Li Jianguo went to the hall to find a right person. Tang Qing and Li Kai stood by the cashier, waiting to deal with emergencies. As for being late for school, he was not in the mood to care about it now. This big thing had to be put aside in front of his uncle's future. He believed that his uncle would not talk about him afterwards. As for Li Kai, his father is also busy now, so he has no time to care about him. Besides, his son's grades are also good, so missing half a day of class is nothing. Let's talk about the three gangsters here. The boy with the birthmark is named Zhu Rui. He is the eldest of the three. They all worked in the same factory before, and they didn't know each other. In a fight over a factory girl, it can be said that they didn't know each other until they got into a fight. They imitated Tao Yuan and became sworn brothers. But because the three of them are too lazy to eat, he was like-minded and easy to cause trouble and molested female employees. Within half a year, he was fired by his boss. After coming out, the three of them can't make big money, and they don't like small money. They live by robbing students' money and occasionally serve as thugs. But they never imagined that they would become murderers. That time, the three of them went to a farmhouse on the outskirts of the city for dinner. After dinner, since it was too late to take a taxi and there were no public buses, we thought of walking around in the evening. We are all night owls anyway. While walking, randomly, the three of us had to pee urgently and entered a small alley to drink water. Unfortunately, I met a young man who was drunk and was vomiting. He made rude remarks and laughed at the birthmark on Zhu Rui's face. Although the man's clothes were not simple, the three drunk people didn't care so much. His temper flared up on the spot. After being punched and kicked, the man fought back, but accidentally hit Zhu Rui's little brother with a punch. The pain was so painful that he knelt on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. He is still drunk. Evil comes from courage. He took out the knife and stabbed it directly. Unexpectedly, he stabbed him to death with a knife. After drinking, he didn't care about that much, and because of the loyalty of buddies, the other two people also stabbed him once. Then a few people searched and played with that person's belongings, and then walked aimlessly again. It took less than an hour to walk, breathing the cool evening breeze. The drunkenness slowly subsided. The three finally realized what they had done and were trembling with fear. In other words, they who bullied ordinary people could not accept the fact that they suddenly became murderers. But now that something has happened, there is nothing we can do about it. Not to mention that all three of us are involved. No one can escape. Zhu Rui's home is in a village on the outskirts of Qingyan City. The other two were both in other provinces, so they fled together to Qingyan City. The three of them generally lived alone and did not have much interaction with local forces, and their departure did not attract any attention. First, he went back to Zhu Rui's house in the village and lived there for a few months. From time to time, I still play in various ways, always on tenterhooks, for fear that one day the police will come to my door. I just waited and waited, and there was nothing to ask for. In addition, when a few people recalled it, basically no evidence was left. The knives were all in their hands. There are no fingerprints, no witnesses, and no surveillance of the scene. Already restless, they became bolder. Come to the city and find your way out. It's just that there is nothing about the character of the three of them that would be desirable for them. They were fired from several companies after a few days. In the end, they could only return to their old profession of blackmailing students, but this little money was enough for their expenses. Later I saw that a new restaurant had opened here. I thought of extorting a sum of money. The amount itself is not high, and evenly divided, I would be detained at most, so I'm not afraid at all. In the end, they locked on this store and tried the water first. If it was successful, they would then find a way to promote this successful experience and try in other stores. Of course, they don't dare to go to restaurants that are too big. Otherwise, you are really looking for death. The boy on the left said to Zhu Rui, "Brother, let's eat here every day from now on. It tastes really good." Zhu Rui picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. Ba chimed in and said disdainfully, "Okay, the boss doesn't dare to say anything. It's a quick way to make money. Why didn't I think of it before?" Seeing Li Jiangguo obediently handing over the money, it was obvious that he had no background. Therefore, it is particularly safe to bully. "What should I do at the front desk? It makes me itch to look at it." Another boy also came up and whispered, "They usually live in dormitories, and they must be together every time they go home." "It's not easy," Zhu Rui said with a frown. As early as the first time he met Zhang Jing, he was thinking of ways to get it. "It's just that there has never been a suitable opportunity." "It's okay, brother. Since you can't get it, it's not bad to get addicted to it. That's okay. We just touched it accidentally. What's the matter?" "Haha, good idea." Zhu Rui laughed, and then he already had an idea in his mind. "Brother, when are we going back? To the provincial capital? Next year, if nothing happens, it means the news is past. The police haven't found us yet. It can only be said that they don't know us at all. Okay, listen to brother." Several people were chatting away. From time to time, he would comment on the beauty of the diners here, and he would smile so arrogantly that all the diners around him would quickly finish their meal and leave. At the same time, an astute waiter has read the script. Li Jiangguo specially found a man named Qianzheng, who was very smart. He used to be a wanderer in society, but now he has a job and he cherishes it. He knows how to do something after just a few instructions. Qianzheng walked to the three-person table with a teapot. "I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, according to the script ordered by the boss, he would have to be beaten later. But thinking about the boss's promise of 10,000 yuan, I immediately became bolder. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to several months of my salary. Moreover, the boss and the others are nearby and will immediately come to help if I am beaten. Think of this." Qianzheng took a deep breath. He saw the three of them talking to themselves without looking at themselves. Qianzheng walked up to Zhu Rui and picked up the cup he was drinking from and poured boiling water into it. After filling it up, when he was about to turn on the phone, his hands began to tremble a little, but not by much. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at the few people he saw, took a deep breath, tilted the cup in his hand, and poured it directly onto Zhu Rui's lap. He tilted it a little due to nervousness, and half of it spilled on the other person's crotch. Although it is autumn, but Qingyan City is not cold. The man with the birthmark was still wearing thin shorts and big slippers today. The two-pronged contact made Qianzheng shiver with such a sour feeling, and he did not dare to think about it. "Oh, what are you doing? You burn me to death." Zhu Rui was so burned that he jumped up. He vigorously swept the water stains on his pants, but this was boiling water, and the pants were thin, so they'd already been soaked in. A burning sensation spread to Zhu Rui's head throughout his lower body. "Brother, are you okay? Boy, you're looking for death. I think you did it on purpose." The other boy also stood up. "Brother Zhou, I'm scalded to death. Get him. Don't worry about it if you don't pay for it today." At this time, he hadn't recovered yet. He covered his crotch, pointed at Qianzheng, and shouted angrily. Hear the words. The boy on the left, who was closer, slapped Qianzheng in the face. Qianzheng didn't hide either. He received this slap abruptly. "Pa!" After a slap, Qianzheng immediately lay down on the ground according to the script, covering his face and wailing, shouting, "Ah! They're beating someone, call the police, someone is beating them, help me, it hurts." Qianzheng cooperated and lay on the ground screaming. Those who didn't know thought he was seriously injured. The boy who hit someone was in a daze. Has his strength become stronger? I didn't put much effort into it, so why did I beat someone like this? I couldn't help but feel that something was a little strange. But then he put this thought behind him, and the first priority was to seek compensation from the boss to settle the account. With so many people here watching, the man on the ground screamed like a butchered pig and did not continue to punch or kick him. The other boy also stopped. He looked at Zhu Rui. Wait for him to make a decision. At this time, of course, it was time for Li Jiangguo and the others to appear. With 7 or 8 waiters and several kitchen workers, as well as Tang Qing and Li Kai, there were more than 10 grown men surrounding Zhu Rui and the three of them, overwhelming them with their momentum. See this? Zhu Rui couldn't help but feel a little scared. They don't want to make things big. They just want to extort more money. As for taking out the dagger in your arms to threaten the other party, that is simply a joke. Not to mention that there were so many people watching. The nature of the dagger changed as soon as he took out it. The key is where this place is. This is a hotel. When it comes to knives, there is no place where there are more knives than a hotel. It is just for excitement. Zhu Rui didn't dare to continue thinking about this scene of more than a dozen people holding knives surrounding him and others. For the current plan, I can only achieve my goal by relying on my own divination. Zhu Rui at this time. The feeling is no longer as stinging as before. But you can't move around. As soon as he moved, his pants rubbed against the newly burned skin, and the feeling was tiskadieske, extremely sour and refreshing. Boss Li, what do you say about this? Zhu Rui stared at Li Jianguo and said fiercely, this matter must not be forgotten today. Brother Zhu, what do you say when my waiter is beaten like this by you? Li Jianguo asked in a nonchalant manner. Since the other party is unlikely to appear again in the future, there is nothing to be afraid of. He didn't care about Zhu Rui's look as if he wanted to eat him. Follow the script. There had to be a conflict, and he was still waiting for the police to arrive. With the large number of people on his side, he didn't believe that Zhu Rui would rush up to him stupidly. By the way, he was also angry at being blackmailed by these people a few days ago. Thousands of dollars were lost just like that. It made him angry just thinking about it. Zhu Rui was also stunned. Why is Li Jianguo not afraid of him anymore? No time to think too much. He couldn't give in at this time. His subordinates were still watching, and there were so many onlookers. After having been around for so many years, he knew that he couldn't lose his momentum no matter what at this time. If you were scared, he really couldn't get off the stage and immediately threatened, "Oh, Boss Li, it seems that you don't want to do this business. Do you think I will be emboldened if I beat this guy? Let me tell you, what if the police come? Even if you tell what happened a few days ago and report me, our brothers will be out in half a month at most. We will see when the time comes. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Li Jianguo straightened his chest. You injured my man. Seeing as he is still seriously injured like this, I have to give an explanation to my men. Li Jianguo pointed at Qian Zheng, who was still screaming on the ground. At this time, several of the onlookers also noticed something unusual. They were witnesses. How could a slap hit the young man like this? No matter how painful it is, you shouldn't scream so hard for so long. Li Jianguo, Tang Qing, and others also realized this. Looking at Qian Zheng lying on the ground still wailing, he was a little embarrassed. It was all because he didn't explain it clearly before. You just have to pretend to be all right. No matter how you keep shouting like this, there will be problems. This acting skill. Give a bad review. Fortunately, bystanders are clear and those in authority are confused. Zhu Rui and others obviously didn't realize this situation. As a victim, he was furious. The two younger brothers were thinking about how to be cool after they blackmailed Li Jianguo for a sum of money. Don't worry about these things that are wrong. Then what do I think? I was burned. His slap will only heal in a few days at most. It may be a lifetime thing for me. After hearing Li Jianguo's words, Zhu Rui became very angry. Usually they blackmail others themselves. No one had ever blackmailed him. Seeing Li Jianguo kick the ball back, Zhu Rui, who rarely played the weak side, didn't know what to say and unconsciously started to reason. So, what if you just permed it? You didn't even scream a few times. It will probably heal in a while. But my guy looks seriously injured. If he gets a concussion, it will last a lifetime. Li Jianguo said nonsensically. You mean to just let it go? Zhu Rui said with a sullen face, while secretly cursing Li Jianguo in his mind. Who is the gangster, and why does he feel like he has become the weaker party? There is even a feeling of being touched. Haha, how can I forget it? You still have to pay for my brother's medical expenses. Li Jianguo said leisurely. Seeing that Li Jianguo said this, he completely confirmed his feelings. Zhu Rui also realized that something was wrong with this matter. He was not stupid, but he just couldn't understand the relationship. Does the other party have anything to rely on? But if there is, why? Didn't you use it before? Or are you planning to call the police to deal with you? That shouldn't be the case. What's wrong with the police? If you try to stumble, no one will be able to find evidence. I had never heard of Li Jiangwo's background before. Otherwise, he would never receive the protection money. While Zhu Ruwei was wondering, police sirens sounded from far to near outside. Hear sirens. Li Jiangwo finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this first scene continues, Zhu Ruwei will definitely see the flaw, and it will also be his poor acting and line design. If he betrays the gang and Zhu Ruwei admits his defeat and pays compensation and leaves, he doesn't know what to do. What happens next is simple. Li Jiangwo as the boss. I will definitely follow him to the office to take a statement. It was already past mealtime, and the signature dishes were basically all available. His apprentices could handle the rest, so the business was not affected much. The customers who had not left were free of charge, which caused a burst of cheers from the diners. As for customers in the private room, the price is half price. Overall, Tang Qing's loss today was at least 15,000. He will definitely pay for the medical expenses of the 3 gangsters by then, but considering that 10,000 or 20,000 can solve such a big thing, it is not a good deal, and it is really worth the money. Tang Qing and Li Kai were waiting for news in the store. You still have to prepare for the next plan. Just as he was about to call his uncle, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Picking up the number and seeing it was his uncle's number, Tang Qing immediately understood that his head teacher must have contacted his uncle. The head teacher didn't know Tang Qing's number, didn't even know he had a cell phone. Immediately, Tang Qing walked out of the hotel, came to the roadside, and pressed the answer button. Uncle! Tang, where are you now? Your head teacher just called to say that you and Li Kai didn't go to school in the afternoon, and Li Kai's father's phone and the landline at home can't be reached. What's going on? Did something happen to you? Qin Yugong said urgently. He did not criticize Tang Qing directly. He understands his nephew. I would never do such a thing without a legitimate reason. I was just a little worried about his safety. If there was something urgent, I could ask the teacher for leave. It would be unsettling for him to miss class quietly. I was eating at Li Kai's restaurant. 3 people caused trouble before and beat up the clerk here. Then they were all arrested and taken to the police station. Tang Qing said that his figure was deliberately erased. Qin Yugong heard that there were gangsters making trouble. He immediately stood up from the chair and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm okay. Haha, I'm not that clerk. I just have something to tell you. I don't know if it's inconvenient for you to talk now." Tang Qing said with a smile. "It's convenient. I'm alone in the office. Just tell me if you have anything." Qin Yugong immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Tang Qing was fine, but then he became confused as to why he needed to be so serious and cautious. Tang Qing organized his language. "Uncle, do you know about the murder that happened in the backyard of a bar in the provincial capital last September?" Qin Yugong quickly made comparisons in his mind as soon as he heard it. "Just 1 second. I found out the information about this case." How could he not know about such a major case? It just took so long. The province has no clues at all. For this reason, the director of a branch was also overthrown. When chatting with several friends in the system, I still say that if anyone solves this case, promotion will be just around the corner. Right? Thinking of this, Qin Yugong hurriedly asked, Tang, how did you know? Do you have any clues there?" He is also a normal person. There is also an enterprising spirit. As a former soldier, he had to strive for victory no matter on the battlefield or in training. Without the determination to win, he would not be a good soldier. Of course, he also hoped to be promoted, but he never had the chance. If this case is finally solved in his hands, that would really be the most important turning point in his life. Yes, I have clues here that can definitely help you solve this case, but you have to listen to me later. Tang Qing slowly said what Qin Yugong wanted to hear. One listen will definitely solve this case. Qin Yugong's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Tang, do you know what you're talking about? Of course I know. You are my uncle. I will not harm you. And I also hope you have a good future. Tang Qing said sincerely. This is definitely what he thinks. The higher his uncle's position is, the more stable your future industry will be. Then tell me what I need to do. Qin Yugong asked. At this time, he no longer regarded Tang Qing as a child, and knew that Tang Qing would not deceive him. It's like this. I need you to send a trustworthy subordinate. Then follow the criminals and find their residence. As for how to get them to explain the matter, I have my own way. Tang Qing said. Tang, are you sure? This is no small matter. Qin Yugong asked again. It's no problem, uncle. I'll definitely have a solid proof when the time comes. Tang Qing said confidently. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Qin Yugong asked. One thing is that this person must be a trustworthy person. He must not leak any rumors. He must be proficient in his work. Don't let the 3 people discover him when he is following him. One of the 3 people has a big birthmark on his face, which is easy to identify. For this fight, a few people should be out in the afternoon. Then tell your people to be careful. Once you find their residence, arrest them directly. Don't let these murderers escape. However, you must prepare your words for arresting across regions. No problem, as long as the evidence is solid. It's just a small matter in this case. Qin Yugong assured. As long as the murderer of this case is caught, the leaders will not care about these trivial details. After all, it is the credit of the entire city. Does it matter who caught him? Obviously not important. Okay, uncle, hurry up and arrange someone. It's best to be there within half an hour. Li Kai and I won't go to school in the afternoon. You can help us ask for leave from the class teacher. We have something to do later. Tang Qing said. I know, wait for my news. Hang up the phone. Qin Yugong leaned on his chair and pondered over the selection issue. But after a moment, he picked up the landline and made a call. Xiao Wang, come to my office. Originally, the police comrades wanted to mediate on the spot. It looked like the 2 of them were not hurt. One was burned and the other was slapped. It was nothing to think about. A slap can beat someone like this. What a lie. Moreover, it is troublesome to bring them all back to the institute, which only increases the workload. But Li Jianguo insisted on compensation. We will never give up without compensation. The whole thing looked messy. Although Zhu Rui realized that something was a little fishy at this time, he was a man who refused to suffer losses and refused to compensate. He even clamored to go to the hospital for a checkup. The 2 sides were in a stalemate and refused to give in. Seeing that mediation failed, and the noise is really annoying, I thought of simply taking them all back to the house. Educate, and educate well. In the car, Zhu Rui and the others had been staring at Li Jianguo fiercely, thinking that they must take this tone, and even started planning to bleed Li Jianguo when the time came, so that he would know the consequences of offending him. Li Jianguo also saw Zhu Rui's eyes in the rearview mirror in the front seat. It's inevitable that I'll feel a little nervous. I am just a small business owner. I don't dare to mess with these social people at all. In his heart, he only hoped that Tang Qing would not lie to him, and that these people would disappear completely and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, his newly started family business would be in ruins. It is very important to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Is your director here today? The leading police officer was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that Li Jianguo knew his director. He couldn't be a relative, so he hurriedly smiled and said, Here you are. Do you know our director? That's right. I wonder if you can take me to see him. Li Jianguo said vaguely. Okay, I'll talk about it later. See if I have time. Thank you. Li Jianguo thanked him. You're welcome. Wait for my news. Okay. Seeing this, Zhu Rui felt a little scared. If the other party doesn't really matter, prepare to do it yourself. Or is this just a game, just to beat yourself up? At this time, Zhu Rui also woke up a little bit, but he didn't know that he was beating here and there and that he was hitting with a hammer. Zhu Rui sneered inwardly. At worst, I will give in later. Wait until I get out. Humph. So what if you have a connection? I won't give you a chance to use it next time. How could I bear to be bullied like this by a small businessman? Only 3 minutes. Before it was Li Jianguo's turn to take notes, he was summoned by Guo Chong. Come to the office on the 2nd floor. The door is not closed. Li Jianguo could see from the door that Guo Chong was not working either, but was sitting on a chair by the window and drinking tea leisurely. There was no emotion in my heart. Older, I have experienced more things and thought a lot more. I don't have the impulse and passion of young people, and I have no interest in hating anyone. It is the truth to live a good life. thinking about the unpleasantness here and the dissatisfaction there all day long. His heart will gradually become distorted. Li Jianguo has also seen a few such people, and he doesn't know why, and he is extremely fragile. When you suffer a bit of a blow or an injustice, you complain about this and that. Listening to those remarks, Li Jianguo thought it was nothing at first, but the reality he heard over a long period of time was that he felt depressed, as if the government had never done any good things. You cannot overturn a whole boat of people with one pole. There are many people with dreams and passion. Most people are also working hard in their positions to make their own contributions and maintain the normal operation of the country. Although Li Jianguo did not read much, he was not confused at all. He can still see through this. Li Jianguo is here. Well, go ahead and do your work. Guo Cheng raised his head. I heard that you have something to do with me, Guo Cheng said. He knew Li Jianguo's restaurant and had eaten there twice. The taste was indeed good, but he really couldn't remember who Li Jianguo was related to. If he were a big leader, he would definitely say hello to him. Obviously, Li Jianguo was not the type he was afraid of. He just thought he was related to a friend, so it was very casual. It's like this. The few people below extorted thousands of dollars from us a few days ago and beat my guy again today, so I want to ask Director Guo to seek justice. Li Jianguo said in an evasive manner. I wonder who the friend of mine you were talking about is. Guo Cheng did not agree immediately. Qin Yugong. Li Jianguo said. He didn't know why Tang Qing let him talk about things in front of Guo Cheng, who had a problem. But Tang Qing obviously did it on purpose and was not really asking for help. As for the purpose, it was definitely not a good thing, which made Li Jianguo break out in cold sweat on his forehead. She can only hope that Tang Qing will not harm herself. When Guo Cheng heard Qin Yugong's name, his face immediately turned cold. The incident with his brother-in-law had just happened not long ago. How could he forget it? This matter had already spread throughout the circle. His brother-in-law was detained by Qin Yugong for half a month. During that half month, his wife and mother-in-law were quarreling with him every day, which was very annoying. But he couldn't control Qin Yugong. Qin Yugong didn't intend to give up, and Guo Cheng couldn't exert any effort at all. At this time, Guo Cheng was shouting in his heart. Finally, it fell into my hands. Guo Cheng had thousands of thoughts in his heart, thinking about how to teach Li Jianguo a lesson from this incident. When the time comes, wait for Qin Yugong to beg at your door, and then slap him back hard in the face. Do you have evidence, and whether the other party was seriously injured? Listening to these obviously biased words, Li Jianguo realized that this was obviously a favor to the other party. However, Tang Qing has long said that no matter the process, as long as he can let a few people in and talk about the protection fee, he will not have to worry about the rest, and the script will end here. That's not true. I was scared at the time. Those people only suffered a little burn. Li Jianguo said, don't talk nonsense without evidence. If there is a burn, it is not an injury. Guo Cheng asked, and then Guo Cheng called one of his men to come up. Director, what's the matter? Have they finished recording their confessions? Guo Cheng asked. It's over. It's a simple matter. It's nothing serious. The one who hit the person expressed his willingness to pay for medical expenses, but the person who was beaten insisted that he would also pay for the damage to the store and mental damage. He was very surprised. For offending several unemployed people like this, the boss surnamed Li obviously has something wrong with his brain. But it didn't look like it, and things were a bit weird, so he didn't know the answer. See your subordinates finish speaking. Guo Cheng looked at Li Jianguo. When Li Jianguo saw Guo Cheng looking at him, he knew that he was going to take a stand. Okay, just treat it like a dog bite. I agree with this solution, and I will convince the employees. Li Jianguo pretended to have made a major decision and died, with a gloomy look on his face. Seeing that Li Jianguo looked bad, Guo Cheng felt relieved. Juste reconcile. You should also make up a transcript first. Guo Cheng added. Okay. Looking at Li Jianguo's back, Guo Cheng said softly, the show has just begun. But who is watching the show? Who is the actor in the play? He hasn't figured it out yet. P.S. Thanks to readers 920, 3302, and Huang Kahong for their recommendation votes. Thanks. After recording the confession, Zhu Rui became uneasy. He was not afraid of being detained. It was an instinctive fear. He had a murder case on his hands. In the past, when he looked at the security uniforms, he felt like a policeman. But this time, when he entered the station, all he saw were policemen, which made him feel guilty. Can't stop. In line with the principle that a good man never suffers immediate losses. He agreed to the request for compensation for medical expenses. As for his own injury, he can only endure it until he gets out. When he thought about Qian Zheng still clamoring for mental damages, Zhu Rui was so angry that he almost rushed to beat him. When it came to mental damages, he was almost scared to death. Who suffered the most mental damages? He would never agree to compensate for the hotel's losses. I can't get the money myself. Soon, after learning that Li Jianguo agreed to his compensation plan, Zhu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. I don't know why, but he had a bad premonition when he entered the station today. He felt restless. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason. He could only blame it on psychological effects and scaring himself. After Li Jianguo finished recording his confession, Zhu Rui reluctantly took out 500 yuan from his pocket. Staring at Li Jianguo, his eyes were full of coldness, as if to say, "You're done." Li Jianguo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But then I thought about it. Now that I have done everything and offended Zhu Rui to death, there is nothing to be afraid of. Li Jianguo, who had figured it out, also looked at Zhu Rui, not falling behind at all. After the settlement agreement is signed, Li Jianguo went straight out of the police station without going back. He still wanted to watch the last scene, which was the scene of Zhu Rui coming out of it. However, after more than 10 minutes, no one was seen. Li Jianguo was also a little confused. Then he called Tang Qing. "I've come out. The other party paid me 500 yuan to accompany me, but those gangsters are still inside and haven't come out yet. Is there anything new? How long have they been in there?" Tang Qing asked. "About 10 minutes. Li Jianguo rappelia truthfully. "Don't worry, Uncle Li, I know what's going on. Come back first. I'll wait for you in the store. I have my own plan." At this time, a mysterious smile appeared on Tang Qing's face. "Okay, I'll be right back." Li Jianguo hung up the phone and took a taxi back to the hotel. Second floor, Guo Cheng's office. "I heard that you guys went to that hotel a few days ago to collect protection money." Guo Cheng leaned on his chair and looked at Zhu Rui and the others with a half-smile. 3 people lined up, standing in front of Guo Cheng's desk anxiously. Could have left. I don't know why Guo Cheng called him. We will never dare to do it again next time. We must change our ways and be a new person. Zhu Rui said it smoothly and even said that he would start a new life again, but he no longer cared about what he said. In short, just show your weak stance first. You must persist in doing things. I hate people who give up halfway. Guo Cheng said with a half-smile. Seeing that these 3 people were so afraid of him, his self-esteem was also greatly benefited. Zhu Rui didn't get the clue at first. Just as he was about to promise again, he was suddenly startled. He immediately understood the meaning of Guo Cheng's words. This is obviously to take revenge on Li Jianguo. No, doesn't he know Li Jianguo? How could they help themselves? Do they still have a grudge? He didn't think about it anymore. You mean that I continue to cause trouble for Li Jianguo? Don't think about it. I didn't say anything. I just talked about my life experiences over the years. I asked you to be persistent in your work and to be a useful person to society. Guo Cheng said with a serious face. Understand, we are all law-abiding citizens. How could we break the law? We are all good young people working hard for our dreams, but we have never encountered many opportunities. While saying this, Zhu Rui couldn't help but curse the old fox in his heart. He fully understood what Guo Cheng meant, but at this time he still didn't realize that his identity was just a bargaining chip for all parties. This may be the tragedy of the little man. I believe you will not let me down, and I hope you will make greater contributions to this society. Guo Cheng saw that the other party understood what he meant, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Zhu Hui secret le coursid hypocrites. Why do you still want to build an archway? but I dare not show it on my face. Don't worry, we won't let you down. Je lui saluted casually. Well, don't salute in the future. If you insult this gesture, you can go back. Guo Cheng waved his hand and said, as a public servant, no one is allowed to insult the gesture of saluting at will. And the other party is still 3 bastards. He still has this awareness. Yes. Zhu Rui quickly put down his hand and said with a smile. Immediately, Zhu Rui and the other 3 bowed, exited the office. The entire conversation between Zhu Rui and Guo Cheng was not long. The 2 younger brothers were completely confused. From the beginning to the end, they did not understand what the elder brother and the director were talking about. What kind of riddles were their boss and the director talking about? Why did it involve aspiring young people? One of the younger brothers couldn't help but whispered, "Brother, what were you talking about just now?" Zhu Rui stopped. After looking around to make sure no one was there, he said proudly, "Idiot, he may have some trouble with Li Jianguo and wants to use our help to punish him, but the old fox doesn't want to leave any language clues. If it weren't for your elder brother, I really wouldn't understand." The 2 younger brothers suddenly understood after hearing this. If you put the conversation between the 2 people just now into this context, everything makes sense simply. It's terrible. We must not let the man named Li off easily this time. We must give him a hard blow. Well, let's go home first. We need to think about this matter carefully. We must not do anything today. We cannot be so reckless. This time we must teach him an unforgettable lesson. Zhu Rui clenched his fists and said bitterly, "Okay, listen, brother. Let's go home first and think of a perfect solution. Not only Li Jianguo, but Qianzheng also needs to be repaired. It's so annoying. We have to be careful about losses. Let's not scare him enough. That's it, get him." At this time, the 3 people who were dreaming of revenge lost their former caution. He didn't notice that a little tail had followed behind him. The so-called ignorant people are fearless. This is the kind of person I'm talking about. The target is out and has been followed. Continue tracking. Yes. When Li Jianguo returned to the hotel, Tang Qing also received a call from his uncle saying that he had followed the 3 of them and had found a place to stay. He would close the net at night and try to get the results overnight to avoid a long night. He had told his uncle the chain of evidence in the case. The murder weapon and the jade pendant. When the time comes, come and get the stolen goods. Hearing the jade pendant, Qin Yugong was really relieved. How could he not know such important evidence? Qin Yugong couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he was going to solve such an important case. Things have come to this. Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The layout is complete. Just waiting to close the net. He originally just wanted the 3 of them to go in and circle around to cause some trouble for Guo Cheng. But Guo Cheng was so cooperative that he directly participated, and then this matter would be a happy one. Originally, Tang Qing just dug a small hole. But Guo Cheng thought the pit was for himself and others, so he dug half his body deep. Think of this. Tang Qing couldn't help but reveal a smile. The next thing, one can imagine, it had not been half an hour since Zhu Rui and the others returned to their residence. Qin Yugong took him back with his men. Zhu Rui kept shouting that they were friends with Guo Cheng, but no one paid any attention to him. They had seen this kind of criminals too many times, and they kept shouting about who they knew, which made their ears tingle. They were most annoyed by this kind of boring talk. Arrived at the place. The 3 were questioned separately, in front of the murder weapon and jade pendant with irrefutable evidence, with the idea that whoever confesses first will make meritorious deeds. One of the younger brothers took the lead in confessing the entire crime process. Once you have the first breakthrough, it will be easier to handle. The other 2 people confessed to the crime one after another. Since the content also involved collecting protection fees and byway, the 3 of them directly confessed to Guo Cheng, which can be said to be a complete deception. At this time, there was only one thought in my mind when I took the note. Caught a big fish. Qin Yugong got the transcript. Read it carefully. He immediately called his boss He Jinshui. The entire case has been revealed. According to the procedure, the superiors must be informed first, and then the director will report it to the next level. If it is reported beyond the level, a taboo was committed. He Zhenshui was shocked when he heard the contents of Qin Yugong's report. This case was actually solved in his own office. His first reaction was how much he would benefit from it. But Qin Yugong solved this case. I'm still out of town. At most, it can be regarded as meritorious leadership. Immediately, he contacted his boss, Qinyan City's political and legal secretary, Feng Hai. At this time, he also understood that Qin Yugong meant that you can lead with merit, but you must also be restrained. But even if Qin Yugong didn't mean it this way, He Zhenshui knew what to do. If it is an ordinary case, it's okay to take the credit. But what kind of case is this? If you still want to take credit here, what will the other party think? Use your son's life to get promoted and make a fortune? That Cliff died miserably. There is no need for that person to speak. Your own leader can scold himself to death. By then, Jinjiner will no longer be human inside and out. As for Guocheng, after Feng Hai got the confession, he knew that Guocheng was finished. Guocheng's nature was very serious, and it was not ordinary serious. He even started to play official tune with Zhu Rue. He had to take a stand on this matter. Feng Hai followed the instructions of the municipal party committee. After reporting to the provincial department, city leaders also held an emergency meeting. At this point, the case has been considered completed and the evidence is conclusive. Tomorrow the provincial department will come to recommend people to hand over the case, and an important item in the standing committee is Guocheng. Thinking about the words in the confession, keep on dreaming. The leaders all blushed. This face will probably be lost to the province. Therefore, I hate Guocheng so much that I can't let him go so easily. If our entire municipal party committee is embarrassed in front of our superiors, then we can only embarrass you. The case is confidential at this time. Guocheng only knew that Qin Yugong had solved the big case, but he didn't know what it was or who was involved. But I thought, so what if I solve a major case? It doesn't matter if you upgrade to another level. At most, if you are on the same level as yourself, I can still disgust you to death. Guocheng unconsciously looked forward to the scene of Qin Yugong coming to beg him, and the more he wanted to laugh, the happier he became. It's just that I haven't waited for him to be happy for a while. The people from the procuratorate took away Guocheng, who looked confused. As for what happened to Guocheng in the end, no one is paying attention anymore. What everyone is paying most attention to right now is Qin Yugong, who solved this case. The position left by Guocheng. The leaders already had a candidate in mind at this time. Although there were many procedural loopholes in Qin Yugong's entire case handling process, they were not excessive and could be completely ignored compared to the merits. Moreover, the city leaders also had to express their opinions on this matter to the leaders above. With Feng Hai's strong recommendation, the city leaders followed suit and initially approved the proposal. Qin Yugong didn't go home that night. Various reports and things came one after another. So I just spent the night at the police station. There were more things to do the next day. After learning that Zhu Rue and others were arrested, Tang Qing hung up the phone. He looked at Li Jianguo with a smile. Uncle Li, you don't have to worry about those gangsters coming anymore. Really? What happened? What did you do? Li Jianguo asked, still in the dark. His curiosity was overflowing. Those people are fugitives, and my uncle has captured them. Tang Qing said lightly. I heard he was a fugitive. Li Jianguo was shocked. Fugitives? Don't be afraid. If they are caught, don't think about coming out again. Tang Qing said. Generally speaking, if intentional murder is divided equally among 3 people, the death penalty will not be imposed, but when facing the murderer of his son. TSK. Li Jianguo is not stupid either. Thinking of Tang Qing's actions before, he couldn't help but ask, You directed this play? Yes, it's exactly what you thought. Tang Qing did not say clearly. Uncle Li, don't think too much. I have no choice but to ask you nothing else. Just know that we are on the same side. Tang Qing stopped Li Jianguo's reverie. Li Jianguo sighed. 2. Why are you thinking so much? He and Tang Qing are from the same group. At last, after learning the truth, Li Jianguo originally wanted to bear the loss alone. After all, he would never suffer any further trouble. He also wanted to befriend Tang Qing, but Tang Qing insisted on half of it, so Li Jianguo could not continue to fight. finally decided to pay from the store, deducted from dividends. At the same time, he told Qian Zheng to be strict with his words. If the plan was leaked in the end, he would be held accountable. Qian Zheng quickly promised to keep it strictly confidential. After dinner, when Tang Qing returned home, he was also questioned by his aunt in various ways. Of course, he would not tell the truth. He just said an explanation that he had discussed with his uncle, otherwise his aunt would not nag him to death. Although he skipped class all afternoon, he still had to do his homework. The teacher asked the neighbor's top student to get his school bag back. A night without words. The next day, Tang Qing came to school early in the morning. Walking on campus, Tang Qing felt very at ease. Yesterday, he did the first big thing in his life, digging a hole. His evaluation of this operation was in one word: exceeded expectations. Next, it's time to do system tasks. Tang Qing. Just as Tang Qing was thinking about the system tasks, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name. Turn around and look. It's Wang Yin. After seeing Tang Qing turn her head, the girl's pretty face showed a hint of joy, but it soon disappeared. Wang Yin quickened her pace and came to Tang Qing and said in a questioning tone, "Why didn't you come to class yesterday afternoon? The teacher said you had something to do, but didn't tell me anything specific." Although we only missed each other for one afternoon. But Wang Yin, who has been secretly in love with Tang Qing for 2 years, is still worried. This secret love was hidden very deep. She knew that Tang Qing had a fiancé, and she also knew that the relationship between the two was very deep. She didn't want to ruin the relationship between Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, so she kept it buried deep in her heart. Later, she also thought about why she liked Tang Qing. It's not that no one is chasing me, nor is it that I haven't seen anyone better than Tang Qing, and Tang Qing isn't that handsome either. After thinking about it for half a month, I finally came to the conclusion that I like Tang Qing's infatuation and devotion to Lin Jiaxue. This conclusion, if there was a word to express her thoughts, that's beep dog. The reason for liking someone is that he likes someone else. This is a complicated relationship that cannot be understood in any textbook. Plus, Li Kai didn't come either. She thought something was wrong with both of them, and she found out after asking the head teacher that something was wrong with them. As for what the matter was, the head teacher didn't say anything. It's okay, just help others. Tang Qing explained. Thinking about the past life, my heart was filled with guilt. Wang Yin is not the kind of shy little girl. She is independent, strong, and independent. She has been able to hide her emotions very well at a young age, and she has never made any silly and blushing expressions. All the glances and observations with him were disguised as inadvertent. Tang Qing, who knew Wang Yin well, couldn't help but admire her. The woman is really good at acting, and the smart woman is like a movie queen. If she didn't know that she has been secretly in love with her since the first year of high school, no one would be able to tell that Wang Yin likes or has a good impression of Tang Qing. November 3rd, the 21st day of the 9th lunar month. Good to travel. Yesterday afternoon, while waiting for news at the hotel, Tang Qing has already contacted this month's system recommended customers. Like Zhang Dongqing, when he heard that Tang Qing's loan interest rate was extremely low and the conditions were favorable, he immediately agreed to meet today. As for what the other party does, Tang Qing didn't ask much. You will know when the time comes. The content of this mission is almost the same as last time, but the dining venue is changed to my own restaurant. Li Jianguo also knew at this time that Tang Qing also ran other loan businesses. His hotel became a place for negotiation. The shrewd Li Jianguo thought that this was equivalent to having regular customers. Tang Qing was nothing, but those who needed loans were basically bosses. These people have many friends. There is also a lot of consumption and entertainment. The network of relationships is complex, and with Tang Qing as the link, this network will become bigger and bigger with more and more people. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo has already approached Tang Qing. Let him tell the other party and take more care of the hotel's business in the future. Li Jianguo believes that within a year, the business here will definitely reach a higher level, not just a step. By then, it will become bigger and stronger, and even larger stores can be opened. Make more money. Logical and rigorous. Just perfect. Seeing Tang Qing in school uniform, the other party almost thought he had met a scammer. But looking at the bag of cash and the professional and messy contract, he dispelled his doubts. Still the same. Sign the contract, verify the capital, and write the receipt. Then, there was the necessary information investigation. Now Tang Qing was very familiar with it, and he could get it done quickly. In addition, the other party was also anxious, so he ate lunch in a hurry and checked out before leaving. After signing the contract, Tang Qing was not in a hurry to go back to school. Instead, a risk assessment report was written. He wanted to see any changes to the secondary system right away. With experience, Tang Qing finished writing it in only 10 minutes this time. After the report was recycled by the system, Tang Qing immediately felt his body warm up, the same feeling as when he got the origin chi value last time. But this time it lasted nearly 20 seconds. Tang Qing closed his eyes and recited personal information silently. Host name, Tang Qing level. Level 2 experience, 0/200 loan limit this month. 30/500 000 personal limit this month. 20/200 000 overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 210,000 spirit. 51 plus 40 physical. 49 plus 40 origin chi value. 40 convertible foreign currency, US dollars. There are a lot of changes to the system. In addition to the 20 points of origin chi value reward. In addition to 200,000 renminbi, there was the option of exchanging foreign currency, and then there was no more. From the personal information, he really couldn't tell how much the second level system had changed. Are there any new functions after upgrading to the second level? The second level personal account has enabled the currency exchange function of the personal account and can withdraw and recover US dollars. The system simply replied, I can understand withdrawing and recycling US dollars, but what does currency exchange mean? Tang Qing asked. The system's personal account uses the national currency as the settlement unit and will not change. In the future, no matter what currency is recovered by the system, it will be forced to automatically convert into the national currency. The exchange rate will be rounded to the highest single digit according to the current international exchange rate. After hearing this, Tang Qing understood something. That means no matter what money is collected, will be automatically converted into local currency. But when you withdraw it, you can choose all the currencies that have been opened. As for the rounded exchange ratio, is easy to understand. Tang Qing, who is used to the system's rounding ability, does not think it is a problem. In general, the second level opens the recycling and exchange function of specific foreign currencies. Tang Qing, who thought there would be awesome new features, was a little disappointed. I thought there was a surprise this function. No, I'll give it a try. Tang Qing seemed to have thought of something and immediately stood up from the chair, his face full of shock. What is the use of this function? Of course I use it. Round up. The exchange rate is rounded. Isn't that possible for risk-free arbitrage? Risk-free arbitrage, as the name suggests, is arbitrage profit without risk. Give a simple example. Assuming that the U.S. loan interest rate is 3% and the domestic loan interest rate is 6%, then why not borrow U.S. money and lend it to domestic companies, and there will be 3% arbitrage profit in the middle. There's no risk at all. Certainly, this is just a hypothesis for ease of understanding. Actual operations involve a lot of transaction costs and other complex things, and the profits are not that high. But what are the transaction costs of the system? Not at all. What complex processes does the system have? Neither. Currency exchange can be completed instantly within the system. Tang Qing suppressed the excitement in his heart and wanted to confirm that this could not be ambiguous. System, you mean that I can freely exchange according to the rounded exchange rate? Yes, but the number of exchanges per day does not exceed 10 times, and there is no quota limit. The system replied. Confirmed by the system. Tang Qing was also relieved. He was afraid that he had just understood it wrong, and his joy would be in vain. As for the 10-time limit, Tang Qing automatically ignored it because the interests involved were too huge. To use an analogy, suppose that in reality $1 of US dollars can be exchanged for $8.50 in RMB. However, After rounding within the system, it can be exchanged for 9 yuan. If the 9 yuan exchanged is withdrawn, he can go to the bank and directly exchange it for $1 at 8 yuan and a half. The net profit was 49 cents. 49 cents may not seem like much, but if this number reaches tens of millions, then he can make a net profit of 4.9 million renminbi, which is nearly 5% of the risk-free profit. This is so fucking crazy. This is still a relatively large exchange rate between RMB and US dollars. What if it's 1 to 1.51? That deal netted a quarter of $2.5 million. And this time can even be shortened to a few seconds in the account. A few seconds of money walking around the account can net you a quarter, which is a 25% profit in one go. If compound interest is calculated 10 times. Triple profits. Thinking of this, Tang Qing swallowed his saliva. This news is so shocking. This system is just crazy. If the exchange ratio is 1 to 8.49, then it would be better to just do the opposite. In any case, there is room for arbitrage. System, are you kidding me? I don't want to fail the 10th level assessment. Tang Qing asked, stuttering. What the hell is this, a money printing machine? It's completely risk-free. He really couldn't believe it. This kind of risk-free arbitrage within the system is one of the main auxiliary functions of the system. It is also a variant of risk-free arbitrage between banks. The only difference is that the objects of arbitrage are different. This is also one of the benefits of the system. The system does not have any restrictions on the number and amount of withdrawals and withdrawals of domestic currency. However, there's a limit on the number of times for non-domestic currency in and out. There's an upper limit of 10 times a day for both in and out, and it is refreshed at 24 o'clock every day. At this point, Tang Qing also understood the meaning of the system. No matter how you want to conduct this risk-free arbitrage transaction, you cannot avoid exchanging foreign currencies with the system. As long as the system controls the number of times, this behavior is controllable. Think about it too. In today's information age, if there are no restrictions, it is completely possible to conduct transactions in milliseconds. If you earn 5% from transaction, you will be the richest man in the world in one day. And in a few days, all the global wealth will be yours. How is that possible? There cannot be such a big loophole. In the future, he plans to study the rules of currency trading in the real world. Let's see if there is any way to trade a large amount of money without attracting attention. In his previous life, he was just an errand boy, and he didn't really know much about the trading rules in the financial field. At most, I only know a little knowledge about stocks and futures. It's of no use, although it won't have much effect in a short period of time. However, this function will be of great use in the future, not to mention the growth of one's own assets. Once more currencies are unblocked, the currency may have a large interest rate difference. The two interest rate differences are combined. TSK. Crazy. You can even set up an investment fund yourself and absorb hundreds of millions or billions of other people's funds to do this kind of arbitrage trade. But it's better to be careful now. There are definitely risks in playing this way. The era of big data. The abnormal trading account will probably be immediately promoted to a key monitoring target. He has to think carefully about how to operate it. It is still early, and no one will believe him to give him money. And he has little interest in making money with other people's money. Although this function of the system is a bit crazy. But he likes it. This is what a banker looks like. Wrong. What does it mean to round up a high price? So Tang Qing asked this question again. The system gave the answer. High price rounding means that whichever currency has a higher value, the system will set it as 1 in the exchange rate, and currencies with lower values will be displayed in proportion, such as the exchange rate of the US dollar and the RMB. The system displays it in the form of 1 to 8. Tang Qing doesn't know the current US dollar exchange rate. Looking at the system, the ratio is obviously less than 8.5. The system rounds the lower value RMB to the nearest 8. Otherwise, conversely, 1 to 0, 1 to 25 will become 1 to 0 after rounding. How is that possible? According to this algorithm of the system, Tang Qing found that if the difference between the rounded currency and the RMB is too large, there will basically be no profit, such as Korean won. $1 is worth hundreds, and the proportion of rounding up to hundreds is so small that it is completely negligible. Unlike the US dollar, rounding up is at least 1% of the profit. The closer a currency is to the RMB, the higher the arbitrage value. So in his opinion, all Korean won and Japanese yen are rubbish. There is no arbitrage value. By the way, how do you calculate the Hong Kong dollar and Taiwan dollar? At this time, Tang Qing thought of another problem. That is, strictly speaking, these two currencies are different from the RMB, but they belong to the same country. A sovereign country has only one form of currency in the system. The Hong Kong dollar and the Taiwan dollar are both subsidiary currencies of the national currency. They only provide recycling services and do not provide cash withdrawal and transfer services. Tang Qing nodded. Generally speaking, these two currencies are only allowed in but not out. Although this setting was a bit inconvenient and even strange, he didn't think much about it, and he didn't bother to ask why. My mind is confused enough now. Why should I care about anything else? In the box, Tang Qing's heart couldn't calm down for a long time, although it doesn't seem to be generating much profit now. But the goal is to take a long-term view. The time will not be far when the time comes to open an international account and make money through arbitrage among various currencies. Next, all afternoon, Tang Qing was in a state of excitement. The secondary auxiliary functions are really incredible. With this kind of money-making speed, even if it is not as exaggerated as 5%, there is 2%, 10 transactions a day is more than 20%. Subtracting the cost of exchanging foreign currency from outside, it should be at least 20%. In the face of this rate of return, any fund's financial statements have to be bowed down, and they have to kneel down in admiration. He has decided that when he unlocks another currency, and he should have some money by then, he will open an account abroad to specialize in this kind of arbitrage trading. He has to. The number of external personal accounts that can be bound to the system depends on the level. At level 1, a country can only bind one account and can change it once a month. At level 2, each country with open currency can bind 2 accounts. That is to say, Tang Qing can now bind 2 accounts in China and the United States for a total of 4 accounts, and transactions can be entrusted to the system for free. It doesn't matter whether these accounts are in Tang Qing's name or not. Certainly, the reality must be under Tang Qing's control. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nonsense to bind a rich person's account? In the short term, he was a bit afraid to participate in this kind of arbitrage trade. Because our country implements foreign exchange controls, banks supervise such transactions too strictly and are basically unable to operate them. It would be a tragedy if he was regarded as a key surveillance target and charged with money laundering or something like that. He would really be unable to defend himself because he couldn't explain the source of the money at all. So, in his opinion, it is better not to involve the RMB at the moment. Anyway, the system also said that each level unlocks a currency. Just wait and see. The most important thing now is to increase your capital. Your assets are still too small, so upgrading is the right way. It's just that the upgrade is a bit slow now. 200 experience points at level 2 are a bit much, but there is nothing you can do. Unless you upgrade before taking the exam, you will have to wait until next month to refresh the quota and tasks. I don't know when the next upgrade will be. Today, Qin Yugong had returned home very early. After handing over the case in the afternoon, I had nothing to do. He already knew that he would take over Guo Cheng's position next, so he wanted to treat many guests, but he rejected them all today. Qin Yugong had too many doubts in his heart. Desperately want to talk to Tang Qing. Brother, eat quickly, and go do your homework together after eating. Qin Shishi urged Tang Qing. Chair, eat slowly. You are a big girl, and you are still so impatient. Please learn more from your sister. Aunt looked helpless. She had said this countless times, but Qin Shichi had always had her own way and wouldn't listen at all. The eldest daughter had been very carefree and fast in everything she did since she was a child. I don't want it. If I were to act like my sister, I would have to rush to death and take my time. Sister, you should learn for me to eat like this to feel happy. Qin Shichi gulped down the rice and said vaguely. Qin Shiyu on the side just smiled softly. Just eat it in small bites. Chew slowly and don't speak. Tang Qing and her aunt looked very distressed. The two sisters were in completely opposite directions, two extremes. One didn't like to talk and liked to do things, and the other liked to talk but didn't like to do things. No matter which one can make my aunt feel relieved, especially my youngest daughter. With such a personality, she is easily deceived. When she gets married, she will definitely swallow her anger if she is bullied by her parents. However, the younger daughter is thin-skinned and hard to talk to. Like her elder sister, she will not listen to her words. One word, sad. Throughout dinner, Qin Yugong didn't say much. I don't know what I'm thinking about. I just looked at Tang Qing for a while. Tang Qing had known that at this time, his uncle would definitely talk to him. In addition, Li Jiangguo went to the police station to record a confession today, and many things felt a bit uncontainable. Certainly, only my aunt felt the strange atmosphere between Tang Qing and Qin Yugong. But she was smart enough not to ask. The two cousins are younger. The focus is different. The eldest cousin is the most active pistachio in the whole family. Tang Qing enjoyed this atmosphere very much and hoped that it would continue like this. However, when the time came for school and work, everyone would definitely be far apart. Thinking that there would not be many opportunities to get together like this, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little sad thinking about this. There's no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Eventually, your loved ones will also leave. My cousins will also get married. After I went to college, it was probably hard to see my uncle and the others, not like this every day. Thinking of this, he decided to cherish the remaining more than half a year together. Only after losing it can you learn to cherish it, and only after things have happened can you learn to appreciate it. This may be the only way for people to go through. Cheer! You could do your homework later. Tang and I have something to talk about. Qin Yugong spoke. After dinner, Qin Yugong took Tang Qing to wander outside the community. It was still dark at this time, and the two of them were walking on the side of the road, neither of them speaking. Tang, tell me, how did you know those people were criminals? Qin Yugong asked first. A friend of mine told me the details of the case while chatting, and I wrote it down. Later, I accidentally saw the jade pendant, and I wanted to help my uncle at that time. Tang Qing replied wisely. Friends? What friends? Qin Yugong asked. Do you still remember my mobile phone and clothes last time? A few days ago, he stopped by and invited me to have a meal. He said it while chatting. Didn't you say before that you don't have contact information? His status is not low, so he wants to keep a low profile. I hope my uncle will understand. What is your relationship with Li Jiangguo? Qin Yugong changed the topic again. Tang Qing often went to that restaurant during this time. It was abnormal to think about it. What does other people's restaurant have to do with Tang Qing? I have shares in the hotel. Tang Qing hesitated and gritted his teeth before replying. Sooner or later, he would have to say this. In the future, as he becomes richer and richer, he will have to have a showdown with his relatives. Sooner or later. Qin Yugong heard it. Stopped, staring at Tang Qing with a serious face. Where did you get the money? He was afraid that Tang Qing would embark on the road of crime. My friend lent it to me. His family is very rich. He thought he would help me out. It doesn't require interest, and I can pay it back any time. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to invest it myself so that you wouldn't charge me for it. Tang Qing explained. Can you tell me who he is? Qin Yugong asked. He was really worried. I'm sorry, uncle, I can't. He asked me to keep it a secret, but don't worry. The money is completely legal. After all, I have nothing worthy of him. It's all just gratitude. Tang Qing refused. Can I not worry about you like this? Qin Yugong sighed. A friend who doesn't understand him at all. No matter how rich he is, there's a lot of intrigue in society. Of course he understands that what he fears most is that the other party will use Tang Qing to achieve illegal purposes. Uncle, believe me, I am a student and I have helped him a lot. This amount of money is really not worth mentioning. Moreover, I am not that easy to cheat. Tang Qing promised. Well, you can talk to your uncle if you have something to do in the future. Although he may not be able to handle it, it is still of some use. Next week, I will be transferred to the Qingxi police station as the director. Qin Yugong said. Since Tang Qing didn't say anything, he stopped asking. Just rely on this bureau to do it. He didn't treat Tang Qing as a child either. "Congratulations, uncle. I'll have to take care of the hotel business then." Tang Qing joked. Although he had expected it, he couldn't help but be happy that his uncle was promoted. "How is that restaurant? How much money can you earn every month?" Qin Yugong asked again. "I invested 300,000 yuan, and this month's dividend is estimated to be 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Tang Qing said truthfully. "So much. Wouldn't it be paid back quickly?" Qin Yugong said in surprise. He didn't expect the hotel's profits to be so high. "It's not much. This little money is really of no use." Tang Qing replied. This was true to his heart. Even if he saw hundreds of thousands, it would be of little use. He was really making money slowly. "You brat, this isn't much. Don't be so ambitious. It's more than your uncle's family's income for more than 2 years." Qin Yugong patted Tang Qing's head. "No matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter. I'm not your nephew. If uncle needs money in the future, let me know. Okay, I won't say more, but studies are important. Remember, everything is inferior. Only studying is good." Qin Yugong warned. "Uncle, why do you still hold on to such an old idea? How can it be an old idea?" There are many ways to understand this sentence. In my opinion, this sentence is not asking you to take exams, nor is it asking you to pursue academic qualifications. Were you reading the thoughts, experiences, and lessons of your predecessors? In any case, you can only go further if you learn more and make progress. Another understanding is that from ancient times to the present, at home and abroad, almost all the rights in the entire society are in the hands of intellectuals. After Emperor Chao Mang's death, his descendants are also constantly learning to consolidate power. Remember, whether it is the past, present, or future, the power of this society, whether it is politics, military, or economy, will only be in the hands of this group of people. If you want to avoid being eliminated or becoming a complete screw, you must learn and make progress. Qin Yugong said as he walked. Although he has a strong character, but not stupid, many things are known but not said. This was the first time he had mentioned these insights to someone. In his opinion, this kind of idea is common after a person truly matures and is not that special. I understand that no matter how much money I make, I will never give up studying. I will definitely get into a good university by then. Tang Qing said firmly. Having lived in 2 generations, he certainly understood what his uncle meant. He also agreed with Qin Yugong's understanding of this sentence. The bloody experiences written by predecessors throughout their lives were there. It can save people from making many detours, but most people don't like to read these things, or the explosion of knowledge in later generations makes people impetuous and utilitarian, making it difficult to calm down and study and learn. In the end, they took detours and gained knowledge, and then these insights and experiences were passed on to future generations. The future generations are still unwilling to listen and feel that they are outdated. It's an infinite loop process. Well, it's getting late. Let's go back and do your homework. Qin Yugong knew that he had listened. He was afraid that his nephew would stop studying and relax after he had a little money. In this way, he would not be able to explain to his sister. He had high expectations for this nephew. After this showdown, at this time, Tang Qing's heart had already undergone tremendous changes. The next day, noon, Tang Qing came to the hotel, signed a loan contract with Zhang Dongqing and his friend. Zhang Xiu didn't come this time. Think about it too. With Zhang Xiu's current status, it is really not suitable for him to get too involved in this kind of thing. Previously, it was because I wanted to help my comrade Zhang Dongqing check and scare the other party. This time, everyone is familiar with it and are not afraid of being cheated. In addition, there are outsiders here to avoid spreading the news and causing trouble. The owner of the clothing factory is called Lu Jianwei. I have been in the clothing business for more than 10 years. The factory is not small, with more than 100 employees and a lot of fixed assets. However, the bank loan process is too troublesome, and small and medium-sized enterprises have very high requirements for flexibility in funds. So he also had to use private loans. In the past, I usually used money from other companies, and the interest rate was relatively high, even as high as 2.50 per month for a short period of time. But there is no other way. You just use it for 1 month, not for several months. The customers have been stable for half a year. You pay it back soon. The other party will have to find someone else to lend it out. These all have costs such as time, manpower, risks, etc. How can it be possible without higher interest rates? He had heard that Zhang Dongqing had taken a big order recently, and he was thinking about borrowing money for a month if he had enough funds. And since he was so familiar with it, he believed that Zhang Dongqing would not charge high interest rates to him. But Lu Jianwei didn't expect that Zhang Dongqing would have no money at the moment. Later, Zhang Dongqing talked about borrowing money from Tang Qing some time ago. Lu Jianwei was also surprised. Is there such a low interest rate? What's the difference between and nothing? So I asked Zhang Dongqing for help in introducing him. Because Zhang Dongqing was the guarantor, this contract became a 3-party contract. The content had some changes, but the terms were still clear and undisputed. The contract period was 1 month. The repayment date was signed on the 2nd of next month. Unless it is confirmed that he can upgrade before the first date, he will not be able to sign before the first date and add risks to himself. After signing the contract, there will naturally be various chat and investigation information. Guarantee contracts can also be signed for bank loans. Several companies jointly guarantee each other, and if one company fails, several companies will pay it back together. Generally, similar industries guarantee each other. This is also the tragedy of small and medium-sized enterprises. Even with asset mortgages, they have to work together to survive. This is easy for everyone to say when the industry is booming. But when the industry is in recession, it will have a chain reaction, killing a large number of companies at once. The stakes are high. After meal, Tang Qing asked Zhang Dongqing to stay if he had something to say, but Lu Jianhui paid the bill and left. Uncle Zhang, I want to ask something. Do you know anyone there who is reliable and needs to exchange US dollars? Tang Qing asked. This was what he decided to do after thinking about it for a long time last night. He is really dissatisfied with his own development speed. After taking out the loan this time, it will be difficult for him to grow his assets on a large scale in a short period of time. It will be too uncomfortable to return to the situation before liberation. Look at the 10,000 balance in the account. Tang Qing only felt 2 words, coward. So he was ready to take the plunge. Yesterday afternoon, I planned not to use this trick for fear of causing trouble, but now I don't care so much and I didn't think about exchanging it with a bank, but with a private person. There are risks though, but what is without risk? You might choke to death if you drink water, and you might get bitten by a dog when you go out. The system does not say what the next level of open currency is. If it opens Korean won, Japanese yen, Vietnamese dong, or another control currency, it will really be impossible to operate. You have US dollars? Then why don't you go to the bank to exchange it? Zhang Dongqing asked. It's like this. My friend has a lot of US dollars in cash. He wants me to help him exchange it. I can also make some money on the difference. The bank review is too troublesome. The quotation is quite disadvantageous, and the exchange amount is also limited, so I want to find a channel to exchange it. Tang Qing explained slowly. This is just an attempt. I'm not sure Zhang Dongqing can help. It's just that he is planning to start this business. If Zhang Dongqing has no way, he is ready to think of another way. As for the fact that it must be in cash rather than opening a US dollar account and transferring US dollars directly, he didn't want to cause trouble. Forget about cash exchange. Cross-border transfers would be troublesome if they involved money laundering. Domestic foreign exchange transfers are completely subject to strict supervision. He is unable to operate at this stage. Although as long as the transaction involves the system will erase traces or legalize the process. This kind of legality is like a firefly in the dark in China. Once you dare to involve large-scale dollar exchanges in domestic accounts, you have to kneel properly. The review of banks is indeed very strict. If you want to buy US dollars, I heard that you have to go to the Public Security Bureau to get stamped and registered. The procedures are cumbersome, and there is a quota limit for each person. If there is no good reason, they will not be exchanged at all. However, many such reverse currency markets have been born because of this. You can definitely go to such a black market, and they can eat as much as they want. Zhang Dongqing looked at Tang Qing doubtfully. I'm not familiar with it. so I'm afraid of suffering a loss," Tang Qing said truthfully. Of course, he also knew that there was a group of people doing this kind of reselling of foreign exchange. Not just official. The private sector is also in urgent need of dollars. For example, those who study abroad, travel, or go abroad for other reasons need a lot, but each person's annual foreign exchange quota is limited. Later, Tang Qing remembers that it was $50,000 per year. He didn't know the year it was implemented. It stands to reason that shopping abroad is generally enough, but there are so many rich people who cannot afford it. Many people don't want to use their personal quota or have exhausted it, and some people want to go abroad for shopping. There are also people who launder money through underground banks, transfer assets, gamble overseas, speculate in US and Hong Kong stocks, etc. Some even have strange habits and like to collect and store US dollars or use them to pay bribes. Simply not too much. Such a huge need. Domestic banks are simply not satisfied. Tang Qing even thinks that it would be good if domestic banks can satisfy 10%. The other 90% flows into the private sector through these gangsters. You can imagine how big the transaction volume is. It's almost astonishing. The entire private foreign exchange market is basically undersupplied, and the demand has always been very strong, and any amount of funds can be absorbed. The key is, what are these bad guys used for? Part of it is for those who want to study abroad or travel and make large purchases, etc. The supervision of countries is not too strict, but a considerable part of it is used for money laundering, smuggling, illegal transfer of personal assets, etc. It's just too dangerous to work with them. And he couldn't tell the difference between the two, so he might get involved. Yes, that group is a mixed bag of good and bad. It's very chaotic. You can go to them for less transactions, but if they get bigger, they may make people jealous, which will cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Dongqing nodded. Yes, this friend of mine has a good relationship and has a lot of US dollars, but he only has cash and does not provide transfers. Tang Qing added, Okay, I happen to know a friend who likes a lot of US dollars in cash. He is an absolutely serious businessman. I don't know if he still needs it now, but if you offer a better price, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Dongqing said. As for what this friend Tang Qing does, he was not stupid enough to ask, but for such a large amount of dollar exchange, the most likely way was to obtain foreign exchange from the bank, and secondly, the other party was also a member of the foreign exchange dealer. But whatever it is, it has nothing to do with him. When he makes friends, he only depends on whether the other party is trustworthy and whether he likes them. As for whether it is illegal, there's no requirement. If he likes the person and there's a legitimate reason, he will still talk about drinking and talking like brothers. Then please trouble Uncle Zhang. Tang Qing thanked him. It's a small matter. Don't wait until next time. I'll ask him now if he needs it. After Zhang Dongqing finished speaking, he took out the phone. Tang Qing was very anxious to see him. Zhang Dongqing didn't want Tang Qing to go back and wait in a hurry. If he was just a friend, he could show off how difficult things were by showing off how difficult things were. In the end, the other person would be grateful to him for working so hard, as if he had put all his effort into it. But Tang Qing was a friend he recognized. There is no need to play this kind of imaginary game. A true friend should have the privileges of a true friend. Zhang Dongqing got through the other party's phone number. Brother Liu, what are you busy with? Zhang Dongqing said in greeting. Of course I'm eating at noon. What's the matter? You haven't contacted me for a long time. Aren't you busy recently? I know you took a big order, so why didn't you tell me that you were short of money? It's too outlandish, and you still treat me as a friend. You are my ultimate weapon. How can you use it so easily? You Holly, what do you want to see me for today? Brother Liu, do you still need US dollars? I have a friend here who has a lot of US dollars in cash. I said, Dongqing, when did you start doing this? The voice on the other side became serious. Zhang Dongqing said quickly, a very good friend of mine is just asking for help. Okay, ask him how many he has. I don't want any less. Wait a minute, I'll ask right away. Zhang Dongqing covered the phone. How many do you have? Tang Qing heard this. He hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, you can have as many as you want. Since we're playing, let's play with the big ticket. What? Zhang Dongqing stood up in shock. If you dare to say how much you want to do this kind of thing, how strong is the strength behind it? It's just that he was very confused as to why the other party would find Tang Qing as a middleman. It was completely unreasonable to find a high school student, but this thought only flashed through his mind. In general, this world is like this. When there are more people, there will be more weird people. There is nothing new under the sun. If you don't understand something, it's just because you are ignorant. Just say it like that, Uncle Zhang. Tang Qing said firmly. This one was a bit pretentious, but it was very satisfying. Tang Qing's words brought Zhang Dongqing back from his thoughts. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't look like he was joking, he couldn't help but stuttered a little. Okay. Zhang Dongqing took a deep breath. He took off the hand covering the microphone and said, Brother Liu, you can have as much as you want. Dongqing, this joke is not funny at all. Liu Gan on the other side was also stunned for a moment and said in a slightly suspicious tone, This friend of mine is very reliable and will not talk nonsense. Zhang Dongqing promised. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Only about 10 seconds. Liu Gan's voice came, Okay, I'm in the provincial capital now. There's a project that requires my help. Just tell him that I will come back on the weekend and go to my house to talk on Sunday morning. I will call you later. Okay, then you are busy. Goodbye. Zhang Dongqing hung up the phone. He smiled at Tang Qing and said, He is in the provincial capital. We will go to his house on Sunday morning and have an interview then. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, this time. You have done me a big favor. Tang Qing thanked him. This is indeed the truth. A horse will not get fat without night grass, and a person will not be rich without windfall. He will be crazy if he is crazy. Haha. It's up to you to discuss whether it will be a small matter or not. Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. If I make a lot of commission in the end, Uncle Zhang's introduction fee will be indispensable for the money I make, Tang Qing said. Don't mention this if we are friends. Just treat me to a few meals when the time comes. Talking about money is too vulgar. Zhang Dongqing waved his hand. At first, he didn't like the commission. Secondly, it's better not to get involved with this kind of money. To avoid causing trouble, he could help pull the strings, but he would never get involved and benefit from it. He was not worried that Tang Qing would harm him, but he was worried about the person behind Tang Qing. A few meals, it's a trivial matter. Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course he knew that Zhang Dongqing would refuse, but as the old saying goes, I can refuse it, but you can't refuse it. This is a matter of attitude. This is also a step down for everyone. Then he used his words to make things clear on the bright side. Do you really have a lot of dollars? Zhang Dongqing finally couldn't help but ask. To be precise, my friend has US dollars. Of course, the amount is not unlimited. Tang Qing continued to lie. Of course, it is enough to brag a little, so as not to get into trouble if he brags too much. That's okay. I'll take you to my friend's place then. His name is Liu Gan. This man is very rich. I don't know the exact amount, but he is worth at least 1 billion or more. He is in the real estate business. There are real estate projects of his company in basically every city in this province. Even the community here was developed by his company. Although he is not the richest man in Qingyan City, he is definitely among the top 3. And I once saved his life. He owes me a big favor and has always wanted to pay it back. But as the saying goes, it is too cheap to borrow hundreds of thousands from a person worth hundreds of millions and then repay the favor in 1 month. That's why I didn't ask him to borrow money. You, Uncle Zhang, are also a businessman, and I will not use this favor unless my life is at risk. This kind of thing should not be mentioned to Tang Qing. But don't know why. I can't hold back the words once they come to my mouth. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. When the time comes when I make money, I will not forget you. Tang Qing said solemnly. Zhang Dongqing could even tell himself such a thing, obviously treating him as one of his own. Why are you so polite? I'll leave first, and you should go to class quickly. Zhang Dongqing looked at his watch, and it was getting late. See you on Sunday. Tang Qing stood up and said. On the other end of the phone, Liu Gan fell into silence. Zhang Dongqing's business does not overlap with his own. There are not many interactions in life, and he only accidentally mentioned to Zhang Dongqing that he likes to collect US dollars. So the other party didn't know that he also had an identity and was in the remittance business. Domestic cash in US dollars has always been extremely hungry, and the supply exceeds demand. Although you don't earn much per transaction, you can earn a lot when the amount is large and the turnover rate is fast. So for USD, that's as much as you want. Because this is not just about earning the exchange difference. There are many places where it can play a greater role. It was just Tang Qing's words that shocked him. As much as you want. It's really too arrogant. The first reaction is that this is a trap. After all, no one in China except my peers dares to say such big words. There's another kind of person who is very knowledgeable within the bank. This kind of person has the strength but is not so arrogant. Moreover, this kind of person will not be short of sales at all and has a lot of connections to do this kind of thing. Are you new to the industry doing this? Half an hour later, Lu Gan dialed Zhang Dongqing's phone number. Dongqing, tell me what the situation is. Don't worry, he is a very good friend of mine. I don't know how much money he has, but he is definitely not someone who talks nonsense, and there should be no problem with the source of the money. At that time, I also suggested that he go to the black market to exchange money. He told me that he didn't trust those people and was afraid of trouble. I also saw Brother Lu doing serious business, so I wanted to introduce him to you. Zhang Dongqing explained. What is the background of the other party? As far as I know, there is no big background. It seems that he suddenly got a very powerful and rich partner recently. He should be able to get money from the other party at ultra-low interest rates. That is, he solved my loan, and the interest rate is very low. I guess his partner should have connections within the bank. Zhang Dongqing expressed his guess. It's very possible. What's his name? Lu Gan asked again. This time, he has been able to confirm that the other party is connected within the bank. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do such a thing. His peers would definitely charge high interest rates. So how could they be interested in earning that hard-earned money? Tang Qing, his uncle's name is Qin Yugong, and he is about to be transferred to the chief of the Chengxi police station. This good brother is a good friend of mine. I thought of you immediately. Mr. Lu will give you a preferential price when the time comes. Zhang Dongqing smiled. Of course it's no problem. I will never let your friend suffer. Let's talk about it on Sunday. Lu Gan was shocked when he heard that there was a police relative, but he immediately felt relieved. There is no such thing as an undercover agent. This made him more certain that the other party was an insider of the bank. Okay, hang up the phone. Lu Gan finally felt relieved. At least for now, it is certain that this cannot be a bureau. Otherwise, the identities of the people involved would be too strange. And there is no way that there are so many flaws that could be caused by someone trying to fix themselves. Anyone who dares to punish himself will never be stupid enough to find such a person. Certainly, you can't completely relax either. You also need to verify the other party's details. This is not a line of work that should be taken lightly. Moreover, even if the other party is trying to mess with him, he is not a vegetarian. On the surface, he is a real estate businessman, but behind the scenes, it is so complicated that not everyone can touch him. November 7th, Sunday. Tang Qing has been feeling anxious these past few days. First, it's nervousness. After all, the next thing to do is very risky, and it might bring big trouble to myself. Secondly, I'm a little excited. If it succeeds, it will bring me a lot of profits. These days, every time Tang Qing was worried about the legality of doing so, he would look at the personal account balance of 10,000 in the system information. This ridiculously low balance strengthened his confidence. Made, both labor and capital are so poor. If it continues to develop, your life will be quite useless. Huge loans flowed out in his own hands. However, his assets were often wiped out, which made him feel very unbalanced. Even if he added dividends from the hotel in the future, it would not make him feel any sense of security at all. The overall situation now is, I am so damn poor that I can't even open the pot. It would be nice if next time the system opens a currency that is easy to operate and have a lot of room for arbitrage. If there's a currency that is useless, I will be in tragedy. It is better to do this first and see. Explore the way. If the system doesn't work well in the end, I won't wait stupidly for these 2 months. With principle, in more than 2 months, I can still make money from a few stocks in my memory. Otherwise, I can predict that I won't even be able to get out 1 million in cash in 2 months, so that I can go out on Sunday. Tang Qing started doing homework like crazy the night before. Early the next morning, just sitting at home waiting for Zhang Dongqing's call. Mayan also asked what was going on, but he just said that he wanted to go out to play with his classmates. The eldest cousin Qin Shiqi was still clamoring to go, but her aunt said, "You haven't finished your homework," and she turned back. She could only look at Tang Qing resentfully from the side and kept scolding him. In the end, Tang Qing couldn't bear it anymore and promised to bring her a gift. Qin Shiqi is good at giving up. He jumped back to his room. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. After Tang Qing received Zhang Dongqing's call, he hurried out and arrived at the meeting place. They agreed to meet at the crossroads in front of Tang Qing's uncle's community, so that his aunt and the others would not see anything bad. Today, his uncle was not at home, and Tang Qing heard from his aunt that he went out with friends. The boss I met this time can be described as cunning and cunning. You have to be careful. It's not that he will have bad intentions, but you have to think twice before acting and don't be confused by his few words. Zhang Dongqing warned. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will keep it in mind," Tang Qing said gratefully. He accepted Zhang Dongqing's words humbly. "In my previous life, I was just a nobody. Even after being reborn, this was his first time dealing with people of this level. If he didn't have the support of the system, he probably wouldn't have much confidence to talk to them. Don't be too nervous, just be careful." Zhang Dongqing smiled. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Dongqing came to the suburbs. Looking at the huge group of villas in front of him, Tang Qing was also surprised. "I have never been here before, and I have never paid attention to in my previous life. Looking at the layout and environment here, it is estimated that a set will cost less than a few million, and it will cost at least tens of millions in a dozen years." It was obvious that Tang Qing was not familiar with this place. Zhang Dongqing said, "His company developed this place. Although it is not the largest, it has the best greening. In addition, he originally wanted to live there, and the supporting facilities are very complete. Kindergarten, supermarket, golf course, swimming pool. Last time I came to Lugan, he took me to play golf, but I really don't like this kind of sport. It's not interesting. I might as well play basketball." Tang Qing did not answer. He just listened quietly to Zhang Dongqing's introduction. After rigorous inspection, the car drove into the villa area. The greening inside is quite good. Carefully manicured grass and trees, villas with different styles and different floors, some with 3 floors, some with 4 floors, and some with only 2 floors, but the area is very large, and each villa is not close to each other. There are small parking lots in front of many villas, and luxury cars show off the wealth of the family. Looking at these, Tang Qing secretly swore in his heart that I will be richer than all of you combined in the future. Soon, Zhang Dongqing's car stopped in front of a huge 3-story building. As a developer, of course he has the privilege. This 3-story European-style villa was specially designed by him with foreign designers. With the decoration, it took 2.5 years to complete and move in. It was also the last completed building in the villa area. Got out of the car. Tang Qing saw a middle-aged man wearing a nightgown standing at the door of the villa looking at them. Behind him were 2 powerful men who looked like bodyguards. "Haha, Dongqing, long time no see." Lugan walked over quickly with a smile on his face. "Brother Lu, long time no see. How are you lately?" Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. "I'm very good. Everything is done by the people below, but you should pay attention to your health and don't always do it yourself. Look at you. I'm only 1 year older than you, and your gray hair is coming out." Lugan said with concern. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your concern." Xiao Tang. "This is Lu Qian, Mr. Lu. You could just call me Uncle Lu." "Brother Lu, this is the young talent Tang Qing, I told you." Zhang Dongqing introduced. "Hello, Uncle Lu. This is the first time we meet. Please take care of me." Tang Qing stretched out his hand and said with a smile that was neither humble nor overbearing. Lu Gan stretched out his hand to hold Tang Qing's hand and said with a smile, "Sure enough, he is a man of talent and talent. As for your care, I need your care." Tang Qing naturally knew what care Lu Gan was referring to, and it was not the mysterious person who did not exist behind him. Whether it was the ability to produce US dollars or his own identity, Lu Gan was worth making friends with. Uncle Lu was joking. We help each other and benefit each other. Tang Qing said with a smile. That's right. Let's not stay outside. Let's go in and drink tea. Gongzi, let Xiao Lu make tea. After Lu Gan said this, he made a gesture of invitation. Yes. The big man on the left responded and turned around and walked into the villa. The other one followed Lu Qian without saying a word. Soon, after the tea was served, Lu Gan and Zhang Dongqing exchanged some pleasantries, then turned to Tang Qing and said, Xiao Tang, I won't mince words. I heard that you have a lot of US dollars in cash. To be precise, I have a lot of partners. Tang Qing's face straightened. That's not the same. Can you give a definite number? Lu Gan asked again, while looking at Tang Qing expectantly. I don't know about this, but it's at least tens of millions. Tang Qing pretended to reveal a little bit. If he said too little, he would be too arrogant, and if he said too much, it would be too ostentatious. 10 million is just right. What? Lu Gan stood up excitedly, with only one word in his mind, tens of millions. To reach this point, he has come into contact with too many people, and his demand for funds is also increasing. Because of this, he has made friends with a lot of powerful people. With the help of these powerful people, his real estate business has spread all over the province and acquired land smoothly. This is also the confidence that he is not afraid of Tang Qing's problems. He was not shocked by the amount of 10 million. It's the power behind him. After so many years of doing this, he has never encountered such a large shipment. Are you telling the truth? Lu Qian suppressed the shock in his heart. Yes. Tang Qing note that. Okay, we will be friends from now on, and we will keep in touch with each other in the future. Lu Gan was excited after receiving Tang Qing's confirmation. He was in urgent need of US dollars recently, and he was at a disadvantage when exchanging money from his colleagues in coastal areas. If Tang Qing could supplement it, he could solve many of his problems. I don't know what the transaction method is. Lu Qian asked. This is what he is most concerned about. We provide two transaction methods. One is that you transfer the money to our designated account, and we will provide cash in US dollars 1 hour later. The same is true for cash. You give the money first, and then the goods. Tang Qing explained. To do the full set, the words we use also become us. Lu Gan didn't think anything of it after hearing this, which was exactly what he wanted. If the two kinds of money didn't exist in the same place, there would be no so-called simultaneous gains. After all, it's none of your business that I carry cash everywhere, and it's hard to collect evidence. At the same time, I also like Tang Qing's caution. The stupid thing of paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other hand is not applicable at all times. As for both methods, you must pay RMB in advance. He didn't think it was anything. Large-scale transactions have such privileges. To do this kind of business, it depends on credit. Small amount exchanges on the street often require an appointment. It is normal to give money first and then deliver the goods. I wonder if we could trade today. Lu Gan asked tentatively again. Okay. Tang Qing smiled. What's the exchange rate? Lu Gan asked again. 8-3. What do you think, Uncle Lu? Tang Qing said the previously decided ratio. This is indeed a fair price. Then I will exchange it for 500,000 US dollars first, totaling 4.15 million renminbi. That's right. Of course, Lu Gan couldn't exchange more at first, but he's a big boss. He couldn't be stingy and only exchanged $100,000. He couldn't afford to lose that person. Too little may also make the other party dissatisfied. I still found a compromise. That's right. Tang Qing was excited. This is the kind of thing where money comes quickly. He can earn 150,000 from 4.15 million. What a huge profit. Then give me your account, and I'll have someone transfer money in now. Lu Gan said. Immediately, Tang Qing gave him his account number. He went to the bank to do this yesterday. Of course, you won't use your own ID card stupidly, but by someone else's identity. Anyway, as long as you have the bank card password, the system can bind it as his. You don't need to go to the bank for any future transactions. No need to worry about being tracked. It is quite safe and easy to use. To save your life, of course you must use a trumpet. Soon, Tang Qing received the system message. The account received 4.15 million. Tang Qing pretended to send a text message to his partner. In his mind, he asked the system to transfer 4.15 million directly to the system's personal account and retrieved personal information. Tang Qing looked at the balance of 4.16 million in the account, and Tang Qing's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Huge sum of money. A huge sum of money. He can finally make money quickly. He has never had so much money. Although it is not his own, there is 150,000 of his own in it. There will definitely be more in the future. This is a good start. I received the money. I can go get the money now. Tang Qing said, putting away his phone. I'll wait for you here and have lunch together at my house. Lu Gan said. There was no need to be pretentious at this time. Business is business. Okay, Uncle Zhang, I have to trouble you to send me off again. Tang Qing knew that Lu Gan wanted to see his strength, and he also wanted to end this first transaction quickly. Then I will be a driver again. Zhang Dongqing smiled. After sending Tang Qing and Zhang Dongqing out, the big man who was called Gongzi before said, Would you like to send someone to follow you? Hearing this, Lu Gan shook his head. No, I believe Zhang Dongqing is a friend. Secondly, he will not be discovered by them and offend the other person. Thirdly, that young man is very interesting. Let's wait and see what happens. Understood. Uncle Zhang, go to Qingyan Villa. After getting in the car, Tang Qing said to Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing just expressed gratitude. No questions asked. It's better not to ask about this kind of thing. Tang Qing asked an agent to look for this house at noon the day before yesterday. Because he had left a phone number when renting a staff dormitory, he entrusted the agent to look at the house at noon. Finally, he invited the agent and the landlord to have lunch at Li Jiangwo's place. The house is in a building behind the hotel. I used my own ID card. After all, there's no real cash there. It's just a cover-up. Arrive at Qingyan Villa. Zhang Dongqing stopped on the roadside at the entrance of the community and waited for him. Tang Qing came to the house he rented. It was empty. At that time, he rented this 2-bedroom house directly for safety. Now it is still a Clearwater house. There was no furniture. At a glance, I saw a plaid sheet on the floor of the living room, with 10 empty black handbags placed on it. The bags were not big, but they could easily hold $500,000 each. Close the door. Close the curtains. The system directly cashed out $500,000 in cash at a ratio of 1:8. Looking at the remaining balance of 160,000 in the system's personal account, Tang took a deep breath. It felt so good to make money. Immediately, Tang Qing began to put the $500,000 into the bag. Looking at the free space, it would be absolutely fine to put another 200,000 in the bag. The US dollar is smaller than the RMB banknotes. The length difference is only 1 millimeter, which is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. However, the width of the US dollar is 11 millimeters smaller than the RMB banknotes, which is more than 1 centimeter. The difference is huge. Looking at the new dollar bills with serial numbers in his hand, Tang Qing thought to himself that it was indeed the case, but it felt too ostentatious. Such a large amount of consecutive dollar bills would definitely arouse suspicion in future transactions. Is there any benefit to the system from doing this? Could it be that the cash with serial numbers was just to stop him from being so unscrupulous? Tang Qing thought about it carefully and felt that this was very possible. If the cash withdrawals are all random, with old and new numbers, and there are no consecutive numbers, he will indeed be more unscrupulous. If he cannot control it, it may lead to death. Just like the first lesson the system taught itself. Be respectful of unknown risks. Watching Tang Qing come out carrying a black handbag, Zhang Dongqing naturally knew what was inside. He had never seen $500,000, but he didn't ask such a stupid question. He would naturally see it when he got there. Zhang Dongqing rarely spoke on the road. Let's wait until they finish the transaction to discuss any questions. When the two returned to the villa, Lu Gan was also waiting at the door, and 2 bodyguards stood behind him competently. After all, outsiders could not enter this place without the owner's permission. Several people met. Without much greeting, they entered the villa. Uncle Lu, please order. Tang Qing handed over his handbag. Gongzi, monkey, you too, just click here. Lugan took the bag without opening it and handed it to his subordinates. This kind of transaction needs to be cleared in person. Turn around and don't care. This is the rule. The man named Gongzi took the bag. He opened it and turned it over with his hands. After finding that there was nothing else, he poured it directly onto the marble coffee table. Looking at the brand new $100 bills on the coffee table in front of him, Lugan couldn't help but feel excited. It's not that I've never seen such a large amount of US dollars, but it is rare to see so many new banknotes as if they had just come off the machine. It's not just the quantity that counts in person. They're also true and false. Having been in the business for many years, he certainly knew the practices of the vendors on the street who exchanged US dollars. In many cases, counterfeit US dollars were mixed with them, which was also a major source of profit. But most people can't tell the difference at all, so they make a hasty transaction and leave. I couldn't find the person afterwards, and even if I found it, it was useless. I would not be held responsible if I didn't count the money in person or turn around. This is the rule. You said my money was counterfeit, and I said you put it in to blackmail me. Once separated, it's not clear at all. In the end, it basically came to nothing. Of course, if you meet someone with a background, you will exchange real money, but that is very rare. Those who exchange US dollars basically exchange tens of thousands of dollars. If you exchange a piece of land, more than 800 yuan will be credited to your account. Such a huge temptation makes it impossible to stop this trend. The two of them quickly checked the banknotes. He looks like a veteran at first glance. Tang Qing watched them drinking tea without saying anything, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Zhang Dongxing also looked at the pile of US dollars in front of him. This was the first time he saw such a large amount of US dollars, and he was very shocked. Lugan looked at the two people calmly, and from time to time he played with the US dollars that had been counted and confirmed. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Boss, no problem. Gongzi and Monkey looked at each other and nodded. Okay, Gongzi, put away, let's go eat. Lugan laughed when he heard this. Yes. The two of them began to put the money back into their bags and carry it up to the second floor. This was just a trial transaction, and there would be more in the future. With a partner like Tang Qing, Lugan felt very good. Xiao Tang, I want to exchange 1 million US dollars later. I wonder if there are any problems. During the meal, Lugan said again, as soon as your money arrives, I'll get it for you. Tang Qing said with joy in his heart and his face unchanged. Another big sum of money. I'm really happy to meet you today. Dongxing, you have brought me a great friend. Many of the US dollars I exchanged before were exchanged by some friends. You also know how tight the domestic US dollar market is. Those friends came to me when they knew I had this hobby. I can't refuse directly. Plus, sometimes I don't have much left on my hands due to business loans and mortgages. Xiao Tang, I hope we have more cooperation opportunities in the future. Lugan raised a toast. At the same time, it also shows 2 points. One is that I am short of US dollars, and the other is that I know many friends and have sales. In short, I want to find a suitable reason for my next large-scale transaction. We all benefit from each other. Tang Qing and Lugan clinked glasses. Now Tang Qing also saw something. Gongzi and Ho are not good friends at first glance, and Lugan is definitely not a serious businessman. Thinking about it, he still knows a little bit about the ins and outs of real estate development. It is basically impossible for a serious person to carve out a way in real estate development. A demolition issue can kill you. But Tang Qing was just suspicious. I didn't think about the identity of the trader, or it was useless to think about it. Now on board. It's not that easy to think about it. He believed that Lugan did not dare to mess with him. Lugan was definitely not willing to mess with someone who could offer so many US dollars. Even if Lugan was in the remittance business, he would never dare to do anything against him. That kind of person would love to have a reliable source of US dollars. That amount of dollars is available. No one wants to make any decisions. In fact, Lugan thought so too. Such a powerful channel is even more powerful than the most powerful person in Lugan's network. If he does something bad, it will be in trouble. At this time, Lugan already regards Tang Qing as someone in the same position as himself. After dinner, Lu Gan directly asked someone to transfer 8.3 million into Tang Qing's account. As before, Tang Qing gave Lu Gan 1 million US dollars. Now Lu Gan no longer doubts the strength of the person behind Tang Qing. He can get such large amounts of US dollars and serial numbers. It's simply astounding. Afternoon. After the transaction is completed, Lu Gan took Tang Qing to the golf course of the villa to play all afternoon. Of course, we had dinner at Lu Qin's house. During this period, Lu Gan tried to find out who was behind Tang Qing through various insinuations. But how could Tang Qing be able to tell? After several gags, Lu Gan stopped asking. The little fox sighed secretly in his heart. But I appreciate it more and more in my heart. It's good to have such a smart collaborator. The kind of person who can be tricked out of information with just a few words is simply not useful. Otherwise, he will be sold out sooner or later. On the way home, sitting in Zhang Dongqing's car, Tang Qing looked at the funds in his personal account over and over again, feeling happy. The balance of 460,000. Tang Qing couldn't calm down for a long time. These are all my own, and I finally don't have to look at the 10,000 disgusting people in my account anymore. Zhang Dongqing looked at Tang Qing on the side and didn't know what to say. He completed tens of millions of transactions in one day. Is this still the same little brother? It shocked him so much. Will you be fine if you do this? Zhang Dongqing finally couldn't help but worry and said, I know in my heart that there will be no problem, so don't worry. Tang Qing said with relief. Now we are riding a tiger with a hard time getting off. Even if there is a problem, he has only one way to go. It's all because the system doesn't tell me what currencies are open to the next level. So I have to take risks. Anyway, just blame the system for everything. Otherwise, I won't have to bear the responsibility every day. As long as you know what's going on, you're still young, so you have to protect yourself. If he's in trouble, just tell me. I at least have some personal feelings to use. Zhang Dongqing added. This is both a statement and an investment. He believed in the investment in Tang Qing. The future will see huge gains. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your kindness. Just tell me if you want to use the money in the future, interest-free. Tang Qing was a little moved, regardless of whether Zhang Dongqing had any thoughts or purposes. But this favor cannot be erased. Haha, I'll thank you in advance, but you still have to pay interest, 1 yard for 1 yard. Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. Tang Qing didn't answer either. Just looking out the window, no matter how much you say, it is better to do more. Let the facts prove everything. On Monday morning, math class, Tang Qing Zheng seemed to be listening to the teacher's lecture very seriously. After a month of adaptation, he has become accustomed to the teacher talking about him above and thinking about himself below. On the surface, he looks like a good student and nods from time to time to express, well, I finally understand. Life is really a drama. It all depends on acting. If you look carefully, you will find that Tang Qing's pupils have become dilated, and he is thinking about other subjects or reciting Chinese poems, etc. Unless it is something he does not understand, he will listen carefully for a while. Now his spiritual attribute has reached over 90. Previously, the system said that the average human limit was 100, but he didn't realize how terrifying his brain development was, nor did he have the ability to remember photographs. It was just that his memory was much stronger. It takes a long time to memorize a text. You have to remember it 6 or 7 times. Some vague memories from past lives also became clear, but it's still far from the point where I can remember everything I've seen. He could really feel the increase in his physique. I only need to sleep 5 or 6 hours a day to be energetic all day long, and it is difficult to fall asleep. My body proportions are becoming more and more perfect, and my skin is getting better and better. A few days ago, after taking a shower without putting on a shirt, her older cousin groped her and praised her. If she hadn't eaten the same food, drank the same water, and breathed the same air, Qin Shiqi would have definitely asked her about her secrets of skincare. He also tried his strength. Now you can split a brick with just one palm. The punching power has not been tested, but definitely not too low. When he clenched his fists, he could feel the powerful explosive power hidden in his muscles. He plans to sign up for a kickboxing class when he has time in the future, or learn martial arts from the police at his uncle's station. Otherwise, the fight would be really ugly, and even if it was neither light nor heavy and someone was killed, there would really be no way to end it. He would just go on the run, as he was not willing to stay there for decades. He also asked the system. Both attributes are almost at their limit and are of no use. The system's answer is that it will be unlocked, and the gene lock will be unlocked after both attributes reach 100. Talk about his current body. It cannot provide stable energy for a higher intensity body and mind. The entire body is an ecosystem. Too strong output and intake will destroy the balance and must be transformed. Knowing this, Tang Qing ignited new hope. Min's pursuit of personal force is innate. He was looking forward to what would happen after both attributes reached 100. The teacher in the distance couldn't see Tang Qing's distraction. But how could Wang Yin, who was occasionally paying attention to Tang Qing, not notice that Tang Qing was strange? Inadvertently, she saw Tang Qing's empty eyes and knew that her desk mate was distracted again. Since coming back on November 1st, Tang Qing talked to her much less than before. Moreover, her temperament and conversation had changed drastically, which made her feel slightly unfamiliar, but for some reason, she felt at ease as long as she was around Tang Qing. Very comfortable. I want to keep doing this. Seeing Tang Qing running away, Wang Yin thought that Tang Qing was deserting and wanted to have fun. In line with the principle of urging Tang Qing to study, Wang Yin immediately touched Tang Qing with her elbow, trying to pull Tang Qing out of his thoughts. At this time, Tang Qing remembered that he would have to take the monthly exam again in a few days. This time, he had been fighting for a month to get the privilege of not staring at the blackboard so stupidly. This time I must get into the top 10 in the class. Wang Yin's elbow pulled Tang Qing out of his thoughts. He glanced at Wang Yin from the corner of his eye. As if she hadn't touched it just now, Wang Yin was immersed in doing the exercises. Wang Yin was always among the top 3 in the class, so she didn't have to stare at the blackboard stupidly and could read the exercises by herself. This little girl, Tang Qingzi said to himself. At this time in the previous life, she and Wang Yin were still chatting and laughing, but after being reborn in this life, she and Wang Yin talked less. Firstly, learning matters must be picked up quickly, and secondly, it is system matters. Many times, he will unconsciously think of the system's tasks and look forward to the future functions of the system. It can be said that I am very busy. In addition, he does not want to provoke Wang Yin in this life. He rarely talks to her, and his attitude is much colder. Tang Qing saw Wang Yin next to him, who seemed serious and immersed in thought, and compared it with Wang Yin, who was more amusing after getting to know her later, and a desire to tease her began to sprout. Tang Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He also touched Wang Yin's arm with his right hand. Then he looked straight at the teacher on the podium, but he was paying attention to Wang Yin's reaction from the corner of his eye. Wang Yin felt Tang Qing take the initiative to touch her arm. He slightly turned his head and looked at the serious Tang Qing next to him. She didn't expect Tang Qing to touch her so boldly, and she felt a little bit like a deer in her heart. Tang Qing didn't dare to make such a joke with her in class before, but it was really exciting. It feels like a kid playing a game secretly. Wang Yin couldn't help but touch Tang Qing again. Tang Qing also became more playful, which reminded him of when he and Lin Jiaxue did homework together when they were children. They used to do homework on a table at Lin Jiaxue's house, and they often played like this. Thinking about it, I still miss it very much. At this time, he had already forgotten the idea of not provoking Wang Yin. Just based on Wang Yin's character, Lin Jiaxue is here. Wang Yin will not be an obstacle to the two of them. After more than 10 years of pretentiousness, there is no need to see each other again, and they are just strangers. Play and play. Tang Qing couldn't help it anymore, so she took advantage of the opportunity of yawning, covered her mouth and coughed, and laughed a few times. Wang Yin lowered her head. Seeing that Tang Qing couldn't help laughing, she also covered her mouth and started laughing. Fortunately, the books high on her desk blocked her. The teacher didn't notice either. If it weren't for his occasionally trembling shoulders, Tang Qing wouldn't have known that Wang Yin was laughing and couldn't stop laughing. Tang Qing coughed a few times and reminded Wang Yin to stop there. Can't continue. I'm sure you'll really laugh if you play it again. After this classroom game, Tang Qing and Wang Yin resumed their previous relationship, talking and laughing. Damn it if running away solves the problem. Tang Qing also figured out that he couldn't lose a friend because of a scruple or a friend who had played an important role in his life. In that case, he really couldn't explain it to himself. The small actions of Tang Qing and Wang Yin in class were noticed by the students behind them. They all looked at Tang Qing with envy in their eyes. Wang Yin was the most beautiful girl in the class, the dream lover of all the boys in the class. It's just that Wang Yin's conditions almost gave up the idea of everyone in the class. Beautiful people. Study well. I heard that my family still has money and is doing a lot of business. This place itself is an ordinary high school. There are no big second-generation rich people or second-generation officials in the school. Even if there are, they basically do not do much business. Otherwise, they would have spent money to enter the second middle school. Certainly, there will always be someone who wants to hug a beautiful woman and be extremely attentive. This person is the class monitor, Suzy Wang. He is sitting right behind Tang Qing and can be touched by reaching out. Looking at Tang Qing and Wang Yan's little actions, he was so jealous that his teeth itched. Suzy Wang pursued Wang Yin several times before. Wang Yin always said that the high school rejected him because of his academic priorities. He didn't bother much. The future is long, and he has studied hard for Wang Yin. After hard work, he has been among the top 10 in the class every time. But even so, Wang Yin has not changed much about him. Still indifferent. No, it means not answering or paying attention. Completely ignored. The sight in front of him was unbearable. My heart was filled with rage. Old Tang, I have to go home to get my homework at noon, so I won't go to dinner with you. You can go alone. After school at noon, Li Kai said to Tang Qing. Li Kai forgot to pick up his math homework in the morning. The teacher asked him to hand it in the afternoon. Okay, I'll eat alone. Tang Qing replied. There is something going on at my aunt's school today. In the morning, he told Tang Qing that he would not cook at noon. The two sisters are also eating at school. As for the uncle, he is even more busy today. Today is the day when he goes to the Chengxi police station to take office. He will probably not have time to go home to eat in the past few days. Then I'll leave first. Li Kai said. The school gate. Seeing Li Kai get into the taxi, Tang Qing was going to eat dumplings at Xueba's dumpling restaurant. But before he could take a step, his way was blocked by a figure, someone other than Suzy Wang. Is something wrong? Tang Qing said coldly. For Suzy Wang, he didn't have any good feelings. Of course he knew that Suzy Wang liked Wang Yin. Ho Yin also told herself that Suzy Wang would be sentenced to 8 years in prison next month for a murder case. Since then, Tang Qing has never heard from Suzy Wang again. Moreover, Suzy Wang's reputation in his previous school was extremely poor. I don't know how many girlfriends I had before I transferred to their class in my senior year of high school, because I made a female classmate pregnant. In the end, he was forced to transfer to their school. Suzy Wang thought that no one else knew about it, but privately it was known to everyone in the class. Tang Qing not only despised this kind of people, but also despised him. Wang Yin belongs to me, so don't make any small moves in class from now on. After Suzy Wang finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Qing to reply, he reached out and took out a small wad of money from the pocket of his school uniform pants. I handed it over without counting. This is 1,000 yuan. If you agree, then it belongs to you. He didn't know the situation at Tang Qing's family, but judging from that pair of shoes, it was obvious that they were not from a wealthy family. In his opinion, for Tang Qing, a poor student, 1,000 yuan was already an irresistible figure. Looking at the huge sum of money in front of him, Tang Qing no longer even thought about complaining. Tang Qing smiled. He took 1,000 yuan from Suzy Wang's hand, and then in Suzy Wang's knowing eyes, he threw the money into Suzy Wang's face with a pop sound, leaving the 1,000 yuan scattered on the ground. Idiot! It was you who sent it to me for a slap in the face. No wonder, I just find it boring to play this kind of game with a kid. This scene. The students after school quickly gathered around to watch, whispering to each other. Read the joke. It's human nature. At first, Tang Qing wanted to tear up the money and pay it back to him, but considering that damaging the RMB is illegal, he still enjoyed it by throwing it in the other person's face. Those who insult others. People always humiliate them. Slapping each other in the face with their money, I have to say, is pretty cool. Suzy Wang's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Tang Qing would dare to do this to him. Noshjum, throw money in your face in public. It is conceivable that I will become the laughingstock of the entire school and be ridiculed by my classmates for a long time. The group of onlookers will definitely add fuel to the fire and completely ruin my image. Suzy Wang, don't use such tasteless methods in the future. If you have the ability, be upright. Is $1,000 a lot? Damn. After speaking, Tang Qing curled his lips and turned to leave. The onlookers unconsciously moved out of the way. His eyes were full of curiosity. Are poor students slapping the rich second generation in the face with their money? Suzy Wang stared at Tang Qing's back. With so many classmates watching, there was a police box not far from the school, and he might be punished by the school. In the end, he had to suppress the thought of rushing up and beating Tang Qing. Besides, if you go up and don't hit anyone. Instead, he was beaten violently by Tang Qing. That would be really embarrassing, and Suzy Wang didn't want to completely lose his face thousands of miles away. P.S. Thanks to reader Shidafu007 for the recommendation vote. Thank you. Pick up the money. Suzy Wang squeezed through the crowd. Leave the school gate. When I came to the Qingjiang River next to the school, I took out my mobile phone. Hello, who is it? A carefree voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Dong, I'm Suzy Wang, the one who invited you to book a few nights at Chang'an Internet Cafe last month. Suzy Wang said cautiously, saying he was asking for it, but in fact it was him who was surrounded by several people and forced to pay for it. Afterwards, the other party patted his chest and promised, no one will offend him in the future. Just help him settle it. At that time, Suzy Wang heard that it would be good to have a friend in society, so he invited them for a few more days. He originally had a computer at home, but he ruined it. His family thought that studying would be their top priority, and they didn't buy a new one. During this time, study became more and more intense, so they rarely had time to go there. Suzy Wang didn't expect to use this relationship so quickly. I couldn't help but admire my wisdom at that time. Oh, it's you, kid. What's wrong? The opponent immediately thought of Suzy Wang. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is just a small thing. I want Brother Dong to teach me a lesson. Suzy Wang stated his purpose. Who is the other party? Brother Dong asked. He is not stupid either. He will beat someone if he doesn't inquire clearly. It will be miserable if he offends someone he can't afford to offend. He has been in the society for so many years and has seen a lot of colleagues who have failed here. I'm just a poor student. The woman who teased me wants Brother Dong to teach me a lesson so that he can't get out of bed for a few days. Suzy Wang told the reason of the whole thing in one breath. Brother Dong heard that the other party had no background. It's just a beating but not a disability, so there's no risk. He rolled his eyes and said, Okay, one price, 5,000. Isn't this a bit expensive? I'll just beat that guy up and let him get a little injured. Brother, are you kidding me? Suzy Wang said in surprise after hearing what the other person said on the phone. Tell the truth. Although Suzy Wang is an only son, but the pocket money his family usually gives him is not much. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. He has more than 2 months of pocket money, and his total savings is only about 6,000 yuan. He really can't accept using 5,000 yuan to teach someone a lesson. 5,000, if you don't negotiate the price, you can do it or not. Brother Dong said coldly. This was obviously an attempt to kill Suzy Wang, but he won't have any psychological burden on this. People who want to teach others a lesson are not serious people in the first place. People who blackmail and extort people should think of it as a way to vent their anger for the person being beaten. Brother Dong couldn't help but feel proud of his profound sense of justice. 5,000 is 5,000. I'll pay for it, but Brother Dong, you have to handle this matter beautifully so as not to implicate me. After thinking for a few seconds, Suzy Wang gritted his teeth and agreed. I know. I will wait for you at the gate of your school in the afternoon. You can point out who it is and give him an unforgettable memory on his way home. Brother Su, is there anything else you want to explain? Brother Dong said happily. I secretly sighed that these rich second-generation people were still generous. I can be cool again for a while. Okay, there's nothing to explain. Give me a call when you're done teaching me a lesson. Suzy Wong said. No problem. Brother Dong agreed. Goodbye. Suzy Wong hung up the phone. Looking at the surging river in front of me, there was a moment of great pride. We are also ruthless people. At this time, the scene of Tang Qing being beaten and unable to get out of bed appeared in his mind unconsciously. Thinking of Tang Qing's miserable state, Suzy Wong couldn't help but laugh. Passers-by looked sideways at the young man in school uniform. Many people thought that Suzy Wong was crazy about jumping into the river because of the pressure of studying. Because I just transferred to this school. Suzy Wong didn't know about Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so excited. Noon. It only takes one meal. Tang Qing's deeds have spread throughout the school, and Suzy Wong has also become known to everyone. Wang Yin naturally also got the news. Before class started, good student Wang Yin had already arrived in the classroom. Of course, no matter how early it was, Tang Qing would not go home for dinner. Wang Yin's home was quite close, so she would go home for lunch every day. Tang Qing, what happened at noon? Wang Yin called Tang Qing out of the classroom. All she knew about what happened at noon was that Tang Qing slapped Suzy Wong in the face. The version that reached her ears had already become confusing and varied, so the smart Wang Yin didn't believe any of it. It's better to listen to what the parties involved have to say. It's nothing. The squad leader wants to buy something from me, but I don't want to sell it. Tang Qing chuckled. He didn't intend to explain it too clearly. He believed that with Wang Yan's IQ, he could immediately guess what was going on. Oh, what is it? Wang Yin asked in surprise. Buying something? What is so expensive? Dignity, Tang Qing replied lightly. Suzy Wong went too far. I'll go find him. Wang Yin said angrily. Hearing the word dignity, Wang Yin immediately understood the whole story. Suzy Wong must have seen her little actions with Tang Qing in class, and Suzy Wong wanted to hit Tang Qing. Think of this. Wang Yin was especially angry. I've already taught him a lesson, so don't go. Tang Qing stopped him with a tone that would not allow him to refuse. It was better not to let Wang Yin get involved in this matter. Otherwise, it would really cause him a big headache. Okay then, I won't go if I don't go. Seeing Tang Qing's determined look, Wang Yin whispered. Tang Qing had just been cruel to her, but this did not affect her image in her heart. On the contrary, it becomes more attractive. There are classes in the afternoon. Suzy Wong went to class normally as if nothing happened. It's just that the vicious look in his eyes showed on his face. Of course, Tang Qing noticed it, but he didn't care. He was just a young man. If he was careful, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He is not afraid of either black or white. One afternoon passed. After school, Tang Qing noticed that Suzy Wong did not go home early as usual. Instead, he packed his things lazily. Seeing this, Tang Qing thought of something. A faint smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, and he said in an unintelligible voice, "It's interesting." At the school gate, after breaking up with Wang Yin and Li Kai, Tang Qing turned his eyes around and saw 4 people who looked like they were not doing their jobs properly, standing at the door as if waiting for someone. Tang Qing immediately understood Suzy Wong's support and backup plan, but he wasn't afraid. But he was slightly excited. He really hoped to have a punching bag to practice boxing with. After all, his physical fitness was there. These 4 gangsters didn't look very strong, and he was not in any danger. Realized that there was a good show. Tang Qing also noticed Suzy Wong behind him. He smiled lightly and walked back home, instead of going home directly. Otherwise, there would be so many people on the road that it would be difficult for the other party to take action directly, and it would be difficult for me to take action directly. Instead, I turned a corner in the middle and came to an alley with few people. It's not like no one lives here, just very little. He didn't want to hurt innocent people. After entering the alley for a while, Tang Qing stopped when he saw no one around. He turned his back to the gangsters and said with a bit of pretentiousness, "You all come out and get it done quickly. You guys are not bad. You actually discovered our following." As he said, A thin man wearing a black coat walked out of the corner first. As he finished speaking, four people with different clothes and colorfully dyed hair came up. Several people slowly surrounded Tang Qing. The intention is self-evident. What's your surname? After Tang Qing looked around, he looked up at the young man who came out first and was probably their boss and asked with a smile. Everyone calls me Brother Dong. It seems like you're not stupid enough. Just let us beat you up and it will be better for everyone. The leading gangster clenched his clenched fists and said with a smile. Tang Qing coughed twice, covering up the embarrassment. These guys, there was no creativity at all, which really made him feel embarrassed. Please, what era? Keep up with the times, understand? Who asked you to teach me a lesson? Is it Susie Wong? Or, is it Susie Wong? Tang Qing said with a half smile. The four of them didn't bring any controlled knives or weapons. Tang Qing's hatred for Susie Wong was reduced a bit. If Susie Wong let these gangsters beat him, he would definitely teach him to be a good person. After listening to Tang Qing's words, how could Brother Dong admit it? His expression remained unchanged, and he said, Haha, we don't know the person you're talking about. Have we heard of him or not? But no matter what you said today, this beating is inevitable for you. Don't blame the brothers today. We are also taking people's money to help others to eliminate disasters. Who told you that you have offended others? From now on, you will be safe with your tail between your legs. Don't you think so? Damn it, I typed the character wrong before, embarrassing. What you said makes sense, but why do people want to imitate dogs? Tang Qing chuckled. Put the school bag aside. The right foot took a small step back. He made a gesture ready to use force, which he learned on TV, how to punch powerfully while standing upright. Posture is very important in many cases. If you can fight a group of people while standing upright and not move at all, that would be hitting the physics teacher in the face, unless they're really nails driven into your feet. As for being afraid, not really. The opponent just uses fists. He has nothing to worry about without a weapon. With his own strength and reaction speed, he can take them down with a few punches at most, not to mention whether he'll be punched or not. Hear this. Brother Dong looked at the man in front of him, although he was surrounded by them. But the boy dressed as a student, with a calm and fearless expression on his face, always had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't know if it's an illusion. Brother Dong even felt that he saw an eagerness to try in Tang Qing's eyes, as if he had seen something fun. He didn't know if Tang Qing was trying to scare them, or if he was really a talented person and was brave. If it's the former, it's easy to say. They have also encountered people who pretended to be calm in front of them before, through the last punch, immediately knelt down and called grandpa or ran away directly. But if the opponent was trained by the latter, then they would be in tragedy. Thinking of this, Brother Dong couldn't help but frowned. He did not step forward rashly, and the original playful look on his face disappeared. He stared at Tang Qing closely, trying to see something from his face, whether he was bluffing or if he was really confident. Although Brother Dong hesitated, but the younger brother next to him didn't know what his elder brother was thinking. Damn it, boy, you were so arrogant. What he said next. Involuntarily, he was forced back by Tang Qing's sharp eyes. But he soon came to his senses. Being forced by a student to dare not speak made him lose face and hit Tang Qing with his fist. Bang! Ouch! Ah! The next scene. It was different from what they expected. I thought Tang Qing would be knocked to the ground with a punch. But the reality is, the man was kicked out by Tang Qing and stopped retreating after hitting the wall on one side of the alley. He sat on the ground, holding his stomach and rolling over, unable to stand up at all, breaking into a cold sweat. I guess it hurts quite a bit. See this? Brother Dong and the others who were standing swallowed unconsciously. One of their companions was instantly killed and lost their combat effectiveness. They made free fighting postures as if they were facing a powerful enemy in order to find a sense of security. The three of them were indeed frightened. I'm sorry, brother. This is my first time to hit someone. I didn't know the severity of my attack. Please forgive me. Tang Qing put his right foot back in its original position and said with a smile. How can I say this kick? He had never had a fight in his 2 lives. Always a good student. He also doesn't like to cause trouble. At this time, he only had one feeling, and that was pleasure. Just like Hong Qigong's kick in East and West, the opponent's position was so exciting that it had not been so enjoyable for a long time. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh to himself. No wonder so many people like to hit others. This doesn't feel too good at all. After listening to Tang Qing's words, the faces of the three gangsters changed. This apology was too sudden. I know I've encountered a tough situation. Brother Dong glanced at the two younger brothers and said, "Brothers, let's go together and entangle him first. I don't believe we can't defeat him." Tang Qing looked serious. Strategically defy the enemy. Tactically focus on the enemy. Don't take it lightly at this time. The boat can't capsize here, but the hull needs to be repaired. After analyzing the positions and angles of several people, he already has preliminary countermeasures. Prepare to use your speed and reaction ability to quickly resolve the battle. At the same time, you are determined to find a teacher to learn fighting skills when you have time. Just these few gangsters can force yourself to face the enemy. It's so embarrassing. Several gangsters listened to the order. He immediately rushed towards Tang Qing. It's just that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Tang Qing, who was well prepared, took the lead and kicked the gangster on the right. The other person immediately fell back as quickly as the man just now. This time, there was no wall blocking the way. He fell back 7 or 8 meters before lying on the ground, holding his stomach and yelling. And it seemed that his arm was scratched as well. Before the remaining 2 people could react, they slapped away the outstretched hand with their left hand and punched the gangster on the left in the face with his right fist. This time, the force was very small. It's easy to hit him with one punch. The gangster was punched and took a few steps back in a daze. Don't dare to step forward. Between the lightning and flint, Brother Dong only saw his 2 younger brothers being beaten back, and he was left alone. There was some fear in his heart, but before he could make a decision and stop, Tang Qing turned aside to avoid Brother Dong's fist and slapped him on the face again, knocking him to the ground. Pa! Brother Dong felt stars in his eyes, and his head was buzzing. It took him a while to come back to his senses. His face was already swollen. Another man who had just been punched immediately helped Brother Dong up and looked at Tang Qing timidly, waiting for Brother Dong's order. He really didn't dare to go up alone. Brother Dong, who came back to his senses, looked at the people on his side. Apparently, the younger brothers have basically lost their fighting spirit, and if they rush forward again, they will be humiliating themselves. They're in a dilemma for a while. On the one hand, they want to teach Tang Qing a lesson after being paid, but they can't beat him. While his younger brothers are being beaten, he has to stand up for himself. But if they go up again, it will be like giving away their lives. Maybe the other party wants to punch them a few more times for fun. He knows that hitting people can be addictive, and he also likes the feeling of punching to the flesh. Oh shit, Su Sivan, just wait for me. I won't beat you to death if you dare to lie to me. Brother Jun couldn't help cursing in his heart. Just when the battle between Brother Jun and Heaven was awkward and unable to end, Tang Qing's voice rang in his ears. That's it for today. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Tang Qing picked up his school bag and patted the dust carefully, ignoring the others and turned around to leave. The other party has been frightened out of his wits. There is no point in defeating such an opponent. The first enemy is really weak. Brother Dong, what's your real name? Tang Qing suddenly asked as he walked past Brother Jun, who was covering his face and saying nothing. My name is Su Dong. Brother Jun said his name involuntarily and took a step back. He was really afraid that Tang Qing would suddenly hit him again, which would be an unreasonable disaster. My face is now swollen. My speech is a little unclear. Is there a phone? Tang Qing asked again. Yes, there is a phone. Su Dong said quickly, took out the mobile phone in his pocket and handed it over. He thought Tang Qing wanted his phone number. Give me your number. Tang Qing said lightly. Su Dong was stunned. He didn't know why Tang Qing asked for his number, but he didn't dare not give it to him. Tang Qing took out his mobile phone from his school bag and recorded it, then turned and left. Those who are mixed up in society must know each other from all 3 religions and 9 schools. Although these people are not glorious and have little success, they are not without merit. Things are fickle, and they may be useful one day. Looking at Tang Qing's mobile phone. Of course, it is impossible for Su Dong not to know the goods. The selling price is more than 6,000. Tang Qing is so rich. Su Ziwang also told himself that the other party was a poor student. The information was so different, it was a joke. He definitely didn't believe that Su Ziwang didn't know that Tang Qing was so rich and that he was in the same class. He didn't know who would believe it. Now Su Dong had concluded that Su Ziwang knew about it, but didn't report it and wanted to harm him. This was unbearable. Damn it! How dare you lie to me? A poor student can afford a mobile phone worth 6,000 renminbi. Damn it. Su Dong covered his face and gritted his teeth. Brother Dong, that guy's gone. Let's call more brothers next time to teach this kid a lesson. Ouch, it really hurts. This kid is really serious. A gangster stood up and bared his teeth. Yes, Brother Dong, call more people. We must take revenge. Shut up. Do you know how much that guy's cell phone costs? It's at least more than 6,000, and he can make calls so much. So Xiang Dave to lie to me. We'll go find Su Ziwang later. We can't let him go like this. As for that kid, leave him alone for now. I'll think of a solution. P.S. Thank you, reader Fuji Xuanzuan, for your recommendation vote. Thank you. The next day, Su Ziwang didn't come to school. I heard he was on sick leave. As for the disease, no one knows. You don't need to think about it to know that Su Ziwang was retaliated by Brother Dong and his gang. Think about it too. A few gangsters were unhappy about the big losses they had suffered here, and they would definitely use Su Ziwang to make them happy. You will not live if you do your own misfortune. People are responsible for their own actions. Fortunately, it was me this time. If it were any other ordinary classmates, they might have to lie at home for a few days. At this juncture, it will not only affect learning, but also have a great psychological impact on this group of students who have not entered society. They will never recover from this, and may ruin other people's lives. This time, just think of it as giving Su Ziwang a hard lesson. At this time, Tang Qing, who just beat someone yesterday. I was tortured by the class teacher today. It's called always walking by the river. There are no shoes that don't get wet. Tang Qing's exclusive mind-wandering technique was discovered by class teacher Shinmei. The reason was that the head teacher asked a question, and everyone in the class was saying the wrong thing. Only Tang Qing kept nodding, which caught Shinmei's attention. After observing Tang Qing for a few seconds, Shinmei became even more angry. This is a blatant mockery of her intelligence, and so blatantly in class. But thinking that it was class time now, I suppressed the anger in my heart. She knew about Tang Qing's uncle's promotion, and he was already a celebrity in the city. Although she didn't know the specific content of the case solved, another promotion was just around the corner. She didn't want to offend the other party too much. Qin Yugong and his wife were so busy that they still asked people to come to school because of this. In addition, Tang Qing didn't break the classroom discipline. It would be too uninteresting to call Qin Yugong here just because of this. But you can't ignore it. So Shinmei thought of a way. Be prepared to remind Tang Qing. Tang Qing, come up and solve this problem. Shinmei said loudly to Tang Qing. My deskmate Wang Yin also realized something was wrong. He immediately hit Tang Qing with his elbow, and Tang Qing came back to his senses. Seeing Shinmei's seemingly angry expression and the stares from the surrounding classmates, he stood up in confusion, not understanding what was going on. But no matter what, obviously, I told him to stand up first before talking. The smart Wang Yin immediately stood up and gave way to Tang Qing. Tang Qing also immediately understood that Shinmei was asking him to go up and do the questions. Relax and just do the questions. In his opinion, this class is not difficult. They're all commonplace questions. At most, there are some variations. It is not a problem for him at all. Look at this question on the blackboard. Tang Qing came up with 3 ways to solve the problem at a glance. After thinking for a few seconds, I quickly started writing on the blackboard. Thanks to the great effort I put into practicing calligraphy, the writing was quite beautiful, which aroused the admiration of the students below. They didn't expect Tang Qing's chalk calligraphy to be so good. Shinmei was also a little stunned. He knew Tang Qing's chalk calligraphy, but he didn't expect that he would improve so much after seeing it so soon. If I had known about the Blackboard newspaper, I would have asked him to leave. Wrong. The focus is wrong. Regardless of whether his handwriting looked good or not, Shinmei shook her head to bring her wandering thoughts back on track. In just over a minute, Tang Qing finished calculating this somewhat difficult three-dimensional geometry. Shinmei looked at it twice and found no mistakes. She suddenly felt like a fist hitting cotton. She said sarcastically, "Well, that's right. Let's go down." But of course Shinmei couldn't just let Tang Qing go. Next, Tang Qing became the focus of Shinmei's care. The questions she asked were getting more and more difficult, but in the end, Tang Qing answered them in minutes, which made Shinmei angry for a while. It was not that she felt she had lost face and was angry, but the teacher should be happy that the student was awesome. In the end, Shinmei, who had no choice but to ask an over-the-top question, "Tang Qing, come up and untie it." Tang Qing stood up helplessly. Thinking that Shinmei had been kind to him before, she wasn't angry. Originally, he wanted to deliberately do a wrong question to save face for the teacher, but when he thought that he would definitely surprise the teacher and classmates after this monthly exam, he thought that there must be an acceptance process. The idea disappeared. Since you want to be high profile, then I'll just keep a high profile. Blind your titanium alloy eyes. This question is so difficult. I have no idea at all. That's right, it's over the top. It must be over the top. The top students are thinking hard about it. Let's see what Tang Qing does. I guess I just walked up and down. The previous questions were not difficult and had a pattern, but this time I have no idea at all. Tang Qing walked onto the podium calmly. I picked up the chalk and started writing quickly without thinking. Tang Qing saw the essence of this question clearly at a glance. It is certainly difficult to calculate this question using high school methods, and those who can do it will definitely be great. However, if you use partial derivatives to calculate it, it will only take 3 to 5 steps, so don't make it too simple. As for why Tang Qing remembers this college knowledge point so clearly, that's because the teacher got him up to explain this knowledge point when he was distracted during the class. He didn't explain it at that time and was punished to stand there until the end of the get out of class. In the end, Tang Qing was so cruel that he learned this knowledge point thoroughly. I still recall it from time to time after graduation, so I remember it pretty solidly. He believes that many people have had this experience and will never forget certain university knowledge even after 10 years. Look at Tang Qing using the second-order partial derivative of a binary function to solve the problem on the blackboard. Even Shinmei couldn't understand it. After all, she was not a college teacher, but a high school teacher. She did remember the simple calculus in college, but the more difficult parts were already blurred. But with the rigor of mathematics, being vague is no different from not understanding. They couldn't help but look at Tang Qing's question in confusion, not knowing whether it was right or wrong. What is this? I can't understand it at all. What the hell is a symbol? It seems like a derivative, but also like a function. It's fake. This shouldn't be high school knowledge. Only 3 minutes. A conclusion is placed on the blackboard. Shinmei was shocked. She didn't know the process, but he knew the result, which was completely correct. She also read the standard solution to this question. It was very long and took 2 pages of paper to calculate. However, Tang Qing came to the conclusion in just a few steps. Shinmei looked at Tang Qing as if she were an alien. Tang Qing was stunned and said, "Teacher, can I go down?" Shinmei came back to her senses, closed her slightly open mouth, coughed, and said, "Well, Tang Qing's answer is correct. You go down." What? Tang Qing got the answer right. What's going on? How many steps does it take? It's not scientific. Quiet. Shinmei stopped the discussion among the students loudly. Ahem. This question is a bit over the top. Student Tang Qing did it right, but he used college mathematics methods. You don't need to learn them, Shinmei said truthfully. Although her face felt dull, she was happy in her heart. The words just fell. There was another buzz in the class. Looking at Tang Qing's eyes was full of surprise, just like looking at a monkey in the zoo, which made Tang Qing very uncomfortable. Even Wang Yin covered her mouth and stared at Tang Qing in surprise, as if to see something. There is only one thought in the minds of the students. This guy can learn college mathematics without saying a word. It's not too far-fetched. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Shinmei breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a disaster if the students asked her to explain this question to her class, but she couldn't remember this knowledge point at all. Tang Qing, come to my office. After saying that, he packed up a lesson plans and walked out. P.S. Thank you, readers Muzazu, for your recommendation vote. Thank you for your support of this book. Thank you very much. See the situation. Tang Qing could only follow helplessly. He looked at the classmates around him as if they didn't recognize him. He even felt that he had gone a little too far, but he was just thinking about it. After all, he would have to face such a situation sooner or later, so let him enjoy the joy of victory in advance. Tell me, what are you thinking about in class? Shinmei said calmly, holding her hands. She didn't ask that question first, just one code after another. She was also afraid that she would show the surprise that Tang Qing expected and lose face. She looked at Tang Qing with a smile, as if to say, I won't ask you about that question first. You must be dumbfounded. I'm memorizing the formula. Tang Qing said helplessly. Recite the formula? Really? Shinmei said suspiciously. She didn't expect Tang Qing to give him this answer. She thought Tang Qing would apologize directly, but the script didn't go as she expected at all. I know most of what you said, so I memorized the formulas to prepare for the next monthly exam. Tang Qing made a fist with his fist and said firmly, but in his heart he was saying that my acting skills are great. TSK, TSK. In the future, I will invest in making movies myself. He suddenly realized that this was a good idea. In the future, he would invest in movies and make money, and secondly, he would also play small roles. It was quite interesting to think about it. What should he play? Let's play the second generation of rich people. The kind that bullies men and dominates women. Are you like this in other classes? Shinmei frowned. Well, yes. Tang Qing admitted. It's better to admit this kind of thing, lest the head teacher climb out of the window and lose more than the gain. Ew. Okay, then I'll wait and see how well you could take the exam this time. If it's the same as the first time of school and there's no big progress, I'll have to ask you to call your parents. You can read by yourself in my classes from now on. Shinmei glared at Tang Qing. Thank you, teacher, for your understanding. Don't worry, I will definitely do well in the exam. Tang Qing promised. He also heard how Shinmei was doing in other classes that she didn't want to worry about, so he said thank you sincerely. She is most afraid of the kind of teacher who is messy. You have to do whatever you want, you don't know how to adapt, and your control is not as broad as usual. Well, what's going on with your question? Shinmei was very satisfied with Tang Qing's attitude. I bought a high mathematics book at a used bookstall some time ago. I will read it when I get home and gain some knowledge. Don't worry, teacher, I only read a little bit. The main focus is on high school knowledge. Tang Qing replied wittily. That's good. You can understand and use it skillfully, which proves that you are really studying hard. I won't say anything else. Shinmei encouraged her, and her enthusiasm for learning cannot be dampened. Thank you, teacher. I will not disappoint you in this monthly exam. Remember your words and go back first, Shinmei said. Okay, teacher Shun. After Tang Qing left the office, Shinmei was ready to go back and study Tang Qing's formula. She couldn't let go of the fact that a teacher couldn't understand the students' questions. Returned to the classroom door. Li Kai blocked Tang Qing and asked curiously, Old Tang, what did my boss ask you to do? Do you want to praise you? No, he just told me to study hard and get good grades in this monthly exam. Otherwise, I will call my parents. Tang Qing said truthfully. TCH, even if you are so rich, you still need to study and know university knowledge. Li Kai sighed. In the past, Tang Qing was rich and could tolerate being handsomer, taller, and whiter than him. But now, even his studies are almost crushing him. It is impossible not to envy him. Of course, he also knows that knowledge cannot be envied. It all depends on hard work. Knowledge is already there, and anyone can pick it up. There is no limit to it. It depends on whether you're lazy or not. The key to hard work is diligence. He was convinced of this point. Review carefully, otherwise I will fall too far behind. Tang Qing said with a smile. Just you? Your grades are just a little better than mine. So what if you answer that question? You spent so much time learning such difficult knowledge. How far do you want to fall behind me? Li Kai said disdainfully. In his opinion, Tang Qing was bluffing. A waste of time learning things you don't need. Maybe this time I won't do as well as I did in the exam. I've been studying hard this month. As for Tang Qing, he knows that he often goes to eat and discuss business, but he still gets distracted in class. How can it be too much more than oneself? That's not necessarily the case. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Okay, let's compete to see who gets higher in the monthly exam. No problem. What's the bet? Well, let me think about it. Whoever loses can be invited to dinner and sing. How about it? I know a newly opened karaoke bar with a good environment. Li Kai thought for a while and rolled his eyes. It's not that I doubt your strength. Do you have money? Tang Qing gave another mental attack. Although I'm not as rich as you, I still have enough money to sing a song. Li Kai choked on Tang Qing's words and hurriedly straightened his back and said, TSK, then I will reluctantly believe you. Tang Qing gave you a face-saving expression. You made me so angry. Alas, you made a careless friend. Li Kai sighed. Tang Qing, I just heard what you said about losing. Were you betting on? Tang Qing turned around and saw that it was Wang Yin. We are betting that whoever fails in the exam will be invited to sing. Li Kai said. Then I'll go too. Wang Yin also became interested. Okay, we invite you. Li Kai said, patting his chest. No, I can't take advantage of you in vain. In this way, as long as Tang Qing gets into the top 3 in the class, I will be the one to do it. If he is not in the top 3, you two will compete. How about it? Wang Yin said. Of course, she is smart and knows how to take care of a man's face. Firstly, she will give him a step down, and secondly, if Tang Qing really gets into the top 3, it will be fine and no one will be embarrassed. This is a good idea, Li Kai said immediately. He didn't believe that Tang Qing could get into the top 3 in the class. This would save a girl from paying, which would be too embarrassing for the two big men. By the way, Tang Qing, when did you start taking college courses? Wang Yin asked her doubts. Tang Qing's performance just now shocked her, but she liked such an outstanding Tang Qing. So Tang Qing explained the reason just now again. This attracted a burst of contempt from Li Kai. Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing with undisguised admiration. Even Li Kai on the side saw some clues, but he didn't think much about it, and just thought Wang Yin appreciated Tang Qing's efforts. November 12th, Friday. Mayan is busy again today. After eating outside at noon, Tang Qing and Li Kai came to the classroom early and started reading. There was a monthly exam tomorrow, and time was running out. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Suddenly, the phone in Tang Qing's school bag vibrated. When he took it out, he saw that it belonged to Lu Gan. He was delighted that another business had come to his door. He quickly walked out of the classroom, pressed the answer button, and said, Hey, is it Uncle Lu? Haha, yes, what are you doing? Lu Gan laughed. At school. Uncle Lu, do you have business to take care of me this time? Tang Qing asked directly. Yes, my friends have been in need a lot recently. This time they need $3 million. I don't know how long it will take, Xiao Tang, for you to provide it. Lu Gan asked, How long do you need it? Is it urgent? It's not urgent. It can be done within 3 to 5 days. Lu Gan said with a smile. Okay, you can pay before Sunday, and I can send it over on Sunday. There is a monthly exam tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. There is not much time. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, Since Lu Gan is not in a hurry, there is no need for him to be in a hurry. Let's pass the exam first. Okay, a total of 25.05 million, no problem. Lu Gan said with a smile. Why does Uncle Lu have an extra 150,000? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. $3 million, 1 to 8.3 is 24.9 million. He didn't believe that he could calculate this arithmetic problem wrong. The exchange rate has gone up these days, and I can't let you suffer, Lu Gan explained. Thank you, Uncle Lu, and I'll see you on Sunday. Tang Qing agreed upon hearing this. The exchange rate market is constantly changing. The reversal exchange rate will definitely change. Even if the international exchange rate does not change, a domestic anti-corruption policy may cause the domestic U.S. dollar black market price to skyrocket. There is no absolute rule at all. Then I wish you good grades. Goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing calculated his gains this time. 1.05 million yuan. Those who work in finance really make money quickly. Next 2 days. It's the tense monthly exam. Tang Qing is fully prepared. He believed that he would get good grades this time, just so he wouldn't have to look at the blackboard stupidly. Of course, it goes without saying that he can speak English. He feels that he should be able to get full marks. Listening, which sounded very difficult in his previous life, has become extremely easy. He is also speechless. Why was he so stupid before? Chinese is a bit difficult. After all, although there are many answers, there are still many subjective questions in classical Chinese articles that I have not read. As for composition, I am not a literary saint, and my writing level cannot be improved in a short time. I have written a lot of copywriting, but my use of language is much more rigorous and precise, and the examples I give are no longer those of Li Bai, Du Fu, and Tao Yuan Ming that make teachers sick. He deeply understood the pain of teachers. The same Li Bai, Du Fu, Edison, Newton, and Leonardo da Vinci, even if it is applied in different ways. It's really hard to watch. Day 1. Chinese and English in the morning, mathematics in the afternoon. Old Tang, how did you do in the exam? This math paper is quite rare. I haven't done any questions yet. After the math exam, Li Kai followed him as soon as he left the exam room. This was the case in every exam. It seemed like I heard Tang Qing say something difficult. He can increase his chances of winning. It must be better than you. Just wait for the bleeding. Tang Qing said angrily. Of course he knew Li Kai's psychology. This is also the psychology of most students. After the exam, they hope to hear that others did not do well in the exam. A top student would say the same thing. And if you believe it, the top student scored 140 in the exam and felt that he did not do well in the exam. If you scored 70 in the exam, you'll be dumbfounded. So, never believe a top student who says he didn't do well in an exam. He is just looking for abuse. TCH, what are you so proud of? Even if you win, my dad will pay for it if he knows I'm inviting you. Li Kai laughed proudly. You cheating piece of shit. La la la. I'm a little expert in cheating. What can you do to me? Go all the way. Li Kai sang the adapted children's song proudly, and he was in a particularly good mood. Anyway, there are benefits to winning or losing. As for failing too much in the exam and being punished by dad, why do you care so much? Let's talk after playing. Looking at this idiot, Tang Qing took 2 steps to the side with an expression like I don't know him. The classmates looked at each other sideways, but Li Kai didn't care at all and went his own way and went to Tang Qing's side. The two of them walked out of the school laughing. Old Tang, what are your plans for tomorrow? After singing a song, Li Kai finally stopped being annoying and said to Tang Qing next to him, Something's wrong, what's wrong? Tang Qing asked strangely. I'm just asking. I feel like you've been very busy recently and haven't been able to stop during school. Li Kai said. He also knew a little about what Tang Qing was doing during this period. It was not something a high school student should do at all. It's really stressful to have such a great friend. Imagine that a second-generation official and a second-generation rich man are better than you in every aspect and work harder than you. What reason do you have for slacking off? As for Tang Qing not being a direct second-generation official, Li Kai automatically ignored it. Tang Qing stopped. He looked up at the sky in the distance and said calmly, For the dream. I give full marks to this for pretending. Dreams are nothing. I won't tell you anymore. I'll go back to the hotel first and go to my dad for a big meal to replenish my brain. Li Kai immediately struck back. He said this, but he believed it instinctively in his heart. Well, goodbye, Tang Qing said. Li Kai also responded and went to the bus station. Hey, just when Tang Qing turned around and was about to walk home, he heard the system prompt and stopped quickly. Until now, Tang Qing didn't know why the system could only be viewed with his eyes closed. Who knew what the setting was? The system message is that 25.05 million has been received. Looking at the more than 20 million in the account, Tang Qing transferred all of it into the system, deducting the amount to be exchanged. This time he made a net profit of 1.05 million and instantly became a millionaire. He didn't bring his cell phone with him during the 2 days of exams. Although this kind of examination will not be so strict, the punishment will definitely not be light if caught. Fortunately, I did not activate the text message reminder function. If I had left it at home, or someone else was using his mobile phone, it would be troublesome if you saw it. A high school student suddenly had tens of millions of transactions in his account. November 14th, Sunday. Tang Qing came to the hotel early in the morning. At this time, Li Jianguo had already bought a new minivan. He usually left it alone after buying the vegetables. Tang Qing drove out. This time he did not call Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing's role in this kind of thing was over. Not suitable for further participation. Tang Qing was driving without a license. Li Jianguo was worried about Tang Qing's skills at first, but after driving Li Jianguo for a few laps, he believed Tang Qing. As for driving without a license, he didn't believe what would happen to Tang Qing if Qin Yugong was there. Now Qin Yugong has taken office. I've had several meals here. Obviously, Qin Yugong also knew about Tang Qing's shares in it, and Li Jianguo was very happy about this. The sense of security created by having someone covering him was something that even an insider could not appreciate. Driving a van, came to the villa area. Tang Qing cashed out the money outside the villa area. It's too dangerous to run around with millions of dollars in your pocket. It's not that you're afraid of robbery. In this world, you can choke on water, so it's not uncommon for something unexpected to happen when you go out. Just in case. Xiaotang, I didn't expect that. You really know how to keep a low profile. Lu Gan looked at Tang Qing's van with eyes full of surprise, but after thinking about it, he figured it out and concluded that the transaction was safe. After all, who would have thought that a broken van, even though it was 90% new, contained a huge sum of $3 million, which could be used to buy hundreds of vans. This may be because the smarter the person, the easier it is to deceive. This group of people's brain-filling ability is too strong. They can find ways to exploit any loopholes and find ways to fix any loopholes. They first deceive themselves and then deceive others. Let Uncle Lou laugh. I'll buy a better car after a while and get a driver's license, by the way. Tang Qing said, a little embarrassed. Of course, he didn't know that Lu Qian had regarded his behavior as for transaction security. But even if he knew about it, he was still going to buy a better car. Firstly, he didn't have a car in his previous life, and secondly, it was a man's nature to like cars. He planned to buy one when he had enough money. Convenient for anything. Are you still driving without a license? Then be careful. It's not that you're afraid of hitting someone. The key is your safety. Don't worry whether you hit someone or a car. I will take care of it for you. Because of Tang Qing, Qin Yugong is also one of Lu Gan's key targets. With his connections, he also knows that Qin Yugong is now very prosperous and has a smooth career. It is difficult for him to get promoted, even without dollar transactions. He didn't dare to underestimate Tang Qing. After all, his biggest backer is only on the same level as that person. Thank you, Uncle Lou. My skills are pretty good, but the car is too expensive and I can't afford it. Tang Qing thanked him. No, it's not a big deal. Besides, Xiaotang, your future is limitless. Sooner or later, no matter how expensive it is, you will be able to afford it. Maybe Uncle Lou will still rely on you for a living in the future. Lu Gan joked. In his heart, he really thought so. He was young and successful, neither arrogant nor impetuous, and handled things steadily. Although there were some other small flaws that did not reach the level of being cunning. But this is what a young talent should look like. A 6-year-old child who frowns and talks about the principles of life all day long is not a genius. But it's a terrible thing. Uncle Lou won the prize. Let's take a look at the money first. Tang Qing ended the topic and said, this time for convenience, he bought 2 big bags, each containing 1.5 million. The total was only about 20 kilograms, which was not heavy. Okay. Lu Gan took Tang Qing into the house. Asked someone to make tea. $3 million doesn't seem like much. But in 2004, nearly tens of millions of dollars were spent. Tang Qing looked at Gongzi and Ho-Ho's expressions without changing their expressions. He must have seen more big scenes, and the guess in his heart became more firm. Dollar money counting machine is very fast. $3 currency counting machines were used, and the speed of each currency counting machine was 1,000 per minute. For $3 million, there were 30,000 bills. Including the intervening time, it took more than 20 minutes to count them all. I don't know if they were all new bills, but there was not even a single error. P.S. Thank you readers for your recommendation vote, smiley face Tai Shun. After checking all the US dollar bills, it's almost 10 o'clock. Every time there is a transaction, Lu Gan will push forward all the entertainment. In addition to Gongzi and Ho Ho in the villa, there are other bodyguards guarding the outside to prevent anyone from disturbing the transaction. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not see any of Lu Gan's friends visiting despite his several visits. Such a big boss. Not even a single friend in the villa area. Obviously unscientific. But what Tang Qing didn't know was, now Qingyan City is no longer Lu Gan's main battlefield. As his business grows bigger and bigger, his industry has spread throughout the province. He spent most of his time in the provincial capital. Firstly, it is close to the economic center, which is conducive to industrial expansion. Secondly, the local market has been laid out by him, and the management has been taken over by his subordinates. His current goal is to develop the national market. Real estate currently Lu Gan is not planning to expand in other provinces. The province is far from saturated. His network of contacts is mainly in the province, and it is not so easy to use outside the province. Lu Qian is going to invest heavily in the service industry. He knows that diversified operations will strengthen the ability to resist risks. Xiao Tang, I may have to exchange more money next week on Sunday. I wonder if you have any problems. Lu Gan added after seeing Gongzi taking the money upstairs. The recent appearance of a large amount of cash made his reverse exchange business very good. He has already escaped from the level of a low-level villain, entered a higher level. Those scattered transactions worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands have long been handed over to his former subordinates as his subordinates. These subordinates are also his channels for absorbing US dollars or other foreign currencies from market. These blood vessels not only absorb but also send out. Overall, a relatively balanced situation is created. Unlike Tang Qing, who only provides him with US dollars without the need for him to give back, Tang Qing has now become his largest US dollar cash provider and has to attract his attention. Lu Qian, who has broken away from the low-level villain level, is involved in an increasing amount of transactions. Involves not only cash, but also domestic and overseas transfers. But he is also a principal person. People who need US dollars have many uses. He can do things such as businessmen transferring assets, but corrupt officials transfer assets overseas. He will never participate. The country is very strict in this regard. If you usually travel abroad and spend money, it doesn't matter if you don't have enough money or you have money and want to spend more. Everyone will just turn a blind eye and turn a blind eye. You are a businessman. It's okay if you want to buy overseas assets or invest in foreign stock markets. And it's okay if you don't get caught. Businessmen who want to transfer assets are strictly controlled, but they haven't been controlled yet. The country also knows that this kind of thing cannot be avoided. Otherwise, with the country's capabilities, there will be no foreign exchange black market and underground banks. There's basically nothing that the country wants to do but cannot do. Didn't do it, just because it still has value. I can't let go completely. But it is not that simple when you transfer stolen money overseas. Once this is involved in China, it is a top priority. Once involved, even the biggest backers cannot handle it. Of course, Lu Gan understood this very well. Know where the country's bottom line is. So he always abides by this rule. Otherwise, he would have been taken down long ago, and his backers would not dare and would not cooperate with him. Oh, how much will Uncle Lu need next time? Tang Qing asked, his heart beating. Lu Gan said that if he needed more, it must be 5 million or even 10 million. Another big arbitrage profit. $10 million. Lu Gan held out a finger, looking forward to his reply. Hearing Lu Gan's words, Tang Qing's heart beat even more violently. 10 million, converted into RMB, would be 83.5 million, and after deducting the exchange, he could earn 3.5 million. A huge sum of money. Tang Qing swallowed lightly, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and thought for a while, no problem, I will get the money next Sunday. The old rule is to get the RMB in advance. This time it will be 2 days in advance. Originally, 1 day would be enough according to the old rule. But I have to emphasize that it is not difficult. You can't have any amount of funds at the same time. That would be so weird. He still has this bit of IQ. Haha. Okay, Xiao Tang's strength really surprises me. Lu Gan said happily. He was ready to be shied away or reduced, but he didn't expect that Tang Qing could really show it. And this doesn't seem to be the limit. This raised his assessment of the strength of the partners behind Tang Qing to another level. 2 days in advance. It seemed normal to him. This kind of transaction volume cannot be transferred in real time. He just thought that Tang Qing's partners needed more time to prepare and open up all the joints, plus the transportation process. 2 days is not a long time. Now, the cash exchange from Lu Gan every month is nearly $20 million. That's a lot to say, but it's really not much. Although this is an inland province, there are many people who come to visit. Even if a foreigner only exchanges $10,000, 2,000 people can collect 20 million, and some people exchange more than $10,000. Some are even 30,000 to 50,000 or more. There are not many transfer transactions. There are highs and lows. Last month, nearly $60 million came and went. The total seems to be a lot, but the commissions received are not very much. After all, this is not pure income. Excuse me, it's because my partner is capable. I'm just an errand boy. Tang Qing waved his hand. Haha, it's all the same. Lu Gan smiled. Finished. Lu Gan thought for a moment. He asked cautiously, Xiao Tang, I don't know if you offer overseas remittance here. After all, I have many friends who want to invest abroad, and there is no way to exchange a large amount of US dollars. Cash transactions are better at home, but they are not suitable for transfer abroad. Don't worry, I will never involve money laundering here. To be honest, in cross-border dollar exchange, money is basically transferred out. Relatively speaking, there are not many transfers back, so Lu Qian has always been short of foreign dollars. Sometimes he can only borrow them from peers and pay relatively high handling fees. He also had the mentality of giving it a try. If so, it will be a big help to him. After all, this person can even produce such a huge amount of cash. It is not impossible to obtain overseas dollars in other ways. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. Currently, my partner does not provide overseas US dollar transfers. However, my partner is also actively thinking of ways to work in this area. If this business is available, I will definitely think of Uncle Lu as soon as possible. Tang Qing was confused. See Lu Gan reveal his identity. Tang Qing didn't think it was anything. To be honest, this kind of business can only be done with people like Lu Gan. Unless the next level opens up a freely convertible currency, and the exchange rate is not much different from the US dollar, then he may terminate this business. Otherwise, the partnership with Lu Qian is likely to be long-term. At this time, Tang Qing had truly felt the feeling of being involuntarily, but if it happened again, he would still choose to cooperate with Lu Gan, because he had already tasted the sweetness of it. The formal way of making money is too slow. Foresight is not omnipotent. Without capital, everything is in vain. If you ask someone to take the road to success again, he will not be sure to succeed, let alone an outsider. At this time, he felt like an ordinary reborn person. More than high-spirited, but helpless. Haha. Okay. Thank you in advance, Lu Gan thanked him. He believed that Tang Qing's partner was really capable of doing this business, and he also looked forward to having a strong partner to support him. By the way, Xiao Tang, this is my group's diamond card. As long as it is a property for sale under my banner, you can enjoy a half-price discount, and other service industry consumption is free. Lu Qian took out another black card made of unknown material from his pocket. This is something he is already prepared for. He had only issued 7 cards of this kind, and this was the 8th. The others were all wealthy businessmen, and Lu Qian felt that Tang Qing was already qualified to receive this kind of card. How can that be done? This card is so valuable. I can't have it. Tang Qing quickly declined such an expensive gift. Well, he wants it, but he has to be humble. Otherwise, it would be too much. How valuable can this be? To tell you the truth, I can't make much money from the exchange alone, but the connections I have made can indeed make me earn more than the principal. So you have helped me a lot. If I have anything to do in the future, I will come to your Uncle Lu. If your partner can't come forward, leave it to me. In the province, there are not many things that your Uncle Lu can't do. Lu Qin said sincerely, do this business. The network of contacts you have made should not be too broad. The people you deal with are all absolutely wealthy businessmen, and behind each wealthy businessman, there's a huge network of relationships. As long as he is not too arrogant, he will basically not fall into trouble. Thank you, Uncle Lu. He was thinking about finding another place where he could eat for free. He heard from Zhang Dongqing that the newly opened 5-star hotel in the city was owned by Lu Qian, so he could try it out if he had time. Haha, you should. Seeing Tang Qing take it, Lu Gan felt relieved. At last, Tang Qing left after lunch. Originally, Lu Gan wanted him to continue playing there, but a student and a middle-aged man had nothing in common, so he refused because he had something to do. Tang Qing is indeed in trouble. After leaving the villa, Tang Qing opened the bun. He happily returned to the restaurant and returned the car, and then took a taxi to Lin Jiashua's home. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation vote of Guiyan Huayan Baiyao. Thank you. When I arrived at Lin Jiashua's house, it was already 2:30, so Tang Qing naturally couldn't enter the house empty-handed. He bought a lot of fruits at the entrance of the community, including some of all kinds. He knew that Lin Jiashua liked to eat apples, so he bought a box directly. If I can't take it. He also wanted to buy a few more boxes. I thought about it later. These alone are enough for Lin Jiashua to say that she can buy more next time. All these things only cost him a total of more than 200 yuan, which felt very cheap. If he had never had more than 200 yuan in his pocket before, Tang Qing could only sigh that it was great to have money. The left hand is holding a cardboard box containing apples. In his right hand, he held 5 or 6 bags containing other fruits. Ring the doorbell of Lin Jiashua's house. After a few seconds, hearing the sound of people walking inside, he also noticed that the peephole on the door had dimmed. It was obvious that Lin Jiashua was looking to see who it was. Tang Qing suddenly became playful and made a face sticking out his tongue. Just heard a squeaking sound. Lin Jiashua's laughter came from inside. Squeak! The door opened. Looking at the woman he loves in front of him, his eyes are full of love. Lin Jiashua was dressed very simply today, still wearing the same white short sleeves, shorts, and slippers as last time. She looked like a homely girl. This time, her black hair was not tied up but scattered on her back. Look at Lin Jiashua's hair. Tang Qing remembered a poem. When my hair reaches my waist, how about marrying me as a young man? Will you be willing to have your black hair straightened up and 10 miles of red makeup? Tang Qing wanted to say it. I do. Not to mention Hong Zhuang from Shirley. He is willing to do it from Bailey, although without makeup, but couldn't cover up Lin Jiashua's natural beauty. Tang Qing had only one feeling. She was so beautiful. Why are you wasting money by buying so many things? Lin Jiashua said softly with a smile in her eyes. Although she said this, she felt sweet in her heart. Looking at the large and small bags and a box of apples held by Tang Qing, the woman's sensibility filled Lin Jiashua's heart with the warmth of being cared for. No way. It's not a waste. It's all eaten. How could it be wasted? Tang Qing said with a smile. He felt relieved when he saw Lin Jiashua. The previous transaction with Lu Gan had always made him afraid of being implicated. Suddenly one day, the police came to his door and he was sentenced to jail, which would bring shame to the family. Now that he saw Lin Jiashua, he was not afraid of anything. My heart is full of self-confidence and confidence, a kind of courage to overcome all difficulties. He felt that Lin Jiashua was his source of motivation. When he was tired, just seeing her would immediately restore his energy and eliminate all his negative emotions. Lin Jiashua took the box containing the apples and turned around and walked in. She had long cared about Tang Qing and found that Tang Qing was much quieter than before. But as a woman's sensitivity, she could tell that Tang Qing's love for her was even deeper, so she didn't think too much about it, only thinking that Tang Qing was under too much study pressure. How did you do in the monthly exam this time? Very good. Your results will definitely shock you. Tang Qing followed Lin Jiashua in and said in his heart, I can't hold you back in this life. Lin Jiaxue's dream is not to attend Tsinghua University or Peking University. It was Fudan University in Shanghai, the university in this province that he applied to take care of Tang Qing. He didn't know it before, but only saw it in Lin Jiaxue's diary after her accident. This made Tang Qing feel guilty. In this life, he vowed to be admitted to Fudan University and work with Lin Jiaxue to achieve her goal. Every time he thought of this, his love for Lin Jiaxue grew a little more. This is how you get a wife. What more could I ask for? Really? That's good. Here. Lin Jiaxue poured a glass of water and handed it to Tang Qing. What about you? How was the monthly exam? Tang Qing took the water and took a sip. It's still the same. Lin Jiaxue turned on the TV and sat on the sofa. Have you finished your homework? Tang Qing also sat down next to Lin Jiaxue. Of course, he understood what Lin Jiaxue still meant. Still a top student. We have no homework this week. The teacher asked us to take a good rest and work harder next time. Lin Jiaxue said while changing channels and finally chose a singer to listen to. What was released at this time was Teresa Teng's Sweetness. Listen to a few words. Tang Qing grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hand and put it on his leg. He squeezed Lin Jiaxue's hand and rubbed it continuously. Feeling the softness and delicateness in his hand, Tang Qing felt no desire in his heart. I just feel at ease. This is the harbor of his soul. Lin Jiaxue didn't think it was anything. It was normal for the two of them to hold hands so far. And sometimes Tang Qing even acted like a gangster and kissed her. It's just that after the National Day, Tang Qing became a lot more honest, and she often looked at him in a daze. Although she was very attentive, she noticed many differences but didn't ask, as long as Tang Qing still loved her. How about we go shopping and buy you some clothes? Tang Qing suggested, holding Lin Jiaxue's hand and playing with it for a while. Now I make my own money. I really wanted to fulfill my dream in my previous life. In my previous life, I had never bought anything expensive for Lin Jiaxue because he had no money and would have no chance when he could make money. I really want to make up for it. I have clothes, what can I buy? What a waste. Lin Jiaxue tied her hair and said softly. She really had no interest in what to wear. As long as Tang Qing had this intention, she would be satisfied. Don't waste it. No matter how much money I spend on you, it won't be wasted. Tang Qing said softly. How much is your pocket money? You must have spent most of it. You might as well keep it. I still have some money. I will get it for you later to save some money. Lin Jiaxue smiled. Tang Qing no longer knew what to say. Such a gentle and virtuous woman. It made him love her to the core. Tang Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to cry in his heart. At this moment, he felt like a woman who was so easily moved, but when he thought of Lin Jiaxue next to him and her tenderness, he didn't care what kind of man or woman it was. You couldn't cry because you had never been so moved before. Let's go shopping. I helped a big shot some time ago and gave me a lot of money. Look, this is the mobile phone I bought. It's so beautiful. How much did it cost? Lin Jiaxue took Tang Qing's mobile phone in surprise and played with it a few times. More than 6,000. Tang Qing said truthfully. He really didn't want to deceive the woman in front of him. Except for systemic matters, he is not prepared to talk to anyone about systemic matters. It is better for people to be normal, to be awesome, to show off, and even to become the richest man in the world. But don't become an alien, otherwise you will not end well. More than 6,000? It's so expensive. When you have money in the future, you can save some money and buy some nice things for your uncle and aunt during the holidays. It would be a pity to spend it like this. Lin Jiaxue exclaimed. As soon as he heard this, Tang Qing couldn't help but hug Lin Jiaxue. I only felt moved in my heart. This woman who always thinks about him. He has done so many good things in his previous life to be destined for this life. Lin Jiaxue didn't struggle either. He hugged Tang Qing very meekly. He remembered that Lin Jiaxue allowed him to hug and kiss her, but she did not allow him to touch her. The traditional-minded Lin Jiaxue also had a very clear attitude that he was not allowed to touch her until he was in college. Therefore, Tang Qing did not dare to go too far. But they can't touch, but kissing is no problem. They have often played this game since they were young. I have never kissed the lover in my arms since my rebirth. Do whatever you want. After Tang Qing let go of Lin Jiaxue, he suddenly kissed her very domineeringly. Lin Jiaxue was stunned for a moment and resisted instinctively, but she stopped immediately. Silence is better than sound at this time. Swear, let's go shopping. I have money. Some time ago, that person lent me some money to invest in a hotel. He is Li Kai's father. From now on, he will even get a lot of money every month. Don't save it for me. After being gentle for more than 10 minutes, Tang Qing said softly, "The lover in his arms also has the right to know some things about himself. Let them accept it slowly, otherwise it will be difficult to explain as his career grows bigger and bigger in the future." "How much can you get each month?" Lin Jiaxue asked after hearing this. "I'm not sure now. It should be 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Tang Qing said with a smile. "So much? Isn't that more than my parents earn in a year?" Lin Jiaxue covered her mouth. She didn't expect that her lover's monthly income had exceeded her family's annual income without saying a word. "Of course, I'm only a small shareholder. The entire investment is close to 1 million. Earning tens of thousands of yuan a month is not much," Tang Qing said. "You can't spend it indiscriminately," Lin Jiaxue taught. "Swear, remember what's mine is yours, no matter how much money I spend on you. It's not a waste." Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiaxue affectionately and said, "Yeah," Lin Jiaxue said in a mosquito voice. "Then let's go shopping now." "Okay, I'll change clothes first." Lin Jiaxue didn't refuse this time. Of course, she was happy that her lover bought her clothes. This was earned by her lover, and she also made up her mind to buy cheaper ones later. Lin Jiaxue turned around and went back to the room to change clothes. Tang Qing was waiting in the living room. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Tang Qing was already planning a beautiful future life in his mind, Lin Jiaxue's voice interrupted his thoughts. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was a small white hand shaking in front of him. Tang Qing looked up. Lin Jiaxue put on a white one-piece dress. Tang Qing instantly felt like he was seeing a fairy. His hair was tied into a bunch and placed on the left side, naturally decorated. He no longer knew how to describe this temperament. "It's so beautiful. Where did you buy this dress?" Tang Qing's eyes lit up. "Last week, I accidentally saw it in the market. I thought it was good and bought it," Lin Jiaxue said softly. She did not feel embarrassed to be stared at by Tang Qing. "Then let's set off." Tang Qing stood up and said. The two came to the pedestrian street, holding hands. I took Lin Jiaxue to try on various clothes. In her previous life, she had no money, so Lin Jiaxue wore street clothes. She must make up for it in this life. At first, she tried many clothes, but Lin Jiaxue said she didn't like them. Tang Qing also gradually saw the secret. Lin Jiaxue thought it was too expensive and wanted to save money for him, so she just ignored what Lin Jiaxue thought and bought it as long as Tang Qing thought it looked good. After spending nearly 5,000 yuan, Lin Jiaxue stopped shopping again. Later, Tang Qing also proposed to sell her a mobile phone. However, she said mobile phones affect learning. Tang Qing could only give up. After shopping, the two of them were walking around by the Qingjiang River, chatting incessantly. Why they need to talk so much? They just love each other. November 15th, on Monday, after a day of intensive corrections by all the teachers in the school, the results of the third monthly exam are out. Certainly, this is not just something that can be completed in one day on Sunday, but the correction has already started on the 2 days of the exam. Every day after the students take the exam, the teachers have to correct the papers until 7 or 8 o'clock. Otherwise, they will be crazy busy early in the morning. Tang Qing came to the school with a little excitement. Even the soul of an almost middle-aged uncle can't help but feel a little nervous when facing the exam results. It's the same as assessment or promotion after work. Faced with this kind of testing and review of their own achievements, no one will care. Even if they know that they will fail in this exam, they will still have a mentality of waiting for the trial. Those who don't care are just pretending. After handing in the homework, soon, the time for morning self-study is coming. This kind of morning self-study only lasts for 30 minutes. It is not a normal class and is different from the morning self-study for students who live on campus. Generally, only 3 subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, are taught in rotation. Of course, there are sometimes exceptions. Monday's morning self-study was naturally occupied by the class teacher, Shun Mei. This is a school rule, mainly so that the class teacher can assign tasks or other things in the new week. However, Shun Mei has not come yet, and the students are whispering below to discuss their results. There are also rumors going viral. Rumors were flying all over the sky, and everyone was confused. This self-study announced the overall results and rankings. As usual, math papers were distributed. As for other papers, they were in the hands of teachers of various subjects. Posted during class. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang suddenly. The classmates immediately stopped talking. He sat upright and stared at the door. The classroom door was open. Within a few seconds, he saw the class teacher Shun Mei walking onto the podium with a stack of lesson plans and a mathematics paper wrapped in a cylinder. After putting things on the podium, he raised his head and looked at the reactions of the whole class. Seeing the eager eyes of the students in the class staring at her as they read their grades, Shun Mei chuckled. Students who are curious about knowledge are good students, and she will have a headache when she doesn't care about anything. Shun Mei is a serious teacher, but she was in a very good mood today. From entering the classroom to walking onto the podium, she always had a faint smile on her face. She looked around at the faces in the class, and her eyes suddenly fell in the direction of Tang Qing. Tang Qing swallowed a mouthful of spit, his heart beating wildly. He found that his class teacher, who had always ignored him, had an unconcealable excitement and surprise in his eyes. Students, the results of this monthly exam have come out. Many students in the class have achieved very good results, and some people have made great progress. I am very surprised and very happy. This time, the average score of our class is higher than that of Class 9 and ranks first in the school. I'm very pleased, but I cannot be proud. If you're not good at studying, you must continue to work hard, and if you are good at it, you must continue to maintain it. After a pause, Shun Mei looked around the classroom and said loudly, "This time there are 5 students in the class who have performed extremely well and have achieved top 10 results in the school. Let's congratulate these students with warm applause and hope that they will continue to work hard to bring glory to our class." Sparse applause rang out, but it quickly stopped in a few seconds. 5 people entered the top 10. Except for the class teacher Shun Mei, no one else was very excited. It was none of my business. What I cared about was my own performance. After applause, the whole class stared at Shun Mei, waiting for Shun Mei's next words. I'm tired of hearing the previous opening remarks. The announcement of results later is the key point. Now I will read out the total scores and school rankings of the students in this monthly exam. Shun Mei took out a report card from the lesson plan and read it one by one from top to bottom. First place, Lu Shusheng, with a total score of 697, second in the school. Second place, Wang Yin, with a total score of 690, third in the school. Third place, Xiong Jun, with a total score of 673, seventh in the school. Fourth place, Sun Hui, with a total score of 665, ninth in the school. There is nothing surprising about the top few. These top students have always occupied the top 20 in the grade. There is no suspense about the top few. Then Shun Mei paused again, looked at Tang Qing, who was looking at her calmly, and announced, "Fifth place, Tang Qing, with a total score of 661, 10th in the school." Just now, the students thought that someone from the 10th to 20th place in the class would get in. That was also expected, but Tang Qing just made it into the top 10 quietly? The classroom was quiet for a second. It buzzed and exploded. What? Tang Qing, how could it be him? How is it possible? He was ranked outside the top 100 in the school for the first monthly exam. I read it wrong. Announcement finished. There was a discussion in the class. The students were all shocked, and their voices were full of doubts. It is understandable to advance by 10 or 20 in each exam, but it is very difficult to advance by hundreds. After all, it is not just you who are studying and making progress. Everyone is running a 100-meter race. 1 second later, it's not easy to catch up. and Tang Qing actually caught up with him. How could they not be shocked? Of course, apart from being shocked, there were two people who were very happy. One was Wang Yan. Of course, she was happy that the person she liked got good grades, and the other was Li Kai. He really regarded Tang Qing as a good brother. As for the bet, it's not important. If your good friend does well in the exam, that's something worth celebrating. There's no need to tell the difference between you and me. Even if we do, it's just a quarrel. Quiet. The class suddenly became quiet. They all stared at Shun Mei, waiting for her to explain. However, after some discussion, they had somewhat accepted this fact. After all, it had only been a few days since Tang Qing got the question right a few days ago, so if they were shocked again, it would no longer be that sensational. Shun Mei spoke slowly. Next, let us give the warmest and most sincere applause to congratulate Tang Qing. His performance in this monthly exam has improved tremendously. I think everyone should see it. He has advanced hundreds of places. What does this mean? It means that you are far from reaching the limit. There is still huge room for improvement in your rankings and scores. This is something you should be happy about. Work hard. Maybe the next one who shocks us will be the rest of you here. There is no best, only better. Tang Qing is the best proof. I believe you will bring me bigger surprises, and I am full of expectations for this. As expected of the class teacher. After some generous praise and education, the students immediately developed the illusion that I can do it too. Well, it's fighting spirit. Finished. Shun Mei looked at the thoughtful students below and admired her talent for speaking. However, this was also a basic skill for a class teacher. If she couldn't even motivate students, what kind of class teacher would she be? However, because her speech was too long, the classmates had forgotten what she started to say about applauding. Their hearts were full of excitement, and even Shun Mei herself had forgotten it. But as the person involved, how could Tang Qing and the elementary school bully Wang Yan next to him be knocked down by such sugar-coated bullets? They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Wang Yan couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. As for Li Kai, I'm also immersed in the illusion that I can do it too. Shun Mei's face was filled with a spring-like smile. This time, their class ranked among the top 10 in the school in the monthly exam. There are 2 more than last time. With this score alone, as long as she keeps it up, she can imagine that her year-end bonus will not be less. If she persists until the college entrance examination, tut-tut. Shun Mei really didn't expect that Tang Qing would rank among the top 10 in the school during this monthly exam. And during the first monthly exam, his ranking is still outside the 150th place. He is not outstanding among the more than 830 senior high school students in the school. It can only be said that he is above average. After all, as long as he is not in the top 100, there is actually no difference in his opinion. There is a watershed between outside 100 and within 100, which are completely 2 levels of achievement. Although Shun Mei didn't know why Tang Qing was able to break out in such a short period of time and squeeze into the top 10 from outside the 150th place. But one thing is unquestionable, that is, there is an extra academic champion in their class. My original vision was also good. Next, the results were read out one by one from Shun Mei's mouth. When she read Li Kai's book, she paused and praised him profusely. This time, Li Kai also did well in the exam and made great progress. He was 15th in the class and 88th in grade. The progress is also considerable. It was just overshadowed by Tang Qing's progress. But it is also an excellent promotional material. The more changes there are, the happier the teacher will be. It will be troublesome if the grades of the entire class remain stagnant and there was no reason to stimulate them. After the results were read out, math papers were handed out, and the names were read out one by one and read from high to bottom. This time, Tang Qing scored 132 points, which was almost the same as his estimated score after the test. When Tang Qing went up to get the paper, all the students in the class looked at him with different expressions, some with admiration, some with contempt, some with dissatisfaction, some with appreciation, and some admire. Tang Qing was a little embarrassed being looked at by so many people. Watch with your eyes, nose, and heart as you step off the stage. There are quite a few people in their class, with 56 people coming and going. Just before the morning self-study ended, Shun Mei handed out the papers to all the students in the class. There is a 10-minute break between classes. The first class was also Shun Mei's class, so she did not go back to the office, but read the papers on the podium. After all, there would be no class after the exam, and there was only one project talking about the papers. Naturally, I was very happy when I did well in the exam this time, thinking about studying hard and continuing to do so. If you don't do well in the exam, you'll feel uneasy. Firstly, it is difficult to explain things at home, and secondly, the teacher will definitely assign various homework assignments. Their teacher has a good habit. Difficult questions are easy to answer. If you get it wrong, you're wrong. But if you get a simple question wrong, I'm sorry. Copy the knowledge points or questions for me 10 times or 20 times. The top 10 in the school are not included here. The attitude of this group of teachers is that they should do whatever they have to do. If the results fall out, they will be embarrassed and have to copy them. Teachers believe that this kind of differential treatment can already make top students work harder to protect their position. After all, they saw others copying before, so this time they have to be like them. It's definitely psychologically unbearable. The first class is over. Li Kai ran over immediately. He was really itching not to ask Tang Qing. Old Tang, how could you get such a high score? Tell me, what's the trick? I've only made so much progress despite all my hard work. Li Kai sat in front of Tang Qing and asked curiously, although he has made huge progress this time, but it's really incomparable to Tang Qing. The higher you go, the harder it becomes. Improving from 200 points to 400 points is quite difficult, but it is far inferior to increasing from 680 points to 700 points. Every point you increase in the later stages requires a huge amount of effort. This is a gap in IQ, unable to learn. Tang Qing rolled his eyes at him. How can this be explained? Study hard and make progress every day. I guess you will still be despised by Li Kai, so I might as well despise you first. This is called wisdom. Well, this is how IQ is shown. Then he was almost like me before. Why didn't I see it? Li Kai said with a sigh. He couldn't accept this reason at all. Young man, after all, we are brothers. I am just trying to take care of your self-esteem. Alas, you are such a genius, but you are suspected and jealous by others, just like you are now. This is why I keep a low profile. Tang Qing patted Li Kai on the shoulder earnestly and said, You make me so angry. If you don't hit me, you will die. Li Kai slapped Tang Qing's hand away and said immediately, This is naked contempt and cannot be tolerated. He didn't know what to say. After all, the facts are in front of him, and Tang Qing has reasons for whatever he says. Yudao means that history is written by the victors. I am taller than you, and whatever I say is right. I am richer than you. If I say something, some will listen to it, some will believe it, some will follow it, and some will suddenly realize it. If you're a beggar talking about ideals and ambitions, talking about overthrowing Ollie and stepping on penguins, better call the police. At this moment, Wang Yin, who was standing next to her, couldn't help laughing when she saw the two people bickering. Of course, she knew that the two were joking. Li Kai was the one who got yelled at every time, and she never tired of rushing forward to get yelled at. It's funny to think about it, like a moth to a flame. To make up for your remaining broken self-esteem, I'll treat you to a big dinner on Sunday night, and you'll pay for the singing. Tang Qing added, taking Lu Qian's diamond card. Yudao is the principle of not eating for free, but pretending to be awesome at the same time. Let's go eat first and then talk about it. Of course, he knew that Lu Gan would definitely know about any of his consumption. But so what? The deeper the relationship between the two, the more relieved Lu Gan becomes. He would only be worried if he never used Lu Qian's card. Reciprocity and mutual help were exchanged. The relationship between the two parties is strongest when neither party has a clear idea of who owes whom. No need. I'll take care of the meal. Anyway, my dad will definitely pay for it if I want to treat you. Li Kai pouted and said. He thought Tang Qing was treating them to a food stall, so he vowed to accept it. Okay, go read and study hard. You'll have a chance to win it back next time. Tang Qing smiled lightly and encouraged. Joking aside, you still have to encourage when it's time to encourage. I want to copy the wrong question. Li Kai snorted. After speaking, he turned and left. It can be imagined that the students are quite busy these 2 days. In addition, since I only teach papers and do not attend class, I will basically not have any homework these days after studying. And Tang Qing also enjoys this kind of privilege. Don't be too happy. After copying the questions dozens of times, your whole body will feel sublimated a lot. Thinking about it, Tang Qing can't help but shudder. I really envy your relationship, Wang Yin said to Tang Qing with a smile after seeing Li Kai leave. Don't you have a best friend? Why are you envious? He remembered that Wang Yin had a best friend in high school. He didn't know where she was, but he was sure she was from this city. She later went to a university in the capital, which was quite far away. He has only been seen by the public a few times. To this day, I can't even remember what it looks like. As for Wang Yin, there are no female classmates who play well in this class. She has always been alone. If later generations didn't know Wang Yan's character, he would have thought that Wang Yan had autism. There is one. He's too far away. I can only see him on weekends. I'm so busy studying now that I haven't seen him for more than a month. Wang Yin said thoughtfully. Oh, it's okay. Follow us from now on. Tang Qing comforted. Although he was not ready to accept this relationship after having resolved his knot, there was no burden in being friends. With Wang Yan's character, as long as Lin Jiaxue is still around, she will not find trouble for herself. She is a smart and very traditional woman. At least in her previous life, Wang Yin said that she would never be a third party or destroy other people's families. Okay, Wang Yin said happily as soon as she heard it. She didn't ask for anything to happen with Tang Qing. If Tang Qing could give up Lin Jiaxue for her, then she wouldn't like it. She just wanted to stay by Tang Qing's side, as long as Tang Qing didn't reject her. The next day was filled with handing out papers, collecting papers, and talking about papers. To this end, the sudden rise of Tang Qing has also become the focus of teachers' care. The teachers all want to test Tang Qing's skills and ask Tang Qing to come up and talk about it. I was a little nervous a few times at the beginning, but after one session, I no longer felt nervous. Coupled with my uncle's thinking and language organization skills, his lectures made the teachers nod and praise him frequently. Giving lectures in class is also a skill. It's not just that you can teach it to others, it's also not an easy thing to teach students at different levels to understand it. After all, it's difficult to speak with one voice and have different understanding abilities. Tang Qing taught the entire problem-solving process step by step, according to the lowest level of treatment. Then, Tang Qing was tragic. Except for Chinese, a subject that he was interested in, he taught basically 1/5 of the topics in other classes. The teacher also thought it was nothing. First, let everyone recognize Tang Qing's strength. And second, let the students below see the gap, and let Tang Qing share his problem-solving ideas and techniques, so that he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone and still have his own strength. Tang Qing was not impatient. In his opinion, if you want to learn a piece of knowledge, remember it firmly and understand it more thoroughly. The best way is to teach others the topic over and over again. This is also a super fast learning technique. When you tell a few times, basically, this knowledge point will not be forgotten in a short time. As far as Tang Qing knows, in my previous life, I heard that a super academics learning technique was to make a blackboard at home, pretend there were students underneath it, and then lecture the topic to the air from the perspective of a teacher. This method turned out to be very effective. Remember it very firmly. As a result, he ranked first in the school for many years, and he finally made this method public when he was admitted to Peking University. It's just that it didn't become popular in the end, or everyone was doing it, enjoying the benefits and not talking about it. Tang Qing didn't pay attention to it anymore. He was already in college and had no interest in paying attention to it. Through this lecture, Tang Qing's ability was unanimously recognized by the entire class, and Tang Qing's score was accepted calmly. There were no more doubts. This is how students are. If you know how to do it, you are a good person. If you don't know it, you are a scumbag. That's all. Tang Qing ended this interesting day. Tang is back. Let me see how many you got in the exam this time. As soon as I got home, my aunt was already back. Elementary school ended early, and my 2 cousins were already back doing homework in their house. I just didn't know how the eldest cousin's monthly exam was going. Yes, here. Tang Qing handed over all his papers from his school bag. In his previous life, his aunt would read his papers every time he took the monthly exam. So he simply put them all together to avoid the trouble of picking them out one by one. And he took Tang Qing's paper, spread it out on the coffee table, and started reading. The one at the top is Chinese, with a score of 118, which is a very normal score, almost the same as last time. It's good that it didn't drop. When I opened the Chinese language paper, it was mathematics. When I saw the math results, my aunt's eyes lit up. This was a big improvement, so she became more and more happy as she read. After reading, she closed the paper and said excitedly, Tang, are you serious? The total score is 650 and 600. Your first monthly exam was only 576. Yes, the hard work during this period has paid off, and you passed the 10th grade. Tang Qing took a sip of water and said, That's awesome. Your uncle will definitely be very happy to know about it. After saying that, my aunt read the paper carefully again. After all, she has been teaching. Although she is in elementary school, she can still understand many of the questions. Well, as long as you are happy, Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, Qin Shiqi, who heard her mother exclaimed, ran out and said, Brother, how many points did you get in the test? Mom is so excited. After that, she sat next to her aunt and looked at Tang Qing's paper. Wow, brother, you must have cheated. After seeing the score clearly, Qin Shiqi covered her mouth and said in surprise. He looked at Tang Qing as if he were an alien. For such a look, Tang Qing was still very useful. After all, his eldest cousin rarely looked at him like this. She basically scolded him for doing this and that, and even had to talk about the way he held the pen before he could give up. Cheer, how could you say that about your brother? Please apologize. Annie patted Qin Shiqi's head and criticized. Brother, I'm sorry. Just forgive your lovely sister. Qin Shiqi stuck out her tongue and looked at Tang Qing with cute big eyes. This was just because she was used to it, but she, who was usually careless, also knew that such things should not be talked about. It was very hurtful. It's okay. It's normal to have a hard time accepting it. That's how good you are. Tang Qingkai raised his head and said, not wanting to take advantage of this move. He was so happy to see Qin Shiqi apologizing. TSK, the tail must have leaked out. Qin Shiqi muttered, You are the only one who has a foxtail. You are the only one who has. You have. Watching the two brothers and sisters bickering, their aunt watched the excitement from the sidelines. It would be better for this family to be more lively, really. Even Qin Shiu, who was doing homework in the room, smiled and eavesdropped on the bickering between her sister and Tang Qing, and felt a burst of joy. Soon, when Qin Yugong came back and saw Tang Qing's score, he was also very happy. In order to celebrate this, he decided on the spot to eat out at night. A hot pot meal, in full swing. Friday, Tang Qing received 83.5 million from Lugon. He immediately transferred the money into the account. To be honest, he doesn't know if his account is being monitored by the bank now. He is afraid that it will be frozen if he withdraws it late. Then the game is really over and he will not be able to pay back Lugon. Therefore, he has always been extremely sensitive to this. As long as the money is transferred into the system, this is the safest place. No one can find out the whereabouts, and it is impossible to freeze the system account. In fact, it was Tang Qing who thought too much. Banks monitor this unusually large-scale transfer, but there are process restrictions. To be honest, the bank monitoring system showed an abnormality when transferring in, but the transfer was done by the system, which encrypted the process and concealed its legality. To put it bluntly, it means that the system automatically changes or evades bank supervision. After all, this is only the circulation of RMB within the country and does not involve foreign exchange. If it were foreign exchange, it would be troublesome. Not to mention the settlement with the central bank. The bank's internal settlement can identify problems and be included as a key monitoring target. As for what Lugon did with the money in the end, it's none of his business. Just increase the country's foreign exchange reserves. He remembers a piece of data. It is said that in the first half of 2007, The country's foreign exchange reserves increased by more than 260 billion US dollars, excluding the trade surplus of 120 billion US dollars and overseas investment of more than 30 billion US dollars. Where did the other more than 100 billion US dollars in foreign exchange come from? This is an unstatisticable data. Certainly, there must be other legitimate sources of foreign exchange here. But even if these gangsters only account for the remaining 5%, you can imagine how big the entire market is. Anyway, they're increasing foreign exchange for the country. That's a good thing. After all, the country has been short of foreign exchange. Even if it reaches the scale of 3 trillion in future generations, it seems very careful. If you carefully calculate the proportion of various uses, it is really not too much. If you calculate all, if the country has no foreign exchange income for half a year, it will be on its knees. Not to mention, now, 2004. Earning foreign exchange is still the mainstream idea, which is to be lenient on entry and strict on exit. So Tang Qing found another reason for himself to do such a thing, with peace of mind, to earn foreign exchange. There is nothing we can do about this. Anyone who does something must give themselves an excuse and a reason to convince themselves to become the righteous party. No matter how illogical the reason is, just one is enough. Sunday morning, Tang Qing still drove a minivan to deliver money to Lu Gan. $10 million. It took nearly an hour to finish counting, but the money counter did not burn out. This time Lu Gan did not say the time and amount of the next transaction, but said that it might have to wait until next month. Tang Qing didn't think it was a big deal. Such a large amount of US dollars did take Lu Gan a while to digest. The total profit from this transaction was 3.5 million. Add to this the 1.05 million that he made before and the 450,000 from the first transaction. Lu Qian made a total of 5 million, but at this time he only had 4.98 million in his account. He had spent some of it on Lu Qian's credit investigation, buying clothes for Lin Jiaxue, and other expenses. For 1,980,000. TSK. Looking at the balance in the account over and over again, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that it felt good to still have money. This is what it means to be rich and powerful. But this is far from the limit of his ideal. Again, it depends on what currency is opened at the next level of the system, which determines his next step. And he remembers that the dollar has been depreciating against the yuan. As long as the value depreciates to less than 1:8 or more than 1 minute and 7.5 seconds, his business will be difficult to do. He just can't remember when and what happened. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years. Who knows? There is no such thing in his memory. After lunch, Tang Qing went directly back to the hotel to return the van and started doing homework at the front desk. It was past dinner time, and there were no customers. Li Jiangguo was also watching TV in the hall, and Li Kai was doing homework next to him. They didn't write together to prevent Li Kai from copying Tang Qing's work. However, Li Jiangguo was surprised when he learned about Tang Qing's test scores, so he became more strict with Li Kai. "Little boss, come and eat watermelon." Zhang Jing handed over a piece of watermelon. Looking at the young faces next to her, Zhang Jing felt that she was a little nostalgic. After all, that girl was not pregnant, not to mention that Tang Qing was still so outstanding, but the age gap and status gap made her bury it deep in her heart. "Well, you can eat it too." Tang Qing took the watermelon. Although watermelons are super expensive during this season, but as a big hotel, it can still afford it. When Tang Qing came, Li Jiangguo killed 5 watermelons. They and the high-level people of the restaurant ate one, and the rest were distributed among the waiters and chefs. "Tang, why are you here?" At this time, a voice rang in Tang Qing's ears. He turned around and saw that it was his uncle. However, his uncle was walking behind, and in front was an unknown middle-aged man wearing a police uniform. "I think you should be the leader of the city bureau. I'm doing my homework here and going to have dinner with Li Kai and the others in the evening." Tang Qing directly concealed the matter of singing. It's better to keep a low profile when going to such an entertainment venue to avoid his uncle talking to him. They originally planned to go last night. After all, the next day was Sunday, but something suddenly happened to Wang Yin, so they postponed it for a day. Well, do your homework well. I didn't catch up with dinner today. Boss Li, please give us some special dishes, Qin Yugong said, turning to Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo responded and walked into the kitchen to prepare. Yugong, who is this? The policeman in the lead asked with a smile. Tang, this is Secretary Feng of our city's political and legal committee. This is my nephew, Tang Qing. This restaurant is opened by his classmate's family. Qin Yugong introduced quickly. Haha, young man, you should be good at studying. Feng Hai said with a smile. Uncle, thank you very much. You are the domineering one, the leaky one, the very one, Tang Qing joked. In front of such a big shot, you still have to act like a student. They have seen many people involved in accidents, so they have to pretend a little bit. If all kinds of flattery comes from his mouth, the other person will think that he is so worldly at a young age. Haha, the young man is really good at talking. Feng Hai laughed. Secretary, let's go to the box above. Tang, do your homework and come back early in the evening. Qin Yugong said. Seeing that Feng Hai, his immediate boss, was so happy, he was also very happy. At the same time, he gave Tang Qing a thumbs up in his heart. He knew Tang Qing's level. How could he say such a simple idiom wrongly? I know, Tang Qing agreed. Qin Yugong and the two walked up. Tang Qing knew that Qin Yugong's reception had been kept here during this period, but it was usually kept here. This was Tang Qing's request, and his uncle did not refute it. Since his nephew had made a career, he could also enjoy the blessings. After all, even if he doesn't need money to treat guests elsewhere, of course he won't completely take advantage of his nephew, and he won't pay stupidly if he can reimburse him. Only personal things will be recorded in Tang Qing's account. They only ate the meal for half an hour and left. I think it's something important. Tang Qing didn't ask. Either. It's better not to inquire about this kind of thing, so as not to embarrass everyone. In the evening, Wang Yin came to Tang Qing's shop as scheduled. Looking at the smile on Wang Yin's face, she knew that everything would be fine. Tang Qing was not interested in inquiring into other people's family affairs, as long as they were taken care of. Tang Qing, it's so mysterious. Where are we going? Li Kai couldn't help but ask again as soon as he got in the car. Before, Tang Qing said he wanted to have dinner, but didn't specify the specific place. He asked several times in the afternoon, but didn't say anything. You'll find out if you follow me. Tang Qing smiled mysteriously. TCH, if you don't say it, don't say it. No matter what you treat me to, I will give you a bad review. Li Kai said in a disdainful tone, holding his hands. Haha, okay, let's wait and see how you give a bad review. Tang Qing said with a laugh. Wang Yin watched the two bickering from the sidelines, playing with his fingers and smiling silently. Soon, the car drove to the Tianfu Hotel. The name sounded festive. Tang Qing naturally associated the sky with Lu Qian's Qian. Qian is the sky and Kuan is the earth. It's a good name. The hotel is located on the edge of Qinjiang River. The view is excellent and it occupies a large area. It consists of a 28-story main building and two 9-story auxiliary buildings at right angles. The lower 9 floors are mainly used for catering, leisure, entertainment, and the like. The 9 floors above are mainly for business meetings and accommodation. Looking at the banner at the door, Tang Qing also discovered that there was a movie theater here, but it only had one screen and played on-demand movies all day long. It was so high-end that it felt like seeing a nouveau riche. Anyway, everything he could afford was given to him. He had never heard of a 5-star hotel that could show movies. It seemed that he was a bit ignorant. Lugan took everything he could. Have money and be willful. Looking at this shape, Tang Qing couldn't help but think maliciously that if the two auxiliary buildings were on both sides of the main building, wouldn't this be a pillar holding up the sky? Then he remembered CCTV's Underpants Tower. Thinking of this, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. Old Tang, why are you smiling so happily? Why did you bring us here to eat hot pot? Li Kai looked around and asked. The driver did not drive into the hotel, but stopped on the roadside. Tang Qing didn't say anything. Pay and leave. The hot pot Li Kai was talking about was a row of restaurants in the distance opposite Tianfu Hotel. Among them was a hot pot restaurant with a big brand that could be seen from a distance. He didn't think Tang Qing would invite them to this 5-star hotel. It's nothing. I just want to laugh. Tang Qing finally stopped laughing. TC, if you don't say it, don't say it. Li Kai turned his head. Let's go. Tang Qing walked towards Tianfu Hotel, but the two people behind him did not move. Old Tang, you're going the wrong way right here. Li Kai pointed to the hot pot restaurant and said, stop talking nonsense and catch up quickly. Tang Qing made a gesture of walking forward without looking back. Wang Yin and Li Kai looked at each other and immediately followed. Damn, I knew you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be so generous. Li Kai quickly caught up with Tang Qing. Let's go. Grab whatever you want to eat. I see there's a business KTV up here. Let's have a good time singing and have one-stop service. I'm too lazy to go to that karaoke bar of yours. Tang Qing said as he walked. Okay, this time I will kill the local tycoon. If I don't kill you, you will feel heartbroken and vomit blood. You will never give up, Li Kai said with clenched fists. Of course, he was just talking. We can't be at a disadvantage in terms of language. Okay, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Tang Qing stimut. Anyway, it's free and delicious. Just watch. I want you to look good when the time comes. Li Kai David. His fist. Originally, he wanted to save some money for Tang Qing, but after hearing this, he immediately decided to order an expensive one. I feel so bad for Tang Qing. Kindness. That's it. Then I'll wait and see. Tang Qing spread his hands. Just like that, they were bickering. Tang Qing and others entered the hotel door. Soon, several people came to the door of the hotel. The doorman had already noticed Tang Qing and the others, and did not look down upon them because they were in a taxi. As a five-star hotel, the training in this aspect must be quite good, especially the doorman. As the first level to welcome guests, there are extremely strict requirements in terms of quality and manners. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? The doorman came up and asked. Tang Qing shook his head. He didn't know the phone number, so how could he make a reservation? Seeing Tang Qing, he shook his head. The doorman couldn't help but frown. This was the peak consumption period, and their hotel was the only five-star hotel in the city. It was really difficult to find a suitable location without a reservation. The doorman hesitated for a moment. Okay, sir, you go to the lobby first and ask the front desk to see if there's a suitable place for you. That's okay, Tang Qing said with a smile. Finished. Walked directly into the hotel. Please come with me. The doorman had already informed through the intercom that Tang Qing and the others had no reservations. The receptionist didn't ask either. Otherwise, it would be annoying to ask the guests once during each reception process, so she immediately brought Tang Qing to the front desk. As for whether these students-like people could have a seat, it was none of her business. Hello. Welcome to Tianfu Hotel. What can I do for you, sir? The receptionist in black professional attire folded his hands and bowed slightly with a smile. His posture was very standard and pleasing to the eye. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that big hotels are different. He must have a salary of 5,000 to 6,000 a month. We want to eat. Excuse me, is it Chinese food or Western food? The front desk said with a smile. What about you? Tang Qing turned around and asked. Chinese food. Li Kai thought for a moment and said, he doesn't know how to eat Western food. He heard that eating Western food was troublesome, so he was too lazy to embarrass himself. Let's just have Chinese food. I've had Western food twice, and I'm not used to it. Wang Yin said. She also disliked Western food. Although it looked high-end, elegant, and noble, the overall atmosphere gave her a pretentious feeling. Let's have Chinese food. Is there a larger private room? Tang Qing turned around and said, Sorry, our Chinese dining room has been booked. Please forgive me. The front desk apologized. Tang Qing smiled. Without saying anything else, he just took out his wallet. He took out the diamond card Lu Gan gave him and handed it over. He believed that the hotel must have reserved rooms, which was the norm. Certainly, even if it really doesn't exist, they can still find a way to get it. Besides, even if you eat in a KTV box, it's a box, not a box, and the hotel won't refuse. In such a big hotel, there are many ways. The front desk was stunned when he saw this kind of card. The memory in my mind immediately came up, the group's diamond card. Please wait a moment. After speaking, he took the intercom and said, Manager, a diamond VIP has arrived. Please come to front desk. After saying that, he turned to Tang Qing and said respectfully, Sir, our lobby manager will be here soon. It only took 20 seconds. Tang Qing heard the rapid footsteps approaching. I saw a beautiful woman wearing a foreman's uniform walking over. She took Tang Qing's diamond card and looked it over. After confirming that it was correct, she said respectfully, Sir, your surname is Tang, right? Tang Qing was startled. Said, Do you know me? The beautiful manager said with a smile, Every time our group issues a card, we will inform all the industry managers and above the title of the VIP, and each card has a number, so it can be correctly assigned. Number? What number? Tang Qing frowned. Look at the 8 here. The lobby manager said as he handed the card over. Tang Qing took the card and took a closer look. There is actually an 8 in the lower left corner. It's just that the color is gray, and it's not eye-catching on the black card background. He didn't look at it carefully. His attention was previously focused on the small diamonds surrounding it. So, that's it. I really didn't notice it. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. To be honest with Mr. Tang, our Mr. Liu visited the hotel a few days ago, and he gave a lot of advice. He said that as long as Mr. Tang comes, we must treat him with the greatest enthusiasm and the best service. Tang Qing asked with a smile, This sister, what's your surname? The lobby manager was called sister by him and said softly, Don't dare, my sister's surname is Chiu. Her name is Chiulan. Chiulan, Tang Qing said. This surname is rare, Chiulan or Chiumin. Doesn't it have any meaning? No matter what, it's none of my business. Tang Qing shook off those boring thoughts. Tang Qing then took the diamond card from Chiulan's hand, put it in his wallet, and asked again, Sister Lan, my classmates and I are here for dinner. Are there any private rooms? Chiulan said immediately, Yes, I will ask someone to arrange the largest box for you. It is not open to the public. Since it opened at the beginning of the year, it has only been used when the chairman came last time. This is the first time we have received a distinguished guest like you. Are you here? After saying this, Chiulan took the walkie-talkie and said, On the 9th floor, the Qingquan Pavilion box is open. Roger. Tang Qing nodded and said, Okay, you can look at the arrangements. At the moment, Chiulan personally led Tang Qing and others up to the 9th floor. Chiguai and Baguai came to Qingquan Pavilion and sat down. I have to say, it is indeed a super luxurious box that is not open to the public. The entire private room covers an area of at least 230 square meters. The decoration is impeccable and extremely luxurious. It even has karaoke equipment, a separate bathroom, a reception area, a mahjong table, and everything else. Huge dining table. It's totally fine to seat 20 people. At this time, there were already waiters waiting inside, and tea and drinks were ready. Looking at the cleanliness of the box and the fresh flowers, it was obvious that it was cleaned and replaced every day. At this time, various snacks and fruit plates have already been placed on the table. There were some dried fruits and fruits that Tang Qing had never seen before. As soon as Li Kai sat down, he grabbed some of various kinds and started eating them. Wang Yin also grabbed some melon seeds and played with them. Chiulan asked Tang Qing and others if they wanted to order a la carte or go directly to the best set meal. Tang Qing asked Wang Yin and Li Kai for their opinions. Seeing that no one was too lazy to order, and it was their first time, the three of them didn't understand, so they ordered a set meal. Wait a moment, we will serve the food as quickly as possible. After saying that, Chiulan walked out. 2 waiters were serving tea and water inside, and then stood at the door waiting for instructions. Wang Yin, who was bored, walked to the cabinet aside and picked up an oversized menu and read it. Her eyes widened. Tang Qing, these dishes are so expensive. The most expensive ones cost tens of thousands. Wang Yin said in surprise. Although her family has a lot of money and has seen a lot of the world, this is the first time she has seen such luxurious dishes, let alone eaten them. What? Let me see. When Li Kai heard this, he stood up and came over. When he saw the quotation of 13,888, Old Yuan's eyes widened and he exclaimed, It's true. Old Tang, you're going to bleed profusely. I don't need money to eat, Tang Qing said without even answering a smile. What? What? Wang Yin and Li Kai turned their heads and exclaimed at the same time. What? I'm friends with their boss, and they gave me a membership card. It's free to eat here, Tang Qing explained. The two looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions, so as not to hurt others because of their privacy. They had better eat well. The two people who were originally worried about Tang Qing's bleeding suddenly felt speechless, and their worries were in vain. Then I'm not welcome, treacherous old Tang. That's fine, you can sing here, and I even save money for singing. Li Kai complained. You can't escape, please save it for next time. Tang Qing said with a smile. You can't let me save some private money. Li Kai quit immediately after hearing this. What do you want the money for? Are you lacking something? Tang Qing asked. I donate to out-of-school children. Li Kai thought for a while and said wisely. 10 minutes later, the dishes are served one after another. Looking at the more than 20 dishes on the table, a few people realized that the portion of this set meal was a bit too big, but they didn't say anything. Just take it away if you can't finish it. It's nothing, it can't be wasted. Old Tang, this is delicious. This is not bad. Old Tang, hurry up, I'm gonna turn. Why are you so anxious? You haven't finished eating that unknown thing in your bowl. That's right, Li Kai. Eat slowly and don't choke. Tang Qing ate the meal slowly. Li Kai ate in big mouthfuls, and Wang Yin chewed her food carefully like a lady. The two waiters were sent out by them. It was really inconvenient to speak while being stared at. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation of the three people inside. Then, the door was pushed open, and Xiaolan walked in with a bright smile on her face and a bottle of liquor in her hand, followed by a middle-aged man. I'm not disturbing you, are you? Xiaolan said with a smile. Tang Qing asked with a surprised look. No. This is it? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Hello, I am Wu Zhengfeng, the general manager of Tianfu Hotel. According to the rules of our Tianfu Hotel, every time a distinguished guest comes to dine in the restaurant, the person in charge of the restaurant must come to toast. Toast. Tang Qing also knows that most hotels have this kind of rule, usually the lobby manager, but hotel managers rarely toast. I hope Mr. Tang will come to our hotel more often in the future, Wu Zhengfeng said with a smile. Then I won't bother you anymore, Tang Qing said politely. Then Xiaolan opened the bottle of Wuliangye and filled it for Wu Zhengfeng and himself. Li Kai and Wang Yin also stood up and held the red wine. Wu Zhengfeng smiled and said, Dear guests, I would like to toast you 3 glasses. I hope you will have a good meal and drink at our Tianfu Hotel. After finishing 3 glasses of white wine in succession, Tang Qing and others also drank up the remaining red wine in their glasses. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, you can call Manager Qiulan. After saying that, Wu Zhengfeng and Qiulan exited the box, full of wine and food. Tang Qing and the others took the microphone and started singing. Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing with curiosity in her eyes. During this period, Tang Qing had changed a bit too much. She thought that studying and having some money would be the biggest changes, but she didn't expect something even more surprising. Such a big hotel, such a big private room, such expensive food tastes nothing like it. Even if it is free, what kind of good relationship does it take to give it away like this? And it seems that there is no limit to the free food. I really don't know how many secrets Tang Qing has. As for Li Kai, it was nothing but a surprise. It was a fact that Tang Qing was rich. Sing. Basically, Wang Yin and Li Kai sang. To be honest, Tang Qing didn't know much. In the past, he just liked listening to songs, and he didn't remember the lyrics. There were only 7 or 8 songs that he could completely remember the lyrics. After Rebirth, my memory improved, and I didn't recall it. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to sell songs. Yesterday was like the water flowing in the east. If you leave me far away, you can't stay. Today, my heart is full of worries. Cutting off the water with a knife, the water will flow even more. I raise a cup to relieve my sorrow, and my sorrow will become even more sorrowful. The breeze of the Ming dynasty will drift around. Only the newcomers laugh. Why are you here? At the elevator entrance. Suddenly, A voice came from behind him. He turned around and looked, Suzy Wang. Seeing that face, Tang Qing suddenly had a bad premonition and hoped that he was wrong. Frowning, said, "Is this your place? You can't come here yet." At this time, the swelling on Suzy Wang's face had subsided, but it was still a little painful. Thinking of being pinned to the ground with a blaster, he felt full of resentment towards Tang Qing. All of this was caused by Tang Qing. Wang Yin is here. He wanted to curse, but he swallowed it back. At least, so far, he thought that he had not lost much points in Wang Yan's heart. After all, is it wrong to throw money at someone? Without. Not at all. He was helping his classmates who were in trouble. Wang Yan's family conditions were not bad, so she should be able to accept money to solve problems. Looking at Tang Qing, he said forcefully, "We are all classmates. Can't you talk nicely?" "No. You don't mess with me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Tang Qing suddenly said something and regretted it just after saying it. This was so out of place. Call. Take a deep breath. Despite the embarrassment, I am still a good and steady boy. One listen. Suzy Wang was furious. At this time, a voice came to his ears, which made him tremble. "Xiao Su, what are you doing here? What are you doing blocking the elevator door?" Instantly, Suzy Wang was excited. "Turn around." Then I saw a young man coming. "I came here today, mainly to have dinner with a group of friends with backgrounds. They said they were friends, but most of them were seeing him for the first time. He, just here to serve tea and water. In front of you, there was one with a very good background, named Lu Kai, and the other named Feng Sr., Master Lu. Master Feng, Suzy Wang, was as respectful as a younger brother. Then, he came up and briefly explained the grudges with Tang Qing. After listening, everyone looked weird. What is Suzy Wang's name? Pay someone to beat you up? Really good at playing. But he didn't take it seriously. It was not his skill to deal with Suzy Wang. Knowing Lu Kai's background, Suzy Wang whispered a few words, trying to regain his face. One listen. Lu Kai did not refuse. Finish the drink. Brain obsessed. A boy with no background, not just casually, turned his eyes, looked at a painting on the right, tore it off, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. He heard what the two said clearly. "Childish. Ridiculous. Silly. If you come up to me, I will respect you as a man." Security stepped over. Lu Kai roared. Soon, the security arrived, and Xiao Lan came soon after. Hearing the situation, he couldn't help but feel a headache. On one side was the young man with a background, and on the other was the masonry card customer. Only, no matter how difficult it is, you have to go up there bravely. What's wrong with you distinguished guests? Sister Lan, this is the person who deliberately destroyed the assets of your hotel. We are all watching. Lu Kai pointed at Tang Qing and said loudly. The words fell. Suzy Wang also stood up. Yes, that's him. As for Feng Senator, he continued to play with his phone, looking uninterested. You're talking nonsense. You obviously broke it yourself and stepped on it a few times. Wang Yin stood up and pointed at Lu Kai. Those who framed Tang Qing were all enemies. Despicable. Lu Kai looked at Suzy Wang and cursed. To this, Lu Kai had an expression on his face that said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Lan was even more embarrassed at this time. Fortunately, the hotel manager, Wu Zhengfeng, rushed over. After understanding, he wanted to curse. "Maid, all day long, can you do some personnel work?" There is actually surveillance here, but Lu Kai believed that the hotel would protect him because of his background, but Tang Qing was not a soft persimmon. The background is mysterious. Then, he was also in trouble. See this? Tang Qing shook his head and chuckled, looking at Lu Kai. What, Lu, what do you do at home? There was a bit of arrogance in his tone. One listen. Lu Kai was stunned. What? Your surname is Lu? What the hell kind of name is this? It's so disrespectful. However, I felt a little wary in my heart. It looked like this person was quite unafraid. And the hotel's attitude is also a bit subtle. What do you mean? Lu Kai asked. See this? Tang Qing stepped forward and said with a faint smile. It's not interesting. Don't talk about this painting. Even if I smash all the paintings in this corridor, I won't have to pay a penny. After listening, Lu Kaisen was surprised. Head tilt. This was said in front of Wu Zhengfeng. It was too arrogant. He didn't dare to be so arrogant. Wu Zhengfeng looked at it and said quickly, "Young Master Tang said that." Now, Lu Kai's claws are numb. Mr. Tang? Depend on. The other party had other backgrounds. Whether it was strong or not was another matter, but he was definitely not a clothes seller, as Susie Wong said. At this moment, he couldn't help but retreat. Otherwise, the family knew that they had to let his but blossom. Suddenly, Tang Qing looked at Feng Sr. "Feng Hai, it must be your father." As soon as the words came out, Feng Sen's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned slightly. "Do you know my father?" "We met each other. Then, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Let's go, I have something to do when I get back." Seeing this situation, Feng Sun was even more unsure, but he had the attitude of believing it was true. Invitation. "Brother, why don't we go sing a song together?" Obviously, the other party didn't lie. If they really knew each other, it would be better to turn enemies into friends. "No, this time, for your father's sake, all the expenses in your box tonight will be mine. But don't be too wasteful. Come up with a lucky number. 60,000 is good." After that, he said to Wu Zhengfeng again, "Manager Wu, if the amount is less than 60,000, it will be charged to my card. If it exceeds, they will pay it themselves. How about it? It will not be a good idea to offend these people to death. Simply, leave a good path." "One listen," Wu Zhengfeng said quickly. "Yes, Mr. Tang. Yes." After that, withdraw. Leaving a cool figure behind him, Lu Kai didn't come back to his senses until the elevator closed. He knew that he had been careless in what happened today, and looked at Susie Wong. He said coldly, "Don't let me see you in the future." In an instant, Susie looked as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Want to cry? He found that his life had experienced Waterloo in his prime years, and it had slipped to the bottom. At this moment, his whole body was in bad shape. Outside the hotel, as soon as you go out, Li Kai couldn't hold himself any longer. "Old Tang, you were very handsome like you did just now, but you just wasted someone else's 60,000 yuan. Is that okay? That's 60,000 yuan. Oh my gosh. How many hours can I spend in an internet cafe? Pooh. If you have this kind of money, why go to an internet cafe? Just buy a computer. No, 2 computers, one to play Legends and one to play movies. Then life shouldn't be too beautiful. It's okay, I have money. But, okay, it's really okay. I won't go there next time. The cost of this place is too high, and you owe me too many favors to pay back." Wang Yin continued. This was what she was most worried about. "Okay, I won't come here next time. Come here after graduation to have fun." Tang Qing nodded in agreement and said, "Agree." Li Kai said quickly, "Yeah, okay." Wang Yin also hummed. Afterwards, several people hailed a taxi and took Wang Yin to her door before returning home. A new week had begun, and a new busyness was about to begin. The next day, Susie Wong returned to the class and learned about Tang Qing's results in the last monthly exam. He looked at Tang Qing with awe in addition to fear. He was only a senior in high school. It was normal at this age where good study meant everything. Now he didn't dare to think anything wrong about Wang Yin. Facing Tang Qing, an opponent who was richer, more powerful, and better than himself, he really couldn't muster the courage to fight. Although sometimes his thoughts are naive, he is not a fool. If he continues to be an enemy of Tang Qing, he may bring unimaginable trouble to himself and his family. Just like yesterday in the hotel, if he met him, he would have no choice but to kneel down. If someone wants to mess with you, if you have no background, you have to follow the other person's wishes and let others manipulate you. He never wants to try this again in his life. The following week, Tang Qing didn't receive a call from Lu Gon. He was obviously digesting the tens of millions of dollars in cash. Tang Qing was not in a hurry. He had earned enough from Lu Gon for a while and was not in a hurry to earn more money. Now his main task is to study and improve his grades. Firstly, he will have a better chance of taking the exam in Shanghai. Secondly, he can bring some glory to his parents. Thirdly, he also wants to get another privilege, which is to ask for leave. During this period, he found that his time was too tight. Every time he had something to do, weekends were okay, but other times were basically concentrated at noon. He came and went in a hurry. It was really inconvenient, and many things couldn't be done. Therefore, he wants to get into the top 3 positions in the grade in the next monthly exam. Then he will discuss the conditions with the school teacher and grant him some emergency leave. Of course, he cannot take a week at a time. He just wants to take a day or half a day off to deal with things when he has something to do. As for him being squeezed out again in the future, how is it possible? Although his memory is not endless now, the things he remembers are basically difficult to forget and extremely profound. He only has so much knowledge in high school. It's not that he doesn't study anymore. He just needs more time to deal with his personal affairs. Fortunately, there is no need to look at the blackboard in class now. Tang Qing feels that his learning speed has accelerated a lot. He has even stopped reading some basic topics like biology and English. Biology only has that little knowledge, and now it is difficult for him to deduct points. As for other things, you still need to understand them well. This is the advantage of science. If you are smart and have a deep understanding of the principles, it will be easy to learn. No matter how the questions change, you will not be troubled. It's not like liberal arts, where you really have to carry people to death. Tang Qing also told Wang Yan and Li Kai that he must be admitted to Fudan, so the two of them studied harder and harder. They didn't want to be separated from Tang Qing. However, Li Kai knew how much he weighed. His goal was to get into a university in Shanghai. As for getting into Fudan University, he basically didn't have much hope. December 1st, Wednesday. Today is the second assessment day after Tang Qing obtained the system, and the system interface also changed color early. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Qing did not sleep, but was waiting for the results of this month's system assessment. He was not worried about failing, because it was impossible. He just wanted to see some tasks at the second level. The system would only refresh the tasks after the assessment was completed on the 1st of every month. It was not humane at all. Tang Qing turned off the light and lay on the bed, constantly refreshing his personal information. After several small tasks last month, Tang Qing's personal information at this time is hostname, Tang Qing level 2 experience, 20/200 this month's loan limit, 50/500 000. Personal limit this month, 20/200 000, overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 4.98 million mental, 51 plus 45 physical, 49 plus 45 source chi value, 45 convertible foreign currency, US dollar. Tang Qing then checked his tasks again and calculated the completion status of last month. 1. Complete the loan task for customers recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content, experience value +5, completion degree 1/1. Completed 2. Complete 1 loan business for non-system recommended customers this month, with an amount of no less than 100,000. Reward content, experience +5, completion level 1 out of 1. Completed 3. Complete all external loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value +5, completion level 50/50ths. Completed 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value +5, completion level 10 out of 10. Completed 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 1 million. Reward content, source power value +5, experience value +10. Completion level 100/1 million. Completed 6. Achievement task 2. The cumulative principal recovery of the system's external loans reaches 1 million. Reward contents, source power value +5, experience value +10. Completion degree 50/1 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The cumulative total of the system's personal loans reaches 500,000. Reward content, source power value +5, experience value +20. Completion degree 30/500 000. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 500,000. The system's personal loans and rewards are not included. Reward content, source power +5, experience value +20. Tasks 1 and 4 were completed before the upgrade. After the upgrade, Only tasks 2 and 3 were completed, so only 10 experience points were added. In addition, after completing Achievement Task 1, you will gain 10 points of experience. In total, he only gained 20 points of experience after upgrading. Looking at the 200 experience slot, he could only say that there was a long way to go. He just didn't know whether the level 2 mission experience would increase. If not, it would really kill people. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Tang Qing refreshed his personal information over and over again. Although he knew that the system had prompts, he couldn't stop because of the habit he developed from playing games. At this time, Tang Qing remembered the slogan of a game he had played in his previous life. 3 yuan to dominate, 5 yuan to be the master, and 10 yuan to be the ancestor. There was also a person who made a funny video, spent 10 yuan, and walked around. When no one called him ancestor, he called customer service and asked, "Why? What about being an ancestor?" It's funny to think about it. November assessment result passed. The sound of the system interrupted his wandering thoughts, and Tang Qing quickly called up his personal information. Hostname, Tang Qing level. Level 2 experience. 50/200 this month's loan limit. 0/1 million personal limit this month. 20/200 000, overdrawn until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 4.98 million spirit, 51 plus 50 physique, 49 plus 50 source chi value, 50 convertible foreign currencies, US dollars. The changes were not big. The experience increased by 30 points, and the source power value increased by 5 points. Then Tang Qing looked at his mission again to see where the experience came from. 1. Complete the loan task for customers recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete 1 loan business for non-system recommended customers this month, with an amount of no less than 200,000. Reward content. Experience plus 10. Completion level 0/1. 3. Complete all external loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion level 0/100. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion level 20/20. Completed 5. Achievement Task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 3 million. Reward content. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion level 1 million/5 million. 6. Achievement Task 2. The cumulative principal recovery of the system's external loans reaches 1 million, and the reward content is source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion level 50/1 million. 7. Achievement Task 3. The total amount of the system's personal loans reaches 500,000, and the reward content is source power value plus 5, experience value plus 20. Completion level 30/500 000. 8. Achievement Task 4. The host's own assets reach 5 million. Personal loans and reward from the system are not included. Reward content. Source power plus 10. Experience value plus 50. The experience of the first 4 tasks has been doubled. Obviously, the personal loan was overdraft again this month, so I completed task 4 directly and gained 10 experience points. At the same time, he found that he had completed the task of owning 500,000 yuan in assets and gained 20 points of experience and 5 points of origin chi. The total is 30 points of experience and 5 points of source energy, which is just right. At the same time, he was also convinced that the money he earned from his remittance business was not recognized by the system as his own assets. Otherwise, how could his personal account plus hotel assets not reach 5 million in assets? I only had 4.98 million in cash, and I felt quite disappointed. However, this also strengthened Tang Qing's idea of participating in industry. If he encounters a good opportunity in the future, he must invest heavily in industry. Otherwise, it will be difficult to complete the 4th achievement task. Industry creates wealth, while finance redistributes wealth. Just like the stock market and futures, these are zero-sum games that do not create any wealth. Money is just transferred from one person's bag to another. It is really meaningless to hear those so-called trillions and tens of trillions lost in the stock market. It only means that funds have flowed out of the stock market. It can even be said that someone has made away with the money. In fact, not a cent has disappeared. At the same time, Tang Qing began to calculate how much experience he could gain on the assessment day next month, so that he could determine his next plan. Tang Qing himself now has 50 points of experience. The first 3 tasks can add 30 experience points to yourself. Achievement Task 2 can be completed in a few days and can increase 10 experience points and 5 source energy points. Achievement Task 3 can be completed immediately, and you can get 20 experience points and 5 source energy points. As for the self-owned assets task, it was impossible to complete the task. The system would only assess it when the task was refreshed every month. It was a very stupid setting. He wanted to pull the system out and give it a beating. It didn't even provide a progress reference system. Tang Qing guessed that it was because the free assets were changing at any time and it was difficult to keep statistics. In addition, when the loan of 500,000 yuan from last month matures tomorrow, there will be 50 points of experience after repayment. In total, my experience points on the 1st of next month are 160 points, and I still have 40 points left before I can upgrade. If you set this month's recommended customers to repay on the 1st of next month, wouldn't you have gained at least 40 points of experience? Doesn't that mean I can upgrade before my next assessment? Thinking of this, Tang Qing became excited and immediately sat up from the bed. Tisk, okay, great. Tang Qing looked at his attributes again. His spirit had exceeded 100 and reached 101, and his physique was 99, which was still a little short of that. Only when both items exceeded 100 would the system unlock his genetic lock. Looking at Achievement Task 3, as long as he overdrafts another 200,000 yuan now, he can immediately get 5 points of Origin Qi. However, Tang Qing looked at his loan customers this month and gave up the idea. He calculated that if this customer borrowed 600,000 yuan, he would not have to waste the personal loan limit next month. In that case, he would lose another 200,000 yuan, which was not worth the gain. It was not worth wasting 200,000 yuan for a moment of curiosity. System, why do you display my attributes like this? Why can't they just be added together? I have to add this arithmetic problem myself. Tang Qing asked his question. He had never paid much attention to it before. When he was at level 1, he only thought that the system did this to tell him the function of the source energy value, with a plus sign in the middle. But he is already at level 2, so there is no need to display it like this after knowing the function of the source energy value. It feels a bit second level. This data is a direct function of the Origin Qi value. It is an external force and has not yet been fully integrated with the host body. After the first level gene lock is unlocked, it will be completely integrated into the host body and displayed uniformly. The system replied. Tang Qing understood at first hearing that the Origin Qi value is an external force and does not completely belong to him now. In other words, his body and the Origin Qi value are somewhat mismatched. After unlocking the gene lock, he will probably undergo a complete transformation of his body. I don't know if there will be any changes at that time, and the system will certainly not tell him. No matter what, if you pay off all the money tomorrow night and complete Achievement Task 2, you will naturally know. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. It was late, and Tang Qing fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. He would go to Xizang Dongqing and others at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow night was the repayment date for the customers recommended by the system last month. And the day after tomorrow, he would have to find the customers recommended by the system this month to complete the loan, and then find a way to disburse the remaining loans. I'll make a big fork. Tang Qing found that he really had a lot to do, and he was also considering whether to find someone to help. It's true that people are in the arena and can't help themselves. P.S. This book will never involve supernatural powers, such as supernatural powers, ancient martial arts, etc. Even if it does, it will only be unique to the protagonist. This book is a real-life theme. December 2nd, Thursday at noon. It was another day to pay back money. After school, Tang Qing hurriedly took a taxi to Byway Restaurant, and Li Kai also ran over to enjoy his father's meal. It was already dinner time, and both the hall and the private room were already packed. Zhang Dongqing also came to the private room early to wait for Tang Qing. In box number 6. At this time, Lu Jianhui had something to do and the food had not been served. Only Zhang Dongqing and Tang Qing were sitting and drinking tea. Xiao Tang, how was your recent transaction with Mr. Lu? Zhang Dongqing asked seemingly casually. To be honest, since the last time we said goodbye, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty in his heart, fearing that Tang Qing would mess up and sink too deeply. He also didn't know what kind of person was behind Tang Qing. If he pulled out the carrot and brought out the mud, he would not only harm Lu Gan, but also Tang Qing. The more he thought about it after returning home that day, the more wrong he was, and he vaguely regretted introducing Tang Qing to Lu Gan. However, it had already happened, and it was too late to call to remind him. Zhang Dongqing could only pray that nothing would happen to Tang Qing's entire interest chain. It's good. Mr. Lu has a lot of exchange volume, Tang Qing said with a smile, but he did not specify how much it was. Firstly, it is better to keep this kind of transaction confidential, and secondly, so as not to scare Zhang Dongqing. He thought it was a one-time deal, but he did not expect that he would make this business so big. Well, Xiao Tang, you must be careful. It's not a good thing for you to have so many new banknotes flowing into the market, Zhang Dongqing said worriedly. Last time he saw the new banknotes worth nearly 10 million yuan, he was very worried for Tang Qing. If the higher-ups tracked them down, this would be a huge problem. However, if he had known that the subsequent trading volume was nearly 10 times what he saw, he probably would not have said that. He might even have thought of calling the police directly, but he would not do so. Having lived to this age, I can see many things more clearly than the average person. Things like pouring cash in US dollars are not transferring money abroad. Even if it involves money laundering, it will be rotten in the pot and cannot escape. Although the country has laws, it can be seen that many problems are not dealt with to death, and its existence is reasonable. If he dared to pick up the pot lid randomly, he would never be able to get away without being boiled in the pot or used as firewood in the end. He would not do such a thing that would harm others and not benefit himself. Don't worry, Uncle Lu told me that he had scrambled the banknotes and made them old when he exchanged them. It'll be fine. Last time Tang Qing and Lu Gan had dinner, they also told Lu Gan to be careful. After all, it would be strange for so many new serial dollar bills to flow into the market without attracting attention. Lu Gan didn't shy away from telling him directly that everything he exchanged would be processed and it wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. How could Lu Gan, an old fried dough stick, not see such potential dangers? This also made Tang Qing feel less uneasy. It was so worry-free to have a smart partner. This was one of the reasons why he dared to continue conducting huge dollar transactions with Lu Gan. That's good. Be careful anyway. I can't provide much help on this matter. Zhang Dongqing was relieved after hearing this. In his opinion, Tang Qing's trading volume was only a few million at most, so no one would notice if it disrupted the inflow into the market. After all, US dollar cash cannot be used in China. Those who exchange large amounts are basically kept at home to preserve their value and rarely circulate. This also greatly reduces the risk of attracting attention. No way. It would be the greatest help to me to introduce Uncle Lu to me, Tang Qing said sincerely. Without Zhang Dongqing, it would be really difficult for him to find a cooperative partner. As for going to the street to find scalpers who reverse money transfers, don't be ridiculous. If you find someone who has no bottom line, you will be in danger. At that time, you were basically penniless and had borrowed money. You couldn't even check your credit. So how could you talk about cooperation? If it weren't for Zhang Dongqing, I estimate that there would still be about 10,000 yuan in the account now. Haha, I'm really afraid that I've harmed you. Zhang Dongqing waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, No, you have to think on the bright side. I am indirectly increasing the country's foreign exchange reserves, and I am not selling them abroad. Tang Qing comforted him smoothly, but he regretted it after saying it. The amount of information contained in this sentence seemed a bit too much. Haha, that's good. Zhang Dongqing didn't realize the meaning of Tang Qing's words at first, but after thinking about it for a few times, he figured out that there was something wrong with what Tang Qing said. What is increasing foreign exchange reserves? Only obtaining US dollars from abroad is called increasing foreign exchange. Could it be? Zhang Dongqing stared at Tang Qing with wide eyes and dared not think further. How is Uncle Zhang's business lately? Tang Qing lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He said easily as if he didn't realize that he had made a mistake. He had to end this topic immediately. It was getting darker and darker. How could he say this out loud? It was okay to say this, but Zhang Dongqing was probably thinking nonsense again. As for where these US dollars came from, Tang Qing had a lot of guesses and finally concluded that they could not come from China. Such things could not exist in the central bank or float out through so-called legitimate circulation methods, because looking at the system, it is obvious that there is no limit to the exchange volume of US dollars. It is estimated that it can exchange 100 million US dollars in cash. So Tang Qing suspected that the system had faked money, but it wasn't really counterfeiting money. After all, the system also involved transfer issues. Banknotes could be faked, and the transfer amount could be faked. It was funds recognized and labeled by the Federal Reserve. It was a currency recognized by the entire world, so he could only guess that the system had tampered with the currency registration at the Federal Reserve so that it could provide US dollar cash and transfers unscrupulously and without limit. It's not bad. With the foundation of the last big order, business has been very good recently. The factory is also expanding, and the number of machinery and equipment personnel has increased a lot. Zhang Dongqing replied. But the thought in his heart could not be erased. But no matter what Tang Qing did, it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, he decided not to ask questions about the content of the transaction between Tang Qing and Lu Gan in the future. He didn't want to know anything. That's good. Are there any difficulties? If you need me, I have the funds, Tang Qing said with a smile. He didn't care what Zhang Dongqing discovered. He believed that Zhang Dongqing was a smart man and would never cause trouble for himself. No, I am expanding based on orders. If there are not a large number of orders in a short period of time, I don't need so many. Zhang Dongqing waved his hands. He is also a very cautious person. He will not do anything that blindly expands and gets himself into trouble. He has seen too many such examples, otherwise his factory would not survive now. Okay, if you need funds, don't be polite to me, Tang Qing promised with a smile. Okay, no problem, Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. Just after he finished speaking, the box door was pushed open. The two of them looked up and saw Lu Jianwei coming with a bag. Brother Zhang, Xiao Tang, I'm late, I'm sorry. Lu Jianwei sat down next to Zhang Dongqing and smiled, then put his bag on the stool next to him. The next step is to pay back the money. The system will know the authenticity and quantity as soon as it is collected. Tang Qing is too lazy to count. He opens the bag and simply flips it through. It is enough if the number is correct. Otherwise, it would be too much to not even look at it. Xiao Tang, thank you so much this time. I'll give you a toast. Lu Jianwei raised his glass and toasted. Of course, Tang Qing had to go to class in the afternoon and couldn't drink but tea. Zhang Dongqing also drank tea. He had to drive later to avoid being unable to stop. He heard that the drunk driving inspections were quite strict recently. Although he also had connections, he didn't need to pretend to be a boss. The use of connections is a favor, and favors need to be repaid. It's better to save some. Uncle Lu is very polite. Thanks to Uncle Zhang's relationship, I absolutely trust the boss and the boss as a person. We will cooperate with him again if we have the opportunity in the future. Tang Qing stood up and clinked glasses. Yes, the industry is doing well during this period. Alas, if it weren't for insufficient capital, I would have planned to acquire the factory next to me. Lu Jianhui finished a full glass of liquor and said regretfully, "What factory?" Tang Qing asked, taking advantage of the situation. The skill of answering questions is a basic skill. Where will the topic come from if you don't answer the conversation? Those who can't chat to death are the ones who can't answer the conversation. It's a garment factory like mine. The boss suddenly got seriously ill and was hospitalized 3 months ago. His wife passed away a few years ago, and his only daughter hurriedly quit her job and came back to take over. But his daughter had no experience and had been working in the factory for several months. The factory was getting worse and worse, and her father, who was seriously ill in bed, also needed care and money, so she thought about selling the factory. In addition to the land and equipment, she asked for $5 million, which was a reasonable price compared to the size of the factory. If my funds weren't so far behind, I would have borrowed money to eat it. Lu Jianhui took a bite of the dish and said, a little disappointed, "Oh, since Uncle Lu said it's good, it must be good. I'm quite interested in this factory." Tang Qing immediately became energetic and said, seeing that the money earned from the reverse transfer business could not fulfill the task of owning assets, he also wanted to get involved in more industries. He also needed a career, but he never knew what to do because he was not very familiar with it. He can't be a farmer. He is not as powerful as the protagonist in the novel. He has many ideas, good luck, and can succeed in anything. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. After his rebirth, he is still the same. Not much changed, but his ambition to be a boss is full, very big, huge. When Tang Qing heard about the opportunity, he immediately became interested. Making clothes was a good business. It's useless to put your money there anyway, so you might as well find something to do. "What, Xiao Tang, do you have so much money?" Lu Jianhui immediately raised his head and stared at Tang Qing and said. Zhang Dongxing also stopped his chopsticks and looked at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. "Haha, I don't. My partners do, but they are all in my name." Tang Qing said with a faint smile. "I wonder what Xiao Tang is going to use it for, OEM?" Lu Jianhui asked again. After hearing Tang Qing say that his partner had no doubts, if he could spend hundreds of thousands for fun, he should not be short of a few million. No, I don't want to be an OEM, I want to be a brand." Tang Qing said swornly. This is his true opinion. It is better to be an OEM than a brand. It would be too embarrassing for a reborn person to do OEM. Anyway, put aside how much money he makes, and he will not be able to build a brand with money. You want to build a brand? Xiao Tang, this can't be done with just a little money. Lu Jianhui said in surprise. Not many of their garment factories or garment factories across the country make their own brands. They basically do OEM business, and they also produce some off-brand products for wholesale. Although the threshold for brands is low, it is too difficult to climb up. Those who can climb up are all made with money, and they're already in the ranks of plain capital. Of course I know, but it depends on people. Tang Qing said confidently. Okay, let me introduce it to you. We will be neighbors by then. If you are too busy with the list, please take care of us. Lu Jianhui did not continue to ask after hearing this. Peers are enemies, but a strong peer may become a partner. His life creed is to be friends with powerful people, not enemies. That would be too tiring. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. As for spending all the money this time to make money in the stock market next month, he had already considered it. He was going to borrow the money from Lu Gan. With his current reputation, it would be easy to borrow $18 million. Even if you own a factory, you can still find a bank or private mortgage loan. There are many ways to get money now. Unlike before, you could do whatever you want with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. I'll call the other party now. I also know that Xiao Tang, you're pressed for time. Don't wait for another day. She lives relatively close to here and should be here soon. I'll ask first. Lu Jianhui is also impatient and quick-thinking. He knows that Tang Qing doesn't have time to go to school, so he might as well take advantage of this little time to get a preliminary understanding. The field trip may have to wait until next time. Now he is very optimistic about Tang Qing, and he is very concerned about winning over this future big customer. P.S. Dear readers, please recommend. Then I'll bother Uncle Lu. Tang Qing thanked him. He was really busy recently. It would be best to solve two problems at one time. Even if he really wanted to acquire this clothing factory in the end, he would have to go to the site for an inspection. There were a lot of messy things like initial personnel arrangements and company registration. Although I'm only 17 years old and cannot register a company, this does not affect my rights as a controlling shareholder legally. I could just find an adult to register as a legal person with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. When I turn 18, I can change it to myself. It's okay. Just wait a minute. I'll make a call. After saying that, Lu Jianwei called the other party in person. It was better to make this kind of call in person, lest Tang Qing suspect that he was playing some tricks to get kickbacks. He had no interest in taking the blame for this kind of boring thing. After Tang Qing listened to a few words on the sidelines, he obviously recognized the other party and rushed over immediately. It's done, Xiao Tang. She will be here soon, in about 10 minutes. Lu Jianwei said with a smile after hanging up the phone. She's quite anxious. Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. Haha. Yes, the other party is eager to sell it now. At least she can get several million in cash. If she runs it for another day, she will lose a day. You don't know, when she heard that someone was going to buy her factory, she was even more anxious than me. After all, there are not many people who can spend so much money at once. So Xiao Tang, you can lower the price appropriately. Lu Jianwei explained with a smile. Lowering the price? Tang Qing asked questioningly. The other party's father was seriously ill in bed. It seemed unreasonable to lower the price at this time, but then he thought about it. In the business world, it is very cruel and cannot be treated as a woman, but he decided to lower the price later. Within 10 minutes, the other party came to the box. It looked like she was panting, and she was obviously here. Tang Qing was surprised to find that the other party was actually a beautiful woman, at least 1.7 meters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses and long hair dyed black and purple, which was definitely a typical representative of the non-mainstream in this era. Tang Qing didn't see any brands on his clothes, but he just felt that the other person looked very coordinated at first glance, as if they were born to match each other like this. Tang Qing couldn't help but secretly sighed that he was indeed a clothes maker. The ability to match clothes is not something that ordinary people can learn in a short time. Sometimes it also depends on talent. Hello, Uncle Lu. The beauty nodded to Lu Jianwei and said with a smile as soon as she entered the door. After speaking, she looked at Lu Jianwei and waited for him to introduce Tang Qing and others. Xiaoyan is here. Come and sit down, Xiao Tang. This is the owner of the clothing factory, I told you. His name is Qi Yan. This is our little god of wealth, and the person who has taken a liking to your factory this time, Tang Qing. And this is my friend. Just call me Uncle Zhang. Lu Jianwei stood up and introduced them one by one. According to the normal order, Zhang Dongqing should be introduced first, but this time Tang Qing is the protagonist, so there is no problem in such an introduction. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Qi Yan bowed slightly to Zhang Dongqing and said, she still knows how to respect elders and younger ones, although this time her collaborator is Tang Qing. Zhang Dongqing also responded politely. Hello, I will call you Sister Yan, and you can call me Xiao Tang. Before Qi Yan could say anything, Tang Qing stood up and said with a smile, Ha, okay, Brother Xiao Tang, hello, you're still in school. Qi Yan was surprised when she looked at Tang Qing's student uniform. When she first entered the door, she thought Tang Qing was Zhang Dongqing's son, but she recognized Lu Jianwei's son. Although she was very shocked that the transaction partner was a student, she had seen a lot of the world and did not show it. Yeah, I'm still in the 3rd year of high school. Tang Qing said with a smile, it's great to go to school. Brother Xiao Tang is really awesome. He has so much money at such a young age. I wonder what his family does. Qi Yan couldn't help but ask. Although she knew it was a bit impolite to ask, but what should I say? Please forgive the woman's curiosity. This is my partner's money. Come and sit down. Tang Qing said vaguely, obviously very dissatisfied with Qi Yan's questioning. Talking about business was business, and asking about the other party's background without any overly warm-up showed Qi Yan's lack of experience. This kind of personality is indeed not suitable for managing such a large factory. Okay, Brother Xiao Tang, I won't beat around the bush. This is the situation of our factory. Take a look. Qi Yan was not embarrassed and said as she handed over a document. Tang Qing took a 20-page document and read it. It mainly contained basic information about the factory, licenses, main management personnel, equipment quantity, order quantity, billing period, and a little expected valuation. Tang Qing finished reading it in just 10 minutes, and overall it was pretty good. It's not that he has experience. Anyway, as long as someone has the equipment and Liu Jianwei wants to buy it, it is obvious that the factory is not bad, and he can find more designers to start it. Although he feels that this is a bit taken for granted, but it is not a crime to think about it. If you make mistakes, you should correct them later. We can afford the loss. Overall, it's pretty good. I'm very satisfied, but the price is a bit high. Tang Qing closed the information and said to Qi Yan, he has decided to acquire this clothing factory and let it become the first brick of his business empire. We can discuss the price. What I care about most is your strength. Qi Yan put her hands on her chin and stared at Tang Qing and said bluntly, after all, 5 million is not a small amount. She heard from Liu Jianwei on the phone before that she believed that the other party had strength at the time, but he thought he was an adult. But after meeting Tang Qing, to be honest, she still needed to confirm. Haha. Okay, I like my sister's quick words and frankness, but you don't have to worry about this. Things worth millions are not expensive, as long as they are worth the price. Tang Qing laughed after hearing this. That's fine. If it can be done quickly, I can give it appropriately. Qi Yan was relieved and said with a smile after hearing this. Ignoring the acquisition, I want to ask my sister what she did before. Tang Qing said curiously. Ever since Qi Yan entered the house, Tang Qing had a feeling of literary and artistic atmosphere. The clothes are also very appropriate and personalized. He should first understand the details of the other party, and first get familiar with the relationship before negotiating the price, and be friendly. I'm majored in fashion design. I used to work at the Versace headquarters. If my father hadn't been seriously ill, I wouldn't have come back. Qi Yan pushed up her glasses and said with a sad expression. She felt disappointed every time she thought about this, but no matter how big her dream was, it was not as important as her father. Therefore, as soon as she learned that her father was seriously ill, she decided to resign and go home. No matter whether her father could get better this time, she was ready to develop in her hometown and accompany her father. She had already eaten at home before and just poured a cup of tea to drink. Versace? Then why don't you continue to run your factory? Tang Qing said in surprise. Versace, he is so awesome. Well, he doesn't know how he became so awesome. Anyway, I heard that he is quite famous, and he often sees it in novels. I like design, don't like management, and don't like socializing. Qi Yan said concisely. During this period, she had socialized several times, and it made him sick. They all stared at her like wolves. Of course, she knew what the other person was thinking. Every time she thought about what the other person had done to her countless times in her heart, she felt sick. Therefore, she did not give face to those people many times. Of course, the other party would make things difficult for her if they lost face. Coupled with the internal problems of the factory, she already felt a little exhausted, and she no longer wanted to deal with this issue. Moreover, her father also agreed, and he did not want to see his daughter exposed and socializing outside. What are your plans next? Tang Qing continued to ask. At this time, he was already interested in recruiting. He would definitely be very capable if he could get into Versace. Seeing is believing, so he didn't need to compete anymore. Just like students who graduated from prestigious universities, recruiting companies will definitely take a high look at graduates from prestigious universities. Why? That's because from the perspective of the recruitment company, although the school does not represent his personal ability, at least the other person has a correct attitude in high school, can position himself correctly, and knows that he is a student and should study hard. This is enough, because this represents the two most important indicators of the other party's learning ability and learning attitude. If the ability is not good enough, it can be cultivated. If the attitude is not correct, and the person cannot recognize his own position, it is the most difficult to change. In the position of a student, it is to study. Everyone knows that the university score is not of great reference value, so the only choice is to look at high school. This is why big companies value academic qualifications. What they look for is not which university you went to, but your learning ability and attitude. What they need is people who work, not people who take the helm. To put it bluntly, it is the selection of people by the National College entrance examination that the company is interested in. As for the selection of the remaining elites who have slipped through the net, forget it. They all need screws anyway, so it is better to choose from relatively good screws. After all, training and understanding an employee also requires huge costs. Just like those who have studied MBA, even if they graduate, it does not mean how strong they are. After all, there are countless examples that people who start from scratch and know nothing can become bosses and manage huge companies. But there are also more examples that prove how powerful these people who have studied MBA are. To put it bluntly, although this group of people may be a bit rigid in their work, this is also the most important point of a large company: stability. The more people on the ship, the more stability is needed. Compared with Yaluzi's monks, although it may not bring about leap-forward development, at least it will not turn an aircraft carrier into a broken wooden sailing ship so quickly. This status quo is difficult to change in a short time. Tang Qing feels that this is a class division of people in the National College entrance examination. Although he does not agree with it, there is nothing he can do about it. Although 2 or 3 books seem to have been canceled in later generations, the gap is still real and cannot be changed in the world. It seems that everyone has recognized the standard. Those who study well will go to a good university, and everyone will rush to get it after graduating from a good university. At least in Tang Qing's opinion, this status quo will not change in the next few decades. I'm going to open a clothing design company. Isn't the country's online shopping on the rise? I'm going to sell the clothes I designed on it. Qi Yin said without hesitation. This is not a trade secret, and there is nothing hard to say. Then I wonder if you're interested in working in my company? Tang Qing invited after taking a sip of tea. He knew that with the ability of the other party, he would definitely do well. In later generations, he also knew that there would be this model on a certain treasure. There are only 2 people. They only engaged in design and factory manufacturing, with annual sales of tens of millions. He did not expect Qi Yin to have this awareness at this time. As long as the ability is not bad, it is not difficult to make a fortune. Working? What do you mean? Qi Yin looked at Tang Qing and asked, I bought your clothing factory not to do OEM work, but to build a brand. You are the first designer I met, and you have working experience in a large international company, so I want to ask you if you're interested in joining my company. Tang Qing said sincerely, You want to be a brand? Do you know how difficult it is? Qi Yin said with disbelief. She is a professional designer. Of course, she knows what is going on in the industry. It is impossible to build a successful brand without huge capital. I know. It's just money. Are there any other difficulties? Tang Qing leaned back on the chair and said with an indifferent expression, No more. Qi Yin suddenly said dumbly, There are indeed many things that can't be accomplished if you have money. She also agrees with this. And building a brand is obviously something that can be achieved with capital. The entire production and channels can be invested with money. What do you think? Tang Qing said with a straight face. I agree. Has your company been established? Qi Yin thought for a moment and said, although she planned to open a company, she was somewhat confident about the future profitability, and she had become an upstream customer of the clothing factory, so she didn't have to suffer. However, she really didn't like managing a business. Taking over her father's factory this time broke her heart. She felt a little scared in a short period of time. Since she had a chance, she might as well give it a try. If there weren't any decent fashion design companies in the local area to show off her ambitions, she wouldn't have thought about going it alone. In addition, this factory is also the hard work of her father, and she is very willing to participate if it can be done well and strong. No, but I have a plan, and I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said with a smile, Oh, what plan? Qi Yin asked curiously. In this way, sell your factory to me for $4.5 million, and with your joining, I will give you 5% of the shares of the future clothing company as a reward. Tang Qing said slowly, firstly to save some money, and secondly to win over the beautiful designer in front of him. He doesn't have the strength to go around poaching talented people now, and Qi Yin is already in this industry. She knows many talented people in her circle, and through Qi Yin's network, she can save the effort of the talented people. This business is not a loss. Brother Xiao Tang, isn't this a big loss for me? Do you think I can't count? Qi Yin immediately stood up angrily and said, What if I promise to inject another 30 million yuan in total within half a year, and your shares will not be diluted in the next 3 years. Tang Qing said calmly, ignoring her anger. What? Qian looked at Tang Qing in shock and said, her mouth hanging open. Zhang Dongxing and Lu Jianhui also looked at Tang Qing in shock, with only one number in their minds, 30 million. It's so crazy. The people behind Tang Qing are too rich. This is 2004. How rich they are. Is it worth it for a clothing factory? There shouldn't be too many things you can do with 30 million. Many investment projects can generate money faster than this. After all, a clothing brand is a huge investment process in a short period of time. There are really a lot of channel promotions, stores, personnel, and goods. Are you serious? Qian calmed down a shock in her heart, looked at Tang Qing expectantly, and said, 30 million plus 5% of 4.5 million, which is equivalent to her worth of more than 1 million. This is not too much. After all, you could get a lot of money by selling the factory. It's just that what she likes is Tang Qing's determination. If he can invest 30 million, he will definitely be able to invest another 30 million or more. In order to enjoy the shade under the big tree, Qian has completely accepted this plan in her heart. Of course, if it is less than 30 million within half a year, I will make up for all your losses according to the shares. Tang Qing assured that 30 million is not too much, not to mention that it is still within half a year. You can make a handful of money in the stock market next month. By then, you will probably make tens of millions in the stock market. As for why he can't make more, it's because he only remembers a few stocks, and they were still rising at the same time. After all, he can only choose one stock with the best growth, and those stocks are not too big. If he buys too many, something unexpected will happen, which will be troublesome. After all, the stocks he remembers are all speculated. When the dealer sees something is wrong, it will be miserable if he doesn't buy those stocks or if he takes action on himself. If it weren't for the fact that there seem to be almost no capital allocation companies now, he would have prepared to allocate funds for stock trading. Qian pretended to think about it for a while. After all, she had to be reserved, so she agreed without saying a word, which made her look cheap and hopeful. Originally, she wanted to use the factory to become a shareholder. But looking at Tang Qing, it was obvious that there was no need for negotiation. An investor of this level would never allow a shareholder like himself to exist unless he had no money. But obviously Tang Qing is not short of money. This kind of person is extremely possessive, and she also understands that if the other party hadn't wanted to recruit talents like her, they wouldn't even have agreed to give up some shares. Although I had some doubts about Tang Qing's ability before, after all, life is also a big gamble. If the gamble is right, it will be a bright road. I have seen many young talents while studying abroad, and I have not completely rejected Tang Qing because of his age. I agree, then we'll have a happy cooperation. Qian stretched out her hand and said happily, it's a pleasure to cooperate. I'm going to take a leave tomorrow morning. We'll go to the factory and see if we can sign the contract tomorrow morning. You can find a lawyer to do the process this afternoon. After signing the contract tomorrow, we'll register the company. You can manage the factory for the next few days. Then we'll discuss a development plan in detail on Sunday. Tang Qing and Qian shook hands and said, well, my wife's hands are not as slippery. Okay, my little boss, Qian said with a smile. We are all our own people, so there is no need to be so restrained. Remove the little ones. I'm almost 18. Tang Qing said angrily, ah, yes, that's the big boss. Qian covered her mouth and said with a smile, just call me boss, no adjectives. Tang Qing said in a dumbfounded voice, okay, boss. Qian suddenly said with a serious face, and Tang Qing didn't even react. This style of painting must have changed too quickly. Seeing Tang Qing's confused look, Qian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, he was teased again. Tang Qing touched his nose to cover up his embarrassment, planning to make a comeback. Come, let's have a drink together. Firstly, to celebrate Xiaoyan's resolution of a worry, and secondly, to congratulate Xiaodong's company for getting better and better, haha. Lu Jianhui said after seeing the two of them finish talking. That's right, Xiao Tang, come on. Zhang Dongxing also stood up and congratulated. He was also shocked when he discussed tens of millions of dollars worth of business at a banquet. Although the account hadn't arrived yet and was said to be half a year ago, he believed that Tang Qing was not someone who just talked nonsense. He said $30 million was $30 million. How it came about is not his concern. He is not interested at all in the source of Tang Qing's money now, and he doesn't dare to be interested. 10 minutes later, Li Kai knocked on the door and came in. When Tang Qing saw that it was almost time for class, he hurried away with his bag. Seeing the situation, Lu Jianhui and Zhang Dongqing in the box were used to it, but this was the first time they saw Qi Yan. 1 second, he was his boss talking about tens of millions of dollars in business, and the next second, he was in a class for fear of being late. What kind of person is this? Looking at the direction Tang Qing left, Qi Yan looked thoughtful. Tang Qing did not dare to bring hundreds of thousands of cash to school. When he left the box, he put it into the system. There was only 20,000 yuan left in the bag. After getting into the taxi, he took out the money and put it in his pocket. After all, Li Kai was still here, so it would be suspicious to carry an empty bag by himself. Li Kai was puzzled that there was only 20,000 yuan in such a big bag, but he didn't dare to ask more. It was a private matter, and he would be really ignorant if he asked. He also noticed Tang Qing's strange behavior during this period, and a few more were not unacceptable. In the evening, Tang Qing came here again. It was the turn of the customer recommended by the system to pay back the money. It was the same old rules and procedures. Of course, although it was boring, Tang Qing did not perfunctory. There are many friends and there are many ways, so you still need to build relationships. You can't look down on this kind of friend just because you have made money. That would be a fool's errand. You may be counting on these people for the rest of your loan tasks, and you can't let anyone go. Tang Qing asked indirectly if the other party still needed a loan. It was just that the other party had solved the financial problem and did not need a loan in a short period of time. However, he also expressed his gratitude to Tang Qing. He had never encountered such low-interest loans except from banks. He also said that if he wanted to borrow money in the future, he would come to Tang Qing. Tang Qing also told the other party that it was best to tell him at the end of every month. After the beginning of the month, it may not be available. Although the other party was also surprised, he did not ask much. Tang Qing was quite disappointed when he heard that the other party did not need the loan. He only knew a few business people, including Zhang Dongqing, Lu Jianhui, Lu Qian, Li Jianguo, Qi Yin, and the one in front of him. None of these people needed money now. The remaining loan for this month was a big problem for him. After the second level, the system could already lend for up to 2 months, but currently he is not prepared to lend for that long. The utilization rate of funds is really poor, the cycle is too long, and it will affect subsequent upgrades. After returning home, Tang Qing was still worried about who he would lend the nearly 400,000 yuan to this month. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with a good idea. As for the fake loan, he didn't dare to do it. It would be no joke if the system would charge him a sum. Damn it, forget it, there's no point worrying. Let's unlock that genetic lock first. Then worry about it tomorrow. Damn, there's still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Thinking of this, Tang Qing immediately stopped thinking about it and became upset. Lying on the bed, Tang Qing looked at his personal information. The entire information panel turned dark purple. Host name, Tang Qing level. Level 2 experience, 110/200 loan limit this month. 0/1 million personal limit this month. 20/200 000 overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 5.18 million spirit, 51 plus 55 physique, 49 plus 55 source chi value, 55 convertible foreign currency, US dollars. 50 experience points were obtained by collecting all the loans. 10 experience points and 5 source energy points were obtained by completing Achievement Task 2. In addition, Lu Jianhui returned more than 200,000 yuan to himself, and the funds now reached 5.18 million. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. His math class was indeed taught by a math teacher. As for whether it was a physical education teacher pretending to be a teacher, he didn't know. System, how do I unlock that gene lock? Tang Qing asked. He searched around but couldn't find any buttons, so he could only ask the system. The conditions for the first level gene lock have been met. Can you please unlock it now? The system said, okay. Wait, are there any precautions? Tang Qing was about to say it, but when he thought about the various abuses the protagonist suffered when upgrading in the novel, he was scared just thinking about it. He asked first before talking. When the gene lock is unlocked, there will be severe pain, but the system can block the host's senses. It takes 10 minutes. It is not blocked by default. Does the host choose to block the senses? The system said. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was a good thing that he asked just now, otherwise he would not hurt himself to death. Hey, no. System, will blocking the senses affect the effect? Tang Qing asked. This was what he was most worried about. Aren't the protagonists in novels always able to survive it? No. This drawback has been fixed in the third generation of first-level gene unlocking technology. The host uses the 98th generation of first-level gene unlocking technology, and there are no such sequelae. The system said, oh my God, you are too much. This must be how many years of research? How long does it take for each generation of research? Tang Qing couldn't help but gossip. 398, there are too many bad ones. The effect must be so bad that it needs to be updated from generation to generation. Sorry, I don't have enough authority to answer. The system replied. Are there any side effects? You have developed so many generations without a perfect product. Is it no problem? Tang Qing asked. He really didn't dare to try it until he understood this. Gene unlocking technology has no sequelae since the 6th generation. The research of each generation only improves the body's foundation. For example, the first-level gene unlocking technology of a 98th generation product can enable the host foundation to unlock the 98th level gene lock. The lower the technology, the lower the bottleneck. For example, level 6 gene unlocking technology can only unlock the body up to level 6. If you want to break through this bottleneck, you need to use at least 30 more levels, that is, 36 generations of technology to reach the basic limit of 36. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through the level 6 bottleneck, the system slowly explained. Then am I using the most advanced technology? Tang Qing asked again. This is what he is most concerned about. Judging from the urinary level 98 gene lock of this technology, it is not the limit. Of course, he wants to use the latest one. Sorry, I don't have enough permissions to answer. Can your technology be used on others? Sorry, I don't have enough permissions to answer. By the way, what will happen to the system after the transformation? Will there be any toxins discharged? Tang Qing asked. During the first transformation, almost all harmful substances in the host body will be destroyed by the system. All experimental data shows that the 98th generation first-level gene unlocking technology will not change the host body shape, appearance, and other characteristics, but will better match the source energy. The system replied, that's good, as long as nothing dirty comes out, otherwise I have to take a shower, change clothes and bed sheets, and make it smell so stinky that I can't explain it. I'm ready. The system will start unlocking in 10 seconds. After saying that, Tang Qing lay on the bed waiting for it to start. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was a body modification, and he always felt a little less human after the modification. Command confirmation. The system replied. 10 seconds later, Tang Qing suddenly felt that he could no longer feel his body. At the same time, his vision went dark, as if everything had become silent. How can I describe this feeling? It was empty, nothing, dead, as if even the spirit did not exist. He was like a soul floating without any consciousness, and he seemed unable to even think. Who I am? What am I? I don't know how long it took. Tang Qing woke up, and then suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. When he recalled what happened just now, he had no memory at all. A feeling of palpitations arose spontaneously. Although there was no memory at all, it was like it was engraved in the soul. He only knew that the feeling was terrible, blocking the senses. Even memory and consciousness were blocked. System, what happened just now? I only feel that my soul is there, or even this feeling is very vague, and everything else is unconscious. Tang Qing couldn't help asking. He had a feeling that he didn't want to try in his whole life. The feeling that even his own existence has been blurred is too scary. This is completely different from the unconsciousness of sleeping. It is indescribable between feeling and not feeling. The system just blocked the connection between the host's soul and the body. Without the nerve cells and synapses in the brain structure, the soul has no thinking and memory carrier. Unless the 10th level genetic lock is unlocked, the human soul can have the ability to carry memory and think. The system said, so that's it, that's right. Human memory and thinking ability come from a brain. Without the brain, the soul really has no place to store things and produce the ability to identify and think. Although this information is useless, at least the system has confirmed the existence of the soul. Tang Qing said thoughtfully, as for the principle of the soul storing things after level 10, who cares? The system won't tell you anyway. Let's ask later. Thinking of this, Tang Qing stopped thinking about it. He first looked at the changes and immediately called up his own information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 2. Experience, 110/200. Loan limit this month, 0/1 million. Personal limit this month, 20/200,000. Overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 5.18 million. Spirit, 106. Physical, 104. Source chi value, 0. Convertible foreign currency, US dollars. Hey system, why is my origin chi value gone? Tang Qing said in surprise. Both his mental and physical strength showed that his origin chi value was gone. All source chi value reserves have been integrated into the host physique. Recalculation. Source chi values above level 2 are freely allocated. Each point of source chi can only add 2 points to one of the attributes and cannot be split. The conditions for unlocking the level 2 gene lock are that both attributes reach 200. The system answered. Tang Qing also understood after hearing this. Level 1 is mandatory and 1 point is allocated each, while level 2 is the same as free attribute points. However, you cannot add 1 point to each attribute as before. You must add 2 points at a time. After exiting the system, Tang Qing tested his body a few times to see if there were any changes. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing, who had tried everything, didn't feel much change, but his memory was much better. In the past, he needed to read new knowledge 6 or 7 times before he could remember it. Now 4 or 5 times is enough, and so is his understanding. Of course, although the memory of the past life has become much clearer, he still cannot recall any important information. Even if he can recall, it is only the information that he cares about in the past life. Even if he has seen the information that he does not care about, he cannot remember it. Damn it. But if you think about along the lines, just now, memories are all stored in the brain. If you change your brain, you can't recall the previous memory fragments. But what is going on with your consciousness? System, didn't you say that the soul can only have memory function after the 10th level gene lock is unlocked? It should be impossible for me to be at level 10 before rebirth, but how can I still remember things from my previous life? Tang Qing asked the system about his doubts. This was obviously a major bug. The host soul had no memory function at the time. When it encountered the unstable displacement of the singularity, the system temporarily forcibly upgraded the soul level and retained part of the memory. Therefore, you can only recall the memories that you could recall before. The memory fragments that you could not recall before were automatically abandoned. The system replied, what is the unstable displacement of the singularity? Is space and time turbulent? Tang Qing wondered. He thought this was a benefit of unlocking the first level gene lock. No matter how he asked the system before, it would not tell him how he came back. Moreover, it has only heard about space-time turbulence, black holes, and so on. He knows the meaning of singularity, instability, and displacement, but together he does not understand it all. Sorry, insufficient permissions to view. Well, if you can't watch it, just watch it. At least I know about my memory problem, and I don't have any doubts. This also explains why, except for a few songs that I really know. All I remember about other songs are fragments or just a few sentences. It seems that this hook cannot be turned on. He thought that he would be able to completely recall all kinds of information, movies, news, and other fragments that he had watched, but did not remember seriously. Now it seems that it is impossible. He can only remember certain fragments, and other systems are simply abandoned. But it's okay, there is still a system, and without that information, he can still do something. As for his physical fitness, he found that he could feel quite a bit of wind when he punched out, which he had never dared to think about before. His strength also felt a lot greater. The desk that used to feel a bit heavy now felt more than half lighter. No wonder I didn't feel that I was awesome even when I was close to the limit of the human body before. It turns out that it hasn't been fully developed yet. It seems that you have to control your strength when hitting people in the future, otherwise you will really kill them. I looked in the mirror and saw that my appearance had indeed not changed, nor had I turned white. But if I looked carefully, I could see that the skin all over my body had become much tighter, and the marks from previous injuries and unintentional acne had also disappeared. This skin, TSK, will definitely make women all over the world go crazy with jealousy. Well, I am satisfied. Even Lin Jiashua's skin is probably not as good as mine. Thinking of Lin Jiashua, Tang Qing not only reacted, ahem, sin, but think about it. Before the source of energy was an external force, it is definitely different now that it has been blessed. Generally speaking, my skin has improved a lot. My strength has become much stronger, and my mind has become clearer. Then I stopped growing taller, and my little brother didn't grow taller either. But think about it, this is only the first level, and there are many more levels to come. When you level up, you want to go to the sky, the ground, and the air in the middle. How is that possible? There is no way to cheat like this. Thinking of level 98, Tang Qing felt dizzy. Hey, the road is long. I just don't know if there is any other way to increase the source energy value. It will take me how many years and months to reach it just by doing tasks. Even if I become the world's richest man, I probably won't be able to advance to many levels. Forget it, never mind. After trying his own changes, Tang Qing was not dissatisfied. Generally speaking, he was fine in all aspects. Go to sleep, I have something to do tomorrow. December 3rd, Friday. Tang Qing called the class teacher early in the morning and asked for half a day's leave. He said he had a cold and needed an injection. Finally, Shenmei asked if it was serious. If not, he would rest at home in the afternoon. Tang Qing heard the same and simply asked for a day's leave. Shenmei didn't say anything about this. Originally, this call should have been made by the parents, but Tang Qing's progress during this period was obvious to all, and one day would not have much impact. If she didn't believe Tang Qing and still called Qin Yugong to confirm, no matter what the outcome was, she, as a villain, would be determined. If it was proven that Tang Qing had lied to her, Qin Yugong would definitely deal with Tang Qing, and then Tang Qing would definitely resent herself. If Tang Qing hadn't lied to anyone and made Tang Qing feel like she didn't trust him, Shenmei would still be able to do this arithmetic problem. It doesn't matter how long it takes, it's just one day. This is the treatment of good students in the class. She won't care about your feelings if you are a bad student. His uncle and aunt were the first to leave. After seeing that his two cousins had also left first, Tang Qing carried a school bag and went out wearing the clothes he bought last time. The school bag contained school uniforms. He changed into free clothes when he came back in the afternoon. There were no books in them. He had to go to the government department to do business later. He didn't want to be looked at like a monkey in a school uniform. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Qing took a taxi to Qi Yan's factory. The name was very interesting, Qi Yan City Dongfeng Garment Factory. He immediately thought of Dongfeng Motors. Tang Qing was not very familiar with company law. Can the word Dongfeng be used casually? Doesn't it involve infringement? Well, I've used it all, and it obviously works. Next to it is Lu Jianhui's Qi Yan City Jianhui Garment Factory. The name is a bit normal. Today is a transaction between him and Qi Yan. Lu Jianhui did not come to watch. At this time, Qi Yan was already standing at the door to greet the workers. It was the time for the workers to go to work. People in the factory couldn't help but quicken their steps when they saw the boss at the door. But they didn't know who Qi Yin was waiting for. Currently, only a few factory executives knew that Qi Yin was waiting for the acquirer. Interested people had already turned their attention to the door, wanting to see what the acquirer looked like with different thoughts. Sister Yin, why are you waiting at the door? Why don't I go find you? Tang Qing walked up and said with a smile, "Ha, you're my future boss. How dare I ask you to come to me?" Qi Yin giggled and said, "What kind of boss? You will be the backbone of the company from now on, and I will still rely on you." Tang Qing said modestly, "If someone respects me, I will give him back another foot. Since someone has given me face, I have to return it. Anyway, you don't need money to talk." After exchanging greetings and boasting for a few more times, the two walked into the factory. I beg for your recommendation votes, dear readers. Qi Yin took Tang Qing around inside and outside the factory. The workers in the workshop watched a young man carrying a school bag follow Qi Yin around, saying something from time to time, and were very curious. However, it is still important to do the job in front of you and perform well. The delay in accounts and the collection of debts are all Qi Yin's fault. They have little to do with the frontline workers and basically don't know. Those black sheep still want the factory to hold on for a while and make more money. There is no need to scuttle the ship in such a hurry. After looking at the entire factory, Tang Qing was generally very satisfied. Returning to the factory director's office in a two-story office building, Qi Yin poured Tang Qing a cup of tea. Sister Yin, I'm quite satisfied with your factory. Okay, you can call the lawyer. We'll sign the contract later, but now it's time for you to tell me about the problems inside and outside the factory. Tang Qing said with a smile. He had met a few people in charge when he was walking around the workshop. When he saw their unhappy faces, he knew there was a story. Qi Yin was in a hurry and didn't have time to tell her. Now it's not too late to understand. It's not a big deal anyway. The boat is smaller. I haven't gone to sea yet, so any problems are minor. Externally, it's very simple. It's just that a few manufacturers are making things difficult for me, so I don't pay for my orders, and there are also several downstream suppliers who come to collect debts. As for internally, Qi Yin hesitated and said, this kind of thing feels like a family scandal that should not be publicized. This is also the direct reason why the original valuation was nearly 6 million, but she lowered it to 5 million. Because there is a condition in the acquisition conditions that no worker can be fired voluntarily within 1 year. There were a few people who used to follow my dad and controlled the factory's finances and procurement. It was fine when my dad was here, and no one dared to mess around. But after my dad was hospitalized, they secretly got together and misappropriated the factory's money by falsely reporting accounts, making fraud and other means. They also blatantly accepted kickbacks from some downstream raw material suppliers. Qi Yin said slowly, aren't they afraid of something happening if they do this? And if the boat capsizes, everyone will have to swim. Tang Qing asked doubtfully. This kind of thing that can only happen in novels does not happen very frequently in reality. After all, national laws are not a decoration. Once someone pursues someone, it is certain that someone will go to jail. They saw that I was young, and they didn't handle the first few customers well. So they lost any confidence in me. So they wanted to make more money before the factory closed down. My dad also knew about it, and he was very angry and wanted to call the police, but because of our long-term relationship, he tolerated it. This is also the main reason why my father agreed to sell the factory. He couldn't do it. This is why they are so unscrupulous, because my father is soft-hearted, Qi Yin explained. And she was so angry that these people took advantage of her father's soft-heartedness to dig into the roots of the factory. She really wanted to send them in, but her father refused to let them go. Seeing that her father was still in the hospital, she couldn't disobey her father's wishes, so she could only choose to be out of sight and out of mind. Do you have evidence? Tang Qing said with a frown. This kind of black sheep must be kicked out. He just promised not to fire people for 1 year, but he couldn't just ignore it. There are still many ways. Whether they took the deduction or not, it's useless to catch them on the spot after all, but there is evidence that they falsely reported accounts and made fake accounts. After all, many factory accounts are taken away. It's enough to check the bank records. Qi Yin said. Is it too much? Tang Qing asked. If it was less, he would not bother to pursue it. After all, it was Qi Yin's money that was embezzled. For this reason, the factory's valuation was much lower. It had nothing to do with him. But seeing these people getting away with it, Qi Yin would be his subordinates in the future. If there was more, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. The total is about 200,000. I'm not sure about the details. After all, many of them are hidden in normal accounts, and it's hard to distinguish them. Qi Yin frowned and said, Haha, they are really brave. TSK, leave it to me to deal with it later. Tang Qing said with a sneer, more than 200,000, which is more than enough for the management to divide it into a year's salary. This is just a false accounting, and Qi Yin, a financial layman, can detect it. As for the real amount, he thinks it is definitely not less than 300,000. Yes, Qi Yin said with a smile. Seeing that Tang Qing was willing to stand up for her, Qi Yin was very happy. After all, this was embezzling her own money and had nothing to do with Tang Qing. Immediately, Tang Qing asked Qi Yin to call several people in charge, including 2 deputy directors, including finance, sales, and human resources. Since the factory was not too big, the purchasing and production were all handled by 2 deputy directors, many of whom also held other positions. There were 5 people in the management team. Deputy Factory Director Liu Dixing is in charge of production and is also a supporter of Qi Yin, but he is weak and useless. Although Qi Yin said that this person supports him, Tang Qing is not too optimistic. After all, in his opinion, those engaged in technical production have never made much money. It is too childish to say that a person is honest and upright. Another deputy director, Qian Guangnan, is in charge of sales and purchasing. As for the other specific persons in charge, Tang Qing doesn't bother to remember them. Anyway, they're all the targets of this transaction. Xiaoyan, I firmly disagree with selling the factory to this young man, and the workers will not agree either. Are you pushing the factory into a fire pit? Your father will not agree to selling it to such a child. Qian Guangnan said loudly to Qi Yin. A few days ago, he knew that Qi Yin was going to sell the factory, and he strongly opposed it. He tried to persuade them how they would make money if they sold the factory. The new factory director would definitely not use unfamiliar people like them to manage important departments. He even felt a little bit like compromising, but he was riding a tiger. Even if he wanted to go back to the past, his people would not be willing to refund the money. He had been worried these past 2 days. But today, when he saw that the other party turned out to be a young boy, he thought of scaring him away. If he could delay it for a day, he was sure that Qi Yan's father would not call the police to arrest them. The extra day of delay would make him more money. This is my factory. Uncles, you are not qualified to decide whether I will sell it or not. Qi Yin sneered and said, Xiao Yin, if you sell the factory and that young man fires us, how will we survive in the future? Qin Guangnan said with a worried expression. Don't worry, Tang Qing will not fire you. This is written into the terms of the contract. Qi Yin said with a smile. I don't believe it. How can you believe what he says as a young boy? Even so, I don't agree to sell the factory. Xiaoyan, don't be deceived by him. Can he get the money? Several managers said in unison. It would be too late if he didn't express his position at this time. Pa, shut up. Tang Qing slapped the table and yelled loudly. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It feels so good. I was always a grandson in my previous life. How could I dare to slap such a table? Everyone in the company is just like me. In this life, I must pat more as much as I can and feel good. Tang Qing looked at the people below coldly and said, What's the noise like? Am I here to discuss things with you? We are just here to inform you. Remember, this is a society ruled by law. The equity of the factory is in the hands of Qi Yan's father. It has been entrusted to Qi Yin with full authority. It has nothing to do with you. Understand? Don't think of yourself as a decision maker. You're not qualified. After a pause, Tang Qing continued. This is the first point. The second point is that I don't care if you don't believe Qi Yan's words, but you dare to question my credit. I can't pretend not to hear it. To be honest, according to what you just said, I have every reason not to accept the previous agreement to keep you, but I have no interest in doing that, or don't take my words as fart. Understand, whoever is questioning my credit, get out of here. I won't keep any of you. Tang Qing looked around at the frightened people, took a sip of water, and continued. Third, and the last thing I want to say, I understand what you are thinking, and I have no interest in taking care of it. Considering that you have served the factory for so many years, I will not call the police, but I will not ask for much of the money you received before. Seeing that you're also making a lot of money, you're taking a lot of risks. Let's do this for the sake of Qi Yan's father. Give me 200,000 yuan before get off work the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, I will call the police. Do you understand? To be honest, I will not pursue the facts of your crime, but I will recover part of the illegal income. You don't have to say anything. If you have any opinions, you can keep it. If you can't, go to court, okay? Since Qi Yan's father misses the old relationship, he also gives Qi Yan's father a face and does not think about recovering all the money. As long as 200,000 is enough, everyone can step down. Qi Yan's father is relieved to cut off the past kindness. These people also get some benefits, and they will probably be grateful to Qi Yan's father. It is a perfect solution. Several people were frightened by Tang Qing's remarks. This was completely a gesture of settling accounts after the fall. They originally thought that this young man who looked like a student was easy to bully, but obviously, he was an arbitrary person and would never be afraid of the tricks of these adults. Seeing that several people were too scared to speak by him, Tang Qing was very satisfied and said coldly, "Okay, since everyone has no objections, let me handle it. As for the future, it's up to you. All money expenditures this week are frozen. You can only enter and not exit without my signature, otherwise I will call the police. I know that you may destroy the evidence, and I can also tell you clearly that your position is not guaranteed, and you may be transferred to the front line as a worker. However, remember that I am not spending 5 million for fun, and I am not afraid of spending another 5 million to send you all in. If you really think that your internal situation is impregnable and I can't find any evidence, then we will wait and see if your internal situation is stable enough that I can't break it with another 5 million. I will not accept mediation at that time." Well, that's all. Does Sister Yin have anything else to add? Tang Qing paused for a second and then said, "Oh, no more." Qi Yin stuttered. She was shocked when she saw Tang Qing showing off his power and bluffing those old fritters. She thought that Tang Qing would be confused by a few people, so she stood up at the beginning. However, she didn't expect that Tang Qing was the crocodile hiding under the water. Every move was a fatal blow, leaving the opponent unable to resist. Well, let's go then. Call a lawyer to register the company with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau first. You come as a legal person, and then we will sign the transfer contract and go through other procedures," Tang Qing said. After speaking, he turned to the dumbfounded management and smiled lightly and said, "As for you, you should work honestly, don't delay production. Wait for handover, and don't be subtle and cause trouble for me, otherwise I won't have any old friendship with you to remember, but don't worry, I won't fire you as long as you don't resign voluntarily. Remember, I didn't get the money the day after tomorrow, and the police will come the next day. Goodbye, everyone." Immediately, Tang Qing took Qi Yin out of the office, leaving several people in the office looking at each other. They were all frightened by Tang Qing's words and frightened by the fierceness. I can't help but miss the era of Qi Yan's management. Compared with Tang Qing, a wolf, Qi Yan's management is like a little sheep. "Little boss, you were so domineering just now." As soon as he left the building, Qi Yan's expression changed, and she smiled. Just now, she was very excited to see Tang Qing showing off his power, and she had a sense of déjà vu as in the TV series Talking with the Heroes. Of course, excitement was excitement, not excitement, just admiration. After all, she is already 25, more than 7 years older than Tang Qing. It is impossible for her to have anything. She has never thought about a sibling relationship. She is no longer an impulsive girl. Just be. Tang Qing is the younger generation. You can't be cruel. I don't know anyone, and I have no interest in caring about their previous great achievements. I don't need to be gentle or reasonable. I don't care who they are. Tang Qing didn't think he was so powerful. If he opened this factory and had a group of old employees who had been with him for more than 10 or 20 years, he would not be cruel. He's a nostalgic person. Yes. Qi Yinjiao smiled. Hurry up and go through the formalities. Fortunately, I took a day off. I will finish all the things that require my personal participation today. Today is Friday. If I don't finish it, I have to wait until next week. Trouble. Okay, Lawyer Kong has already gone to the industrial and commercial department. He helped complete the whole process. I don't know much about the process of opening a company and transferring a factory. Qi Yin said with a smile. I don't understand either. Just leave professional matters to professionals. After that, Qi Yin drove his father's Santana. He and Tang Qing came to the industrial and commercial department of Qingyan City. Lawyer Kong, I've kept you waiting for a long time. This is my boss, Tang Qing. When they arrived at the bureau, they saw a man in a suit and a bag standing at the door. Qi Yin hurriedly stepped forward and introduced him. Hello, Miss Qi, Mr. Tang. Hello, I didn't expect you to be so young. Kong Fan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and stretched out his hand. After all, he had seen the world. Nice to meet you, Lawyer Kong. Let's go in. Tang Qing said with a smile. Please follow me. Several people came inside. At this time, there were a few people queuing up in front of the place where materials were submitted, and, judging by the speed, I thought I would have to wait for a while. Mr. Tang, here, fill out a form and choose a few company names. Lawyer Kong took out a form. Yes. Tang Qing took the form. As for the company name, the first choice was Shangtang Company Limited, which he decided on after thinking about it overnight. Of course, in order to avoid being unable to register, he also came up with several other company names that had nothing to do with his name. After submitting the form, with the help of a lawyer, after going through the capital verification process, which also involved the use of a lawyer's relationship, how could it have been done so quickly? Tang Qing felt that the 5,000 in labor fees initially promised was quite worth it. Prepare all information. Back again. At this time, there was still more than an hour before noon, and Kong Fan came over with a bunch of forms and said, Miss Qi, Mr. Tang, I think we have to wait a while this time. Everyone in their department has gone to a meeting except for one person. It's okay, Tang Qing said. Then, it took about 20 minutes. It took several people to fill out and check the form. Sister Yin, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to use the bathroom. It looks like it's our turn soon. You and Lawyer Kong go hand in the documents. Tang Qing stood up and said, Okay. Qi Yin said, Finished. Tang Qing didn't ask anyone. He immediately walked around looking for the bathroom. After walking around for a few minutes, he found a men's bathroom on the 3rd floor. Just as Tang Qing peed and washed his hands, a surprising voice sounded behind him. Oh, Mr. Tang, are you here? Tang Qing, you turned around and looked. He immediately remembered the person who smashed the painting and framed him. Where are you calling, Lu? Tang Qing frowned. My name is Lu Kai. Last time we said goodbye, Mr. Tang was still as charming as ever. Lu Kai said with an apologetic smile. He also remembered. It seems that I didn't really introduce my name last time, and I couldn't help but feel bitter. After doing this for a long time, I was like a little guy who didn't even know his name. Why don't you go to school? What are you doing here? Tang Qing asked. Lu Kai is dressed in student uniform. Moreover, the school uniform is from number 2 middle school, so he is obviously a student. Today is Friday, and it is not a holiday. Although I don't know what grade Lu Kai is in, it is impossible that he will not go to class on Friday. I caught a cold last night, so I took half a day off this morning. I passed by here to go to the toilet when I came back from the hospital. It was troublesome to take the intravenous injection. It was all water, Lu Kai complained. Okay, I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Dao Dong doesn't agree with you, but why does this reason sound so familiar? Where have you heard it before? Come on, isn't this the reason for asking for leave this morning? What a coincidence. Master Tang is here to do something, Lu Kai-san said with a smile. Of course, he could hear the impatience in Tang Qing's tone, but this is where the second generation is different from most ordinary people. They can tolerate and do not want to reject powerful people and escape, but get closer and make friends. What's wrong? Tang Qing said indifferently. It's nothing. My father is the executive deputy director here. If there is anything I need to do for you, I am obligated. Lu Kai vowed that he also wanted to make good friends with Tang Qing. Arrived on his own territory. If you don't show your kindness and help, how long will it take to wait? I can only speak well here, and I have to ask for help elsewhere. Unlike the children of city leaders, I can eat and be given face wherever I go. It shouldn't be necessary. I'll go see how they are doing first. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, no rejection on the spot. Don't reach out to hit the smiling person. He was also willing to give him a chance, multiple friends and multiple paths. From Lu Kai's eyes, he could only see childishness, not sinisterness. Otherwise, he would not care. No matter what they do, I will ask them to finish it for Mr. Tang as soon as possible. Lu Kai quickly promised. Let's go, Tang Qing said lightly. According to Lawyer Kong, even if it would take him a few days to get the relationship license, and it was a weekend, he would have to wait 5 or 6 days. Since Lu Kai was here, he wondered if he could get it done today. Finished. Tang Qing walked out. Lu Kai also followed up with a bang. At this time, Qi Yan's side is not peaceful either. I was here first. Why'd he jump in line? Qi Yan scolded, after waiting in line for a while before it was her turn. Only, unexpectedly, it's almost my turn. A middle-aged, obese man came to jump in line. The staff inside seemed to know each other, and they chatted and laughed. They didn't care about Qi Yan at all, which she couldn't tolerate. Hey, beauty, don't even think about doing it today if you keep yelling about it. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are off. Maybe you can do it next week, and just maybe it depends on my mood then, haha. You? Qi Yan was furious. The efficiency of the relevant departments was the most criticized by the Chinese people. She had only heard about it before, but had never encountered it before. She could fall out in social affairs, but here she did not dare to mess around, lest she cause trouble for Tang Qing. Hello, little girl. Fan Jian. Do you know your surname? The person who jumped in line turned to Qi Yan and said with a smile. He hadn't noticed just now and was rushing to complete the formalities. At this time, he just noticed the beauty Qi Yan and couldn't help but feel excited. Look at this fat head and big ears. Fan Jian looked as if he had been disfigured when he smiled, and Qi Yan felt sick and disgusted. Get lost. Qi Yan gritted her teeth and gave him one word. The little girl has quite a personality. I know the people here. Let's make friends. I'll ask him to do it for you today. How about it? Fan Jian ignored Qi Yan's scolding and turned to talk about the conditions. Qi Yan was so angry that she didn't know what to say. I thought to myself, there's such disgusting people. But since she couldn't curse, she couldn't remember how to curse for a moment, or even if she remembered, she was too embarrassed to say those dirty words, and she hated people who said them dirty. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. Since the entire registration process was much more complicated than Tang Qing imagined, it was basically impossible to get the license in the afternoon. After all, they still had a lot of internal processes to go through, and it would take at least next week to get the license. Lu Kai also promised that they would definitely get the license next Monday, and Tang Qing didn't say much about it. Anyway, as long as the part that required his presence was completed, it didn't matter if it was a few days late. After all, there's still a lot of things that I haven't prepared here. Even the company venue is listed as the address of the garment factory, but the factory's office space is too small and the design is unreasonable. I have to find the real venue again, recruit personnel, and a lot of other things. After finishing the work, Tang Qing took a few people to find a restaurant for dinner near the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. At first, he wanted to go to Li Jiangwo's place, but when he thought that his uncle might be there, it would not be fun if he was caught. By then, he would be really dumbfounded. After eating, Lu Kai left first. He only took half a day off and had to go to school in the afternoon. He originally wanted to take leave to follow Tang Qing, but Tang Qing refused. He didn't fully recognize Lu Kai and didn't want him to get too involved in his own affairs. Lu Kai was also very sensible. When he was rejected, he stopped asking questions and just said that he had something to do and called him and left. Why did he call you Mr. Tang? After leaving the hotel, Qi Yan came over and whispered. From the beginning, her heart was full of doubts. She felt really uncomfortable if she didn't ask. She couldn't help it immediately after seeing Lu Kai leave. Misunderstanding, he thought I was the child of a high-ranking official. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. He didn't want to tell Qi Yin what was going on, so he might as well shut her mouth with a word. Will there be a problem? Qi Yin's expression changed, and she asked worriedly upon hearing this. If Lu Kai reacted, would it be difficult for their company? After all, she could tell that Tang Qing's attitude towards Lu Kai was not very good. If the other party found out the clues and wanted revenge, it shouldn't be too easy. After all, there were too many things that could be done in the other party's circle. Of course not. If you don't tell, I won't tell, no one will know. Keep it a secret for me. Tang Qing said, pretending to be serious. Okay, no problem, I won't tell anyone. Qi Yin covered her mouth and said softly. She had just boarded the ship and didn't want the ship to capsize so quickly. This was also the sense of trust generated by Tang Qing's performance today. Otherwise, how could she, who was smart, believe Tang Qing's words so easily? She could see the problem with a little reasoning. When Tang Qing heard this, she started to laugh in her heart. Sometimes women are really cute when they are stupid. The company registration process was stuck in the licensing process. Qi Yin and Lawyer Kong had to go to the following departments next week. In the next afternoon, with the help of Lawyer Kong, the factory transfer process was basically completed. Since it also involved land transfer, we also had to go to the housing management and land departments. Fortunately, nothing happened and everything went smoothly. 10:30. After socializing in the evening, Lu Huadong returned home. At this time, Lu Kai had finished his homework and was watching TV. He didn't say anything. If his son had been beaten and scolded, he wouldn't be like this. Fortunately, his son was smart and studied well. Although he didn't even get into the top 300 of his grade, this was a number 2 middle school where top students gathered. With his son's grades, it shouldn't be a big problem to get a first-class exam. Even if it didn't work, he would be fine, and he could be sent in if he jumped in line. Lu Huadong made a cup of tea and sat next to Lu Kai, and said softly, "Son, I heard that you had a quarrel with someone in the bureau at noon." "Yes, that Xiao Fan who handles business is so annoying. Even if he doesn't know me, he still scolds me. His quality is too poor." Lu Kai complained immediately after hearing this. He wanted to say that he should fire that person, but this was a matter of his father's work unit. If he dared to talk nonsense about personnel arrangements, his father would definitely have to reprimand him again. Then the topic would go astray and become unreasonable. Last time, it was because some people in the work unit were fawning over him. He talked nonsense about personnel arrangements on a whim, opened this, mentioned that, etc., and was given a good whipping by Lu Huadong. Yes, it was whipped directly with a belt. The pain was so painful that he could not forget it now. From then on, he did not dare to mention a single word about personnel arrangements in his father's work unit. "Oh, you need to educate yourself." Lu Huadong nodded and said calmly. The whole matter had spread throughout the bureau in the afternoon, and several deputy directors would definitely know about it. Fan Tong would definitely be thrown into the archives in next week's meeting. Fan Tong obviously knew that he had been abandoned by the entire bureau. His face was pale all afternoon, and he was thrown into the cold palace as soon as he came in, after offending several people who should not be offended. Even if Lu Huadong is promoted in the future, no one of the deputy directors who take over will dare to transfer him out. This guy is too troublemaking, so it is better not to come out to see others. Everyone can live a stable life. It would be better if Fan Tong can't stand it and resigns. The unit establishment is not large in the first place. Every carrot is a pit, and there are still many people who are waiting for support and need to be arranged. That's right, that person is so shameless. If he offends Mr. Tang, it will be troublesome. Lu Kai said happily when he heard that Fan Tong Wei was being educated. He knew his father very well. If it was just a simple education, he would only say that he was still young and needed to be given chance. But since he said he wanted education, it was not an ordinary education, and he would sit on the bench. As for expulsion, he wouldn't even think about it. This is the law of government units. The door is difficult to enter, but once you get in, it is not easy to expel someone. Without absolute reasons, the director, does not have the right to expel Fan Tong. At most, he can adjust his position. Who is Mr. Tang? Lu Huadong finally asked the doubt in his heart. The previous topic was just for guidance. This was not to play tricks with his son, but to teach his son speaking skills in a subtle way. Well, I don't know, but he is very rich. Last time I went to dinner with Feng's son, I met him. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Gon. He also spent 60,000 yuan on a treat. The hotel billed it directly. By the way, he seemed to know Secretary Feng Hai. He was quite arrogant at the time. He called Feng Hai by his first name without any respect. Lu Kai thought for a while and said, after speaking, he couldn't help but admire his father's conversational skills. He had already understood his father's main purpose and was persuasive and persuasive. Really? What's he doing here today? Lu Huadong asked knowingly. He seems to have opened a company and is planning to buy a factory. The total cost is 5 to 6 million. The most important thing is that he is still in the 3rd year of high school. Lu Kai said with emotion. Every time he thought about this, he felt that his life was in vain. There was a huge gap between people. Oh, senior year? Which school? Lu Huadong asked questioningly. He only knew that Tang Qing was very young. After all, he would definitely be able to see the application materials, but he did not know that Tang Qing was still in school. For this reason, he also specifically asked that the license must be issued early next Monday. In fact, if he found a way, he could do it this afternoon, but Tang Qing didn't know, and Fan Tong didn't know that it was possible at this speed. As for Section Chief Jing, how dare he promise so? The 8th middle school, or somewhere else, well, it's the 8th middle school. Lu Kai thought for a moment and confirmed. Well, you need to make more friends with this kind of people. They are rich, powerful, and capable. You need to study more and don't hang out with those ignorant people all day long. Look at others. They are rich and have wide social connections. Even Lu Qian knows them so well. Don't underestimate Lu Gon as a businessman. He has direct connections with the big bosses in the province. We senior officials in the city don't dare to offend him too much. Son, look at this Mr. Tang. He is young, low-key, and capable. He's the same age. You can't compare to him in any of them. You can't compare to him either. You have to live up to your expectations. Lu Huadong said earnestly. After listening to his son's description, the image of a young, wealthy, and well-connected person suddenly appeared in his mind. As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no comparison. He really hopes that his son can also be successful. Well, yes, when I saw Mr. Tang, I realized that in front of the real Mr. Tang, my previous behavior could be said to be stupid to a certain extent. Now when compared with Mr. Tang in all aspects, I completely looked down on myself before. Don't worry, I will target Mr. Tang. Lu Kai said solemnly. Every time he thought about meeting Tang Qing, he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. He was happy because he met a great person, but sad because there was a big gap between him and the other person. If he hadn't done a small favor for the other person would have ignored him. Think about it. A second generation who studies hard and has a career, how could he think so highly of himself? Second generation who always pretends to be awesome. Well, that's good. Study hard. I hope you can be in politics like me in the future. Don't envy those who are rich. Make more friends like Mr. Tang. What do you want those things for after you gain power? Power is the most important thing in this life. Do you understand? Lu Huadong patiently warned. He has said these words countless times, but he still wants to say that the so-called concept indoctrination is constant brainwashing. After hearing it too much, you will naturally feel that it is right. As for whether it is really right or not, only benevolent people have different opinions and wise people have wisdom. I know, Dad. I'll have a good relationship with Mr. Tang in the future and learn from him well. Lu Kai promised. At this time, he was very worried about how to establish a connection with Tang Qing. Others would definitely not come if he called him out to play. He had nothing that interested others. He estimated that Tang Qing was tired of playing in various entertainment venues and was not willing to go there at all. As for beautiful women, he had never thought about it. He already had wealth, power, and beauty, so he lacked nothing. This stumped Lu Kai. How can you create a harmonious atmosphere if you don't have anything that interests others? How to create touch points. It's hard to even make a date, let alone establish a good relationship. Hey, isn't there Susie Wong? You can ask about Tang Qing's hobbies. Lu Kai thought this was a good idea and decided, well, it's good that you know, go to bed early. Lu Huadong said with a smile. He pitied the hearts of parents in the world. He was very happy to see his sons change after finally realizing the gap between him and the real second generation. He didn't really want his son to get involved in Tang Qing's relationship. After all, he couldn't force this matter. It was still unknown whether the other party would like him. He just hoped that his son would have a good goal. Okay. P.S. The first chapter is out, please. Vote if you have votes. Afternoon. When school is over. Tang Qing, who has been running for a day. Qi Yin sent him to the gate of his uncle's community. He had already changed into his school uniform in the car. Qi Yin couldn't help but laugh at him. Tang Qing asked her why she was laughing for a long time, but she didn't say anything. Got out of the car. Separate from Qi Yin. Tang Qing's phone rang suddenly. When he took it out and saw that it was Lu Qian, he felt secretly happy. Business was coming again. He needed a lot of funds next, so he just waited for the rice to be cooked, and the rice came. Uncle Lu, hello. Tang Qing pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Tang. How are you doing lately? Today I heard from your Uncle Zhang that you bought a small factory. Lu Gan said with a smile. This news. He was just surprised. Others don't know, but he has done business with Tang Qing many times. How could he not know how awesome Tang Qing's partners are? It's just a small factory worth millions, and 10 of them are just trivial. Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhang met. Tang Qing asked. It's not that I doubt Zhang Dongqing's nonsense. He is not such a person. Well, a retired leader from the city passed away today. Your Uncle Zhang and I both know him. He is Zhang Xiu's father-in-law, so we met and chatted for a few words. I didn't expect your uncle to come too. Your uncle and I had a very happy chat. Lu Gan said with a smile, and then got down to business. $10 million. I wonder if there's any problem? I heard. Tang Qing was really shocked. $10 million. It's really a big deal, and of course I make a lot of money. Suppress the joy. Well, no problem. As per the old rules, I will send it to you on Sunday morning. Tang Qing pretended to hesitate and gave Qi Yin $4.5 million today, leaving only $650,000 for himself. It's simply not enough for the next expenses. Even the money in his own capital verification account is rented. Aha, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. I'll transfer the money later. I'll probably have another payment at the end of this month. I'll call you then. Lu Gan laughed. Then I'll wait for Uncle Tang's call. Tang Qing said with a smile. Now, he has opened a business like this. The more the merrier. What are you waiting for? You have learned to be cunning. Lu Gan scolded with a smile. No way. Tang Qing immediately said innocently. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I still know a lot of people in the province. Your Uncle Zhang said that you need a lot of money to build a brand. Don't be polite to me then. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I won't be polite to you if necessary. Tang Qing thanked him. Even if he knows that Lu Gan is investing in himself, which is a businessman-like business behavior. But after all, people are emotional animals. Even if he knows, it will not hinder his gratitude. Yeah, Lu Gan said goodbye. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing walked home. At this time, my aunt came back first, and the sisters haven't arrived home yet. After putting away the school bag, Tang Qing received a system prompt that 83.5 million had arrived. Well, looking at the more than 80 million in cash in the account, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh to himself. It would be great if it was mine, but he can only think about it. At this rate, it won't take long for him to reach this height. There's no need to rush. This time, his phone rang again. Zhang Dongqing. Xiao Tang, how are things going at the company and the factory? Uncle Zhang, everything that needs me to run is basically done. It may take a week to complete everything. I feel like there are a lot of things, and we still need to recruit people. There are really many things. Tang Qing began to complain. To Zhang Dongqing. He is not as restrained as Lu Gan. Whatever he wants to say, he can only blame it on the difference in status. Think about it. Everyone is similar. They can talk about anything they are familiar with, but the gap is too big, and others are not interested in what you say. Don't ask whether others will answer your questions or not. Many times I don't dare to speak. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but it will become easier later on. But don't affect your studies, you know. Zhang Dongqing warned. What he was most afraid of was that Tang Qing would delay his studies, and then he would be guilty of a big sin. I know, it's almost the same. When the company is on the right track, I'll treat you to dinner. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, your Uncle Zhang's father-in-law passed away today. I met your uncle, and we had a pretty good chat. I didn't expect that we actually have the same leader in the army. We are really close to each other. Zhang Dongqing said with a smile. Today, he also saw Lu Gan's enthusiasm for Qin Yugong. I also understand what's going on. After chatting, he unexpectedly discovered that the two of them had such a close relationship that they could even be called comrades in arms. Therefore, they quickly became friends. That's good. Then you have something in common. You are all brothers who came from the trenches. Tang Qing said with a smile. He did not expect that Zhang Dongqing and his uncle would have such a relationship. If you have a chance, you can come to my uncle's house, and I will cook for you. You can also cook, Zhang Dong said in surprise. In his opinion, the dish Tang Qing was talking about was not as simple as just frying tomatoes and eggs. If he wanted to eat with so many people, he would just make something like this, and it would never be on the table. Of course, if I hadn't been studying hard, I would have cooked all the dishes at my uncle's house. Every day when we eat, my cousin would ask me to cook, hee. Tang Qing said confidently. This is true. Every time I eat. The cousin compared the meals between her aunt and Tang Qing, and was lectured by her aunt every time. However, Tang Qing usually didn't have time and was lazy, so he had only done it 2 or 3 times so far. Haha, then I must have a good taste. Don't hide your secrets when the time comes. Zhang Dongqing laughed. We are waiting for you. There is one more thing. Uncle Zhang, remember to keep the factory matters a secret from me. At least I didn't want my uncle and the others to know about a year ago. Tang Qing did not forget to remind him. These things. He will also plan to find time to talk to his uncle and others after the year. After all, I will have to go to the company frequently in the future, so I can't take sick leave again and again. It will be strange if the head teacher doesn't complain. As for my parents, they should first talk about the hotel matter during the Chinese New Year. The company's affairs should be kept hidden for now. The company was founded. Short of money, shortage of people, lack of visibility. If there is nothing, the family will definitely be worried. In addition, he was planning to use stocks to explain the source of funds. It was still early, and he still had a lot to cover up. It would be best to tell his family when the company was on the right track. Of course, we're not 3-year-olds anymore. That's it. I'm just calling to ask about the company. Since there are no problems, that's fine. Zhang Dongqing said. Okay, bye. P.S. Chapter 2. There will be another chapter around 8 p.m. Thank you readers Lonely Nanfeng and Shu Chong for their recommendation votes. The next day, Saturday, it's raining lightly. The weather is slightly cooler. As usual, Tang Qing bought 5 steam buns and ate them while walking. He was not allowed to eat at home. In 2 months, he doubled his food intake, but he did not dare to increase it anymore. Morning. Buy some food on the way. Noon. Buy some when you go to school or when you come back. The same is true at night. Only then did I feel that I was not hungry. The aunt and others didn't find it too strange. They just thought that Tang Qing was growing taller and had an increased appetite. After, unlocked the first level gene lock. He found that his appetite returned to normal levels, but he didn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat much. However, it was more difficult than before to eat full. He also asked the system what was going on. The system told him, before, the body's digestive function was weak. To provide stable energy for the entire body, you must eat a lot. But since the gene lock was unlocked, the body's utilization efficiency of food has increased several times. To maintain operation, it only needs to eat normally. It's okay to eat more to reserve energy. Habit is a great force. Come to class. Wang Yin and Li Kai arrived early, and Suzu Wang was also there. He looked up and saw that it was Tang Qing. He was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, like a mouse seeing an oyster, without noticing the typo. School is over at noon. After the classmates left one after another, Li Kai came over and said, Old Tang, tell me honestly, what did you do yesterday? Wang Yin was also listening curiously. Open a company and buy a factory. Tang Qing concluded. TC, just brag? Li Kai looked disdainful. I thought Tang Qing was joking, but looking at Tang Qing's serious face, it didn't look like he was joking. But when he thought that Tang Qing was a small tycoon, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. You're not really going to open a company, are you? There's no courtesy for lying to you. So don't tell others. Tang Qing whispered. Really? Li Kai was shocked. Start a company? Do you want to hit people like this? Aside, Wang Yin also widened her eyes and wondered. What company? A clothing company. Tang Qing said with a smile. Great. I will only wear your brand of clothes from now on. That's interesting. Li Kai said with a laugh, in order to make up for the impossible incident of almost burping with a fast heartbeat. Let's get some benefits first. We don't make underwear. Tang Qing touched his nose and said, It's okay, old Tang. Don't worry. I'll help you with free fittings and publicity for your clothing factory. It's fun. Just sponsor me a few dozen sets every year. I don't want too many. Li Kai said righteously. I only sponsor your underwear. Didn't you say you don't have underwear? That means there is no sponsorship. Wang Yin couldn't help laughing. Stingy, stingy. Li Kai immediately knew that he had been fooled. Tang Qing, how about you take me to your company then? Wang Yin suggested. No problem, but I have to wait for another week. I don't have time these days. I will take you to see it next weekend. Tang Qing thought for a while and agreed. Next weekend should be almost there. Let's go knock down the local tycoons together. Li Kai said with resentment. Sunday morning, Tang Qing drove a bun to Lu Gan's villa. Gongzi and Ho-Ho took the bag and started busy counting money, while Tang Qing and Lu Gan watched and drank tea. Except for the first time, every time they did this kind of transaction, they were the only 4 people in the villa. Very quiet. Xiao Tang, you really should buy a car. Every time you drive here like this, many thoughtful people will have ideas. Lu Gan said with a wry smile. It's not that he looks down on Tang Qing's bun. After all, the other party is not without money, but he also has competitors. With such a large villa area, his house is naturally the most eye-catching. A van often drove to their house on weekends. It definitely raises suspicion that something is wrong. If it's a legitimate business or a friend, it's fine, and they are upright and don't have to worry about their shadows being distorted. But what they're doing is not a legitimate business, or it's a little bit out of line. It's inevitable that they feel a little bit drummed and guilty of being a thief. Okay, I'll buy it next month. There are a lot of things to do now. Tang Qing agreed. He also noticed this problem. Not only the security guard, but also many people walking by looked at his bread with surprise in their eyes. A broken piece of bread for myself. Always drive to Lu Qin's villa. The impact is indeed bad. This is not about whether you look at it or not, but that both parties feel that it should be more low-key. To a certain extent, driving a broken bread is as eye-catching as driving a Lamborghini. Is there enough money? Not enough for Uncle to have here? Lu Gan said with a smile. Seeing that Tang Qing had no ideas, he was relieved. He was most afraid that Tang Qing had a glassy heart and would think he looked down on him after just a few words. No, that's enough, Tang Qing said, plus the 3.5 million from this transaction. He already has 4.15 million, and after the company is established, he will definitely need a lot of money. It will be enough for the next income. Your clothing factory should open stores everywhere. I'm in the real estate business. There are Uncle's properties in all major cities in the province. The locations are pretty good. I also know the bosses of other developers. As long as you want to open a store, it must be in a good location with the lowest rent. You can even delay the first year's rent for a year. Lu Gan said with a smile. He really wanted to make good friends with Tang Qing. That's great. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing thanked him hurriedly. Haha, you helped me a lot, even with small things. Lu Qin laughed and said, Okay, I'll contact Uncle Lu after I finish the integration. Tang Qing replied that he didn't want to be polite to Lu Gan. He would not do it until he wanted to save face and suffer the consequences, and he would get the benefits first. I'm waiting for your news. Lu Gan said. Less than half an hour. 10 million US dollars in cash were counted. Uncle Lu, since there's no problem, I'll leave first. The company is still waiting for me to go to a meeting. It's just a day off. I have to straighten things out first. Tang Qing stood up and said, Okay, I won't leave you to eat. If you need help, call me. Lu Qian also stood up and said, Okay, Uncle Lu, stay. Tang Qing finished. Then he turned around and left the villa. After the van left, Gongzi came down from upstairs. He frowned at Lu Gan and said, Boss, where do you think Tang Qing got these US dollar cash? The central bank may not be able to get so many new banknotes with serial numbers. Indeed, no one inside the bank would dare to ship like this. Then, there's only one explanation. The money came from outside. Lu Gan stopped his smile and said in a deep voice, Wouldn't it be digested faster in coastal cities? Gongzi asked doubtfully. I guess the coastal areas may be hit hardest. They chose to come here to test the waters in the early stage. Since these are not coming from the central bank, we don't have to worry. This is solid foreign exchange earnings. Since it is not coming from banks, I think we can be more bold. Lu Gan finally concluded. After leaving the villa area, Tang Qing did not go to the hotel to return the van, but drove directly to the factory. Although it was embarrassing for him as a boss to drive a minivan there, he couldn't care less. Driving to Lu Qian's villa felt like he was losing his status, but when he drove to his own factory, as the location changed, he didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Just like Gates, it was inappropriate to wear a digital watch to meet the president. But even if he went to Microsoft wearing a beggar's outfit, who would dare to say anything? And who would think he was tacky? Tang Qing also knew that this kind of mentality was a bit like a villain's triumph, which seriously affected class sentiments, but he couldn't change it. In his previous life, he was just a small manager and a nobody, and at least he wasn't so enlightened so far. This time, Qi Yin did not wait for him at the door. She had many things of her own to do. The management had a day off on Sunday, but on this critical day, who dared to take a break? They were already in the wrong and were waiting for the trial in fear. The factory workers also found out yesterday that the factory was sold to a young man, but it was none of their business. They had to do whatever they had to do. They paid attention but couldn't get a raise, so why worry about it? Tang Qing parked the car and went straight to Qi Yan's office. Boss, why did you bring the bread this time? Qi Yan had already made tea at this time. She was dumbfounded when she watched Tang Qing get out of the van from the window. Tang Qing always gave him unexpected surprises. One second, she was a second-generation rich man. The next second, she was a fake second-generation official. And the next second, she was driving around with a bun. She couldn't accept the speed of this identity change. She didn't know who the bread belonged to. She just thought Tang Qing had borrowed it somewhere. I can't help it. I don't have a car. It's good to have bread to drive. Tang Qing sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly. At the same time, he firmly decided to buy a car. If he makes money in the stock market next month, he will buy one. Well, he will get a driver's license. No, he is not yet an adult and can't get a driver's license. Then he will find a driver or something. Huh, why don't you drive my father's Santana? Qi Yin said with a smile. I'm driving. Why are you driving? Upon hearing this, Tang Qing looked up at Qi Yin in confusion. I already have money, so of course I have to buy something better. That car is too ugly. Qi Yin said with a matter-of-fact expression. Have you ever treated your boss like this? Tang Qing said angrily and amusingly. He didn't react at first, thinking that Qi Yin meant well. But after hearing her words, Tang Qing realized that the other party was already a little rich woman. Even after paying all kinds of taxes, there were more than 3 million in Qi Yan's pocket. Although the money belonged to his father, what difference did it make? Of course there is. Isn't it right in front of your eyes? Qi Yin chuckled. She didn't know why. She liked teasing Tang Qing more and more, but she knew that this was not a relationship between a man and a woman, but that she was an only child and had always wanted a younger brother. When she saw Tang Qing, she unconsciously acted like a younger brother. If Tang Qing knew that the other party just treated him like a toy, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Okay, you could drive that car first. After a while, the company will buy some new cars after it gets on the right track. Then I will match you with a similar one. Tang Qing said angrily. Knowing that he was being teased, Tang Qing didn't feel anything wrong. He didn't like it because it was too serious, so he just treated it as more than one sister. Thank you first, little boss, but do you still have money? How about I buy some shares? Qi Yin winked at Tang Qing and said she didn't have any investment channels for the money from selling the factory. She wanted to start a company before, but now she works for others, and the bank will lose money even if she puts in the bank. As for his father, although he was short of money before, he was concerned about the operation of the factory and did not dare to allocate funds, so he seemed relatively nervous. But now that the factory has been sold, there is no need to save this money. Even the workers have insurance. How could he, a big boss, not have it? Qian's father also bought some medical insurance, social insurance, and some commercial disease insurance. These millions cannot be spent at all, and leaving 6 to 7 million is enough for his father's long-term treatment. TCH, don't underestimate your boss. Just buy shares. What's the use of your little money? I can't borrow tens of millions. Tang Qing refused directly and pretended to make a comparison. He gave Qi Yin shares before because of her talent, not because of money. He was not interested in giving out so many shares in his own company. Even if the share will definitely be diluted by him in the end, according to his plan, the company will not only build a brand, but also get closer to world-renowned brands and go global. The amount of money he will invest in the future will be huge. There is no need to agree to this investment just for the sake of face. Trouble. Stingy. Then why don't you just inject capital now? Qi Yin pouted immediately upon hearing this. Of course she knew that Tang Qing would not agree to her investment, but what should I say? Just teasing Tang Qing. What are you going to do with the capital injection now? There is nothing, so what are we selling? Tang Qing said in a dumbfounded voice. Although the real reason is that we have no money at the moment, we can't give in. Besides, what he said is also true. There is nothing in the company, channels, and products, just selling skewers. That's right. Qi Yin stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. The company has nothing now, and it really costs so much money, but has nowhere to spend it. Good steel is used on the cutting edge. She won't foolishly talk about buying a building, poaching a team of designers at a high price, or expanding factory equipment. The meal must be eaten step by step, and the road must be walked one bite at a time. If we walk too fast, we will finish the meal in a few times, and all our teeth will be knocked out. Well, you know you were wrong. Don't worry. We are not short of money. Let's put the company in order first. Okay, let's go to the meeting first to arrange the factory's problems, and then we will solve the company's problems. Tang Qing said with a teachable expression. Qian's teeth were itchy when he saw it, and she wanted to go up and flick his head, but she still held back. Yes. After saying that, Qi Yin took Tang Qing to the conference room. At this time, there were many people sitting in the conference room, including new faces and old faces. The new faces were all sitting upright. They were the new financial officers hired by Qi Yin. As for the other departments, they were directly selected internally to take over. As for whether the other party had participated in those things, Tang Qing didn't care. He said that everything before repaying the money was written off. It also meant that there would be no accountability. The alliance of interests was broken. As long as he was not a fool, he would not dare to mess around. Looking at the people below with different thoughts, Tang Qing was still a little nervous. During the meeting in his previous life, the people below looked at him as if he didn't exist. Unlike now, everyone is waiting for him to decide his fate. He knows that such a mentality is very bad, a mentality of a small citizen or a villain, but what can I say, you just get used to it. The more exposure you get and the higher your level, maybe you will get rid of this mentality. I don't know if it is a shortcoming. At least there is only one word in his mind now. Cool. Ahem. Good morning, everyone. I haven't seen you for a few days, and some of you are looking a lot haggard. It seems that you have been very busy these 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. I'm also very happy that there are some new faces. I hope you will continue to work hard. The company will get better and better, and everyone's salary will increase. Don't worry. As long as you do well, I will not be short of money. Tang Qing sat in the simple boss position and smiled. Although there was a small wooden table in front of him, and he was sitting on a hard wooden bench, and in front of him was a middle-aged man with about 10 kittens, he didn't feel superior at all. But he was also very satisfied, which was also a good start. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing paused for a moment. Seeing that there was no applause below, he didn't care. He applauded a little brat boss. Many people really couldn't lose face, and it wasn't a performance. Ahem. Well, in that case I won't talk nonsense. You know more about the factory than I do, so I'll just announce the new appointment. Tang Qing said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Looking at Qi Yan's expression below, Tang Qing probably laughed in her heart. After listening to Tang Qing's words, most of the people below immediately sat up straight, with expressions of expectancy on their faces. Qi Yan is still the factory director. Deputy Factory Director Lu Dushing is responsible for the specific work. Finance is duly responsible to Qi Yan and Lu Dushing. All financial accounts only need to be reported to Qi Yan, but the signing power belongs to Deputy Factory Director Lu Dushing. Half a year, Deputy Factory Director Lu, let me know that you have the ability to manage the entire factory. Then you will be the factory director. If not, I will find someone else, understand? Tang Qing said to Lu Dushing. This was the result of discussions between him and Qi Yan. Although Lu Dushing's character needed to be examined, there was no one available in the factory, so he was asked to take over first, and he was given the right to sign. As for whether he could do a good job or not, it would depend on his performance whether he could resist the temptation or not. Yes, Mr. Tang. Lu Dushing stood up and said, but he was extremely excited. After so many years, he finally got the position. After all, this is a family factory. If Qi Yan's father doesn't go there for one day, he will never get the position. Of course, he doesn't want to make money. It's just that progress always makes people happy, and having great power always makes people excited. Well, finance. Tang Qing then announced various appointments based on the paper in his hand, because he couldn't name any of those people and didn't know them. Some people know that they will be promoted to management, but when it happens, they are extremely depressed and regretful. But many times they can't help themselves and are pulled into the water. It is so difficult to get ashore. Several people have already had the idea of resigning. Since they can't become management, it is better to leave here than to be laughed at in the workshop in the future, so as to avoid the misfortune of settling the score later if Tang Qing breaks his promise. They had already prepared the 200,000 yuan and handed it over to Qi Yan this morning. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel a little grateful that Qi Yan's father remembered his old relationship and generally didn't pursue them. He also let each of them make a little profit, which wasn't too much of a loss. I hope you will hand over the work well in the next few days. Deputy Factory Director Lu Dushing will supervise it. Whether it is the company's property or the handover progress, we must step up and do a good job so as not to delay production or cause instability in the factory. In the end, I still say, do it well, I can't treat you badly. Tang Qing raised his head and said after finishing reading. This time there was applause. Lu Dushing, who had been promoted, took the lead in, applauding, and then a dozen or so people began to applaud sparsely. Looking at the frequency of applause, Tang Qing couldn't help but cover his face and thought, it's so embarrassing, there are still too few people. Okay, let the others leave first. Get started and hand over the work quickly. Don't affect the normal operation of the factory. Qi Yan and Deputy Director Lu will stay. Tang Qing calmed down and said, P.S. Chapter 1, 3 chapters today. Thank you to Reader A5244A for the recommendation vote. Thanks. After Tang Qing finished speaking, everyone else left, leaving only Qi Yan and Lu Dushing. Lu Dushing also closed the door of the conference room knowingly. The last one to leave was the previous purchase. He was so frustrated that he didn't pay attention to the details of closing the door. Okay, you two, to be honest, the company is just a startup. Many things are not perfect enough, and the shelves are not even set up. Therefore, in the next week's work, we will continue to produce the orders on hand. We will only accept small new orders, forget about big ones, and reduce your pressure. By the way, we will run it internally. The sales and purchasing departments will most likely be integrated into the company by then. You must be prepared. Now, these remaining orders should be busy for more than a month. Don't let the workers leave when they are free. Let them clean, inspect the factory for hidden dangers, perform skill training and evaluation, etc., with pay. Anyway, we can't let them idle and earn some money for the new year. As for whether they will come after the new year, that is your business, Deputy Director Liu. Tang Qing paused and continued. The other thing is to improve the rules and regulations. We want to build a brand, and there must be strict requirements in all aspects. This needs to be done by Factory Director Liu. You can learn from other big factories and submit it to the general manager of the company for review. As for who the general manager is, you should be able to see it soon. From then until the end of the year, the factory's production schedule will be made into a form for me and the general manager of the company. From now on, there must be a report on next week's work plan and this week's work completion every Friday night. Don't be afraid of trouble. This is the first step towards glory. Do you have anything else to say? Tang Qing took a sip of water and looked at the two of them. No more, Qi Yin said. She was originally the factory director in name only. She didn't want to take care of the factory's affairs, nor would she, and she was sure that after the company's general manager confirmed it, he would definitely investigate and rectify the factory. Now Tang Qing's plan may not be the final one. No more, Liu Dixing said quickly. He didn't think it was a big deal when he heard that there was a general manager above him and that many rights would be handed over to the company in the future. As a factory that produces products, he has never heard of the right to dominate a large enterprise. Although he is inevitably a little disappointed, he knows that this is inevitable, and it can even be said that he has expected it. As for the troublesome rules and regulations and the weekly reporting system, if the whole family has no food to eat, that's trouble. That's what makes you feel dizzy and weak. Liu Dixing, who has gone through hard times, only knows one thing. Do what your boss asks you to do well, otherwise there will be no good end. If you find it troublesome, there are many people who want to do such troublesome things. The only reason you find things troublesome is because you haven't encountered anything more troublesome. Well, okay, Sister Yin, it's getting late. Deputy Factory Director Liu, please go arrange the work. Sister Yin and I will interview the future company personnel. Now there is only an accountant, nothing else, no office space. Tang Qing said self-deprecatingly, feeling like a leather company, with only the boss and accountant. Yes. After speaking, Liu Dixing stood up and walked out. The next step is to choose the location of the company. Since he is mainly engaged in design, he has not thought about renting an office building in the city. This is better than not having to dress up. An office building in the city center of a prefecture-level city is not tall enough no matter how it looks, and it cannot increase its popularity by a dime. It is better to randomly choose a place closer to the factory that is bigger and more practical. Then Qi Yin drove Santana to a place not far from the factory, which is also a suburb. It is a place where companies gather, but it is basically not for production. It is used as a company management station. In addition, it is not far from the development zone, and the environment is good. Many larger companies choose to buy land and build houses here, especially logistics companies, and there are many companies along the way. After arriving at the unmarked door of a house, Qi Yin stopped. At this time, the landlord had something to do and had to come late. There was only one security guard at the door. Qi Yin had seen this place before, and the security guard knew him and let them in. Little boss, how about this place I chose? It's not bad. The place is big and the environment is good. Qi Yin took the credit with Tang Qing and said with a smile. Qi Yin had come to see it before and was quite satisfied. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought Tang Qing to see it. Not bad. Very good. Especially the decoration. Very good. Tang Qing couldn't help but praise. The entire site occupies a large area. Directly opposite the door is a 3-story L-shaped office building. It was built less than 2 years ago. The blue glass curtain wall looks very fashionable. Among the companies on this street, he has only seen this one like this. Moreover, the area of each floor is not small, and there are also staff dormitories. The decoration is also very particular, especially the offices, which have the feeling of a rich boss, which is very good. In addition, there is a warehouse-like place at the back of the building. In the future, it can be renovated to put some equipment, or they can use it as a sample room for designing. Of course, can I have bad taste? This is the home of a classmate of mine. Her father opened a decoration company and bought this piece of land before. However, the management failed a month ago, and finally she couldn't hold on anymore. She was discouraged and didn't want to work anymore, so she thought of renting it out to collect some rent. In the past, their company focused on high-end decoration, so the decoration materials throughout the company were very particular and coordinated, and the greening and office environment were very good. However, the price was relatively high, and it had just been put out, so there were not many people renting it yet, Qian slowly explained. Well, it's big. It's really good. How much does it cost per year? Tang Qing said with satisfaction. As long as the price is not too outrageous, he is ready to rent it. As for buying it, he doesn't have the strength yet. The few million yuan in the account will be used for other purposes in the short term, and it will definitely not be enough. 50,000 yuan is paid every year. By the way, little boss, the company account can't afford to pay 1 year's rent. Qian reminded. I know. I will put 3 million into the company's account for use first, and then buy some office equipment and what you need for design. I don't understand. You can figure it out. Since the landlord here is your classmate, I won't bargain. 500,000 is 500,000. Let him come and sign the contract. Tang Qing nodded and agreed. His face looked indifferent, but his heart was bleeding. The money he had just received was about to be spent before it was warmed up. TSK, that's it. Who said this was the boss's life? He could only comfort himself in this way. This clothing factory is a bottomless pit in the short term. Even if it makes money, it will definitely be invested in expansion. It seems to him that there will be no return for at least 2 years. Okay, no problem, little boss. You are so rich. Are there any young talents who can introduce me my sister? I'm still single. Qian joked with a smile. Well, you can find it yourself, I don't care. Tang Qing chuckled. He really knew any young talents who were suitable for Qian. It's so heartbreaking that the boss doesn't care about the personal problems of his subordinates. Qian covered her chest with a hurt expression. Tang Qing glanced at her casually and ignored her. Although Qian was beautiful, her breasts were really not worth mentioning. Tang Qing even wondered a little maliciously if they were padded. Our Jiashua's potential is better. I just want to measure it, and probably have to wait until the college entrance examination is over. Don't be in a hurry. Good things are worth waiting for. Tang Qing turned his head and ignored Qian. He didn't want to be trapped by Qian's words. He wanted to trick me, but there was no way. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't answer, Qian chuckled and stopped teasing him, and began to contact her classmates. After waiting for almost half an hour, the classmate finally finished his work and hurried over with the contract. It was a woman, okay, not a beauty. After signing the contract, Tang Qing transferred 500,000. This time he did not use cash, nor did he use the card that was bound to the system before. After all, that card was too dangerous. It was better to be careful when dealing with Lu Qian's account. This was a card that he rebound, and it was not his name. Even the securities account of this card was bound, just to prepare for the stocks next month. At that time, the previous account accepted the funds, and the system recovered them and then distributed them to this account. With the system, no one can find the source and whereabouts of the funds. This card was also used in the transaction with Qian. Although this can still connect him with those unidentified funds, but how can I put it? Unless the country wants to investigate, he is really not afraid. And if the country wants to investigate, there will be no problem to make you submit. After signing the contract, it was almost noon, and the other party invited them to have a meal, first to reminisce about old times, and secondly to get to know each other. After all, Tang Qing was likely to rent for another year after renting for 1 year. After eating, Tang Qing and Qian did not go home and rested directly in the newly rented residence. Qian also sent a group text message to notify the interviewees one by one to come for the interview. Since today only people with managers or above were interviewed, there were not too many positions. There were only 12 positions today, 2 general managers and deputy general managers, 5 department managers and deputy managers, 12 positions, and a total of 37 interviewers. These were all selected by Qian from a headhunting company. There are not many small local headhunting companies like this, and they usually stick to the name of a labor service company. The one Chi Yin chose is also quite famous. It is a branch of a provincial company and is said to be very powerful. Little boss, please take a nap first. The next interview will be for the general manager candidate first, and then for the manager level. Their arrival times will be staggered to prevent anyone from waiting too long. I will ask the factory to send a few people to guide and receive you. Chi Yin said with a smile. Well, okay, I'll give you the position of deputy general manager when the time comes, but you'll only be in charge of the design department, so that's no problem. Tang Qing sat on the boss's chair and thought for a moment and said, since we want to build a brand, design is the top priority, so it's not unusual for the person in charge to be the vice president. No problem. Thank you, little boss. I just like designing. Chi Yin said with a smile upon hearing this. Although she had no interest in taking care of people, it meant that Tang Qing valued and recognized him. Well, that's fine. TSK. These decoration people are so kind to me. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing looked at the office environment and said with emotion, of course, it's about saving face. If you don't do a good job at home, how can you go out to do business? Chi Yin continued. P.S. There's another chapter in the second chapter, which may be posted later. Friends who read on the computer, could you please give me a 5-star rating in the upper right corner? Thank you. As soon as she got to work in the afternoon, Chi Yin transferred a few non-busy people from the factory to guide and maintain order. She also cleaned the conference room and corridors. After all, they had not been used for more than a month and were somewhat dusty. The previous boss basically didn't move anything away, so there's some basic office equipment, and even every luxury office has a computer, but I don't know if the internet has been shut down or there's a line problem or something, so I can't access the internet. That's fine too. It saves him the trouble of buying his own computer. After all, computers are needed to check emails and operate stocks. He might as well forget about going to the securities company to place orders in person. Tang Qing and Wang Yin were not idle either. Tang Qing was corrupt and chose the largest office for herself. Chi Yin was not willing to be outdone and chose one. There was still one left, which obviously could only be reserved for the future general manager. As for the other vice president, well, I can only wrong him first. Looking at the location of this new company, several employees felt happy. Compared with the cramped office environment of the previous factory, this place felt like an office. Moreover, they heard that the company would take back some rights and cancel the merger of some departments. They were very motivated for a while. Because these are the people who are purchasing and selling, the factory has reduced its business these days, and they have a lot of free time. Although it is a bit uncomfortable to change the owner now, but judging from the situation, it is obvious that this owner is more powerful. 2 p.m. The first batch of interviewees for the general manager and deputy general manager came. There were not many interviewees for these two positions, only 5, and there were 2 general manager interviewers. Although it was a choice between 2 positions, the acceptance rate was very high, but Tang Qing didn't think so. The general manager of his own company cannot make hasty decisions. He must be able to handle the initial development of the company and have ideas. As for the lack of ability in the later stage, he can slowly cultivate it. If there is no suitable person in this batch, he would rather wait for someone to find the next batch than give the general manager position to someone else. Tang Qing stood at the window of his office and watched several smartly dressed men in suits walking in one after another. They were of different ages, and 2 of them even drove here in expensive cars. They were obviously either capable or rich. He didn't think it was anything. What the general manager wanted was ability. Being able to afford a car obviously means you can earn money. It's really hard for people to believe how good you are if you can't afford a car after working for so many years. In his previous life, he was interviewed, but this time he was finally interviewing someone for the first time. Tang Qing wanted to say that it felt good. Mr. Tang, the 5 interviewees have arrived. An employee knocked on the door and said. Tang Qing's door was not closed. No one has come for a long time. The room needs to be ventilated. Well, let the general manager's interviewer interview together in the conference room. Sister Yin and I will be here later. Tang Qing turned around and said. Chi Yin was still cleaning up her office. As for Tang Qing, she was waiting for Qi Yin to clean up for him. It would be nice if my second cousin was here. She likes to clean the house the most. Then Tang Qing shook his head. I feel guilty for having this evil thought. Yes, Mr. Tang. Subsequently, Tang Qing called Qi Yin to the conference room. Tang Qing wanted to say really rich in this conference room. It was indeed a high-end decoration company. It was a decoration company with only a few dozen people and not many office staff. This office was decorated. It was all built with money. At this time, there were already 2 people waiting in the conference room that could seat 20 people. Looking at Qi Yin walking in the door, the 2 interviewers showed surprise in their eyes. However, no one paid attention to Tang Qing. Firstly, they noticed that he was too young. Secondly, it was Qi Yin who contacted them. They just thought that Tang Qing was here to do odd jobs. As soon as he entered the door, one of the young interviewers immediately came up with his eyes lit up, stretched out his hand to Qi Yin, and said, Hello, Miss Qi. My name is Chu Tianxi. Nice to meet you. As for Tang Qing, who was walking in front, he simply ignored her. Well, hello, go back and sit down. Qi Yin frowned and stretched out her hand. She touched it and quickly let go. How could she not see the real thoughts in this person's heart? She had heard from the previous phone interview that this person was very talkative, which was okay. Being versatile was also a trait that a manager needed. But now she saw that the other person was not only good at talking, but also very ignorant. Yes, I knew you were a beauty when I heard your voice, but I didn't expect you to be like this when I saw you today. Chu Tianxi quickly used his trick, boasting that in his opinion, no woman would speak ill of a man who complimented her beauty. Yes, Qi Yin saw that Chu Tianxi did not return to his seat and ignored him and walked directly in. As for Tang Qing, she smiled and followed. Once a person is good, there will be suitors everywhere, and this is okay, but it also depends on the occasion. His impression of this man plummeted instantly. He was expressionless and unreliable. As for his impatience, it was nothing. After all, he could only believe it if he expected a man not to be lecherous and just cut him off. Seeing that Qi Yin ignored him, Chu Tianxi smiled and sat back in his seat. After all, he had received higher education and had seen the world, otherwise he would not be recommended by headhunters. He still had this psychological quality. As for the other interviewer, he just stood up and nodded and said hello, etc., which was much more stable in comparison. Tang Qing sat in the main seat, picked up the resume in front of him, and read it. The eldest is Yang Kai, who is 34 years old this year and previously worked as the deputy general manager of a large clothing company. As for Chu Tianxi, he was 30 years old and had previously served as the vice president of a fashion design company in Shanghai. Well, Tang Qing had never heard of these 2 companies. After all, they were only in the clothing industry. There were only a few that he was familiar with in his previous life. Who knows what the distribution of companies in the industry is? In this case, you can't tell the level of ability. You can only watch their performance on the spot. At this time, the 2 people below also discovered that Tang Qing was the person in charge. Although they were surprised, it was only for a moment. After living for so many years, what weird things have not been seen before? Is a young boss surprised? What a surprise. But it is true that the 2 of them doubted the company's strength and their own future. Even though they had seen many young talents succeed, there were many more who committed suicide. If it were not for the annual salary of hundreds of thousands, they would not come to this small company for an interview. At this time, Yang Kai couldn't help but give up. As for Chu Tianxi, he looked at Qi Yin expectantly. He was not married yet, because he had not had enough fun. Although he had had relationships with many women, they were obviously not as good as the Qi Yin in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel the desire to conquer. He was a little worried at first, but after he found out that Tang Qing was the boss, he felt that the opportunity had come. When he became the general manager, this little kid would be easy to fool. Wouldn't it be nice to have both people and money? Yang Kai, right? Tang Qing put down his resume and looked up. Hello, I'm Yang Kai. I don't know your surname. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and said quickly, Well, my surname is Tang, and my name is Tang Qing. I'm a boss of this company. You may also know the person next to me. who is also the company's future deputy general manager in charge of design. Your resume says that you were the deputy general manager of a clothing company in the provincial capital. Can I ask why you resigned? Tang Qing asked casually. Family business. Yang Kai said directly without thinking. His words were concise and to the point. He was not a person who talked nonsense. He would be a fool to talk about the shortcomings of his former company. It's very insightful. Hello, Chu Qianqi. This is our company's information. Take a look at it and see what good development plans you think it has. Tang Qing took 2 pieces of information and handed them over and said, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. The most important thing is whether the other party has the ability and ideas. Yang Kai took the information and read it carefully. As for Chu Qianqi, he turned the corner of his mouth roughly and showed a disdainful smile. Tang Qing and Qi Wei, who had been observing the 2 of them, also noticed it. Although they were dissatisfied, they did not show it, but they had kicked him out in their hearts. The company is like my own child. If I look down on my child, I would never hire a nanny. Mr. Tang, I have a rough understanding of your company, and I would like to offer my own opinions. Since the company is currently short of funds, I suggest you try online channels. E-commerce is developing rapidly and will be a huge market in the future. Take Taobao, for example, and there are not many merchants in it now. I think in the early stage, if the capital is not strong enough, we can achieve the purpose of expanding our popularity through e-commerce. As for the brand plan, I just don't know whether the boss is going to join or directly operate it. Yang Kai said slowly. To be honest, when he got the information, he felt a chill in his heart. What should I say about this company? Although it has no debt, it also has little money. It is estimated that it cannot even afford the advertising expenses of a provincial station, so he can only choose to be an e-commerce company. In his opinion, this is the only way out for the company's brand dream. Direct operation, don't join. Tang Qing replied with a smile. He didn't want to engage in any franchise model, such as those franchise information on the internet. How to put it? It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that more than 90% of them are scammers. The entire chain of interests has formed a complete chain of interests and harmed many people. Therefore, he has always been disgusted with the word franchise. Besides, he should manage his own store by himself. Then the cost is quite a lot. Forgive me, if you don't have tens of millions, you can't even think about opening a business in this province. Yang Kai frowned and said, in his opinion, Tang Qing's plan is simply whimsical. With the assets of this company, it is impossible to survive without a huge capital injection. Chu Qianqi, what about you? What's your plan? Tang Qing said directly to Chu Qianqi without answering. At this time, he already recognized Yang Kai in his heart. These are all business secrets. They're the valuable experience I learned in a big company. Unless you hire me, I can only say sorry. Chu Qianqi glanced at it roughly and didn't know what to say. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of a reason. To be honest, he couldn't think of any good solution except Yang Kai's proposal. If he had no money, he could only take this moneyless path, but he couldn't be the same as Yang Kai said. So how could he behave? If you don't tell me, how do I know if you can manage the company well? Tang Qing was immediately laughed out of anger. You were fooling the children with trade secrets. You were obviously playing tricks on them. Don't worry, the design company I worked for before is a well-known design company in the country. It is not comparable to the small companies in the province. Many of our customers are from abroad. As long as I am the general manager, I can find ways to negotiate cooperation with them. Chu Qianqi said with a proud face. Of course, there's a lot of water in it. Only the unknown knows. As for international standards, it is only a few small orders, but he thinks it is okay to fool these rural natives in front of him. After all, he came back from the devil's capital, so he can't help but believe that he has seen the world and is superior to others. He didn't know Qi Yan's information, otherwise he would only have low self-esteem. That's it. If that's the case, then you can leave. I don't need your trade secrets. I can't bear such a crime. Tang Qing's expression changed, and he said with a sneer, this is just to gain a sense of presence. Get lost. Don't regret it. Without me, your company will definitely be doomed. When Chu Qianqi heard that, he immediately became anxious. He stood up and threatened. "Get out, can't you hear me?" Tang Qing said with a frown. Since he had already broken his heart, there was no need to be polite to him. If there were no security guards, he would have been pulled out. Just wait and see. Your shabby company has no money and is waiting for bankruptcy. Chu Tianqi said angrily. After saying that, he glanced at Qi Yin unwillingly and saw the disgust in her eyes, and the resentment in her heart became stronger. But since there was no way to save her, just wait and see. He is not a person without connections, and he still has the ability to cause some troubles when the time comes. P.S. 3 chapters are finished and will continue tomorrow. If you have trouble using the computer, leave a 5-star review in the upper right corner. Thank you. Seeing Chu Tianqi slamming the door and leaving, Tang Qing chuckled and turned to Yang Kai and said, "Mr. Yang, I made you laugh." Haha, it's normal. I've seen a lot of people like this. Those who don't have the ability to make noise are powerful. Just like the people in my previous company. Yang Kai said with a wry smile, which reminded him of the situation in his previous company. The boss's son came back after graduation to take over and studied under him for 2 years, and then he had to give up his position immediately. After being kicked out, he felt very sad for a while. After all, he had worked for nearly 10 years, and it would be fake to have no feelings. But the moment he was kicked out, he understood that, after all, he was just an outsider. He thought a sentence he had heard before was quite right. A company always talks about treating this place as its own home, cherishing it, striving for it, working hard, and dedicating it to others. However, he is constantly training new people to replace you at any time. It is really ironic when he thinks about it. At this time, he can't help but envy the employees of major state-owned enterprises. Although the system is rigid, it will never fire people casually, and it is at least to a certain extent more stable than private companies. Then use your actions to make them regret it, Tang Qing said with a smile. Then it depends on whether Mr. Tang's strength and plan can impress me. Otherwise, I won't stay, even with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Yang Kai said seriously after hearing this. To be honest, he is not optimistic about this company at all. This is not only a matter of money, but also that the management is too young. This is not an internet company, which emphasizes speed, accuracy, and creativity. Many problems will be covered up and offset in the rapid development and expansion of the internet. But the clothing industry is not the same. Capital is one aspect. The requirements for management, positioning, strategy, etc. are extremely high, and the requirements for experience are even higher. It is definitely not something you can do well if you have money. He has seen many such companies. They want to be branded as soon as they start the company, but in the end they become off-brand OEMs. Even if many people with capital come in without continuous huge amounts of capital, they will eventually stagnate. This is not an internet company. It does not need a location. It can be started with an office server and software. Clothing brands, especially direct operated ones, have extremely high requirements in all aspects. Especially seeing that this company planned to build an international brand, he wanted to say that it was just a fool's errand. There is no absolute reason for him to get involved in this shallow water and play a survival game with Tang Qing, a group of fish that he thought were destined to be caught and eaten. Okay, upright, you don't have to worry about the company's money. We could do a trial sale online first, as you said, and lay the foundation. After the new year, at least 1 store will be opened in every county in the province, at least 2 in each county-level city, 5 in prefecture-level cities, and the provincial capital will have plans to open more than 10 stores. Other provincial capitals across the country will also be the first batch of opening plans, with 5 stores in each provincial capital. What I need now is that the entire company can take on the management, scheduling, and product issues of so many stores. I don't want to have nothing to sell, or the products sold are just garbage, Tang Qing said with a smile, and he was even more satisfied after hearing Yang Kai's words. He didn't want a manager who was careless and didn't pursue the 200,000 annual salary. Mr. Tang, this requires a lot of money. Yang Kai looked at Tang Qing suspiciously and said, now he has realized that the other party may inject a large amount of capital, but how much capital can be injected? Less will not be enough. Tens of millions may not be enough. To be honest, there are many investment channels. There is no need to struggle in the Red Sea of clothing. Don't worry, I will invest no less than 30 million after the Chinese New Year. It should be enough for you to use for a while. As for TV advertising, don't rush it. When the first batch of stores are almost opened, we will start advertising on major TV stations. Money is not an issue, Tang Qing said with a smile. As for the cities and other provincial capitals, which are the second batch of store opening plans, they are not strong enough. Lu Gan is in charge of taking care of this province, which can save a lot of effort and money, but in other provinces, they can only invest huge sums of money to open stores honestly. He can only wait until the publicity effect of the first batch comes out and then open the second batch based on the effect. After all, it is too much at once, which is really expensive. After the first batch of plans is implemented, he thinks the investment may be hundreds of millions, or even 100 million may not be enough. But forget it, it's just money. After all, it's not trivial to have a system or a banking system. It's okay to get mortgage loans when you get bigger. Don't have too many financing channels. I'm even so anxious to wait for the system to open the currency next time. No matter which country's currency it is, you can make a lot of money even if you help their country launder money. As for being honest in your own country, it's better. Well, that's our problem. I am willing to join your company. Although Yang Kai was surprised, he immediately came back to his senses and said, but he couldn't help being shocked. 30 million. He thought that the other party would be able to spend up to a few million at most. This is how much money the family has to spend such money. But this is none of his business. What he is thinking about now is how to express his ambition. As for whether the other party will be a stooge in the future, he doesn't care so much. He is very happy to be able to birth and develop a brand in his own hands. This has always been his dream, just like parents for their children. They don't care about you, as long as you can be safe. Welcome to Shengtang Clothing. When the time comes, the first thing Mr. Yang remembers is to change all the places where the company needs to change the brand. Tang Qing stood up and stretched out his hand with a smile, finally taking a big step. With Yang Kai's ability, at least in the early stage, there is no need to worry about the development of the company. Understood, Mr. Tang. Yang Kai also stood up and shook hands. A new journey began. Yang Kai couldn't help but be full of expectations. It was perfect to have a rich and ambitious boss. Okay, Mr. Yang, I will leave the rest of the interview to you. You will be the interviewer, Mr. Qi, and I will watch. After all, we are inexperienced and don't know the needs of each department very well, so I will trouble you. As for the final candidate, we will discuss it after the interview. Tang Qing said, no problem, boss. Yang Kai said with a smile, well, you take the main seat, and Mr. Qi and I will sit next to each other. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he stood up and sat next to Yang Kai. Qi did not move. He was originally sitting next to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was not polite and went directly to the main position. He first looked at the resumes of several vice presidents for interviews, and only after understanding them could he ask questions. Next was Yang Kai's performance time. Various questions were asked, making Tang Qing nod frequently. This person really found the right person, and he was indeed a professional. After an afternoon of interviews and discussions, the candidates for the vice president and department heads were finally determined. After that, Qi Yin sent a group text message to those who were not admitted. As for Yang Kai, he called each of the admitted people one by one to come to work tomorrow. The next week will be mainly about getting used to the company and getting familiar with it, and by the way, recruiting all the staff from each department. Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have someone take care of the matter. It saves worry, and he only needs to solve the money problem. In the afternoon, Tang Qing also called Lu Dushing over to meet Yang Kai. As for Tang Qing not having dinner with them in the evening, because in the afternoon he contacted the customer recommended by the system, and on Saturday, that is, last night, he completed the task of the customer recommended by the system. It was supposed to be completed on Friday, but he didn't expect to open a company and acquire a factory, which delayed him for a day. After completing the task, he also asked the other party if there was anyone he knew who needed a loan. He didn't have much hope. Tang Qing didn't expect that there happened to be one, but he was overjoyed. So we made an appointment to meet tonight, but we didn't eat at Li Jiangwo's place this time, because the loan customer didn't know the relationship between the hotel and Tang Qing. So he moved to another hotel. Tang Qing didn't say anything. It was just a meal, nothing to worry about. In the evening, Tang Qingru came to the hotel as scheduled. Several people had been waiting for a long time, and after exchanging a few words, they finally got down to business. Everything was going well. The other party had used it for 2 months, and Tang Qing didn't say anything. He was not anxious about the experience of this loan. Without it, he could still upgrade to level 3 on the 1st of next month. However, he encountered some differences on the terms of the contract. Xiao Tang, are you setting the liquidated damages a little too high? Calculated as simple interest of 1% of the principal per day for the excess, it would be quite a lot if calculated over a month. A young man said. The customer recommended by the system this time is Zhou Li, the owner of a shoe factory. His friend also owns a shoe factory. I heard that several shoe factories jointly guaranteed loans before, and they eventually became good friends. The person who came for the loan this time was named Yin Guangding and his son Yin Fei. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Qing could see the contempt in Yin Fei's eyes. However, he didn't say anything. He just wanted to get the loan. He was not a customer recommended by the system. He had no interest in taking care of such a person's emotions, so he simply said hello. Zhou Li's expression changed when he heard this. He knew Yin Guangding's character. If he was not prepared to not pay back the money overdue, he would not care about these things. As soon as Yin Fei opened his mouth, Zhou Li had a bad feeling. Isn't it obvious that he might not pay back the money overdue? Tang Qing's expression also changed when he heard this. Are you preparing to become a deadbeat? Yin Guangding was also very angry at his son's words. He immediately scolded. Shut up, Xiao Fei, what are you talking about? It's good enough to have such a low interest rate. It doesn't matter if the liquidated damages are higher. We don't plan to overdo, and if we pay the money in advance, we can also reduce the interest. This is the method Tang Qing came up with. The contract is for a 2-month loan, but it also stipulates that if you exchange it in advance, there will be a reduction of 2% for 2 months. The interest can be reduced by 0.2% for every 10 days in advance. The minimum interest rate cannot be less than 1%. Tang Qing didn't want to advance the money himself. If the funds were to be lower than what the system would recover, it would be an injustice if the system would deduct his own money. The money is not much, but no matter how small the mosquito is, it is nothing more than meat. Yin Fei had no choice but to shut up after being scolded by his father, but he was very upset in his heart. He also knew that he was a bit unreasonable, but seeing that Tang Qing was so rich at such a young age, he couldn't help but feel jealous. In addition, the other party still ignored him, and he felt uncomfortable without a sense of existence. Xiao Tang, I'm sorry, Xiao Fei is new to the world. He hasn't been out of college for a long time. He doesn't understand the rules. Please don't go out. Yin Guangding apologized quickly. He didn't want this preferential loan to be ruined by his son. It's okay, Uncle Yin. I understand. I wonder if Uncle Yin still has any questions about these terms. Tang Qing said with a chuckle. As long as this is not Yin Guangding's true meaning, it will be easy. Otherwise, Yin Guangding will not even question the terms. He doesn't want to deal with this kind of person. It's dangerous. When he gets cheated, he won't be able to find a place to reason. The system won't be merciful to him, so he won't be kind to others. No, not at all. We can sign the contract right away. Yin Guangding said quickly. After speaking, Yin Guangding filled out the contract as required and waited for the handover of funds. Well, this is 400,000, please order. Tang Qing took out his bag and handed it over after reading that there was nothing wrong with the contract. Okay, thank you, Xiao Tang. Yin Guangding took the bag, took out the money, and started to count it. It was not much, 400,000, but it didn't take long to finish counting it and complete the receipt part of the contract. Xiao Tang, thank you so much. I'll toast you 3 glasses first. Xiao Fei is going to drive, so I'll drink tea instead of wine this time. After Yin Guangding finished speaking, he drank 3 glasses of wine. Tang Qing couldn't help but persuade him. At the same time, Tang Qing despised Yin Fei even more. If your father drinks tea and you drink tea, then what are you doing here? He had heard that Yin Guaning drove here before. He didn't stop the wine for your father and drank tea as a matter of course. Tang Qing could only sigh at the greatness of the hearts of parents in the world. Mutual benefit. P.S. Chapter 1. There are 3 chapters today. Friends on the computer, please give a 5-star rating in the upper right corner. Thank you very much. December 9th, Thursday. After another week of preparations, the company's structure has finally been put up, and all the management are familiar with the company's plans and current situation. Tang Qing has not been there these days. Firstly, Qi Yin is watching, and secondly, Yang Kai will call every day to briefly report on the progress of various aspects. It is expected that the preparations will be almost complete next Friday, when Tang Qing will have another meeting to formally meet everyone. Qi Yin is very busy this week, sending messages all over the world to headhunters to recruit fashion designers, because her department is looking for too many people, and according to the plan, it will basically account for more than half of the company, and most of them only recruit people with design experience. After all, time is tight and the tasks are heavy. It's not the graduation season at this time, and the internship season is almost over. In order to get the company on the right track as soon as possible, the company is basically not recruiting people without more than 2 years of experience. Those who lack experience will wait until the expansion next year and then directly go to major universities in the province to recruit some people. Tang Qing has also been very busy these days because the 4th monthly exam is coming. The business empire has started this week, and his life has begun to take off. Old Tang, how's your review going? Are you confident that you can keep your position? You'll be embarrassed if you fall down. As soon as school was over on Thursday afternoon, Li Kai ran over again, holding a pile of books in his hands. He was waiting for the students on duty to set up the examination room. Books were not allowed in the classroom. Most students took them home to read, and some unimportant ones were placed directly in the dormitories of the on-campus students. Tang Qing was on duty as RB this week, but Suzy Wang didn't know what medicine he was taking, so he was so kind that Tang Qing didn't need to do anything during the day, so he quickly helped. Tang Qing didn't think it was anything, so he just took it as atonement. Of course, he didn't know that Lu Kai called Suzy Wang a few days ago to inquire about Tang Qing, which scared Suzy Wang. The current situation was obviously that he couldn't defeat Tang Qing, so he could only treat Tang Qing as his grandson and serve Tang Qing as his master, lest the other party remember the 2 things he did to settle accounts and take revenge on him later. Tang Qing rolled his eyes at Li Kai and said, "You should worry about yourself. Look at how hard the students have studied this month. You are really worried about not being surpassed." With Tang Qing's stimulation, the learning atmosphere in the class this month made the class teacher, Shun Mei, very happy. The students who refused to admit defeat all wanted to be the next Tang Qing, and they had to keep their current ranking no matter what. That's true. Don't worry. Just improve the total score. If I compare with myself, not with them, I can't catch up with you anyway, Li Kai said nonchalantly. Although he said he couldn't compare, his efforts were no worse than those of other students. He didn't want to be left too far behind by Tang Qing. Not to mention his father. He couldn't even pass this level. Tang Qing, come on, if you pass the exam this time, I'll treat you. But you have to agree in advance that it will be hot pot or something at most. I don't have much money, Wang Yin also said encouragingly while cleaning up. It's not that she really has no money. She just wants to compare with the meal Tang Qing invited. Isn't she poor with this little money? Don't worry. You will be surprised this time, Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, he had already packed up and was waiting for Wang Yin. TCH, it's still shocking. You still want to be number 1 in grade. Besides, I don't have glasses, so how come? Li Kai couldn't help but talk nonsense again. Then you will always stumble, Tang Qing scolded. With a smile. Ba, you just stumbled. If I don't do well in the exam, it's all your fault. You have to be responsible. Li Kai became anxious upon hearing this. After hearing this, Tang Qing ignored this guy. Can we still have a pleasant chat? How much responsibility do we have to bear in just a few words? Haha. How is your company going? When will you take us to see it? Wang Yin smiled and continued. She found it particularly interesting to watch the two chatting and bickering. Let's do it this Sunday morning. I have something to do in the afternoon. Don't be anxious and do well in the exam first. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said he was going to go to Lin Jiashue's place on Sunday afternoon. He missed it after not going for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Jiashue was not that kind of greasy woman. Otherwise, she would have killed herself by calling her after not seeing her for a week. And Wang Yin is also such a woman, generous and cheerful, but not pretentious and considerate. This is the main reason why Tang Qing can accept her in his previous life. Otherwise, she would play tricks on him every day and make trouble unreasonably. All he can say is, go as far as you can. With Lin Jiashue's tenderness and considerateness there, if any other woman dares to act like a princess with him, get out. Of course it's urgent. I'm waiting to carry a lot of clothes home. You can't be promising. Tang Qing said directly with contempt. Just think about it. I have to carry a lot of clothes home. It's so heavy, so hard, and I'll probably sweat a lot. Look at how hard I work. How could I be so hardworking and useless? Li Kai said without any shame. For some reason, he felt that he was becoming more and more slippery. Why are you becoming more and more shameless? Tang Qing said with a speechless expression. Although Li Kai was the same, or even more shameless and sophistical in his previous life. But what should I say? Well, he admitted that he lost in this regard. He could only watch Li Kai riding Juechen far behind him on the road of shamelessness, and then silently turned around and took another path. Learned it from you. Li Kai countered. How shameless am I? Tang Qing said angrily. You were toothless when you were a child. Li Kai said in a hurry. Puffed. Ha! Wang Yin couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. When did you become wise? Tang Qing said dumbfounded. I was forced by you, Li Kai said with his head held high, but he immediately reacted. No, you are the animal, you are the wise one. Well, Tang Qing had to admit that it was really good to have someone to quarrel with, and the tension before the exam was gone. After 2 days of intense exams, the exam was finally completed. Since the exam was revised while taking the exam, Tang Qing's name became the focus of discussion among the teachers of number 8 middle school before the exam was completed. Mathematics correcting team, Old Lu, come and see. There is a perfect score in mathematics here. There is nothing wrong at all. Everyone was correcting the paper when a voice suddenly remembered, which caused the other mathematics teachers to look sideways. After all, this is a senior high school paper. It is not easy to get perfect scores in one subject. They all stopped their pens and looked here. Full marks? Which class? Who is it? The teacher surnamed Lu couldn't help, but asked as he walked away. You are stupid. It's sealed. How can I see it? The male teacher just rolled his eyes at him and said the left side of the paper was bound, and there was no name at all. Teacher Zhao, can you recognize the handwriting? Teacher Lu said a little awkwardly. He was so anxious that he forgot about it. I'm not impressed. Come and look carefully to see if any mistakes have been corrected. Full marks. Don't make any mistakes. Teacher Zhao suggested. Although he read it twice, he was still a little worried. Okay, here we come. At this time, several other correctors came. Over. After all, I got a perfect score, so it's not a big deal to take a moment to check it out. 10 minutes later, several math teachers checked it carefully. You can't deduct a single point. I really don't know which class you are in. It would be nice if it was the class I teach. Teacher, surnamed Zhao sighed. Just dream. You teach all ordinary classes, and you don't even have one in the top 10 in total. You still want to get a perfect score in math. Teacher Lu attacked. Several teachers also expressed that they did not recognize this student's handwriting. After all, there are so many students. Who is going to record the student's handwriting? At this time, the door of the office was pushed open, and Shunmei walked in to see a group of people gathered around and asked curiously, What are you watching together? Xiaoshun, you are back. Come take a look. There is actually a perfect score here. After several monthly exams, there is not a single perfect score in mathematics. Come and take a look at the notes. Do you recognize him? He is probably from your class. Teacher Zhao waved to Shunmei and said, "Let me take a look." Shunmei hurried over after hearing this. She took the paper and immediately felt that the handwriting was very familiar. She immediately realized that it was Tang Qing's handwriting and exclaimed, "Huh? Isn't this Tang Qing's handwriting? Do you know it?" Teacher Liu asked, and several other teachers also focused on Shunmei. "Of course I know him. He's from our class. You should be familiar with this guy. He's the one who used calculus to do the questions last time." Shunmei said slowly, her heart full of surprise. She really didn't expect Tang Qing to bring her such a big surprise this time. She got a perfect score. She didn't get a perfect score in the monthly exams in the first few times of her senior year in high school. It's him. No wonder. I had to do some advanced mathematics to understand that solution. Teacher Liu suddenly said, and several other teachers also reported that they all knew Tang Qing's question, and it didn't take long for them all to remember it deeply. I originally thought that the other party's learning was too advanced, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Looking at Shunmei, her eyes were full of envy. Who would envy a good student? That's no problem. I definitely deserve it. The young man is good, and Xiao Shun has a good student. Well, that's right, Sister Shun. You have met a treasure. That's right, Xiao Shun. Please make instant noodles tonight. Haha. Please make instant noodles. You really think about it. What's the matter? I like instant noodles. Seeing the chattering colleagues taking the topic further and further, Shunmei hurriedly stopped and said, Okay, let's all revise the papers. I'll treat you to a supper tonight. Anyway, there are only a few people in the mathematics correction team, and it doesn't cost much money. Besides, the school stipulates that if a student gets a perfect score in the 3 subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English in the monthly science test, the teacher will be rewarded with 300 yuan, and the head teacher will be rewarded with 200 yuan. Now that I am both the head teacher and the teacher, I have 500 yuan in my pocket. I can't justify not taking some out to treat guests. Of course, what she is really happy about is not the reward, but that her students have made great achievements. This is what makes her happiest. However, Tang Qing's myth is not over yet. P.S. Chapter 2. There is another chapter, probably around 9 o'clock. If you have votes, please vote. Thank you.